if you just do it, it'll turn out okay. And right now, Talking Time with Caffeine is a little bit of a hiatus, apparently. Because you know that. And done an episode since the Disney villain countdown about almost 2 months ago now. And the summer doesn't look like it any better. Hopefully, I'll get some guests again soon, and hopefully, I'll get my miniseries up again. Like, wanted to do a miniseries about the every Disney phase, like MCU phase, but with the like Golden Age, Bronze Age, Dark Age, Renaissance, all that stuff. And I want to finish my thing with Dr. Dino, breaking down the whatever I can't remember now whatever the clade the raptors came from, and birds and Tyrannosaurus and all that stuff, breaking it down to its bite-sized phases. But for now, enjoy my breakdown of the MCU phases all in one movie. I will see you at the end of the series. Bye. Just do it. We'll try okay. And welcome once again to Talking Time with Caffeine.
Hello.
You both know my guests. They've been on several times. There's Jillian, my document expert.
I suppose, yeah.
And Snick, my something expert.
I'm not an expert on much, so.
I was just thinking that this is a topic where I bet a lot of guys would want to hear my actual credentials, because I'm a girl, and so what do I know about superheroes?
Eoi.
Well, I've been joking since my daughter was very little that she was already getting prepared to be called a fake geek girl when she got older. Because one of her first words was Pie Man, which was how she said Spider-Man. My earliest superhero memory is actually about Spider-Man, specifically in about 1984 or 1985 when we moved into the house I grew up in. I was reading an Electric Company magazine with the Spider-Man comic in it, and Peter Parker taught me the difference between stalactites and stalagmites.
Ooh. Well, Spider-Man wasn't part of Marvel yet. Well, technically he was, but not in this content.
Yeah, he was definitely a Marvel character,
but do you know? Are we on phase 6 or 7 now?
I think we're on 6. I looked it up.
I think it's 6.
I lost track after 4 or 5. I think I lost track.
I mean, pretty much everybody did, because the MCU is not exactly on top of the world as it used to be.
No, I'm behind, but that's mostly because it's hard to get babysitting. But I give it another couple of years, we won't feel the need for babysitters, so that'll be nice.
Yeah. I think it's still a little bit above the DCU universe right now because...
Oh, Oh yes.
They're not consistent.
They are very uneven movies.
The universe reboots every 5 years, I think, or maybe less.
They're still trying to figure out how to copy the success of the MCU without actually bothering to pay attention to what made the MCU successful.
And legit, like, they only just got, like, a popular movie with Superman, and that's only one movie in.
Yeah, like, this is something that I wanted to be sure that we talked about, in fact, was how much of a gamble this whole thing was for Marvel.
Well, yeah, because at the time, like, they were still... Because, like, the whole reason why the movie rights were split up between all the different studios was because Marvel was, like, pretty much about to go bankrupt.
Right there, for our first slide.
They pretty much went about bankrupt towards the end of the 90s, and to prevent themselves from outright dying, like, one of the things they did was they sold off the movie rights to their various characters. Like, obviously, Sony got Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, New Line Cinema got Blade, 20th Century got X-Men, Fantastic Four, Daredevil, like everybody kind of knows that story. But yeah, like, by 2000, like the mid-2000s, I don't know the specific time, they had restructured enough to where they wanted to, like, gamble with, like, doing the movies themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, by this time, we've the other two. We had on Sony. We had the Toby Spider-Man. I don't think
Yes.
the Andrew Garfield ones had been out yet. We had the X-Men series, and we had the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
And the one Hulk movie.
There had been the Ang Lee Hulk, and the Wesley Snipes Blade had come out, and
if you want, yeah, you can see most of this stuff on our review of all the Marvel movies sections.
Yeah, I believe the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider had long since come out. But the thing is if you were, without knowing the background, going to start a Marvel Cinematic Universe, you'd want to start with Spider-Man, right?
Which they couldn't.
Or Wolverine. Or one of the characters that everybody knows. Because everybody will go see a Spider-Man movie. But they couldn't do that because they had sold off the movie rights. And so they're staring in the face of, okay, we're going to try this thing. What do we start with? You know, we can't start with the Fantastic Four. We can't start with the X-Men. We can't start with Spider-Man. What do we do? And I think that was actually part of what made the MCU work, was the assumption that you were seeing these movies because they had shown you that they were good, not you're a sucker and we'll see anything we put out that we've slapped Batman onto. Obviously, Batman is DC, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the contrast between the two, is DC always starts with Spider-Man or with Superman or Batman. And Marvel couldn't start with their biggest characters. They'd already sold off the movie rights.
I mean, if they had to start with anybody, I mean, Iron Man was probably one of their best options, and their only other options were like Captain America. Like, the only other option that probably would have worked was Captain America, but yeah.
You know, people at least had heard of Captain America, and a lot of them had
makes
heard
sense
of
too,
Iron
since
Man.
technically they're the
there was
earliest.
I would say Iron Man was kind of known by then. Like, I mean, Iron Man did get his own animated series in the 90s. Marvel Ultimate Alliance had him in the forefront.
Sure.
Yeah, they did 2 episode
But
crossover with
like,
Spider-Man
he's
in the
not
90s.
back then. He was not nearly as big of a name as he is now.
Yeah, and unless you were younger, you probably hadn't seen I'd never seen the animated series.
Well, the first season of it is not good. The second season turned it around, but it was too late by then. It was short-lived. Yeah. And
I think it came out at the time when I didn't have cable, so I wasn't watching much of anything because I lived in a place where either you had cable or you didn't watch TV.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I only knew Iron Man at the time from his 2 episode crossover with Spider-Man, the 90s Spider-Man cartoon.
See, that's the very same Iron Man from his animated series. It's the same voice actor and everything. Like, he was crossing over.
Yeah.
So,
but unless you were a comic book fan or of the right age to have seen the specific cartoons, you probably didn't really know who Iron Man was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But in reverse bankruptcy, I think by this point, Marvel, or technically Disney, has recaptured most of the rights of their stuff they took away now.
Well, part of it is all of the rights that got sold to 20th Century Fox they have back now. Sony is complicated. Sony is... There's a reason that, like, Madam Web and Morbius and things don't really mention Spider-Man, and that's because it's a whole big legal tangle with the Sony people and the Disney people. But, like, they couldn't even say the word mutant for much of the early years of the MCU, because that was a word that was owned in that context by 20th Century Fox.
Yeah, they used their other one, the Inhumans.
Yeah. So
which is a thing. I looked it up that they were a thing, always been a thing, but they were the more the downgraded mutants, I guess.
Yeah, like there have been a lot of terms that get thrown around for how various people get their powers. And the one thing I have to say is with Iron Man, they sidestepped the whole thing. How does he get his powers? He builds them. They don't have to worry about saying the word mutant because I'm not going to say Tony has never been a mutant because Marvel continuity is vast and makes no sense. But
there's millions of Earths out there.
Yeah. Tony is not a mutant. Tony is, in many ways, just the DC or the MC equivalent of Batman.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Billionaire genius with Playboy. I've got that in the wrong order.
Something I gotta say, this is my opinion, but I'm sticking with it. This is not Earth 616.
Yeah. Regarding that thing, the MCU did get its very own Earth designation, which you can actually hear being listed off in Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Yes.
And then, abruptly, Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, thinking it was being cute by doing a tongue-in-cheek reference to the comics, decided to name itself 616, because the main prime universe from the comics is 616.
Yeah, I choose to think of that as an ahistorical moment in the series that I don't have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's like Nick Fury says, it's a stupid decision, and I have chosen to ignore it.
They also said it in Far From Home, but considering that was a liar,
Mysterio was a liar. You could just ignore it.
Yeah,
but they've kind of doubled down on the 616 thing, because I'm pretty sure Fantastic Four First Steps refers to the main MCU as 616 still.
I don't care. As far as I'm
It's funny how they
concerned, all
run it.
616 references are failure.
There's more than one multiverse now.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why multiverses are not the best solution to what's been going on. But, you know, Marvel, bankrupt, decides to start a cinematic universe anyway. And now, I don't know if either of you remember the discussion before the movie came out. Online.
Unfortunately, I was only 12 years old when the first Iron Man came out.
Yeah.
Most I can tell you from, like, I remember the ads, but the only other thing I can really remember from its release, because I didn't go see it, like, I didn't really know much about it. Like, the only thing I knew, like I recognized Iron Man because I had played Marvel Ultimate Alliance and I saw him in, like, Spider-Man the animated series, and also I watched the Iron Man animated series around the time the movie came out for the first time because JetX was doing a marathon of it to promote the movie's release.
Yeah. In these days, this is before my kids were born.
Yeah.
And my partner and I actually had a calendar in our room with every opening weekend of the summer marked off with what we were interested in seeing. And this was one of the movies that was on that calendar. And did not disappoint.
Question: At this time, had the Batman trilogy already finished?
No, Iron Man came out the same year as The Dark Knight.
Yes.
And another thing to keep in mind, this is early enough in the timeline to where the Disney buyout of Marvel had not happened yet.
Yeah.
Like the early MCU movies, Marvel had partnered with Paramount to distribute them.
Yeah, almost all of Phase 1, they're still Paramount movies.
Yeah, like, it was, like, even after the Disney buyout happened, like, Paramount continued distributing them just because that was, like, the deal they had signed. I think Iron Man 3 was the last one that Paramount distributed. After that, Disney, like, assumed full control.
I think it was either Captain America or First Avengers that the Disney bought.
No, Disney's buyout of Marvel was in 2009, 1 year after Iron Man and Hulk. So
Captain America is the last of the movies with the Paramount logo still on it.
I know the Paramount logo was also on Avengers and I think Iron Man 3, but I might be wrong on that, but yeah.
Yes, because I watched Captain America yesterday and was looking at the trivia, and one of the things it specifically mentions is it's the last one with the Paramount logo on it.
Well, I remember seeing Avengers and Iron Man 3 at one point having the logo in front of it. I don't know if they plastered it or what, but
I mean, you could also just be misremembering. I don't, know.
That could be true, but yeah.
But I have to admit I didn't finish my rewatch because time got away from me. It had to. Well, also, I had no power last weekend. By this time last Saturday, my power had gone out, and it didn't come back until about 5 o'clock on Sunday evening. And then I didn't get internet until midway through Monday. So my movie watching for last weekend didn't happen. But I watched almost all of them leading up to this.
I've watched, like, about a year ago, I did a whole binge of, like, the entire theatrical Marvel filmography. I mean, with, like, a few extras. So that included not just the MCU stuff, but all the non-MCU stuff. So I went through all of them.
Right.
Well,
So
And we did do an episode on that like a while ago, but it was very long and really we kind of had to rush through some things just because there were a lot of movies where I didn't have much to say, and it was already super long anyway.
yeah.
so
So who wants to give a quick plot summary?
I want to start with the buzz online before the movie even came out and before we even knew what the plot was, because there were a lot of people who were anticipating this as being a huge failure.
Well, that was, I would imagine part of that was just because Marvel hadn't really proven themselves as a movie studio yet, and then there was also the stigma with Robert Downey Jr. at the time.
Well, yeah, the thing is there were a lot of people who weren't. It wasn't, well, he's, he's a druggie and he might not would. They thought he was miscast.
Yeah.
And you can be as worried as you want about how he's going to get through production, and that is not an unreasonable worry. They couldn't get insurance for him because of his history of drug use.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, it wasn't
Jon
wasn't
Favreau
him.
held out. But
Funny
you
thing,
cannot say that he's miscast.
He looks just like other versions of Tony Stark that have appeared in other things.
It's not just that he looks like the freaking original Tony Stark back in the 70s. It's that he is Tony Stark.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, well, it wasn't him that people later had issues with. It was another actor down on the list.
Yes. But like his drug use and his womanizing and he's not a stupid man and all of these other things, he just is Tony Stark. And so even at the time back in 2007 when I was first hearing of this, I was like, are you people on what he's been on? Because
continue. Finish up first. Finish up.
You cannot say he wasn't a good actor because he already had an Oscar nomination by this point. His first Oscar nomination was for Chaplin, which is not a good movie, but his performance in it is so good that there's a scene that I'm not sure if it's archive footage of Charlie Chaplin or not. The movie itself is terrible. His performance in it is amazing. Like, if you go back to the 80s, Robert Downey Jr. has been doing good work as long as he's been an actor. So it wasn't even, yes, obviously he can handle the part, and he is Tony Stark, and he looks like Tony Stark. But somehow the internet was also going on about how Heath Ledger was miscast. So, heady days in the discourse.
Some things never change because that kind of discourse continues to this day in a lot of cases. But
oh yes,
it's funny how you mention how Robert Downey Jr. was cast. Just hearing that description reminded me of I Love Lucy from the 50s and when Bill Frawley was cast as Fred Mertz because they didn't want to cast him on the show because he was an infamous alcoholic, he's a womanizer, and Desi Arnaz wanted to cast him because that's exactly what Fred Mertz was.
Yeah, well, apparently he was also a horrible person who emotionally abused Vivian Vance. So
yeah,
right. But
the two of them hated each other, but that's another story.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
But Tony Stark is the son of Howard Stark, who founded Stark Industries. Tony is exceedingly intelligent. Graduated from MIT at some stupid early age. One of those people who could hold like 80 degrees if he cared that much, but he doesn't focus on any one thing for very long. His father died young, leaving him the company. He has mostly left the company in the hands of Obadiah Stane, played by Jeff Bridges, who is also kind of a father figure mentor character to him. Daddy issues will be a running theme in the MCU to come. If you could power a superhero with daddy issues, the MCU would propel them across the cosmos. Tony is in Afghanistan. Well, I don't remember if it's specifically Afghanistan, but it's Afghanistan.
Somewhere in the Middle East.
Demonstrating the most recent Stark Industries technology. And his convoy is attacked. He takes shrapnel to the chest. He is kidnapped by the mysterious Ten Rings. This will be a complicated choice in movies to come. But he is told by these people that he needs to build them his new super powerful weapon. Instead, what he builds, with the assistance of his interpreter, who is also some kind of engineer, as I recall, is the first incredibly crude Iron Man suit.
Mark 1.
Mark 1. He manages to destroy the base. His interpreter is killed and tells Tony basically, earn this. And Tony goes back to California, declares that Stark Industries is not going to build weapons anymore, locks himself in seclusion, and builds himself a better Iron Man suit.
And a better arc reactor, too.
A better arc reactor because the shrapnel is... This made more sense in the 70s. It's kind of stupid today, but the shrapnel is still lodged in his heart, and if it doesn't get pulled away, then it's going to kill him for reasons. Don't worry about it. So he's got an arc reactor embedded in his chest. And it turns out, look, guys, there's just going to have to be spoilers if we're going to seriously discuss this. So bear with us here.
Yeah.
It turns out that Stane hired the people to kidnap him. I believe he actually wanted them to kill him, but never mind. And he decides he's going to build his very own Iron Man suit. He will be Ironmonger, except Tony is smarter than his entire team of engineers, and Tony manages to defeat Ironmonger, and at the very end declares himself in a press conference to just be Iron Man.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite lines when Obadiah says, Tony built this in a cave of a bucket of scraps.
I'm sorry, my daughter was talking to me.
I was talking about how where he yelled at that one guy later, who's later in the Spider-Man movie, like, bucket of scraps in the cave.
Fun fact, the guy he's yelling at was actually Ralphie from Christmas Story. The You'll Shoot Your Eye Out kid? Yeah, he goes on to work for Stark Industries. One of the things I did last night to amuse myself was I finally started putting together my long-threatened database of everyone from the MCU who has an Oscar or nomination or BAFTA or nomination, and I've only gotten through phase 1, and there's 20-something people on it. These are highly acclaimed actors. On this one page, there are 3 Oscar winners. Admittedly, I think 2 of them didn't actually win until after they were in this movie, but even those 2 had already been nominated. And Terrence Howard has a nomination. He's never going to win. We'll get to Terrence Howard. He's a lot.
Yeah, 2 of these actors here didn't return for future movies. One of them because he died in the movie. The villain.
Well, he briefly, he finally gets acknowledged again in Far From Home, because that's like Mysterio's whole backstory. He was like one of his employees.
Yeah. But They've replaced James Rhodes. It wasn't a last-minute decision. It was... Terrence Howard is a lot. He actually, in this movie, had a higher salary than Robert Downey Jr. He, at the time, did not have a record of being difficult to work with. As I recall, he was fairly fresh off his Oscar nomination. You know, they thought that he was going to be a good actor to work with going forward. Things would change. This is also the introduction of Phil Coulson, played by Clark Gregg, who will become one of the through lines of the MCU going forward. Technically, very, very technically, this movie also features yet another Oscar nominee in Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury, but since he's only in the after credits scene, I chose not to put him on the slide. We'll get to him.
I forget if Marvel had already been doing this before, or this was like the first of them doing post-credit scenes.
So, post-credit scenes had existed sometimes. There's one at the end of the Muppet movie. There's one at the end of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. They are actually basically the same thing. It's basically Animal or Ferris telling you the movie is over and you go home now. There are other movies. The Pirates movies had what are called stingers. After credit scenes. They weren't a common thing.
Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets had one.
I was going to say, some of the Harry Potters, because, you know, there's the Gilderoy Lockhart.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. And there are movies going even further back than that. Now, obviously, there's a time limit to how far back you can go, because credits used to be at the beginning. And so the after credit scene was the entire movie. But even in those days, you get, you know, the end morphs into a question mark or whatever. But the MCU was really what made it a continual thing. And it really does start with Iron Man.
Yeah.
This movie sets up a few basic points that we will encounter in a lot of the other movies and not just the ones with Tony Stark, because the MCU is very wasteful of its villains.
Well, early MCU villains were not at all memorable.
Well, it's not just that, it's that basically none of them survived.
Well, like, it took until Loki for them to start having, like, considerable personality to them. And
I think, first off, I think that the reason that Stain is so understated is to play him opposite the fact that Tony is a lot. And second, I will have a lot of things to say about The Incredible Hulk, which is a movie I like much more than anybody else.
Well, I like the Incredible Hulk, but yeah.
I will also say that the best scenes with Blonsky are all from She-Hulk anyway.
Now, in the Incredible Hulk, they do a thing that they do later in Spider-Man 2, is they skipped the origin story or speed right past it.
Yeah, the opening scene, the beginning of Incredible Hulk, which I had forgotten until I rewatched it a couple of weeks ago, is a masterclass in getting your story through as quickly as possible with no dialogue. Because it's just shot, 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 shot. Here's what's going on. Here is how the Incredible Hulk happens. Here is fighting. Here is Bruce fleeing into, he ends up in Brazil. And you can...
Oh, sorry. Oh,
you can get the entire origin story from it. But it is not the movie itself an origin story.
Okay, so this is an interesting anomaly production-wise because I mean, we'll get to the the pre-credit scene when we get to it, but basically this movie technically began life as a sequel to the 2003 Hulk because the Hulk, when Marvel sold off all their movie rights, it was Universal that got a hold of Hulk. And they still had the movie rights at the time this was made. And I keep hearing conflicting reports if they still have the rights or not. Like, I remember last year, just before Captain America Brave New World's release, I found out Universal finally lost the rights. And then, just a few weeks ago, somebody sends me a post online saying, "Oh no, they still have them."
Yeah, it's... I don't pretend to understand the legality of a lot of this stuff.
So, yeah. This was not part of the deal Marvel Studios made with Paramount. They were working with Universal on this one. And pretty much the one thing... This is not a sequel to the 2003 one, even though the 2003 one ended with Bruce going to South America, and he starts out in South America at the start of this movie, but that's like the one connection.
Yeah. You know who says this isn't a sequel? Kevin Feige says this isn't a sequel.
Well, it is not a sequel.
No, I'm just saying, if Feige says, that's pretty official.
Well, when you watch the movie, you can tell it's not a sequel.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've only seen the Unleashed Hulk once because I hated it so much.
It is... it is a bad movie. It is a bad movie.
I watched it a couple of years after it came out. I was like, this movie is terrible. And the friend I saw it with was like, I thought you knew. Like, no, I knew, but I didn't know.
Well, yeah. So... because of that Marvel needing to work with Universal and all the legal crap related to that, this ended up being the one solo Hulk movie that Marvel Studios made, because any other solo Hulk movies have to get, they had to get Universal's approval. They could use, just like the deal they have with Sony and Spider-Man now, they can use Hulk in any Marvel movie that doesn't focus on him, but if they make a movie that focuses, where he's the central focus, then yeah, Universal had to be basically the front man for it.
Yeah. I saw this one in the theater as well. Marked on the calendar. I think my partner might have been in Iraq when it came out. I remember seeing it without him for some reason. And leaning over during a big character reveal to my best friend and whispering, "We thought you was a toad," because Tim Blake Nelson appears and I can't see him and not think of "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" So it's Edward Norton as the Hulk for the one and only time.
And
he is the best Hulk.
And then it's a shame because he was a repeat of Terrence Howard.
Not entirely. I mean, it was partially about the money. It's also partially because Edward Norton is notoriously a pain in the butt to work with. If you know one thing about Edward Norton as an actor, it is that he's a very talented actor. If you know two things, it's that he's a very talented actor who's a pain in the butt to work with.
So I know negotiations to have him come back in the Avengers did happen, but then they fell through.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that apparently Marvel Studios wanted Mark Ruffalo in the first place, but it was Universal that mandated Edward Norton.
Interesting.
At least that's what I read.
I side with Universal if that's true. But anyway.
Yeah.
So he is in Brazil. Illegally, obviously. And he is working at a small soft drink factory where he is getting paid far less than he deserves for far less work than he is capable of doing. He's technically working on the line, but in reality, he fixes all of the equipment and so forth and keeps the factory from falling apart. And he's working on various techniques to, keep himself from growing and becoming green. But one day as he's fixing the equipment, he gets a cut. And a drop of his blood ends up in a bottle of the soft drink, which is then shipped to the United States, where the Stan Lee cameo drinks it.
And presumably dies.
Yeah. The Stan Lee cameos, some of them are better than others. This, in my opinion, is one of the best. But, so Stan Lee drinks it and ends up in the hospital with severe gamma radiation poisoning. And that, my friends, is what we call a giveaway. And so General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross and his team, which includes on loan from the British military Emil Blonsky, Tim Roth, go down to Brazil to try to capture him. He hulks out, he gets away, he makes his way back to the United States, where he goes to retrieve the research he has so that he can take it to someone he's been communicating with online who might have a cure. General Ross catches him, or almost catches him. He hulks out again. He goes on the lam with his girlfriend, Betty, who is General Ross's daughter. They end up in Manhattan. Blonsky is given the treatment. It becomes what is called the Abomination. There's a large battle in Harlem. He gets away again to the wilds of Canada this time. I do like the casting of Betty from the On Lee better, because that was Jennifer Connelly, and you can't beat Jennifer Connelly. Liv Tyler's not doing bad work here. She's just, with all the love in my heart, not the best actress in the world.
William Hurt Ross makes several appearances in the MCU later on, like in Civil War and stuff, and later.
Yeah, like for a while, people were debating if the 2008 Hulk was even canon because they went a long time without really referencing it, and it didn't help that even when Hulk appeared in Avengers, it was a new actor, so it was easy to, it would be easy for people to say it's just a different character. But then finally in Civil War, they had William Hurt come back as General Ross, and he made a couple more appearances until his untimely passing.
Yeah,
and then Captain America: Brave New World was finally sort of a stealth sequel to the 2008 Hulk because you got Tim Blake Nelson back. Liv Tyler has a brief cameo.
That's one of the ones that I haven't caught up on because we missed it because of babysitting. But it is on my list. I mean, Brave New World is like basically a stealth sequel to 2008 Hulk. So
they finally filmed what happened to the Samuel Stern thing was brain got leaked.
Yeah, like they finally follow up on that in Brave New World.
Yeah.
So
they follow up on the Abomination and She-Hulk, and it's a delight, and it is so much fun. It is so much fun. I love that show, and he is still the best character in it. But part of the reason I think Edward Norton is a better Bruce Banner is that he comes across as extremely turned inward. Everything about him is focused inward. And with Bruce Banner, that's because if he isn't doing that all of the time, suddenly he's the Hulk.
You don't think Mark does that?
I do not. Mark Ruffalo has a skeezy frat boy vibe to me, and I'm sorry, that's just true no matter what I see him in, and I've seen him in a bunch of things. I don't much like him as a person because he leans toward anti-vaxxer and 9/11 truther, but I really don't like him as an actor. And that is what it is. That's liking and not liking people as actors. That's as much about you as it is about them. That's fine. But Edward Norton is also physically smaller. You know? It feels like he's trying not to take up space. It's worth noting that the voice of the Hulk in this is Lou Ferrigno, who also gets an appearance as the guy who lets Bruce buy when he gives him a pizza, which I thought was a very nice touch.
Well, Lou Ferrigno also has a cameo in the 2003 movie. He's a security guard talking to Stan Lee.
Which is, admittedly, that's a great moment. I'm just saying, it's a good moment for Lou Ferrigno.
For a shitty movie, but yeah.
It is a nice bit of continuity by having him there.
There's another I don't know if it's a cameo or not, but people later on made the connection of that one guy in college to Peter Parker's teacher later on.
Yeah.
Well, a similar thing would happen in Iron Man 2, but we'll get there.
There are a couple of things where that may not be what it was intended to be, but it became later on.
Yeah.
But another thing I thought about it was interesting about this one was that they destroyed a different part of New York for a change. When New York gets destroyed, it's usually Midtown. Having it be Harlem was a nice twist.
I was about to say Harlem, but I can't pronounce it right. Harlem.
I did think it was interesting that they established that it's not necessarily just anger that would set off the Hulk. He doesn't know enough to know if it's just increased heart rate, which can have all kinds of causes.
Like I was thinking it was stress or something.
I mean, in the movie, it's implied that it is excitement of whatever kind. While he's on the run with Betty. Who, side note, I'm so glad they call her Betty and not Betsy. Oh my god. I know Stan Lee named characters what he did because he could remember the names that way. That's why there's so much alliteration in the Marvel Universe. Because Stan Lee gave a litter of names that he could remember. But Betsy Ross is officially one of the worst names in the Marvel Universe. I will not be taking questions at this time.
She was named Betsy originally?
She was named Betsy originally.
I never knew that.
Yeah, Stan Lee has a lot to answer for. Even Betty Ross is not a lot better, because it's still very clearly what it is. But yeah. You know, I do think that one of the constant conflicts in the MCU is between mindsets. General Ross and Obadiah Stane represent a very specific kind of military mindset. And while the movies do have a certain amount of go America rah rah, that's not the vision of America they promote. Because the people with that mindset are always wrong.
Oh yeah, we mentioned this, but I think in the movie they little nod to the future Captain America movie, where the whole point of this was they're trying to recreate that serum that Steve Rogers took later on or earlier on.
What Blonsky gets injected with is a version of the super soldier serum, which will come up again repeatedly, actually. And according to the MCU, that's what Bruce Banner was working on when he became the Hulk.
Yeah.
That is comic accurate, because famously in the comics, there are many attempts to recreate the super soldier serum that failed because its original creator was quickly assassinated.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying that also in the original Hulk comic, there was a bomb involved.
Yeah.
So I don't tend to say comic accurate because comic continuity is not stable. You can go with what it was in the original comic. You can go with what it was in the most recent reboot. You can, you have to decide what you're calling comic accurate.
Yeah, I forget.
MCU continuity is fairly static, but only fairly. Comics continuity is an enormous snarl, and anytime you think you have a handle on it, it's because you've missed an issue.
Yeah. Anyway, I forget what radiation they used in Captain America to combine the serum, but here they used gamma radiation.
Yeah.
Which obviously had these consequences.
Yes. One of my favorite stories about the vaccine injury reporting system, which is a thing that we have in this country because was somebody claimed that their flu shot had made them and they used nothing but technical scientific terms, but it made them grow rapidly and gave them increased musculature and turn their skin green and all of these things. And a human finally looked at that and went, wait a minute. And wrote back and was like, you cannot be telling me that your flu shot made you turn into the Incredible Hulk. But it actually went through the automated system because the automated system doesn't know what the Incredible Hulk is. And that's why you can't trust self-reports of vaccine-caused injuries, because you can say any damn thing and it makes it into the system.
The next one is the
we missed one key thing from the end of Hulk.
What?
That would be the pre-credit scene.
Oh, that's what this next one I'm tying it into a little bit, because this right here is kind of like an extension of the pre-credit scene or post-credit scene.
So basically, in the 2008 Hulk, the general reception was leaning on the positive side, but people kind of thought it was kind of unremarkable, except for the pre-credit scene, where Robert Downey Jr. has a surprise appearance as Iron Man. And he goes to talk...
Tony Stark.
Well, he's as Tony Stark. He goes to talk to General Ross about the Hulk, and it's basically that one shot was like, yes, Marvel Studios is serious about doing an actual crossover or universe of some kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
When it comes to this
like,
part,
because at that time, an appearance, like, because of how standalone, like, all the individual Marvel series were, people did not think an appearance like that was possible.
Yeah, now, the idea of a cinematic universe is not itself new. There are a bunch of them going back a lot further than people realize. Disney had one in, like, the 50s and 60s. The Medfield College Cinematic Universe in this TED Talk, I will. But comic book movie cinematic universes did not happen. The closest you got was that the Bruce Timm animated Batman and the Bruce Timm animated Superman were canonically in the same universe.
Yes, and then Batman Beyond, Static Shock, Justice League.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
like...
It was a Disney animated universe, but it had never happened in live action before.
Well, it's funny because until it finally happened with Hulk, there were a couple of other attempts, to my knowledge, the most notable one being in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, where apparently they were going to have Hugh Jackman appear as Wolverine in a cameo.
Yeah,
but they got as far as actually getting Hugh Jackman to the set, and reportedly the reason they didn't do it is because they couldn't get his costume.
Well, yeah, because the X-Men were owned by a different studio at the time.
Yeah.
So, you know, that would have had to have gone through the lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
And oh boy, that would have been complicated.
Yeah.
But anyways, this here kind of like that little mid-credit sequel, post-credit sequel, or mid-credit sequel sequence, and looks at it a little bit.
Yeah. And I haven't actually watched this before. I've never gotten around to it.
Same.
And I think I watched it this week, and I think it goes back to my point that the military industrial mindset is the wrong one in the MCU. Because the people who want frickin' Blonsky as part of the Avengers Initiative are thinking he's big and tough and powerful and he's military, so he's our guy. And the guys who are actually on the ground, like, trying to make things workable are like, yeah, but no. And the way they get around it is by sending in Tony Stark, who is a complicated figure, but the main way he goes wrong is when he leans into that kind of thinking himself. But even when he does it in a Tony Stark way. And send him to go be himself at somebody.
Also, here, at the time, you didn't notice, but looking back with it hindsight now that we know the future history of it, one of these guys here is Hydra.
Yeah. And I don't know if they knew that yet. I doubt it. I doubt it had been that well planned out.
But if it hasn't been or whatever, it makes you think back what they're of all this there. Especially later on in a future, we'll talk about later on a future one shot. But first of all, the first sequel.
Yeah.
So this is where, a small thing. This is where one of the later retcons comes in. One of the opening action scene has, like, Iron Man save this kid who's wearing like a toy Iron Man mask and everything. They later retconned that kid was Peter Parker.
Yeah.
So
now the lead-in stuff we have to talk about here, the elephant in the room, is if you look right down under that triangle glowing on Tony's chest there, that's not Terrence Howard.
Uh-huh.
Terrence Howard wanted to continue getting paid more than Robert Downey Jr. Now, personally, I bet I could use his math to convince him that he was. Unofficially, I'm willing to believe part of the problem was that he was starting to show cracks. Terrence Howard is probably not a well man. There's the whole Teriology thing, which is his own version of math, wherein 1 times 1 equals 2. Which I don't understand any of his explanations of, because they are wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that. I don't think I've seen it, but I know if you saw that documentary that what's his name did, Dave.
No.
I mean, he exaggerates stuff a little bit, but he did a whole thing about Terrence Howard.
Yeah, no, but I've read other things, and I think there was a Bad Science Sunday about him once. He's not a well man. He also has a record of domestic violence. And, like, let's be clear, Robert Downey Jr. has served prison time. It has all been for narcotics-related offenses. And you can have your feelings about how we handle narcotics-related offenses in this country all you want. What I'm specifically saying is that's a non-violent offense. Terrence Howard allegedly has used his share of partner violence. So that's probably one of the reasons that he was no longer Rhodey. The main one was he thought that he was as valuable to the franchise as Robert Downey Jr., which is its own delusion. So he has now been replaced with fellow Oscar nominee Don Cheadle.
Honestly, Don Cheadle was way better as Rhodey than Terrence Howard ever was. I don't remember anything about Terrence Howard's performance in the first one.
He's fine. The funniest moment in the first one, as far as Terrence Howard, is where he looks at the Iron Man suit and says, "Next time." It's one of his last lines in the movie. Like, nope. Don Cheadle, frankly, is just a better actor. He also seems to be a better person by far, but that's not the world's highest bar. He is a considerably better actor, and I think he has a better feel for Rhodey as a person. And this movie takes some very subtle acting from Gwyneth Paltrow and Don Cheadle. Gwyneth Paltrow, I'm not a huge fan of as a person. Don't get me started on Goop. But I think she's a better actress than people necessarily give her credit for. This is, obviously, the sequel to the first Iron Man. Tony is openly Iron Man. He is also an alcoholic and womanizer. And he is exploring maybe sort of kind of having a relationship with Pepper, but also there are so many other pretty women out there, and he's never really done the whole monogamy thing. Meanwhile, Congress, in the person of a senator who I didn't list on here, but who is a BAFTA winner, I discovered, played by Gary Shandling, is trying to claim the Iron Man suit for national security purposes. They are unable to get it. They hire Justin Hammer, played by the extremely talented Sam Rockwell, to build them a new version. It later became canon that the actor, or the soldier we see breaking his back in footage of the tests of the Justin Hammer Iron Man suits is Benjamin Bratt's character from Doctor Strange. Anyway. Oh, somebody let my cat out. So Justin Hammer is trying to build Iron Man suits. He frees Ivan Vanko from Vanko comes to Monte Carlo, to attack Tony in the middle of a race. There's a whole thing. He's got these whips.
Oh, and he also managed to make it his own version of the reactor.
Yeah. Justin Hammer manages to sneak him out to his own place, and it turns out that Vanko's father had worked with Howard Stark to develop arc reactor technology. And so Vanko and Hammer team up to take down Tony Stark because whatever. But Tony is doing a damn fine job of taking himself down by getting really, really smashed and playing around in the Iron Man suit.
Oh yeah, also here is another third line that the reactor is killing them because the element's radiation or something, palladium.
It's heavy metal poisoning, I believe. But it is the element itself that is killing him. And he's handling it very, very badly by being emotionally unavailable and drunk a lot and not telling anybody what's going on, which is, yeah, that tracks. Meanwhile, he's got a new secretary because he's promoted Pepper. She's now in charge of Stark Industries. His new secretary is a woman called Natalie Rushman, Scarlett Johansson, who later turns out to be keeping an eye on him for S.H.I.E.L.D., also represented by Nick Fury, Samuel L. Jackson, and Agent Coulson again. And I am here to tell you the best acting in this movie is how Pepper and Rhodey try to handle being around Tony while he's drunk.
We didn't mention here in this thing, but wasn't the director of this movie, The Bodyguard, happy?
Yeah, Jon Favreau. Talented. His directing work to me is kind of uneven, but he's very good in the role of Happy. He kept playing the character even after he stopped directing for the franchise. He's doing good stuff. But Happy is also a little bit, I don't know what to do here. I was chatting with a friend while I was watching this movie and expressed the opinion that had Robert Downey Jr. gotten his hands on an Iron Man suit during his own worst days, we would no longer have a Robert Downey Jr. and possibly large amounts of urban Los Angeles. Somebody with that much power, that out of control, is scary. And Justin Hammer clearly wants to be Tony, and Vanko's got his daddy issues, and neither of them are as smart as Tony, and they can't get to the level that Tony is. But what I think is the most interesting plot of this is watching Tony's friends try to figure out how to make him stop drinking.
And this is after that is X-Bay. This is where we find out that Tony's father had a hand in Shield.
Yes. Yes. We learn bits and pieces about Howard Stark in these two movies, the first two Iron Man movies. We're going to learn a whole lot more about him soon. We also learn that he was a distant and neglectful father, who continually told Tony that he was never going to make anything, or that he was not good enough in some way, and was incapable of telling Tony that he was aware of how smart and potentially capable he was. Meanwhile, it feels to me like Justin Hammer is the younger brother who's convinced that Daddy liked Tony best. It's a very weird dynamic going on in that movie. But this movie is one of the reasons I get really frustrated when people say that the MCU doesn't do characterization well. Because there's a ton of characterization going on here. And some of it's really subtle. The way Gwyneth Paltrow plays Pepper looking at Tony is really well done. But, also there's the written in motivations for these various characters. And, this movie passes the Bechdel test, I'd like to point out.
What is that again?
Pepper and Natalie have conversations about work. And the MCU is a horrible sausage fest, don't get me wrong. Obviously Captain Marvel being the best of the lot that way. But there's some good interaction between Pepper and Natalie in this movie. Also, it should have won Best Original, or at least been nominated for Best Original Song, I Will Die on This Hill. There is a song at the Stark Expo in this movie called Build a Better Future for Tomorrow Today, which is the most mid-century modern, chipper, like, we're gonna make a better future, retro-futuristic song imaginable. It is perfect, spot on for the kind of thing you get at, say, the 1963 New York World's Fair. And the way they accomplished having it be that spot on an imitation of that kind of song is by hiring the then living Sherman brother. As in, the guys who wrote It's a Small World, and There's a Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow, and a lot of songs that were at the 1963 New York World's Fair. And they hauled him in and had him write this song to be for the Stark Expo. And it's perfect. And only 4 songs got nominated for Best Original Song that year, so there was room for another one, and it should have been that song. But the Academy hates the MCU. And that's another one of those really subtle details that they didn't have to do. And mostly, I don't think the MCU does music terribly well. But that song and a song we're going to get to soon are just perfect for where they are.
Oh yeah, so he apparently his father hit a new element in the World's Fair or the Expo.
Yeah, his father hid vibranium. Which, you know,
That's what that was.
More in
That's
phase
it was.
2, I think.
So it's confirmed it was vibranium. Is the element powering this thing?
I think it's confirmed that it's vibranium. I could be wrong. I don't remember. I have a hard time remembering most fictional elements.
Yeah.
We were watching Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, and I laughed really hard because the exciting new element there was space titanium.
Yeah, three elements. So 3 elements that I know of in the MCU, in the Marvel universe, is vibranium, adatanium, and
adamantium.
Yeah, antium. I can't pronounce it. And the one that the hammer and the axe is made of, that Thor uses.
Oh yeah.
Or something like that.
What that was called either. Yeah, and there is that great cameo of the Captain Marvel shield. Just for a second there.
Is it Captain Marvel shield?
Not Captain Marvel, Captain America, Captain somebody. I know what I mean. That's okay. But I'm one of those people who the first thought they have when they say Captain Marvel is actually the DC Captain Marvel, who everyone else calls Shazam.
Well, they permanently changed that Captain Marvel's name to Shazam because of the Marvel character.
Look, the legality on that character is long-standing for decades, but all of the comics I've read are from the 40s and 50s, so in those, he's Captain Marvel. People can call him Shazam all they want. That's the old wizard.
Well, he was Captain Marvel all the way up to the 2000s, because his one appearance on Justice League Unlimited called him Captain Marvel, and Mortal Kombat vs. DC called him Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like the early 2010s when they changed it to Shazam.
Yeah, I think I had literally started parenting by the point at which he legally became Shazam. As far as I'm concerned, he's Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Also, there's 2 crossovers here. Somewhere there's like they're watching. So I forget who it was. They're watching a report of the Hulk attack in Harlem.
Yeah.
And then they mention something happening in Arizona.
Yeah, Coulson's got to leave. Well, it's New Mexico. Coulson's got to leave because there's something happening in New Mexico. So we know that one of the later movies at least partially overlaps with this one. I think there is confirmation that The Incredible Hulk overlaps with this one. The timeline on the MCU, other people besides me have placed movies exactly on, and it's hard to say I'm too lazy to do that, given the fact that I tried to wrangle with the BAFTA database yesterday. Side note, the BAFTA database is terrible, and if you put in names, it results with everything with that name without sorting it out in any way. So a search for example, Terrence Howard will return James Newton Howard and Howard's End and all of that stuff without distinguishing it in any way. BAFTA up your game.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong here. The timeline said I think around this time right now, the events of No Way Home is happening.
No.
On the state.
No Way Home is far down the future.
I know, but as of 2025, it's happening.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was right. It was around this time, it was right after Halloween.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure it says, I think it was this year or last year, around this time, it happened. It's happening, or it's happening. But yeah.
Yeah. Relative chronology interests me in the MCU. Specific chronology, I have a harder time keeping straight.
Yeah, everything. I think everything was pretty much on par. The year it happened until that 5-year time gap.
Yeah. The thing with this movie, in particular, is it really emphasized that, yeah, we're going to keep going with this. Like, not only do we have a sequel, but it's clear that our sequel is tying into the other movies. And it was around this time, I think, that they were starting to talk about the upcoming Avengers movie. And it was clear that we were moving forward towards a thing.
Yeah, they already this. It was either this movie or the last movie. They already mentioned the Avengers Initiative.
Avengers Initiative is at the end of the first Iron Man movie. And in the one shot, they specifically talked about the Avengers Initiative. But they were in pre-production for the Avengers by this point. So I think we can move on to the next movie now. Oh yeah, the one shot.
Basically, Phil here kicking butt.
Yeah, that's all this is. It's cute. The one shots are about 4. Again, I missed the third one. I just ran out of time. But they're about 4 minutes long, the ones that I did watch. And they're cute and they're fine. And they don't really add much to anything. This is Coulson sees gas station holdup. Coulson kicks much butt. We discover that Coulson actually is that fierce. The end. Thor. It's not my favorite Kenneth Branagh movie. It is a very atypical Kenneth Branagh movie, but it does explain why this is probably the most Shakespearean movie in the MCU.
Yeah, he does love his Shakespearean style movies.
Well, he does literal Shakespeare. My favorite Kenneth Branagh movie is Much Ado About Nothing, which is a Shakespeare play. Some of his Oscar nominations have been for Henry V, featuring a very young Christian Bale as Boy, and the world's most undeserved adapted screenplay nomination of all time for his version of Hamlet, which is completely unabridged.
Yeah, it's 4 hours long.
That's because it is word for word the Shakespeare play. He didn't adapt the screenplay. Like, yeah, okay, he put stage directions in it because Shakespeare didn't do stage directions much. That doesn't count as adapting a screenplay. It's the least deserved adapted screenplay nomination of all time. Just give it to Shakespeare. It's fine, he didn't win. This is just one of my weird little twists. But also, we have in this movie the single most Oscar-winning cast member of the entire MCU as Odin Allfather, Sir Anthony Hopkins. More Oscars and BAFTAs than, well, in this movie, the entire rest of the cast put together. Natalie Portman has pretty much all the others. But he is the king of Asgard. He has 2 sons, Thor and Loki, who grew up to be Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston, who were both nominated that year for the BAFTA for Promising Newcomer and lost to some guy I've never heard of. And the day that Thor is to be officially named heir to Asgard, frost giants sneak in and try to take the MacGuffin from the Hall of Treasures of Asgard. And Thor decides that the way he's going to get back at them is to go to the realm of the Frost Giants and basically kill them all. Odin goes after him, saves his life, let's be clear, and ends up banishing him to Midgard, which is what they call Earth, and whispers into Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, that whoever is worthy shall be able to wield the power of Thor.
Yeah, here is the thing. I've seen other people talk about the difference between this Thor and his hammer and the mythology Thor and his hammer.
Oh yeah, no. The mythological Mjolnir is basically a really cool hammer. The Marvel Mjolnir literally gives you the power of Thor. This Thor doesn't have the alter ego, but the alter ego is specifically referenced because Donald Blake, which is who comics Thor originally was, and in this case by originally I mean in the original Thor comic, Donald Blake was just some guy, and he picked up the hammer of Thor and was deemed worthy and became Thor. This Thor just is. And he loses his power because he is not mature enough. And that's what his father means by worthy. Really. Emotionally worthy. And so Thor ends up in Puente Antigua, New Mexico, which means ancient bridge, where he encounters Jane Foster, Natalie Portman, who is researching Einstein-Rosen bridges, I believe they're called, some kind of, basically wormholes.
Yeah, they talk that when they mentioned that the time, that reminded me of the old TV show Sliders.
Yeah, I mean wormholes are a staple of science fiction going back quite some time now. They are, and this is really more Vandy's area of expertise than mine, and I'm not sure it's even his area of expertise, but at least he's a physicist. They are a mathematical and physical hypothetical possibility, I'm pretty sure. In Marvel, they just are, and that's fine. But Jane is studying them along with colleague Eric Selvig, played by the great Stellan Skarsgård, father of an entire freaking acting dynasty of Skarsgårds, and Jane's work-study assistant, Darcy Lewis, played by Kat Dennings, who is one of my two favorite MCU characters. And Darcy, early in the film, Eric says to her, "I thought you were a scientist," and she says, "Yeah, political science." She was the only person who applied for the job, so that's how she ends up working for Jane.
Yeah, Jane. Now, by this point, Natalie had already been in the Star Wars movies.
Natalie had already been in the Star Wars. This is about the time she won her Oscar for Black Swan. Yeah. She is herself incredibly smart, as I recall. I don't remember if she's got a doctorate or not, but she's one of those people who, if she doesn't, she could.
At this point,
had an extremely intelligent woman.
At this point, had Kate been in the TV series that made her famous?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Mostly where I think of Kat Dennings from is playing Darcy. So, some of these cast members were big names. Obviously, Anthony Hopkins got his first BAFTA back in the 70s. He'd been around a while. And I don't have her on this list, but Renee Russo, I believe, had her BAFTA by this point. Like, there are some people in this movie with very long resumes. And then there's like Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston, who were basically new.
And this was also the first appearance in the MCU of Clint.
Yes, this is the first appearance in the MCU of Clint Barton as played by Jeremy Renner. So, there's a lot going on in this movie. Thor wants to go to where his hammer lands and get it back. He manages to get to where his hammer is, and he can't lift it. And that's heavy stuff for him, no pun intended. I mean, how do you... Basically, he's just lost his identity. Which, despite the MCU being about superheroes, identity isn't something we touch on a lot. The secret identities in most Marvel movies are almost tangential. Tony outs himself as Iron Man at the end of the first movie. Everybody knows that Tony is Iron Man. And Bruce Banner can't really conceal the fact that he's the Hulk. And Steve Rogers, as we'll see, pretty much immediately went on a publicity tour.
Yeah, that's the thing about, at least at this point in time of these Marvel heroes, were, other Marvel heroes aren't, but the Marvel heroes, at least in this batch here, their public identity is well known. Where the DC Justice League, their identity isn't well known. It's secret identity.
Funnily enough, about the only character at this point who's really done the secret identity thing is Black Widow, who spends all of Iron Man 2 pretending to be somebody else. Or at least large amounts of Iron Man 2. She's undercover. She's not Natasha Romanoff through that entire movie. But that's not a secret identity the way we think of them when it comes to superheroes. So for Thor to lose what he thinks of as his identity, the power of Thor is the first real identity crisis of the MCU.
So, Nick, real fast, was there a Thor animated series that you watched?
I can't remember. I don't know if Thor appeared in any of the 90s animated series. He was in the forefront of Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1. He's in your starting party alongside Captain America, Spider-Man, and Wolverine. And Asgard actually plays a huge part in that game's story because the entire third act is saving Asgard from an invasion from Doctor Doom and Loki. And essentially, the MacGuffin of Marvel Ultimate Alliance is that Doctor Doom wants to steal Odin's powers. And the big lowest point moment of that game is Doctor Doom succeeds. And you have to spend the last 2 acts of the game formulating how you're going to take down a guy who literally has the powers of God.
Yeah.
Speaking of a god, Loki has his own plan here.
Loki, yeah. Now, the MCU Loki, really, the MCU Norse pantheon has some differences from what we know of the historical Norse pantheon. But But because our knowledge of that is pretty much exclusively post-Christian, like the Norse didn't write their stories down even though they had a writing system. It's really frustrating. You know, it's hard to say exactly what the similarities and differences are. And in some versions of the original myths, Loki is a frost giant by birth. And in this one, it turns out that Loki was, during the Asgardian invasion of, I can't remember the name of the realm of the frost giants. I'm sorry, Norse names don't stick in my brain too well.
Is it Niflheim, I think?
It might be Niflheim. Niflheim is definitely one of them, but I don't remember if it's the right one. And it turns out the whole 9 realms thing isn't true because they just kept making up realms, so there's at least 15 of them. But anyway, so during the Asgardian invasion, Odin found Loki left for dead as a sacrifice in the temple there and took him back to raise him as his own son. And made the mistake that many an adopted parent has and was never open with his child that the child was adopted. I've read a lot about adoption. The way Odin handled this was all wrong. But it means that in the daddy issues off of the MCU, Loki's a contender. And then he kills his biological father at the end of the movie. So, yeah. As part of a plan wherein he will have killed both his father and Odin, and he will take the throne of Valhalla, having nicely disposed of Thor as well. Loki makes plans, it's what he does. They don't always work.
And his plan eventually made Thor worthy again.
Yes. Thor gains maturity through living for a while as a normal human. Loki says it's about Jane, but really it's about not having the power and seeing how normal people have to live. If you want my opinion. The planned invasion of Asgard doesn't work. The planned betrayal of the Frost Giants doesn't work. Loki ends up falling off the Bifrost as it gets destroyed to prevent godly stuff. It doesn't matter. So Loki is off being prepared for his place in the Avengers. Thor is desperately missing Jane. Odin is left to ponder his parenting mistakes. And Jane is trying to rebuild the Bifrost from her end. Thor is also shown in the end credits scene to be basically possessing Eric already.
You mean Loki?
Yes, Loki. Sorry. Because that's a thing that Loki can do.
And at the time we get a glimpse of a future object or a past object.
Yeah.
A little block.
Little block, they don't know what it is. Well, they kind of know what it is, but, you know, we don't yet know what it is because we're not going to get revealed that until the next movie. Which is, in a sense, the first movie.
Take a little trip back in time.
How does it even work?
To
movie
the
starts
1940s.
Yeah, well, the movie actually starts in the modern times. They have found a giant lost thing under the ice in the Arctic. We then cut back to Norway, 1942, when I persist in thinking of him as Mitzi the Magnificent because I saw The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert at an impressionable age. But anyway, Schmidt, I believe is his name in this movie. Oh yeah, because Schmidt and Smith are the same thing, and he was Agent Smith in The Matrix. Anyway, Hugo Weaving goes to a castle in Norway where he retrieves a shiny thing.
Which is hidden in a tree of Norse mythology.
It is hidden in Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Then we cut to the United States, where heavily CGI'd Chris Evans as Steve Rogers. And let's be clear, this is one of the places where I absolutely approve of the use of CGI wholeheartedly. There's no way you can make Chris Evans 6 inches shorter. All the clever filming in the world only helps so much with that.
Yeah, this is a good one of the few instances of good CGI use instead of blatant CGI use.
B, even if you starved him, you couldn't make him look the way Steve is canonically supposed to look. And it's not healthy to do that to actors anyway. Fun fact, Tom Hanks has diabetes because he's done the weight loss, weight gain thing for roles too often. Mostly from Castaway. It's going to kill Christian Bale one of these years. It is a profoundly unhealthy thing for actors to do. And when Matt Damon said he could do it for The Martian, he was told that that's why body doubles exist. And I approve of that choice. So anyway, Steve Rogers has had polio, probably. He's got asthma. He's had, I think I saw measles on his chart. I think I saw mumps on his chart. Probably rubella. He's probably had all of those vaccine preventable illnesses. But it's World War II. And what he wants to do is enlist in the army and go and fight in World War II.
He's class F or D or whatever it was.
He is F. And that means that they're not going to take him. And a doctor's very firm. He's like, what I am doing here is saving your life. You will be killed if I let you go and fight in this war. And he doesn't care.
Because apparently he's tried this like 6-7 different times.
Yeah. We find out that he has claimed to be from all kinds of places. His best friend insults him because the most recent time he tried to claim he was from New Jersey. He is trying so hard to get into the army because he hates bullies. And that is how he sees the fascists. Take note. And he can't get in, and he can't get in. And finally, his best friend, his childhood buddy, James Buchanan, Bucky Barnes, played by Sebastian Stan, enlists and becomes Sergeant Bucky Barnes. And finally, he encounters Dr. Abraham Erskine, played by Stanley Tucci. I love Stanley Tucci. I love saying Stanley Tucci. And Dr. Erskine believes that Steve is the perfect fit for a little science project he's got cooking up. And he initially started working on it back in Germany with Johann Schmidt, who injected himself with the serum before it was ready, and things went horribly wrong. And that is why he is now, Red Skull instead of having a human face. Another member of the project is Captain Peggy Carter, played by Haley Atwell.
Oh, it's not mentioned here, but there is also one of the I don't know if the main character or not, but the drill sergeant or the sergeant.
He's not a sergeant. He's Captain Colonel, I think, played by Tommy Lee Jones. And he's not here because I ran out of room. There's a lot of characters in this movie, guys. I also didn't have room for any of the guys who he rescues and who go in with him to go after Red Skull. And there's a lot of characters in this movie, some more important than others. Because I very specifically wanted to get in Dr. Emil Zola, played by Toby Jones, who I wanted to mention him because he's a very clear stand-in for the concept of Operation Paperclip, which is a post-World War II real-world program wherein scientists who had been working for the Third Reich were brought to the United States to work in American programs. Probably the most famous Operation Paperclip member is Dr. Werner von Braun, who was a major part of the U.S. space program.
Yeah.
And appeared on several...
I'm going to say we'll get to the consequences of this particular action in a future episode of Phase 2, but
Werner von Braun is actually available on Disney Plus because he made a couple of Wonderful World of Disney episodes about the space program that are available on Disney Plus. It's very weird. That's not me making jokes. That's literally true.
Oh, I forgot something. Let's go back a few episodes real fast.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to mention this during Iron Man 2. Another hindsight thing that we know in the future. That congressman trying to get the rights to Tony's suit, Hydra.
Yeah. The whole Hydra thing we'll really be talking about later.
Yeah, but like I said, but it was looking back in hindsight now, you see that even though you know
I think it's a lot of retconning, if you want my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know that they decided then that he was Hydra, and I don't know if he has a comic equivalent. Because, like I said, actual comic continuity is way too snarled for me to keep track of everybody. But, it's explicit in this movie, and this is one of the things I think is really interesting. And this is one of my favorite MCU movies, honestly. Is they make it explicit that, the Third Reich was looking for weird mythical junk. I don't know for sure that his reference to them digging in the sand was a Raiders of the Lost Ark reference, but it could be, and it's funny, so let's go with it. Dr. Henry Jones Jr. was an early member of S.H.I.E.L.D. confirmed. But Erskine asks Steve if Steve wants to go kill Nazis. And Steve's reaction, well, his first question is if it's a test. And Erskine says, of course it is. which is an interaction they have several times. And I think it's Erskine's way of saying, look, everything is a test. And you know that everything is a test, and you just keep going and you do what you're going to do. So anyway, that's not Steve's motivation. Steve's motivation is he doesn't like bullies. This will be Steve's motivation through the entirety of the MCU. Steve Rogers doesn't like bullies. And if he thinks you're a bully, he's not on your side. And if that means acting in ways that some people see as un-American, then that's what he's going to do. You know, I knew somebody who hated the MCU because they thought they should be looking up to Steve Rogers, who was such an obvious portrayal of American exceptionalism and blah, blah, blah. And he was everything that was wrong with America, and people should be more like Tony Stark. And given what we knew about this woman, it was clear to us that Tony Stark was actually representative of what she didn't like about the US, and Steve Rogers was the good bits, and we never understood this woman's argument. We decided she never really watched the movies. Because Steve's whole thing is, I don't like bullies. I am going to do whatever it takes to fight bullies. And initially what happens is he gets beat up a lot. Because he can't really do anything about bullies. But the reason he keeps enlisting is not to go kill Nazis or, you know, whatever insulting slang term you have for the Japanese. It's to go take down a bully. And that is why Steve Rogers is the best MCU character.
Yeah. So at this time, Dr. Abram puts Steve in basic training. At the time, the camp was run by Tommy Lee Jones.
Yes. Who has a character name? It doesn't matter. He's Tommy Lee Jones. And Tommy Lee Jones does not think he's right to get the serum. But what we see is that Steve is clever. He plans.
Yeah, one of the things I liked was that flag thing.
Yeah, whoever can get the flag gets to ride back in the Jeep with Agent Carter. In 17 years, no one's ever gotten that flag. And all of the other soldiers try to climb the flagpole, which you can't really do. Steve takes a look at it, notices how the flagpole is standing up, goes, unscrews a couple of things, the flagpole falls down, he gets the flag, he climbs into the Jeep without saying a word.
And then there's the false grenade thing.
Yeah. When Tommy Lee Jones throws a fake grenade into the ranks, everyone else runs away. Steve tries to dive on top of it in the hopes that he will save lives, which, side note, apparently doesn't actually work, but that's not the point.
Yeah, and also, I think that they mentioned it later in for alternate universe thing that Peggy also tried to jump on it too.
Yeah. Like, look, he is brave. He puts others ahead of himself. He's intelligent. He is who you want. Because you don't have to worry about what if he decides to become a bully. And Erskine, who is killed immediately upon Steve successfully being made a super soldier, appears to be the only person who ever uses the goddamn stuff who understands what you want in your super soldiers. Because everyone else thinks about the soldier part and thinks about, we need the biggest, toughest, strongest guys. And Erskine thought, well, if you have the biggest, toughest, strongest guys, it had better be someone that you're not afraid of. Because if not, you've just created your own overclass.
You create a Red Skull. You create an abomination.
Exactly. Or I watched Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the new Captain America, played by, auditioned for the role, Wayne Russell. They wanted Chris Evans for the role immediately, and he turned them down 4 times.
Yeah, I guess the other exception that did work one was, we find out later in the next movie, Bucky Barnes, but he had to be brainwashed.
Yeah.
But that's the next episode.
But you know, so he is successfully treated with the super soldier serum, and he Erskine is shot. Members of Hydra try to steal the stuff, whatever.
Also, this is we're also introduced to Tony's father.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he meets Howard Stark, played this time by Dominic Cooper. I think we've had at least 3 guys play Howard Stark. So he meets Howard Stark, and they don't initially hit it off terribly, because, well,
Howard's a little like his future son at this point.
Yeah. There are certain personality traits that just seem to run in the Stark family. But they eventually become friends, you know. And I love how it's almost in a not even thinking about it way that Howard keeps hitting on Agent Carter. Like, it's not that he thinks it's going to go anywhere. It's just, it's a thing that he does. It's very 1940s. But the thing is after they see what Steve is capable of, and because Erskine has been killed, and therefore they can't make another Steve, they decide he's too important for the war effort, selling bonds to risk in combat.
I forget. It's on top of my tongue. The military shows they put on. What was it called?
USO.
Yes, that's.
Yeah, and he sings, and this is by Alan Menken, who did a lot of work with Disney. I forget who the other the lyricist on it was, but they sing, and this is the other great song of the MCU, "Star Spangled Man with a Plan," which is, again, it's so perfect for its era. It's the most ridiculously, I am earning money, I am selling bonds, 1940s chipper song you've ever heard. And it's such an earworm.
And beat up Nazis with a punch.
Yeah. And then they make the mistake of sending him to go entertain the troops. And the troops are rightfully wondering, you know, if they have Steve and he's capable of all this stuff, why is he performing with dancing girls? And Steve doesn't disagree, gods no.
Mostly when he learns that his friend has been captured.
Yes, Bucky Barnes and the entire 109th Infantry, which Steve himself had hoped to join, has been captured and is presumed dead. And he asks for permission to go rescue them. Permission is denied, and he goes anyway. And after that successful mission, he and Bucky and a handful of other guys go with the hopes of taking out Red Skull in the not incorrect belief that taking out Red Skull is kind of important to, you know, having a free world ever again.
Yeah, it was during this. I think at this time, very retcon, that we learned that during his capture, Bucky had been injected the serum.
Yeah, that's That's a retcon. We don't find that out. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they did have planned, because I think Winter Soldier had become a thing in the comics by then, but I don't remember for sure.
Oh, and then he pulls off the human mask to show the skull too.
Yeah. There used to be a joke in comics that the three characters who were always going to remain dead were Jason Todd, Bucky Barnes, and Uncle Ben. Two of the three have now been resurrected
as the Red Hood and Winter Soldier.
Yeah. In case you're wondering why deaths in comics don't have a lot of impact anymore.
Well, I don't know if it was before that, but the first one I knew about was the 94 Superman thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Death of Superman. Yeah, and, Gwen Stacy's come back from the dead, and Jean Grey has a revolving door to the afterlife. And, yeah. But
Gwen came back too? I thought Gwen came back in alternate universes, not in the main universe.
I don't remember, but she is back as a character, so whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Spider-Gwen is a thing.
Also, this we learned in this universe at least that Red Skull Smith doesn't really care about the Nazi ideology. He cares about his own ideology, the Hydra thing.
Yeah. He's perfectly willing to let Hitler do a lot of the grunt work and taking over the world, and then he'll just defeat Hitler and it'll be fine. So underneath Nazi ideology, there is Hydra. Cut off one head and more will take its place because Greek mythology, blah, blah, blah. And Emil Zola gets Operation Paperclipped.
And then Bucky falls off a train.
Bucky falls off a train. And grand epic battle between...
Oh, real fast. After that happens, another thing I liked was he's trying to get drunk, but he can't.
Yeah, he can't get drunk because his body metabolizes too fast. And epic grand final battle between Steve and Red Skull, because he discovers that Red Skull is planning to send his bombs to New York and places, and Steve's not here for that. He sends Red Skull away, I think is the way we're going to describe what happens.
Apparently, we learn later on that the Tesseract is called the Space Stone, and he somehow gets teleported.
Yeah, well, I was going with strictly what we know at this point.
Oh, okay.
Like my summaries are very. This is how it happens in the moment, and what we'll learn about later will happen later.
Okay.
Because remember,
hindsight.
I saw all of these in the theater. When they were new, before the others had come out. And so I didn't know what was going to happen with Red Skull. All I knew was he was gone. And I think my partner knew about Infinity Stones because he's read a lot more comics than I have. But Infinity Stones were only just becoming known as the MacGuffins that they would later be. And what mattered was Steve crashed the plane into the Arctic and was presumed dead, and in point of fact was just frozen. And that's what they found in the ice way back at the beginning of the movie. And they try to make Steve wake up in a friendly, familiar environment and make a pretty serious mistake in what ball game is playing on the radio that you would think would be easy to check. And that's when he realizes that he is now in the 21st century. And everything he knew is gone.
Yeah, I like the that two lines there says, "I was there that game." This is live.
Right. I saw that game live. I don't know what we're doing here.
Oh, and then the end is like, "I had a date," or I had something like that.
Yeah, because he was going to go dancing with Peggy at the Stork Club. And that's really when we get into our second identity moment of the MCU. It's not that Steve doesn't know who he is. Steve is very aware of who he is, but he doesn't know what the world is. One of the really nice touches we're going to have soon is Steve having the little notebook of things that people suggest he go check out. You know, that's a phase 2 development. But it's a nice touch. Especially because it's one of the handful of things that they actually regionalized. So if you watch different versions of the movie, there are different things in his notebook.
Yeah. Now, Snake Creek, we talked about this when Snake Creek did other Marvel movies, but this Captain America was different entirely at the one from the 1990s movie. You there, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like this was totally, obviously different, but the acting was totally different too than the 90s Captain America movie.
Oh yeah, the 1991. That one was basically just a B movie. I mean, it was oddly endearing in its execution, but it's not good.
But at this point, all the characters have been introduced. It's time to bring them together.
You went robot for a second there for me.
Said all the characters have been introduced. It's time together.
Yeah.
This is what, in my opinion, can you turn the page, next page? There it goes.
And I will admit that I had not gotten around to watching this one yet. Oh, the one last thing I wanted to say about Captain America, real quick, before we move on, is I walked out of the theater with my partner, and I mentioned how much it reminded me of The Rocketeer, which is a damn fun movie if you haven't seen it. And it turns out the reason it reminds me so much of The Rocketeer is they have the same director, and that he was chosen in part because he had done so well on The Rocketeer, establishing it as a 1940s period piece. So.
Yeah, real fast. You mentioned that. That's one of my favorite lines of The Rocketeer was we were talking at the people were talking at the mob was like, hey, I may be a low down criminal, but I'm an American low down criminal.
Exactly. Great line. Okay, anyway, the Avengers. And this is...
Now, I gotta say, this is what I think at the time, maybe they'll fix later, that Marvel did better than DC, where that DC tried to throw them all in at once. Well, here, they built each character up separately before they brought them together.
The reason the Avengers worked is that we have gotten to know most of these characters as people already. I say most because I don't think we knew Hawkeye as a person, but I also don't think we cared.
Yeah, he appears so briefly in Thor that, like, and he's also the character that gets the least amount of focus in this movie.
Yeah.
So,
and honestly, he's my least favorite, both as a character and as a person in this collection. So, you know, like, he slut-shamed, like, Jeremy Renner slut-shamed Scarlet Widow for theoretically sleeping with Bruce Banner. It's like, I'm sorry, if there's a slut in the Avengers, I think Tony has that title.
Speaking of him, did he ever recover from his
He's doing
injury?
a lot better. Yeah. You know, I don't know about full recovery, but then I don't know how much full recovery is possible with the extent of his injuries. But he's doing considerably better. He's, you know, walking and things. So, yeah. You know, like, just because there are a lot of things I don't like about Jeremy Renner doesn't mean I'm not happy that he's, you know, no longer severely injured from snowmobile crash.
But here we get also our second actor.
Yeah. And we're missing a few people on this list because, again, it's a very busy movie. Oh, I don't even know where to start. Mostly because I didn't get around to a rewatch of this movie. There is a big threat of some kind. They're not 100% clear on what it is. Loki tries to take over a bunch of people in Germany, one of whom is a concentration camp survivor. You can tell because you can see the tattoo on his arm, who's like, I am not going to kneel for you. It doesn't do us any good in the long run to kneel before bullies.
Okay. I'll repeat what you missed. I remember what you missed then. Shields tested out the Tesseract. Loki comes out of the portal, uses the Mind Stone that he has for some reason now to start controlling people by touching their heart and start controlling people like Selleck and Hawkeye, and they take over the base. Nick Fury and Romanoff escapes, and they start bringing line people up. Natasha goes to get Bruce from wherever he is now.
India, I believe.
Yeah, and then wherever Tony is, they get him. They round them up. Then they and then that's when they go to him. They go to get Loki from Germany.
Yeah, and then Thor and Captain America and Iron Man have a big fight, and then they all team up together, and then Loki escapes because Loki's gonna Loki. And
he somehow triggers Hulk to come out.
Yes. And eventually, what with one thing and another, there's an enormous battle in New York that takes up quite a lot of the movie and is explicitly mentioned to have killed many, many people, which is frankly a nice touch for a superhero movie, acknowledging that, yeah, people were going to die. No matter how much you don't want them to, you can't avoid killing people in a full-scale battle like that in the middle of Manhattan. And they do everything they can to avoid it. But it is what it is.
And in the battle, one of my favorite lines where Bruce says, "That's my secret kept. I'm always angry."
Yeah, and so this is our Mark Ruffalo Hulk having his first appearance. And I just think that line would have been so much more effective with thin, kind of wispy-looking Edward Norton. Mark Ruffalo is too... And I do not mean this as an insult because it applies to me as well. He's too extroverted in presentation to do a good Bruce Banner. He's meeting the world instead of trying to avoid it, to avoid setting off what's inside him. And this was our first introduction of the Ruffalo Hulk. And I saw this movie in the theater at least twice and was incredibly disappointed by Ruffalo's Hulk. And I know not everyone agrees with me, but people are allowed to be wrong.
Oh yeah. They're all fighting each other, and then got the reason they came together. Depending on if you consider it canon or not, the quote death of Phil Coulson.
Yeah, but I haven't finished Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I will someday. But I watched the first season. I had a fever, and the CIA report on torture had just come out. And in my mild delirium, I became convinced that the CIA had been infiltrated by Hydra and had some weird dreams and haven't gotten back to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, we'll get to the canonicity of S.H.I.E.L.D. or it is or it isn't when we get to Phase 2. That's when that
I
comes
feel like
into
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Agent Carter and the Netflix shows need to be their own thing for canonicity.
Well, the Netflix shows have increasingly, well, mainly just Daredevil and Punisher, have increasingly been entering the main canon, but Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is messy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think up until the last two seasons, it could be canon. The last two is the ones where they get iffy, but like I said, we'll get to that in Phase 2 when they start appearing.
I'm most curious as to what they're eventually going to do about Iron Fist, the Netflix show everyone hated.
So far, it seems like they're just... So, little tangent. So, they brought back Daredevil for a new series, and Punisher's getting his own special, and Punisher's appearing in Spider-Man Brand New Day.
And well, so the Daredevil, too.
And also... Well, we don't know about... I don't know if we know about Daredevil yet.
Well, I mean, he appeared in No Way Home, so...
Well, he did appear in No Way Home, yes. And then Kingpin was in the Hawkeye show for Disney+.
Which is really good.
Yeah, and then they've also confirmed Jessica Jones is coming back for the new season of Daredevil Born Again. So the only Netflix characters unaccounted for right now are Luke Cage and Iron Fist.
And again, nobody liked Iron Fist.
Yeah.
I don't know a single person who liked that show. I liked Luke Cage, even the bits that other people didn't, and I didn't like Iron Fist.
I mean, we can assume Luke Cage can still come back, because with Jessica Jones returning, the two of them are... Luke Cage is pretty central to Jessica Jones in a way, so...
Yeah. I suspect that what's happening right now is a great deal of discussion about what they're going to do about Iron Fist in general and Finn Jones in particular.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, point is, Um, this is in a lot of ways a jumping off point for a lot more plot that we've got coming in phase 2 and even further down the road. Things that I think are of particular note here are Tony's making the remarkably self-sacrificing decision to literally sacrifice himself and pilot an atomic nuclear bomb.
Oh yeah, because the people in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. above Nick Fury, the World Council, like, let's blow up New York.
Yeah. And what Tony did was take the bomb that was coming for New York and send it through the portal to go after the Chitauri. And get out before the portal's closed again. Which he barely succeeds in doing. And I think, this is another thank you for coming to my TED Talk moment, I think it is obvious canon that Tony comes away from that moment with PTSD. And I think that drives a lot of phase 2, is Tony's PTSD. And now, obviously, I am not one to shame somebody for their mental health issues. That is not a thing that I do. But Tony's also not getting help for his PTSD. And I do shame rich people who don't get help for their mental health issues, because what is stopping you? There's also all of the left behind stuff that's going to be important on down the road. There is all of the destruction that is going to be important down the road. The lost lives will be important down the road. And a world having to deal with people this powerful is going to be important down the road.
And the leftover alien tech.
Yeah.
Like, I know the Netflix shows, their only overt connection to the wider MCU is that very occasionally they'll vaguely bring up, like, the Battle of New York in Avengers.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I don't know if you watched She-Hulk.
I saw the first couple of episodes, but it was a while ago.
So,
yeah. Well, I know Daredevil comes back in that, but yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
She ends up having a fling with Daredevil.
Ah, well, they're both lawyers, so it makes sense.
They are both lawyers, and they have a case. I think they're actually opposing counsel on a case at some point. And yeah, it's fun. It's messy and complicated. It's a fun show. The CGI isn't great, but the show itself is enormous fun. So Mark Ruffalo is in She-Hulk as her cousin, because that's, as far as I know, canon everywhere.
Yes.
And so, by the transitive property of the Tommy Westphall extended universe, because Daredevil is in She-Hulk, the Netflix MCU shows are now canon.
Well, don't forget, Daredevil was also in Spider-Man No Way Home. Punisher is going to be in Brand New Day. Kingpin was in Hawkeye. So yeah, it's pretty abundantly. Yeah. And then Daredevil Born Again is airing now with an overt reference to Spider-Man and an appearance from Kamala Khan's Kamala Khan's dad briefly in Daredevil Born Again. Yeah, Daredevil Netflix is pretty overtly in the main MCU.
Yeah, because Ms. Marvel is very overtly canon.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Like I said, the only one I think they're gonna possibly hide behind some furniture and pretend was never there at all is Iron Fist.
I could see them maybe partially wanting to hide Luke Cage only because the guy they want to play Blade was the one of the villains in Luke Cage season 1. Same actor.
And CCH Pounder is in both Luke Cage and Iron Man 3, I think.
Very funny because CCH Pounder is one of those actors who's been known for a Marvel and DC role because she's frequently voiced Amanda Waller in DC animated stuff.
To be fair, CCH Pounder has done everything.
Yeah.
Fantastic actress. I love her.
Real fast. At the end of this movie, we get two things. One, I don't care. One of them doesn't count, in my opinion. The Swarmer scene. The other one is we get introduced to the guy. Oh my God! I looked on his name. Thanos.
Yes.
He's not yet played by Josh Brolin here. Not yet.
No, but the shawarma scene is fantastic. I don't care. I laugh every time I see that movie.
Isn't it my... Oh, sorry, go on.
The complete, they're not playing characters. They're just sitting there eating and looking tired. And that's hugely funny to me.
Well, and then there's that... It's funny because it's my understanding Chris Evans already grew out facial hair for another movie or something, or just because the shoot was over. So during the shawarma scene, you can see he noticeably has his hand over his lower face to try and hide it.
I mean, it's better than what they did to Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
Also, apparently that restaurant is in fact in LA, and Vishanti has eaten there. She told me that yesterday when we were having a talk about something else. No, it's the first time I saw it, I think I laughed until I couldn't breathe. And it's one of the more populated MCU movies, if you know what I mean. It's clear they are in a world full of people. And whatever else may be going on in the world, what the Avengers do affects that, but also these people all still have lives. And they're going to continue having lives even when the Avengers aren't around doing things.
Well, especially as the MCU goes on, you just take in how this is a really large universe where a wide variety of different things could happen. I remember watching one video that put it like this. This is in the same universe as this is in the same universe where a talking raccoon exists. You have Vincent D'Onofrio taking somebody's head off with a car door.
Yeah. I know that the Asgardians are aliens and the Frost Giants are aliens. I know. But regardless of, yes, technically those guys are aliens, this is the first movie that makes it clear that the MCU exists in a world with aliens. That there is a universe beyond what we know. Because Asgard is alien, but it's alien that has interacted with Earth. Eric Selvig finds a literal children's book talking about concepts that we see in the movie. Whereas suddenly, New York is being attacked by the Discworld. Not like the actual Discworld, but the giant flying Chitauri turtles look like the Discworld to me. And that's how I'm always going to think of it. And we discover that there are aliens even beyond that. And this is when the MCU becomes both big and small at the same time, if you know what I mean. Like, there's an enormous world out there. But, in phase 2, Cap is still going to have to fight Hydra. And that's a big problem, but not on a cosmic scale.
Yeah, except for the near end, most of these, except for Loki, except for Thor and this movie, most of these threats here are local threats.
Yeah. Natasha and Clint have been working for S.H.I.E.L.D. doing, I'm going to fight the Russian mob or whatever. Funnily enough, the biggest force we've ever seen Hulk fight is the U.S. Army. So, yeah, we're going to be fighting Thanos soon. And that's much, much bigger scale. But the Earth scale threats will still go on. And eventually we're going to get Spider-Man, who fights local crime a lot. And so it's the question of scale in Marvel is a complicated one. Because it goes from literally the quantum realm to literal universe-wide problems.
Yeah, that's a story for a future episode.
Yes.
I bet that. I
still haven't actually watched that.
I watched this today. I'll sum up. This was a 10-minute one. There's two people found one of the leftover items from the battle, item 47. They somehow got it to work, started robbing banks with it. Which, was like, it's a little for future nod to, I think, Homecoming later on, maybe. Whether they got themselves bought from him, I don't know. But this point, Sid Coulson is, quote, dead at this point, so they send Sitwell to neutralize these guys. He captures them, pulls out a knife, and says, "I'm supposed to neutralize. I'm not supposed to capture. I'm supposed to neutralize you." Turns out he didn't kill him. He recruits them to S.H.I.E.L.D. At the end, they become agents. Now, if they're really agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or if they're secret Hydra, I don't know. Hindsight again. So maybe he recruited the villains for the Hydra. I don't know. They join S.H.I.E.L.D. at the end after he captures them.
I'd like to hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. has better what's the phrase I'm looking for? Background checks than that, but okay.
Well, since the guy recruited him as Hydra, I don't know.
Well, that's also true.
But yeah, that was basically it. Basically, it was a tale of what happens when an ordinary human finds alien tech and uses it to rob banks.
Yeah.
And with that, the end of phase 1. So at the time, what do you guys think of phase 1 when it first aired?
it's hard to explain how excited the whole thing made me, actually. Because I don't know when you first got into comic book characters, but I'm going to express again, I had been a comic book fan since the early 80s. And it's not that there weren't comic book movies in the intervening years. I saw Batman Forever in the theater twice. I saw Batman Returns in the theater. I made the conscious decision not to see Batman and Robin in the theater.
Yeah, I didn't see the first two ones. I think I might have seen the second movie. I think I might have seen Batman Returns. I think I was at the time I was too young to see original Batman in the theater. I might have been too young at the time.
I was too young to go by myself, and my mother didn't want to see it. Though, funnily enough, I didn't see Batman Returns with her either. She went and saw like Hunt for Red October in one theater, and my sisters and I went to Batman Returns in another theater in the same building.
I did remember going seeing the Tommy Lee Jones Batman movie. I did see that one in the theaters.
That's the one I saw in the theater twice, because that was the summer after I graduated from high school, and Val Kilmer was, oh boy.
And I definitely saw the George Clooney one in the theaters.
But I chose not to.
But I also, but really my introduction to the comic universe, I didn't really read comics as a growing up, but I did watch the 90s Spider-Man and the 90s X-Men cartoon.
Well, those are great cartoons. And I watched Batman the Animated Series, which is still the best version of Batman. Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill, don't even get me started. The late, great Kevin Conroy, gods, I miss him. And there were the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, even the third one. And, Blade and various things like that. But, so there's an interesting fact about Roger Ebert's ratings of comic book movies. And Roger died just as the MCU was really starting to take off. Because he died while I was pregnant with my son, who was born in 2013.
I think he died just a few months before Iron Man 3 came out.
Yeah. I could look it up exactly, because I remember, having the news broken to me and considering and rejecting his name, because I don't actually like the name Roger. So I wasn't going to call my kid that. I loved and respected him as a film critic, but I also interacted with him personally a few times, and he was the sweetest guy. But anyway, Roger was well known for giving superhero movies bad reviews. And when Spider-Man 2 came out and he gave it a glowing review, that may have been when I first found out why he did that. It's because most superhero movies up until that point were really bad. He was waiting for good comic book movies, because he loved comic books and wanted to see good comic book movies, and most of them weren't.
Which I guess we get into the problem with any adaptation, really.
Well, sure. But, okay, Superman and the Tim Burton Batman and, a few of the other X-Men, which I saw the day it opened. But also, there's the Daredevil movie with Ben Affleck. And God help us, Elektra.
Yeah. I mean, Daredevil is not great, but that said, the director's cut is way better.
Sure, but it still has the scene that's my biggest problem, which is when he and Elektra have this big fight in a schoolyard in front of a bunch of people, and no one considers it weird that he's holding his own in a martial arts battle despite being blind.
Yeah.
That
like,
scene bothers
again, like, even the, like, from my understanding is that the theatrical cut's a mess, but the director's cut, which is the one that's in wide circulation now, it's fine. But, I mean, Elektra is a train wreck. Elektra is a train wreck.
Terrible. Yeah. Catwoman. Halle Berry apologizes for that movie. Apparently her agent made her take it.
Ghost Rider?
Ghost Rider I've never actually seen.
It's mediocre.
That's what I've heard. That's why I haven't seen it. Supergirl is mediocre. A lot of the superhero movies that came out as I was growing up were fine, I guess. And so to be a big superhero fan, and I need you guys to understand, I have written novels about superhero characters that I created myself. I have my own superhero universe that I wrote.
I think you're alive, but were you of viewing age, remembering age for the Christopher Reeve movie, Superman movies?
No. I was theoretically of remembering age for the later few, but the first one came out in like 78, I want to say. And I was 2.
Okay.
So I saw the Christopher Reeve ones, but I'm not of an age to really remember. And those went downhill awfully fast. And there was no real cultural impact for a lot of these. Certainly no lasting.
The early 2000s, they picked them serious again with like the X-Men and the Batman movies.
Yeah. In the early 2000s, superhero movies started becoming a hot property for the first time. Like, I didn't see Batman Mask of the Phantasm in the theater because I missed it that week. You know? And so suddenly, not only were there good superhero movies in the theater, but people were talking about them. People who weren't just nerds were talking about them. Like, you could have a conversation with some rando at a fast food restaurant, and the odds were 90% or better that they had seen at least one MCU movie. And that was world-changing for someone as into superheroes as I grew up being. So, yes, I love the movies as movies, and I still do, and I do think they hold up. But I also loved them for letting me feel cool for a while, you know? Like, suddenly I was interested in the hip new thing, and that was totally new for me.
Yeah, I think the only major movie that flunked during this time was, I don't know, maybe it flunked, maybe it's hindsight they flunked, but it was the Fantastic Four movies.
Well, that's because they were bad. And the thing is I am all for bad superhero movies doing badly in the theater. Have I seen Madam Web? I have not. Am I going to see Morbius? Of course not. But maybe, Sony, if you release it in the theater a third time, maybe that's the time I'll actually go.
Yeah.
It could be Morbin time. You don't know.
Yeah. I think it's funny that Sony was trying to make its own universe, the Sony universe.
Oh, yeah, the Spider-Man universe with no Spider-Man in it. choices were made. But
I think the only one people liked overall was the trilogy.
Yeah, well, I can't watch the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies, not just because everyone in the movie is acting rings around him, which is true, but because I saw the first one in the theater and realized midway through that Andrew Garfield looks like my firstborn's father and wanted to spend the rest of the movie hiding under a seat.
Yeah, I watched it later on. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch the Andrew Garfield movies till after I watched No Way Home, because at the time, this is before, but at the time I just got done with the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, and the third one burnt me out for a bit.
No, that's
and
fair.
Two, since they had, I knew of Gwen and what happened to Gwen, and I don't know what's Gwen die.
Yeah, no, that's fair too. I didn't see the second one, but the cast on the first one is amazing. And then there's Andrew Garfield, and he's fine. Which is kind of how I feel about Thor, honestly. I don't dislike Chris Hemsworth, but he's so outclassed in that movie. And it's only partially his fault because they cast Sir Anthony Hopkins as his father. But my gods, that poor man. A lot of my friends think of Chris Hemsworth as a character actor stuck in a leading man's body, and they are not wrong.
So, Nick, what was your overall opinion of Phase 1 that came out when it first came out?
Well, they knew what they were doing. That's the best way to sum it up. Because they were setting up for Avengers, they executed Avengers, and that was the starting point.
Either of you think it was still going on today, 20 was it 20 years later now?
So
10 years later?
I was surprised for a while with each new movie that came out, because I was surprised that people continued to care. And also because, every other superhero movie series that there had been hit diminishing returns by no later than the third movie. I love Batman Forever, but come on, that's not the best of the series. And Superman 3 is not good. And X3 is not good. And Spider-Man 3 is not good.
Blade Trinity.
Yeah. So the fact that we hit a third MCU movie and the MCU was still good, and then the next movie was still good, and the next, that was like Thor's not my favorite, but I like it so much better than I like Spider-Man 3. It amazed me. And then as Phase 2 went on, there are movies in Phase 2 where I can understand not liking the movie, but even there's at least one set piece that is really fantastic.
And they somehow managed to keep the story arc going throughout all the movies.
Yeah. I have a friend who has a real problem with the second Thor movie for a lot of behind-the-scenes reasons, and I totally understand where she's coming from. But also, even she admits that fight where they keep, teleporting all over the place, and at one point somebody's got to take the underground back to get back to the fight, it's a really great scene.
I personally did not like Thor: The Dark World, but that'll be for next time.
Yeah. I like it better than the first one because I think they realized that Thor wasn't their best character. Thor has the least personality of anyone in Thor.
I will say even though Avengers was the stepping point where they started making everything very interconnected, into phase 2 and even into phase 3, they were still pretty good about having the movies stand on their own.
Yeah, you don't have...
Or at least, like, staying contained with, like, their central characters.
Yeah, you don't have to have seen all of the other movies to get what's going on in any given movie.
And yeah, phase 4 is where that utterly fell apart, but that is what...
Yeah, in the first 3 phases, I think the movies were standing alone. Like I said, there was an underlying thread. You could connect them together. It was subtle.
Yeah.
Not overall in your face.
But phase 1, in my opinion, still holds up, still runs on all cylinders. I think the best of the phase is Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
But part of that is that I just really like a period piece. And I really like Peggy Carter as a character. And Tommy Lee Jones playing surly old man as if he's ever in his life played anything else. Even when he's playing totally manic in Batman Forever, he's surly old man totally manic. And he does not sanction Jim Carrey's buffoonery.
No.
But again, it's hard for me to explain a lot of my feelings about the MCU simply because unless you grew up in an era where people were literally getting beat up for interests in superhero characters. Like, I'm not saying it happened all the time, but it happened. That meant you were a nerd, and people sometimes beat you up for that. It's hard to explain how exciting it was as a concept, especially coming out at the same time as, The Dark Knight, one of the greatest superhero movies ever made.
Yeah, like I said, that was, in my opinion at least, it might be different, the future might be different, but that was one of the last great DC movies that came out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 2008 was such an amazing year for movies. And it was so transformative for my pop culture identity in a lot of ways. And yes, part of that is me being a nerd. But also, these were really good movies, and they were really good movies doing something fairly innovative. Yeah, okay, Iron Man is yet another origin story, but is Tony, at any point in that movie, struggling with keeping his identity secret from the people he loves? Closest he comes is trying to get his best friend to not shoot him out of the sky. And then, his secondary father figure tries to kill him, which is a whole other thing. And, everyone knows who the Hulk is because that kind of thing is hard to disguise. And everyone knows who Thor is because he's a literal god. And everyone knows who Captain America is because there are comic books and trading cards.
So the only 2 people that were hidden from the public at the time were Black Widow and Hawkeye.
Yeah. And they were just secret agents. Like, they were characters from a different genre transplanted into a superhero movie. Though James Bond can be argued to be a superhero, depending on your definitions, in this TED Talk, I will. But here's the thing. I've never really cared about James Bond. So, and I don't really care about most of the other big action movies. So people will be talking about these big action movies, and I have nothing to contribute to the conversation. Most blockbusters in my lifetime, I either haven't gotten a chance to see or didn't care that much about. In a few cases, actively disliked. And I was having a conversation in a message board full of nerds in the early days of the MCU, and somebody was complaining about having Iron Man and Thor in the same universe because they're science and magic, and who thought that was a good idea. And they got very annoyed when my answer was Stan Lee.
Oh, message boards.
Yeah,
I remember.
because I'm old. And I mean, that may be disingenuous of me in as much as I don't think Stan Lee really did as much creating as history says he did. But the point is, you know, it's a long-standing Marvel thing, don't get mad at the MCU. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel for characters because they only have so many characters that they didn't sell the rights to.
So, what do you think for phase 2? What do you think about 1 month from now, the first Saturday of December?
Well, that's my birthday week, so
Okay, then that's
yeah, literally that's my birthday.
second Saturday.
So,
Well, the next set, well, the last Saturday of November is Thanksgiving, so that's obviously out. So I like to have this time to watch the phase 2 stuff.
I mean, I don't have Thanksgiving plans, but I'm sure other people do. No, any other time is fine. Just I'm not doing this on my birthday.
Okay. So when's good for you, Snick? Then.
I'm probably fine on like the second Saturday, unless they schedule me for work. But I'm not gonna know until like.
Let's see. All right, so let's look at my calendar real fast. So let's December 13th.
Works for me.
Okay.
That'll give us time to watch phase 2 and get notes if we need them.
All right.
All right. Anything either you want to advertise?
Not really.
I'm starting up the month of Chris over at Media Magpies this month for my Saturday and Sunday articles. Today is Christine Jorgensen, but relevant to this conversation, tomorrow will be Chris Evans. And next Saturday will be Christopher Reeve. Nice. And I've also got Chris Pine later in the month. So,
maybe you can do a future episode of this feature Magpie article of this episode that we just did.
Could do.
Like I said, nothing planned, but you know, and I currently have nothing planned on my channel right now until our phase 2 thing. But still, things might change. Anyways. Check out. All right. Hope you all enjoyed. I hope you enjoy your reading today.
Oh yeah.
Week late. But until then, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We will see you next time. Bye.
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 Good. Okay. And welcome to what I probably think is the finale of 13. I doubt. I don't know. I probably doubt it, but that we're gonna do the other thing we talked about for this month next week, unless you're up for it.
It's not a great time of year for people.
Yeah. So this is probably gonna be our finale. But anyways, oh, so how you all before you start? How you all been?
Doing all right. Um, got our internet back, which was out for 36 hours earlier this week. So that could be worse.
I was a little sick for a few days, but I think I'm doing better. And I didn't really want to take off work because I'm going to be having an extended vacation at least for like a week or two. So,
Yeah.
and I didn't really want to use one of my sick days because of that.
I have been semi-sick last week, and then I spent this whole past week recovering and marathoning all this stuff, cramming it all in as much as I could. Except I managed to do all except for the except for the last part of an episode. But I still remember it from when I first saw it, so it's all good. All right. Today we're talking about MCU Phase 2. I subtitled this "The Universe Expands."
Yeah. This is the first phase with the more interplanetary stuff.
Well, that too, but I also, oh yeah, that is too the galaxy. But I meant physically because this is the first part of this thing where they started adding the TV series into it. Not as much as they did in the future.
I mean,
future, but
how I interpreted that subtitle was how this is after the first Avengers, so now we're at a point in this franchise where crossover stuff is becoming more of the norm.
That's true too.
That's how I interpreted it anyway.
I mean, but nowadays, it wasn't as important back then to see the TV series, but nowadays, the TV series are really.
And that is one of the biggest problems with the MCU nowadays, that the supplement, that like the extra stuff, like the TV shows and like the shorts and all that, like now they are required homework for the movies. And that's part of why people haven't been a big fan of the MCU as of late, because it's a massive commitment.
Someone I know, and I do like this guy, but I'm really annoyed on this point. Went and saw the third Avatar movie the other day and was complaining about how there was an MCU trailer before it and corporate product and pandering and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, sir, while I am not disputing corporate pandering from Marvel, you don't get to say that while watching an Avatar movie.
Movies that only get made because they're like $1 billion generators.
Yeah. Like, you're allowed to like and dislike what you like and dislike. Can we at least have a sense of what is actually happening here?
So at this point, Disney owns this whole puppy.
Yeah, by now it was entirely Disney doing it. I don't know. I think last time we were like kind of conflicted as to when the deal with Paramount ended. If I recall, Iron Man 3 was the last MCU movie to have Paramount's logo up front, but Disney owned Marvel owned the MCU by that point. Paramount was just distributing it because that was the end of their deal.
Yeah, my partner and I went to Disneyland around 2011, I believe it was. And they had a ton of Marvel stuff because they just bought them at the time.
first part of this was the conclusion of the Iron Man trilogy.
Iron Man 3. So
I like Iron Man 3. I like it more than a lot of other people do.
I mean, I like it too. Like, it does have its glaring flaws, but it is solidly put together. In fact, if I could say one thing, probably the best way I can sum up why I like it is it sort of ties like this is jumping ahead a bit, but it actually kind of ties into Iron Man, how Iron Man's character develops, like in later movies. Specifically, the one line I think of is when he talks to Spider-Man in Spider-Man Homecoming. His one quote, if you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it.
Yeah.
And that's and I feel like he got that from Iron Man 3.
Yeah. The thing that I will also say is he mentions in this movie that he doesn't have PTSD, and that is a lie, friends.
Yeah, he's covering from the aftermath of the Avengers movie.
Yeah, this is how Tony copes with Avengers. Is the plot of Iron Man 3. And the short answer is very badly.
They introduced two Marvel characters from the comics. One they bring back, other one they do a cameo later.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about the third one, but they introduce a kid named Harley Kiner. He's something important in the comics, but all they do have him later on for his funeral. They introduce.
I will say, I have the Avengers Campus Cookbook, and the concept of that is that the cookbook is put together by the Young Avengers, and he's in the cookbook. Is that canon? I really doubt it, but it is through Disney, so I thought I would throw it out there.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get to the Young Avengers and we get to Phase whenever that they come in, because they start Kamala start Miss Marvel start recruiting them.
Yeah.
But
I just thought I would mention, Disney has not completely forgotten about him, even beyond his very brief cameo later in the series.
They introduced a fake Mandarin.
Yeah, that's where one of the more controversial elements of this movie comes in.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. Sorry, go on.
I think it's an interesting choice. We'll say that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's in the comics or not, but the technical page, what his name was.
It should also be mentioned that the organization that the Mandarin runs in this movie is AIM, aka the organization that MODOK usually runs in the comics.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's no MODOK in this. That's not yeah.
Killian, that's his name.
Yes. So here's the thing. I was very tempted to just do 2 slides because there's a lot of characters in this movie. There are a lot of characters in this movie. And the character who was actually supposed to be the main villain, I didn't really have room for. And they didn't make her the main villain because they thought that boys wouldn't buy toys of a female villain.
So who was supposed to be the main villain?
The woman who's working for Killian, who Tony sleeps with in Switzerland at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
She was supposed to be the main villain.
Whoa.
And then they changed the plot around because everyone knows superhero movies are for boys.
So one of the main plots is, besides the PSD thing, Killian's invented something that can regrow limbs in amputees, but there's a side effect. It also could make you blow up.
Minor side effect. I would argue that the plot of this movie is, and I think the movie knows that this is the plot, is Tony causes most of his biggest problems by himself.
And
this movie is mostly told in flashback. He is explaining, we find out at the very, very end, and I didn't put him on the card because it doesn't really count, but he's explaining the events of the movie to Bruce Banner.
Yeah, and I gotta say that little thing is one of my favorite lines. He said,
I'm not that kind of doctor.
"What is it? Why? I don't have the temperament for it."
Yeah. There are fictional characters I'd love to have as a therapist, and Bruce Banner is not one of them.
It's like I haven't fixed my computer though.
But Tony caused Aldrich Killian to be a problem by brushing him off New Year's Eve 99-2000.
Oh, speaking of that, the party.
Yes.
There was another throwback to the first Iron Man movie.
Mm-hmm. Yes. One of the people at the party was the guy he ends up meeting in the cave.
I think he might have mentioned it in the first movie. I think he might have said, "We met at a party once, but
met you at a party in Switzerland." Yeah.
But I wasn't hot blonde.
But Tony sleeps with this woman and is too hammered to really process what's going on, and doesn't really ever get back to her about her science, which is established to be very, very good. And so these two people that he kind of blew off come back to cause serious problems for him in this movie. Also, he's not taking his mental health issues seriously enough. And that's causing him problems.
So, is that going?
It's kind of a truism in fiction that there are no therapists, and most of the time when there are therapists, they're bad.
Oh yes, a friend of mine he did a video on the Smile movies, which are horrible representations of mental health.
Yeah.
And he talked about how he watched, this is superhero related, Gen V, which is notably one of the only superhero things that actually does talk about mental health and has a therapist. The therapist is a villain.
Yeah. I'm kind of lucky in that I'm of an age where one of my formative exposures to the idea of mental health care was Dr. Sidney Friedman from MASH, who to this day I would want as my therapist. I mean, the actor's dead now, so it'd be kind of a problem. But he is smart, he is funny, he is compassionate. He refers to what he's doing as the psychiatric equivalent of what the doctors are doing. Patch him up, get him out of there to people who can do the more in-depth help later. But he's still so good, and he helps so many people over the course of that series. And it's a great example of how media should be treating mental health professionals. But they don't, and this movie just doesn't even have any.
So let's talk about the controversy about the Mandarin. You might listen to that.
So the the Marvel comics of the 60s and 70s in particular had a tendency towards what is called Orientalism, which is this idea of the exotic Eastern foreigner. And this is going to come back when we get to Doctor Strange. And I have a bunch of feelings about how they handle it in Doctor Strange. But I think the goal here was to emphasize that European descended people are perfectly capable of being their own supervillains. Guy Pearce is Australian. Aldrich Killian isn't, but Guy Pearce is. And there is nothing about him that precludes being a Marvel supervillain. But most people in the United States, when they think of a villain, think of someone more foreign. Sir Ben Kingsley is of Indian descent. I don't remember if he was actually born in India, but he is, there's a reason that one of his Oscars is for playing Gandhi,
Yeah. Yes.
By the way, by the time we finish up with phase 2, we are at 47 Oscar and BAFTA nominees and winners in the MCU. Admittedly, that's cheating because one of the ones we're going to get to never won a competitive acting Oscar, but he was, an actor and a good one. So, close enough. He was just one of those people who did multiple types of movie stuff.
Yeah, in this movie, they made the Mandarin just an actor, not a real.
Yeah, like the stunt they put with Ben Kingsley, I'm sure raised a lot of eyebrows. And funny thing is, when we do get when we later on, when we do get a more comic accurate Mandarin, they even brought in Ben Kingsley to explain away the first explanation.
I actually think that's really great.
Yeah,
I think it handles a lot of things really well, and we will get to it.
Yeah.
Sir Ben Kingsley was in point of fact born in Yorkshire. His mother is English. His father was Indian. His birth name is Krishna Pandit Banji. His mother was an actress and model. His brother became a psychiatrist. So yeah, so that is Sir Ben Kingsley.
I found out. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true of the main comic universe, but I know it's at least one of the comic universes that Harley kid. He gets together with Ant-Man's daughter in one of the universes.
Yeah, and again, that is in the. It's a very good cookbook. Highly recommend it. Little obsessed with peanut butter, but whatever. That is in the Avengers Campus cookbook. It's Cassie Lang, and I think Peter and Harley, and at least one or two other characters along those lines, putting together a cookbook at the Avengers Campus, which is now a land Disney. So yeah,
nice.
Disney cookbooks are really weirdly good. I don't know what that is.
Now I heard that the Happy Hogan was originally supposed to die in this movie. They changed it.
I believe so. Yeah. Apparently, Jon Favreau had a great time making the movie because there was no pressure on him the way there was when he was directing. He was like, you know what? All I had to do was act. It was great.
Yeah, if he had died in this movie, the future Cyberman movies would have been completely different.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, especially with how vital he became, like in the Spider-Man movies. He wouldn't have been in Deadpool Wolverine.
Which I still haven't seen, being not a huge Deadpool fan.
Well, he's in Deadpool and Wolverine specifically at the very beginning. So, but he's not a major part of it, but he's in it.
Yeah, I'm given to understand that there are things in that movie that make it sort of, kind of, technically MCU, and I don't know.
Yes, it like basically Deadpool and Wolverine more or less put like it doesn't fully set in the MCU, but it's like very MCU connected. To where there are now conflicting reports as to whether or not Ryan Reynolds is going to be involved in the new Avengers movies.
Right, and we'll see one way or another.
Yeah.
I just wish I'd stop seeing his goddamn cell phone commercials. I don't want to hear Ryan Reynolds telling me about ways they're cheaping out. He can afford to pay for stock footage.
Another celebrity that made cameos on the only cameo was Wednesday Addams. Or the actress that played her, at least.
Jenna Ortega or
Jenna Ortega. She was in a wheelchair.
I'm sorry.
Wait, she was in this. Jenna Ortega was in this movie or Iron Man 3?
Yeah.
Really?
She was the vice president's daughter.
Huh.
Yeah.
She would have been really young at the time, wouldn't she have?
Yes.
Wow.
By the way, the vice president is played by the great Miguel Ferrer. Who I miss desperately. Actually, today's article for Media Magpies is about Miguel Ferrer. And in
nice timing.
Yeah. And in order to post it, I had to go back and post articles I had previously written for a different website about 3 of his relatives. His mother, his father, and his cousin George. These days, his cousin George is definitely the best known out of the family.
Yeah, the vice president is working with Killian to kill the president, so he can be president, and as president, he can fund or support his thing, so his daughter can get her legs back.
Yeah. Whether his daughter is an amputee or it's a birth defect or what, I don't think is ever really established. But yeah, it is explicit that he wants what's best for his daughter, and that will involve, as far as he's concerned, him becoming president. Yeah. I think that this movie also has a lot about appearances as an underlying theme. Because Tony is trying to project this air of cool invincibility because he's Tony freaking Stark. However, PTSD, panic attacks, the whole 9 yards. I'm going to look up this character's name because I feel really bad, but they're literally, like, you could see that the type is already smaller than it usually is on these because there are just too many characters. But this woman, he believes is on his side and she's not. And, Killian is very two-faced, and the Mandarin isn't who he says he is. He's in fact Trevor Slattery. And all of it is about how we perceive things. And the stupid freaking rabbit that he firmly believes Pepper will love. Apparently there's a deleted scene where he's talking to a bunch of bikers at a bar, and he asks what women like. And they tell him, stuffed animals, stuffed rabbits, whatever. And that's why Pepper ends up with a 10-foot tall stuffed rabbit. And that's the sort of thing I can believe Tony would do, because he doesn't really know Pepper's wants and likes that well. Okay, Maya Hansen, played by Rebecca Hall.
She was the flower, the plant girl.
Yes. The botanist is a simplified way of putting it. Character. And I think another thing is that this is not true of all scientists. I know a bunch of scientists. Many of them are lovely people who have strongly imbued senses of ethics. However, there is a certain kind of scientist who gets very single-minded, and all they think of is the projects they want to do, and are not as worried about who's fronting the money, what the project is being used for. The most notorious example of that of the 20th century, I would argue, is Wernher von Braun.
The Nazi rocket guy? Nazi rocket?
Yeah. Immortalized by the late, great Tom Lehrer in Song, which features the line, as long as they go up, who cares where they come down? And that's not my department, said Wernher von Braun. He believed that if the Nazis won the war, then they would let him build rockets to outer space. And so he was willing to help the Nazis win the war so that he could build rockets to outer space. Because all he really cared about was the rocket part.
Was he part of, what was it called, Paperclip?
Operation Paperclip, yes. He is also, and I mention this repeatedly because it's so mind-boggling, but he is on 2 episodes of The Wonderful World of Disney that are available on Disney+. There is barely any Wonderful World of Disney on Disney+, and 2 of the episodes feature a literal war criminal.
Yeah. Well, we're going to bring up Paperclip more in the next movie discussion for reasons.
Oh, yeah. No. Paperclip becomes very, very important when we get to Winter Soldier.
All right, so...
But, Tony could become that level of single-minded. Like, he comes across with all of the suits that he builds in the lead up to this movie as being very focused on his one thing and not worrying about any. But the problem is, what's happening with Tony is that he is not getting his mental health care, and building suits helps him stop thinking.
I mean,
and like,
speaking from experience, working on stuff does take your mind off of like things.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not. I am not going to win the Miss Mental Stability 2025 award. But what Tony needs is not the work. What Tony needs is a therapist and probably medication.
Yeah.
And he's not getting that. I like that the movie acknowledges that, but I still have very strong feelings on the whole thing.
And the movie ends with him finally getting the shrapnel removed from his heart.
Yeah. Which I like because it's a plot point that made at least marginal sense in the 70s, but is really stupid these days. Like, in the 70s, heart surgery was a lot riskier and had fewer positive outcomes. And I'm not saying it has no positive outcomes these days. I'm saying it had, or in those days, I'm saying it had fewer positive outcomes, and you can see somebody not wanting to risk it when they have a workaround. these days it's like, Tony, get the goddamn surgery.
Yeah, so after this point, he no longer has the arc reactor inside his own body, right?
Yeah. He doesn't need it anymore.
Yeah, it ends with you thinking that he's quitting, but he's not.
I don't think he knows how.
Yeah, when I first saw that, when I first saw the movie, I thought he was like, that was just like saying goodbye, being Iron Man, but obviously it wasn't.
I don't think Tony really knew how to quit. I think the few times we see him attempt it, he just has different stuff that he's doing instead. He just gets obsessed with something new.
Have we missed any plot to bring up, or actors to talk about, actors to talk about?
I think the only one that we didn't really talk about was Gwyneth Paltrow in this movie.
We don't really have much to do.
And also Don Cheadle, but yeah. John Cheadle really has nothing to do.
Yeah, Don Cheadle has really, he kind of hangs around with Tony a few times.
Gets kidnapped once.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it was his suit that kidnapped the president.
Yes. But this is still the point where they don't know what to do with female characters in the MCU. The best Phase 1 movie with female characters is Captain America. I like Jane, I love Darcy, but the movie doesn't entirely know what to do with either of them.
Oh, that's going to be very apparent with one of the movies that's on this list today.
Oh, yeah. No, and I have feelings about that movie, and we'll get to it.
So the first one you're talking about Peggy Carter?
Yeah, Peggy Carter is, at this point in the MCU, and I would argue just full stop, the best female character in the MCU. She's the best developed. She's given the most to do. She's the most drawn out character.
And she grew up to marry Christopher Robin.
Yes. That's not a terrible movie, but Christopher Robin is not a great movie.
I mean, it when I binge the live action remakes, because yes, Christopher Robin is lumped in there, even though it kind of doesn't fit.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher Robin was the best of my live action remakes.
Yeah, that was our top ranking movie.
Yeah, that one was the best one, and that should say a lot.
I watched it recently for Year of the Month over on Media Magpies. I did a dual article about that and Mary Poppins Returns. And what I will say is Christopher Robin is a lot better than Mary Poppins Returns, and the bar is in hell. I hated Mary Poppins Returns.
Around this movie, the next two pages I'll be talking about mainly since I'm the one that watched them recently.
Yeah, I was gonna get to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. this week. I swear, blame Comcast. Oh, I did watch the one shot. I did watch both of the one shots, and I watched all of Agent Carter. I didn't get to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because my internet went out for 36 hours.
There's two one shots. I must have missed one.
Yeah, All Hail the King. Which is somewhere after the events of the previous, and it's Trevor Slattery in prison and then how he gets out of prison. And it is interesting, and it fills in some detail that will become relevant, a phase or so down the road. But it is a one shot, and it's not like it's very long. So
this one size basic story. Peggy is after the war, and she's a secretary now.
Officially, she's an agent.
Officially.
However, and this is, I looked it up, this is technically set after Agent Carter. But it also kind of serves as a lead-in to what Agent Carter would look like for her. She's working in the Office of Scientific Service, whatever the hell the abbreviation stands for. I don't remember.
So Strategic Scientific Reserve. I think it was that science, either SSR.
Yeah. Strategic Scientific Reserve or something. I always get it mixed up with the OSS, which is the real historical one that Julia Child worked for.
Yeah, I get the strategic and the science parts mixed up. I don't know what's his first.
And there is a supervillain of some kind, and all of the men are sent out to go hunt the guy. And then after they miss, they go out for drinks, and she's asked to, keep an eye on the phones. And there's a call comes in with coordinates of where it is. And Peggy goes out by herself and completes the mission because Peggy. And then her boss, who's played by Bradley Whitford, gets really mad and says she only has the job because they feel sorry for her because, she's Captain America's girlfriend. And then Howard Stark has her head up signs her up to be the first head of S.H.I.E.L.D. over the head of all of the men.
Yeah. And we'll get to her appearance late in the last movie too. She makes another appearance.
Yeah. And the thing is when Peggy Carter was first introduced, and then we start to learn about the background between how Tony's dad was always talking about Cap and all. I started to believe that Agent Carter was actually Tony Stark's mother. And that is not true canonically. We find out who his mother is, and it's not Peggy. But that was my initial thought of what it was going to turn out to be. Because that was before I watched Agent Carter and realized that she would have spent their entire marriage punching him in the face a lot.
Yeah.
But this one shot is another one of those things that talks a lot about what life was like on the home front after the war ended. It doesn't matter how much field experience Peggy has. It doesn't matter how skilled she is. It doesn't matter how many men she can take down by herself in a fight. It doesn't matter anything. What matters is she's a woman and therefore she's no good. And again, we'll get more into this when we get to the show, Agent Carter.
First, this was a good leap. But
it is based on strong historical fact.
Yeah. I put this here because this is a good lead-in to the first. Oh, you have the actors. I need the actors here.
I actually put the characters in because I did watch it. And because it's easier for a one-shot than for a TV show.
Hey. Is the Howard here the same Howard that was in the Ant-Man?
No.
Okay.
No. I think all told we've had 3 different men play Howard Stark. This is the Howard from Captain America
Oh, yeah.
and from the Agent Carter show, but we would get a different actor for the assorted Iron Man appearances and for Ant-Man, and I think one or two other places.
Yeah, I didn't know if they aged them up or something with the.
No, it's. Oh gosh, who is it? I always forget. Give me a second, and I can tell you other things he's done, but I cannot remember the actor's name off the top of my head.
We can get to it. We get to his appearance.
Yeah.
But yeah, we talked about this actor. The first arc of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. What I named Meet the Team arc, because it's all about their coming together. The first thing we learned is in this thing is somebody didn't die.
The only thing I know is that Phil Coulson never appears in the movies again, except for the first Captain Marvel, and that's only because that's a prequel movie of sorts.
Yeah, that's because the Avengers aren't high enough clearance to know he's alive.
Yeah.
Wait, we meet Phil Coulson. Yeah.
As I said, I didn't get around to watching this because of Comcast. I have seen some. I've seen up to the stuff that starts to overlap with that's just after Winter Soldier. I binge watched it to catch up when it was still fairly new, like up to the point I watched up to the point where it was. I was sick. I had a fever. I was mildly delirious, and the CIA report on torture had just come out.
Yeah, I watched all seasons. I watched seasons 1 through 5 on ABC when it first aired.
I was behind, but I was catching up. But being delirious while you watch the some of the later arcs, like later in season 1 and into season 2, some of those arcs are really hard to watch when you're delirious because you're thinking, yes, that's what's happening. Hydra has infiltrated our government. And yeah, so that's probably why I have never actually finished the show or rewatched the beginning bits.
So we know about Phil. He's alive. We'll find out why later. Grant Ward, he's the shoot first, ask questions later person. May sees the pilot who has a mysterious past that everyone calls her the Calvary. Meet the two scientists.
Fantastically talented Ming Na.
We meet the two scientists, Fitz Jimmy Simmons and Leo Fitz, who has a kind of like friendly flirtation going on with each other. They like each other, but they're not going to admit it. He's a technical thing. She's like a doctor person, biomedical, and he's like technical thing. And finally, we meet Skye, who is a character in the comics. Of all these ones, she's the only one that has a background in Marvel. As her, well, we'll get to that. No spoilers. We'll get to that later when she gets her ability. But she's a hacker, and they're tracking down. The whole arc is about them working together, but also this guy. There's somebody who made a centipede formula, and one of the let's give people enhanced strength. And one of the things in the formula is the same chemicals that Killian made, because if they get angry, they explode. So it's kind of a callback to that. This is why it takes place after Iron Man 3. It aired then. And I don't know how they did it, because they timed it just right. Because episode 7 took place the Tuesday right before the Friday where Thor Dark World premiered that Friday.
This movie to me is one of the weakest in the entire franchise.
So this was supposed to be the first MCU movie directed by a woman. And they fired her. And Natalie Portman wanted to quit when they did, but she was under contract, so she couldn't. And
I think that played into why she didn't want to come back to the MCU for a while.
Right. A lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff for this movie is really bad. And ties into, again, Marvel not having a great track record with women either on camera or behind the scenes.
This was most certainly the Isaac Perlmutter era.
Yes, it was.
It was largely thanks to him.
Yeah, no, he you know, I'd say that I don't want to call him a misogynist, but I actually really quite do.
It's accurate, and there's a lot of things you can call him. Like we may have discussed it the last time. There was also how his influence started ruining other Marvel stuff. Like, there was the period around the time of Phase 2, maybe a little bit into Phase 3, but mostly Phase 2, where he began forbidding X-Men and Fantastic Four characters in, like, any Marvel games. He was getting rid of them from the comics as much as he could, because he was butthurt about 20th Century having the movie rights.
He was also cutting female characters from the movies as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think this is this might be more Phase 3 related, but there was a point, and this does actually tie into Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was this big point where he was really trying to push the Inhumans as a mutant replacement.
Yes.
Yeah,
I have a friend who has feelings about all of that.
We'll get to that arc later.
This is just to give an example of the kind of person Isaac Perlmutter was with Marvel, because he is long since gotten rid of from the company, but hates women, freaking hates anything he can't control.
So there is a Marvel Lego set that's a tie-in to the first Avengers movie, where the scene that the set is of very prominently features Black Widow, and there is no Black Widow minifig in the Lego set because Ike Perlmutter said no. So, yeah, when I say I want to call him a misogynist, I have receipts.
I mean, he was the big reason why the Black Widow movie took so long to make.
Yeah. He's the reason that there were, I think, 12 Marvel movies starring guys named Chris before there was a female-led Marvel movie. And I admit that there are more Chris's in the MCU as major characters than is statistically expected.
There's 3 of them in this, and there's at least 3 that I know of in this phase.
Yeah. But that's still kind of damning that you would have that many movies starring guys named Chris. For example, this movie stars a guy named Chris. And it took until they got rid of Perlmutter before they could have one starring a woman. Any woman. I'm given to understand, and we'll get to it, in the next phase, But I'm given to understand he wasn't real thrilled about the idea of Black Panther either.
Oh, with the whole army of women?
Well, the whole black people thing.
Oh, double.
Yeah, double, yeah.
Double digits.
Misogyny often comes hand in hand with racism. Usually you can throw in some, homophobia, some transphobia in there, get the whole set.
Usually, usually when one of them's involved, odds are good the others might be there too. Not always, but yeah.
But if the odds increase, for every bigotry you have, the odds increase that you're going to get another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to say, I could be wrong here, even though the two of them were Tesseract and the Mind Stone were in the Avengers movie. This is the first time they actually mentioned by name Infinity Stones in this movie.
Yes. This is realistically, this is the start of the idea that we're building up to Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
There had been talk in the fan base already. The fans certainly knew what those things were. But Marvel wasn't really talking about it until we hit this movie. And this movie is, fine. I actually kind of like it better than I like the first Thor, simply because what this movie does that the first Thor doesn't is recognize that Thor is possibly the least interesting character in it.
I don't know. The first Thor, while cliched, did enough for me. To me, that was the one that was fine. This one was painfully dull.
There are a handful of things I really like about this movie.
Okay.
As a movie, it never fully comes together. And easily half of them are Tom Hiddleston bits. But first off, there's the prison breakout scene, which, whatever, it's happening, whatever. But they show Loki sitting quietly in his cell reading a book while chaos is going on all around him. And I like that. I think that's a very Loki moment. I also really like the final set piece fight with the portals. The bit where Thor has to catch the underground back to the fight is very funny to me. Not like I'm crying with laughter funny, as some other MCU bits get, but very funny.
Well, the main plot of this movie is a long time ago, Odin's father conquered the Dark Elves and took their ether power, and they want it back. And somehow Jane absorbed it.
Yes. And this does, give us a sense, if nothing else, that the idea of the All-Father and his peace over the 9 realms is not entirely accurate. And it is a piece that is definitely brought by brutal suppression of anyone who would try to overcome the All-Father.
Yeah, and we'll get to more of that in the third Thor movie.
Yes. But at least it is given some more setup in this one. And there are more daddy issues because the MCU is fully powered by daddy issues. To the point that I'm always surprised when there's a character whose father appears whose father is even mentioned, who doesn't have daddy issues.
Well, this movie also has mommy issues.
Yes,
And
it does.
and
Because
Frigga dies.
Frigga dies. Well, the thing is Loki hates Odin for some good reasons and some bad ones. Let's be honest with ourselves here. But he deeply loves Frigga. And he can't reject Odin without also rejecting Frigga. And I think that is a very interesting emotional arc that they don't do enough with.
That is what, like, the moment where, like, they make it clear that, like, Frigga's death is, like, really hit Loki. That is, like, one of the highlights of the movie.
Yeah.
When
Loki,
talking about
even if it's brief.
Loki wants to reject everything.
Are you talking about when he take away the illusion of his
the illusion, the part with the illusion. Yeah.
And his soul is wrecked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loki wants to reject everything that he grew up knowing, but he can't because he still loves Frigga so much. He hates Odin. He wants to hate Thor. I think he can't fully do it, but he really wants to. He hates Asgard. He hates Thor's friends. Hates Jane just on principle. But he can't hate Frigga. And I think that's a really interesting motivation for his character in this movie. And every once in a while, they even remember that and let him do stuff with it.
And I know how he did it. He fakes his death and ends up replacing Odin on the throne in the movie.
He fakes his death again.
It's gonna be really funny to bring up, like, when we eventually get to Infinity War.
And then Loki, the show, which I love. But I was actually asking a friend of mine, I'm like, how many fake-out deaths does Loki have over the course of the MCU? And does this specific one count? He's like, no, I think that's a real death. I think it's just that things are not really fully death as far as that because of, multiverse shenaniganery.
Yeah.
But Loki dies like 4 or 5 times before he actually dies. It's fantastic. It's the most Loki thing.
I heard Tom originally tried out for the Thor part.
I believe it. And the thing is he would have been a terrible Thor.
Yeah, he's better as Loki.
He's. I like Chris Hemsworth. He seems like a nice guy. Chris Hemsworth has the right himbo energy to play Thor. And Tom Hiddleston does not. He'd actually appreciate, I think, that what I think of when I think of particularly him as Loki is a quote from Shakespeare. It's from Julius Caesar. It's a description of Cassius, I believe. So he has a lean and hungry look. And somebody like that cannot play Thor. It's not even the blonde thing, though the blonde thing is definitely part of it. It's that he's just too good at being conniving. Oh, I also like that the movie gives Jane a moment to be really pissed at Thor for, disappearing on her for several years. Like, yeah, she's depressed, and she goes on a disastrous date with a guy who, speaking of bigots, is kind of a transphobe, it turns out. The actor, not the character. Don't know anything about the character. But she's trying to put her life back together, and then Thor shows up again, and she may be as angry at him for coming back as she was at him for leaving. Because if he comes back, A, why didn't he do it sooner? And B, does this mean she has to factor him into her life again? So, yeah.
Now, the time of this movie is that they're waiting for something called, I forget what it's called, but it's when all the realms are aligned in one straight line.
Convergence, conjunction,
Yeah.
something.
So apparently, that makes the ether super duper powerful.
Yeah, because it can go into all of the realms at once and stuff. I don't know. And the Dark Elves want it, and it's trapped in Jane, and they have these things, and Darcy, who didn't have room for her on the thing, but Darcy is my favorite character in the Thor movies. Darcy and her intern have to put these things around so that they can separate out the ether and things, and what, it doesn't really matter. This is an extremely MacGuffin-y movie.
Just basically to introduce the Infinity Stones.
Yeah. Basically, it doesn't matter what the plot of this movie is, as long as we get across the point that Infinity Stones are a thing.
I mean, Endgame does briefly revisit the Dark World for like a bit of Thor's character, but that's about it.
Yeah, there is a setup here for future stuff with Thor because of a vision he has. But most of this movie doesn't really matter for the movie itself.
Yeah. And then at the very end, the little mid-credit scene where they drop off the whether we know as the reality stone to the Collector, we'll be seeing later.
Oscar winner Benicio del Toro.
I guess collects things.
Yes.
Any more plot or characters to go over, or actors? Then we get to the next Shield arc, Search for the what I named Search for the Clairvoyant. Now, the first episode of this is them cleaning up after Thor's battle. It's not like a big reference, but it's a reference. And if you didn't watch the movie by this point, this would be a spoiler for the movies because they talked about the Thor battle, which aired that Tuesday after the Friday premiere. So you had 3 days to see the movie if you're watching Shield. And you cared about spoilers.
I get why they did it, but when you're still watching things on broadcast television, that's a hell of an ask. We'll get to, the specific movie where the directors pulled this crap in the next phase, but the directors of the 2 Thanos Avengers movies, I think officially announced to the internet that you had like a 2-week gap where they were telling people to avoid spoilers, and after that, spoilers were fair game. And I was furious because I already had to figure out babysitting at that stage to get to a theater. And so my thing was that if the Russos wanted me to see the movie in the first 2 weeks it was out, the Russos could babysit. Because that's too much to ask for people with jobs, people with kids, people with money problems. We cannot all get to the theater in the first 2 weeks to avoid spoilers.
Yeah.
And I think tying it in that tightly to the theatrical release stuff works better in streaming than it does on broadcast.
Yeah. Well, and this little arc here, the centipede thing is a major part of this arc because the clairvoyant guy is giving lots of people this ability, super strength with their formula. They're trying to tweak it so they don't explode. And then another arc is, but they think Phil has the way to do it and stuff. So they try to probe his mind to see what this TD was, which turned out he got injected with an alien drug, but he reacted so badly they had to mess with his brain to erase all his knowledge of it.
As I recall, Ruth Negga is in this arc. Let me look that up real quick because I like her.
Yeah,
I think she has to go onto my my database at some point too.
Yeah, and then they also controlling the people by they put little cameras in their eyes or replace their eyes with something, and they can talk through them with through like iMessages, and if they misbehave, they kill them. And I don't know if he's a character in the comics. Oh, I think he is. We're introduced to the character of Deathlock. We met him before, but in this thing he gets really he was one of the first experiments, but in this arc he gets burnt badly, and they start putting mechanical parts on him.
Yeah, nominated for an Oscar.
Yeah. Who'd you play?
On 18 episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh, 18 episodes?
18 episodes.
Oh. Was he... Who'd you play?
She's the black woman who's involved with the whole clairvoyant arc. You definitely know her if you saw her.
She doesn't have a name?
Ruth Negga is the actress. The character name... Hold on. My computer's being a bit slow.
Okay.
She was nominated for Oscar and a BAFTA. And her Raina.
Oh, Raina. Yes.
Yeah.
She's an important part through this whole phase of...
Yeah. Yeah, eventually she's going to have to go into my database for Flash BAFTA nominees and winners. Very talented. There's some very talented people on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. At the end, they thought they think they stopped the clairvoyant. At the end, their ship very end, their ship gets hijacked, taken over, which leads us right into the Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier is my favorite MCU movie.
Yeah, I don't know if I call it my absolute favorite, but it's one of the best. Like, the best way I can describe it is it's a full-on espionage movie that happens to star Captain America.
It's a Cold War thriller that is set after the end of the Cold War. And this is the movie that brings in our Oscar winner who technically never won for acting, But he's such a fantastic actor that I put him on the database anyway, because, it surprises people to find out he never did win for acting. So, but the plot of this one is Cap is part of S.H.I.E.L.D. now, and he's going on missions that he's sent on by Nick Fury, and he discovers that Nick isn't telling him everything about what he's out there to do. Because Nick never tells anyone everything.
Oh.
Nick keeps a lot to himself. And he tells us, and this is a great moment of foreshadowing, for something that we won't even get to this for like a phase and a half, that the last time he trusted someone, he lost an eye.
They have a little funny beginning of the movie where Steve was like springing rings around
he's running around the reflecting pool, the tidal basin in Washington, D.C. And he keeps looping the same guy over and over again, who's just getting angrier and angrier. And when he introduces himself, the guy's like, I had figured that out. It's a great character moment. And this turns out to be Sam Wilson, who will become important as the MCU continues. And while Cap is trying to deal with the fact that maybe he doesn't actually trust S.H.I.E.L.D., somebody attacks and attempts to kill Nick Fury, who goes to Cap's apartment as the only safe place he can think of. And then, so far as everyone concerned believes, Nick Fury dies on the operating table. And it is announced that he was betraying S.H.I.E.L.D. And Alexander Pierce, played by the late, great Robert Redford, is the Secretary of Defense or some damn thing. And it also turns out that he is an extremely high-ranking Hydra agent.
Which brings us back to Operation Paperclip.
Yes, because while they are figuring out what's going on with all of this, Cap and Natasha find the computerized remnants of Zola from the first Captain America movie. Who basically is the one who lets them know that Hydra is going to take over and there's nothing they can do about
it. He's been secretly bringing people in or converting people in S.H.I.E.L.D. to Hydra this whole time.
Yeah. S.H.I.E.L.D. is completely infiltrated with Hydra agents, and it's almost impossible to know who is and who isn't Hydra at this point. And I have to say, for the 12 people who are fans of both the MCU and the mid-2000s CBS teen drama Joan of Arcadia, the nerdy tech who stands up to Hydra despite the fact that he looks like he weighs about 12 pounds soaking wet, was one of Joan's good friends on Joan of Arcadia. And when I realized it was him, I got very, very happy. Because hardly anyone from that show has the career they deserve.
Was that the one where the teenager was talking to the guy that was bugging her all the time?
She's talking to God. It's Joan of Arcadia.
Yeah. I think it's a callback to Joan of Arc.
Yes. Yeah, great moment from that show is she's talking to God, and he asks her about Emily Dickinson, and she tells him that she knows who Emily Dickinson is because she's the one who all of her poems scan to the Yellow Rose of Texas, and proceeds to sing because I could not stop for death to the tune of the Yellow Rose of Texas, and God looks like he wishes he had chosen literally anyone else to talk to. It's fantastic. Anyway.
Yeah, I see here, probably enough room, but you didn't mention Sharon Carter.
Yes, Sharon Carter makes her first appearance here. No, literally not enough room. I'd have mentioned Feldman if there were room, but there wasn't. So, and that is Peggy's niece, grandniece, some damn thing. And she is living across the hall from Cap and spying on him for Nick, and he believes that she's like an ER doctor or something. Because Nick never tells anybody everything.
Funny, really fast. I can't cameo. She's played by Emily Van Camp.
Mm-hmm.
In the show, did you ever watch Everwood?
No, but
well, in that show, her older brother is played by Chris Pratt.
Huh. And we do get an appearance of Peggy Carter, still played by Haley Atwell in this show.
He's very old. I think she has Alzheimer's by this. I think she might have Alzheimer's.
She's got some stuff going. I'm not sure they ever fully establish what she has, or at least not in this movie. But Cap does go visit her, and it's clear that it's not for the first time. I maintain that the reason Natasha can't set him up with anyone for all she's trying is, number one, she's trying with the wrong type of women. But number two, Steve is in love with one woman, and that's the only woman he's ever really going to love. And he won't give second best to anyone.
Which makes what happens later in Captain America a little weird and awkward.
Yeah, well. But this actually has one of the MCU moments that made me laugh really, really hard because I read fast that nobody else in the theater got. Because we see Nick Fury's tombstone in this movie. You know, he's not dead, but he's got a tombstone. It's fine. And Nicholas Fury, what a birth and death dates. And then also on his tombstone is Ezekiel 25:17, the path of the righteous man, which is a Pulp Fiction reference. And I laughed very hard. And no one else in the theater got it because it's a blink and you'll miss it. And I just happened to read really fast, so I was able to see it.
Well, we're introduced to an old character comes back. We find out that Bucky survived the fall from the first Captain America movie.
Yes. Bucky survived the fall and was brought behind the Iron Curtain. And things were done to Bucky. And they routinely wipe his memories in what is clearly a very painful fashion. So he doesn't remember Steve. But Steve remembers Bucky. And this is all going to be really important in the next phase. But Steve doesn't have a lot left. One of the other details about this movie I really like, and apparently it's one that they localize by region. So if you look and you're watching the movie from different versions of the movie by language, what Cap writes is different based on what country you're in. But Steve maintains a notebook where he writes down all of the things people tell him he needs to experience that he missed by missing all of those years. And in the American version, it's got like Nirvana, Star Trek, Star Wars, and he's crossed a couple of things off and what have you. But apparently, if you're watching in different countries, it's got different things in it. But the thing is he has missed my mother's entire lifetime. Not all of it, because, this movie came out a few years ago. But, what is this, 2015? My mother had just turned 71. And he missed her entire life. He went into the ice around the time my mother was born. And pretty much all of his friends are dead. The world is completely different from the way he knew it. The pop culture that he knew, vast amounts of it are just completely forgotten. Like, have either of you heard the name Veronica Lake before?
I don't think
It sounds
so.
familiar.
Right. Veronica Lake was a huge star when Steve went into the ice. To the point that they had to get her to change her hairdo during the war because she wore her hair very glamorously draped over one eye, and factory workers were imitating her hairdo, and it was causing problems in the factory, so they had to get her for the duration of the war to pull her hair back. I could name you a dozen people who the best you'd be able to do were, yeah, I might have heard of them, who to Steve would be household names.
Yeah. The main plot of this thing is Hydra's launching 3 helicarriers, and called Project Insight, and they're basically with the guns, and they're gonna target anyone that disagrees with them or might disagree with them in the future.
Yeah. Basically, Hydra's going to use fear to rule the world, and Steve is going to stop them. That's the plot of this movie. But at the same time, the fact that Hydra has brought in the Winter Soldier, who Steve knows as my childhood friend Bucky Barnes, who was always there for me, means Steve's got some choices to make. And we're going to see the results of that in the time to come. But it's really not hard to feel sorry for Steve in this movie.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm wrong. Did he find out in this movie when it shows some of his flashbacks that Bucky had killed Tony's parents?
That's not fully revealed until Civil War.
I don't know if he saw it in that little clip thing.
I don't think so.
But he found out that Hydra was behind it.
Yeah. Like, Steve knows that, again, his good friend, Howard, like, he was not as close to Howard as Peggy became, but they were friends. And Hydra killed Howard, who was also the father of at this point, I'd say his frenemy, Tony. Like, they have a complicated relationship, but he wants to like Tony. If for no other reason than it's Howard's kid, and it's a connection to his own life. So Steve's got a lot going on in his head in this movie. And they give him some room for that. That's one of the things I like about it, is it lets you really think about what it would be like to be Steve Rogers. But also,
Yeah, this movie is basically him adjusting to the world, since the last movie didn't have much time. He's adjusting to the world in this movie. The last movie didn't have enough time to do that because, aliens.
Yeah. Like, in theory, what Steve should be doing at this point is figuring out who he is and what he wants from life and what his place in the world is. And in practice, he still doesn't have a quiet moment to do that. But at least now he knows it's a thing he wants to do.
I don't know much about it. Do any of you know if Operation Paperclip in the real world attracted some bad people, or were they all?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There were people we let in under Operation Paperclip we absolutely should not have. Regardless of your feelings about Operation Paperclip as a thing at all, there were definitely people who should have been put on trial for war crimes and convicted and executed. There's no, Emile Zola's that I know of, but it's also not my area of research, so there may be, a couple who were that bad and I just don't know about it. And obviously none of them had their brains converted into computers that still run on freaking tape.
I'm surprised he never upgraded.
I know, right? Maybe he didn't trust them to. Not sure I would have.
Oh, but, I think he was the thing was stationed in the base that Steve trained in.
Yeah, he was. That's canon. Steve recognizes the base, and one of the ways they find Zola is that Steve knows that there should not be a bunker where the bunker is. But the reason we got as many scientists during Operation Paperclip as we did is that most Germans saw two choices. They could go to the US
or the Soviets.
And they didn't want to live in the Soviet Union. And part of that was Nazi propaganda, and part of that was Stalin was still alive, and I wouldn't have wanted to live in the Stalinist Soviet Union either. God only knows how many of the scientists that the Soviets did end up with ended their lives in the gulags. But the paranoia underlying this movie is a very Cold War paranoia. The situation that leads to things being the way they are is fully underpinned by the Cold War. And because Steve is just adjusting to a world that is post-World War II, Steve has no post-World War II experience, which means that for Steve, basically he's coming into a world that is fully shaped by the Cold War, and he's having to adjust to the realities the Cold War left. And that is why I refer to this as a Cold War thriller.
But in the end, at the end of the movie, he's not redeemed, but Bucky pulls him out of the water and walks away.
Yeah. Bucky wants to find himself because he knows he's lost himself. He doesn't know he's Bucky. I haven't seen Thunderbolts yet because time, but I do like that they are, with what I have seen of his character, giving him a chance to figure out who he is on his own. He is not just Captain America's friend, Bucky Barnes, the former Winter Soldier. Like, he is all of those things, but also he is a person. And I do like that they're doing that with his character.
So we find out it might later, but at this point of the time, he's the third person to be given the super social serum that we know of.
Yes.
The other two being Red Skull and Steve.
Yeah. I believe it has by this point been established that the serum that both Bruce and I don't remember the character name, but
Abomination.
Yeah. I believe it has been established that the serum they took is based on the Super Soldier serum.
But inferior product of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we talked about Captain America's love, his adjustment. We talked about the Hydra takeover and the killing everyone that disagrees with him. Talked about Fury's faking his death. Any other plots we missed?
Natasha's having to figure out who she is.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of the joke she tells me in the movie. It says, "Hi, take me to Smithsonian. I gotta pick up a fossil."
Yeah. Yeah. That was a good moment. I do like her friendship with Cap, even if it does bother me that she won't just let him adjust on his own time and keeps trying to push him into relationships. He doesn't need a girlfriend, he needs friends.
Maybe it's because maybe because until later on we find out she can never have a relationship because of what happened to her.
Yeah, it's possible.
That. Anyways, they blow up the thing, she recovers, which brings us to the final arc of season 1, the Hydra fallout.
Yeah. Because at the end of the movie, they close down S.H.I.E.L.D. So Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has a problem.
Yeah. What we learned is there's two chairs in the mix. Phil's best friend growing up in the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, John Garrett, is the clairvoyant. They've been looking around. They discover, how they knew all the stuff, well, the future and stuff, because the guy was a high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. We know the stuff, but since Fury had buried at the top level what happened to Phil, that he didn't know what happened to Phil, so that's why he's holding this thing. Find out one of their own. Grant Ward is also a Hydra agent, and been working for Garrett this whole time. This whole thing is about not only the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and them trying to recover,
the fallout from their own teammate betraying them. So they're like a double whammy. And lots of happens. At the end, you found out this whole thing is because Garrett got injured a long time ago, and so he's trying to build himself a body made of by chemicals and pieces so he can live longer. Fury reveals himself at the end of the finale. The TV show people know he's alive. Grant dumps Fitz and Simmons into the ocean, and while they're escaping, Fitz gets brain damaged by lack of oxygen, which comes up later in the thing. At the end, the drug starts affecting Phil a little bit because he starts writing symbols. That's pretty much the arc in a nutshell.
The late Bill Paxton as Fleming. Very talented actor.
And we can probably do more depth details when we review the show in general in a future episode that we're talking about.
Yeah, I will rewatch it all and I will put together a list because the cast in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is as quality as the cast of the MCU.
Yeah, I only mentioned it here because at this point they're not the Vex follow each other, so I had to mention it here.
Yeah,
and that leads us to. Oh, did you know that only less than half of you that watch this aren't subscribed?
I'm subscribed.
Why aren't you people? Let's get this number up, people. It's over half. I am bad at that self-promos. All right. Back to the past for season of Agent Carter.
So this is the story of Peggy Carter after the war. She is the only female agent in the office. Which is not really all that surprising, given, everything. It's never fully said that everyone assumes that it's because of well, actually, it's actually said at least once, I think. But everyone's pretty sure that it's because of Cap. Conveniently forgetting Peggy was an agent before she met him. That's how she met Steve Rogers.
Yeah, she was at the base where he was training.
She was already a full agent before Steve took the serum. But everyone knows women can't be good agents. So season 1.
Howard's stuff is being sold in the black market, and everyone thinks that he's a traitor to America.
Yeah. So Peggy ends up working with his butler, Jarvis, whose name will be familiar to those who have watched the Iron Man movies.
And his actor would be, he's played by the same actor that plays, is the same actor that plays Vision?
No, that's Paul Bettany. Jarvis is played by James Darcy.
Okay, I thought I must have missed.
Well, I know in the comics Jarvis was Tony Stark's butler, but then they reimagined Jarvis into like the AI that's in his Iron Man suit, and
Yeah, and now he's Howard's butler, and
yes,
the AI is clearly named after him.
yeah.
And so Peggy has to find out who took Howard's stuff while no one in her office believes that Howard isn't a traitor. And while possibly Russian, though I strongly suspect there's a lot more going on that we never really actually found out about, agents are trying to use Howard's stuff to, bring down the United States, including with the assistance of a woman we only ever know as Dottie Underwood.
Which I don't know if she's established, but I think she was a Black Widow.
She is the first Black Widow as far as the MCU is concerned. She is another survivor of the Red Room, just like Natasha. She has the same training that Natasha did. It's some of it is implicit, a lot of it is explicit, but yeah, she's a Black Widow. And so Peggy has to, with the help of only Jarvis, who is, again, a butler, defeat untold numbers of foreign operatives, including a literal goddamn Black Widow, as well as all of the men in her office who don't think she's good enough to be doing anything but taking lunch orders.
Yeah. During this thing, they little not cameo, but she goes back to meet her friends, the Howling Commandos. And the one guy learns that there's more to her than meets the eye. And they meet a Red Room place, and then they rescue a guy. I forget his name, but turns out he's a mole. He can hypnotize you with his ring, or somehow his voice, his ring, something. He can convince you to do stuff for him.
Yeah. So it is it's a really good show. I don't remember if I'd watched the whole thing in its initial airing, but I remember certainly bits of it.
Yeah.
And I did a rewatch in the last week or so, and it holds up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of world building.
Mm-hmm.
The costumes are really good. The sets are really good. And there's the whole thing about Peggy, for most of the season, lives in it's not quite a boarding house because it's too big, but apartments where the women are supposed to eat their meals in a dining hall together and
stay pure.
Yeah. No men are allowed above the first floor. The woman who's in charge tries to keep the federal agents searching Peggy's room at one point off the higher floors. Because they're all men, because of course they are. And it's seen as perfectly normal that this is a place where women would be expected to live and conditions they would be expected to live under. Meanwhile, Howard is explicitly sleeping with half of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
that's, I mean, that's Howard, but
Yeah. Speaking of Howard and the brainwasher, the guy brainwashes people makes them try to relive their biggest regret or fix their biggest regret. And apparently, Howard's biggest regret was he never found Steve.
Yeah.
So he's using that to have him bomb people with a chemical. Which apparently makes you go crazy. Anybody released this? They first used this in the guy's village, where the people kill each other, rip their faces off, and he did a test run in the movie theaters. So, and now you can have Howard bomb VE Day.
Yeah,
celebration.
It's an anniversary celebration, but yeah, at least I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah. Is it the would it be the 1 year or 2 year night?
Yeah.
I forget like what year this takes place in.
I do too, but it's very. The war is still really fresh, and one of the things I think it's really worth noting is that the agent who comes closest to taking Peggy seriously is Agent Sousa.
Yeah.
Who was injured in the war and is on crutches.
Funny thing, that same character and actor makes an appearance in season 7 of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Huh. I will definitely look forward to getting to that when I get there. But Peggy is finding out what a lot of other women in her position found out, which is that everyone assumes she's just dying to go back to the kitchen.
Yeah, we mentioned this a similar topic not last week, but a month ago at this point. Our last topic, the Southern strategy, where the black people who went to the war and was treated like people went back to America, and they were treated like back to the second-class citizens. Same happened to women in the war. They had factory jobs. They did stuff. But the men came back. They're like, okay, we're back now. Go back to your old jobs.
Yeah.
That must have been a big reason why the civil rights movement of the 60s had so much power to it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. 50s and 60s, that is.
Yeah, no, it was a huge driving force. It actually started after World War I, because while black people weren't treated perfectly in Europe, they were treated so much better in Europe than they were in the U.S., and especially in the U.S. South.
Well, wasn't women's suffrage like in the early 20s too?
Women's suffrage is in the... Yeah, it's around that time. I believe it's like 1918, 1919.
So like a little bit after World War I then.
Yeah. And I mean, women had been fighting for suffrage for 80 plus years at that point.
Well, yes.
I mean, Abigail Adams actually specifically asked her husband, John, not to forget women's rights in their forging of a new country, and he promptly ignored her because,
Yeah.
But, but Peggy is very clearly, there are a lot of women in the show as minor characters who are losing jobs. Her roommate at the beginning, who ends up murdered, it's a thing, but her roommate gets fired because the man who used to have her job comes back. Also, she probably has tuberculosis, so there's that.
Yeah.
But it was a real issue for a lot of women. And there's a lot of movies made at the time on the subject of women expected to drop everything and just go back to the kitchen.
Yeah, because they were an important part of the war effort during the war.
Mm-hmm.
Well, during World War II, they let like-minded people, like they let women, they let people, minorities, all get involved just because that was a big war and they wanted all the help they could get.
Yeah.
So that's when they thought. That's when the powers that be at the time figured, oh, it's okay, we'll let them do this, but then once it's all over, they have to go back.
Yeah.
It don't matter what they think, but they'll be happy to go back, won't they? And no, they're not.
And there's actually two kinds of movies about it in Hollywood at the time, which is the movies that are very clearly intended to make women think that going back to the kitchen is the right thing to do, the propaganda movies. And there's the handful of movies written from women's perspectives about how actually they'd really quite rather not. So it's yeah, it's a complicated time, and Peggy is living through this. And let's be very clear, Peggy is smarter and more talented than everyone else in her office. And, you know, it's not that Agent Sousa in particular is bad at what he does. He's a good agent. But Peggy's better.
They all underestimate her.
Yeah. And it's very clear that Sousa got the job out of pity because he was on crutches, despite the fact that he's actually fairly good at what he does. And the one that everybody sees as obviously the one who's going to end up, you know, with the best career is Agent Jack Thompson, who's able-bodied and blonde and male.
Yeah.
Was the naming Jack Thompson on purpose? Like,
probably.
Yeah, I imagine both of you know which Jack Thompson I am thinking of.
I certainly do.
Yeah.
For those who are not familiar, Jack Thompson is a former lawyer. I believe he was disbarred.
He was disbarred. Yes, he was.
Who was very into the video games are evil and we must ban them. Which, for those who watched my video on this channel about the comics code or the production code, that may be some familiar rhetoric. But no, I don't know if Jack Thompson is named after him, and after all, neither of those are exactly uncommon names.
No, I just heard the name and I just thought it was curious. So
yeah, no, but also I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that. You have. Do you remember the ending of this season?
So the chief dies.
Yeah.
He's killed when one of Howard's inventions
blows him up. Yeah, he's brainwashed. He's brainwashed by the brainwashing guy to give him the stuff and put the suit on.
Brainwashing guy gets sent to prison, and his
cellmate
in a brilliant piece of acting by Toby Jones is Zola. So he's back.
Yeah, what's I think it's funny is that might be his first recruit.
Yeah. entirely possible. And I seriously, it is a great piece of acting from Toby Jones in what could basically be seen as a throwaway moment in the show. He's doing a little one of those. He's fantastic.
Yeah, for somebody that never watched the movies, that might be a throwaway moment. But for people that know who he is, like, it's trying to connect.
And Peggy, who was very briefly a fugitive and wanted criminal and things, gets to move into one of Howard's apartments, rent-free, with her friend.
Since her building was destroyed.
Yeah.
Peggy makes a cameo in this season 2, where she and the Howling Commandos capture one of Red Skull's disciples, whose name's Warren Hart, who's experimenting on people and stuff. He is not invited to Operation Paperclip. He's one of the ones that is put on trial. He's not killed, but he's locked up forever. But since then later down the line, when he's really old, for some reason, the Secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce, lets him go. I wonder why he does that. So he's released. He finds out that the young lady he tried to experiment before is still alive. Not only she's still alive, she's still the same age. So he takes out all her organs, puts them in him, and he becomes young, changes his name to Whitehall. Turns out that lady he experimented on was Sky's mother. Her father is on a revenge thing to kill him. So, meanwhile, Daisy, not Daisy, you don't know Daisy, her name yet. Sky and Coulson are trying to translate writings, and they find out that it leads to a temple made by an alien race known as the Kree, which we'll find out next movie who they are. Meanwhile, Fitz is recovering from he has trouble doing stuff. His brain's not working very well. He's hallucinating his friend Gemma. And also Grant, the former traitor, is trying to find himself with his life and post S.H.I.E.L.D., where he's like, if he's a good guy or a bad guy, trying to discover who he is. At the end, Phil kills Whitehall. Oh, they also brainwashed an agent, which nice callback, because brainwashing Agent Carter. They brainwash people doing the old eyes open thing. And he kills the guy, takes away his revenge from it. So now the father wants revenge on Phil for taking away his revenge. And then at the end, Raina and Sky are trapped in a thing where they get cocooned in a stone, and that's pretty much arc in a nutshell. I said we'll get more details in a future episode. But that brings us to Rise of the Galaxy.
Okay, if I have to nitpick here, the picture you use is not from the movie; it's from the game.
I couldn't find. I had to find. There's not
Just a
very much.
nitpick. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But
Finding pictures that are like a rectangle and stuff is very hard.
yeah, it can be sometimes.
Okay. This is another one where I ran out of room on the slide. Because there are a lot of characters in this movie.
I don't know what it is with the first Guardians. Like, it's the kind of movie where I know it's good, but at the same time, I can't. Like, Guardians 2 and 3 give me a lot to talk about. This one kind of doesn't.
I will say, I'm a sucker. I teared up at We Are Groot.
That's the big emotional moment of the movie, for sure.
I'm a sucker. I also... So, he didn't make the slide because I ran out of room. But, let's talk a minute about Djimon Hounsou, who was in this movie. He is actually from Africa. He was born in Africa. His big break as far as the movies was Amistad.
I also know him from, I think he's in a movie called Blood Diamond with Leonardo
He is
DiCaprio.
also in Blood Diamond.
Yeah, that's the
Blood Diamond
earliest
was
movie I
after
know him
Amistad.
from.
So,
Yeah.
Djimon Hounsou is from Benin. He is not just black, he is fairly dark-skinned, and he is actually from Africa. And his son said to him at one point that he wished he had lighter skin so he could be a superhero. And that is why Djimon Hounsou took
That's
this
actually
role.
really sad to hear.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
And I wish he hadn't taken this role, because then they would have had room for him in Black Panther.
Yeah.
But I understand why he took the role when they offered it to him.
Why can't he be in Black Panther too?
Well, because he was in this.
Yeah, but he's an alien, so they would rather and play alien.
He's too major a character in this.
Yeah, like the only time I can think of when they used, I mean, there's several actors that I know of that they used for two different roles in the MCU. The biggest one I can think of was Mahershala Ali, because first he played one of the main villains in Luke Cage season 1. And then they cast him to be the MCU's Blade, but...
Which we'll see if that ever happens.
We will see if it ever happens.
I wrote about it. So this month was Crossing Jordan month on Media Magpies for me. And so I wrote about Mahershala Ali because that's the first place I ever saw him was on Crossing Jordan. And we have not... Like, it's funny to say about a 2-time Oscar winner, but we have not done well enough by that man. He is so talented, and he wants so much to be Blade. And I do not know if that movie is ever going to happen. And I just...
the most we've gotten out of his version of Blade is he makes a voice-only cameo at the end of Eternals. Like, he's the post-credit scene of Eternals, where we only hear his voice. The only other thing we've gotten of his Blade is that his likeness is used for Blade in Marvel's... But it's not his voice. It's only his likeness.
Yeah, I believe there's some What If with him, but I can't remember, and I'm not caught up on What If.
Well, Marvel Zombies is like a spin-off miniseries of What If.
Okay,
So,
yeah, no, yeah. And like I said, I'm not caught up on any of that, so yeah. But, like, the fact that Djimon Hounsou had that conversation with his child
Mm-hmm.
is so heartbreaking. And, you know, Gamora is the first woman of color, certainly to play a prominent role in the MCU, and that color is green. Like, Zoe Saldana is a woman of color, but Gamora is green. Zoe Saldana spends the entire damn movie painted green. It is an issue with the MCU.
I was seriously restraining myself from making a Wicked reference, but
Yes, well, you know, and let's face it, she's in a movie with Lee Pace, who's so white he's basically transparent. So, and yet another guy named Chris. This is our third white guy named Chris. And he is the worst Chris. I like this movie. It's fun. It's, you know, I think it's a good introduction to the various characters. I don't think it's the best Guardians of the Galaxy movie, but I enjoy it.
that's what I could say about Guardians 1. Personally, for me, it's the weakest of the three movies, but it's still good.
Yeah, we're introduced to the fourth Infinity Stone in this movie, the Power
Yeah.
Stone.
We get a couple more Oscar nominees in this because Glenn Close, God's Lover, is in this. And she's a little stiff, but I feel like that's as much the character as anything else. And I don't like Star-Lord. Like, he's my least favorite Guardians character.
He's supposed to think he's supposed to be funny or think he's funny.
I think he's supposed to be funny. To me, he comes across more as a frat bro who thinks he's funny.
Well, he's stuck in the 80s.
He's not just stuck in the 80s in a that is all of his pop culture sense, but he is in many ways stuck in the person he was in the 80s, who, let us not forget, is a literal child. Like, hold on. First off, let's see who comes up first when I type Chris into IMDb. That's depressing. He's the same one after Christopher Nolan. Okay, so he's younger than I am. By about 2.5 years.
Let's make some.
I'm not going to be making that comparison until we get talking about the MCU Spider-Man.
Let's make him older than me. I think that makes him older than me.
Because Tom Holland, the MCU Spider-Man, I think is younger than me by a couple of months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a really hard time watching Tom Holland on Lip Sync Battle, because I should not be having the feelings I do about someone who's that much younger than I am.
Is that the one where he battled his fiance?
Yes. He sings he lip syncs to Umbrella and reminds us all that he's a professional dancer. But yeah, so the movie starts in like 1988, give or take, 87?
Sometime in the 80s.
Chris Pratt was born in 1979. So he's not even 10 when the movie starts. And There are some ways he's a different person than he was at that age, because I really doubt his childhood self was that much of a perv.
Well, he was raised by space pirates.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is when they took him, he was unlikely to have been that much of a perv. But his emotional development is about what it probably was in the 80s. And that's not a good thing. And that's why I have a really hard time with Star-Lord as a character. One of the reasons I like the third one so much is that I think that Rocket is a much more inherently interesting character.
Well, it helps that the third one sets it up to where Rocket's going to be the leader of the Guardians if we see them again.
Well,
Do you think Peter gets any development at all throughout the movies? Growth at all?
Not really. There's some lip service paid to it. But he starts as the center of his own universe. And just kind of adds a ring of people outside that center who also matter, I guess.
I'm trying to go further. You mentioned this in a little bit in the last episode of the bankruptcy, but this is a thing that a lot of people didn't realize. Before this movie, a lot of people didn't realize it was a Marvel thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing with the Guardians is that, yeah, it was this movie that really catapulted them into popularity. They did have comics and they did appear in stuff before that. There were exactly two things that I know the Guardians of the Galaxy for before this movie. One, they have a single episode in the animated series Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And second, Rocket was a playable character in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Well, the Ultimate update, but still. But before that, like, most people did not know before this movie, most people didn't know who the Guardians were.
Okay. Let's talk real fast. We talking about Peter, the guy stuck in the 80s. Then there's Gamora, a female alien that Thanos adopted after he destroyed her planet. There's Drax, a guy who wants revenge on Ronan and Thanos for killing his family during the purges. And then there's Rocket and Groot, a tag team bounty hunters. Oh, also, one of the main plots of this movie is Ronan, a Kree, went to be from the Age of the Shield. He's I don't know if he's a renegade or he's working, but he wants to reconquer the planet they're on for the Kree Empire.
The Kree have agreed to a peace treaty at the beginning of the movie, and Ronan doesn't want to because he thinks it is shameful. He thinks the Kree should keep fighting and should destroy Nova. And he is working with Thanos to get an Infinity Stone to let him do that.
Yeah, the deal is if he gets a stone for Thanos, Thanos will destroy the planet, help him destroy the planet.
So the main theme of this movie is what the point of revenge is. And is there a point to revenge? Drax does stupid things because he wants revenge on Thanos. Well, Ronan, but by extension, Thanos. Rocket wants the whole world to suffer. because he is suffering.
Yeah, the thing with Guardians 1 is that they make it clear that Rocket has some hidden trauma, but they like kind of slowly like unravel it until Guardians 3 drops the whole thing.
Yeah.
It drops tells you everything, but yeah.
I think
It is very funny that Rocket has some of the best character development in the MCU.
Yeah.
The freaking mutated, they can't say the word, but, mutated raccoon.
Yeah,
I mean,
Nebula
they
wants.
can now, but they couldn't at the time.
Yeah, Nebula wants revenge because Thanos. Every time she's beaten by her sister, Thanos replaces the body part with robot parts.
Yeah. Gamora wants revenge because Thanos killed her family. And just because she was better treated than Nebula doesn't mean she was treated well.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's an adopted daughter, not by choice.
Yeah. And Ronan is an example of the old adage, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, because he wants to get revenge on Nova for what they did to his people, but his actions make Drax want to get revenge on him. And yeah.
And Yondu wants revenge on Peter for stealing the orb.
Yes. And, there's more daddy issues there, because Peter as a child knew really nothing about his father except what his mother told him. We'll find out more about his father in the next phase. But Yondu is very much his father figure. It's the only daddy he's got. I love Michael Rooker. He's so talented.
Yeah, Michael, I mean, obviously too early to be quoting Michael Rooker's best line, but I'm going to do it anyway. He may have been your father, but he wasn't your daddy.
Yes. And it is very true that Yondu has been serving as Peter's father until Peter, was done. And he wasn't a good dad. Good dads don't tell you how much the people they work with want to eat you. Like, Yondu makes my "at least I'm a better parent than" list.
I think what parents do now, same thing like that. If you just like it's like kind of like the what's that? Oh, Krampus in Europe.
Yes. Yondu's crew is the new Krampus. But I think Drax, at least movie Drax, because the comics are complicated with these characters, but I think Drax actually was probably a pretty good parent in the way of his species. But yeah, more daddy issues for the daddy issues pile.
Did Groot have the Groot want revenge? I don't think. At least I don't know if it's in the comics.
Of Rocket.
Yeah, I don't know the comics history, but I think in the movies at least he's the only laid back one.
The answer to what Groot wanted from all of the things that were happening in the movie is I am Groot. I love, incidentally, Vin Diesel apparently has a copy of the script that tells him what all of those I am Groots actually mean. And I would pay real American dollars to get my hands on that.
Yeah,
on the subject of Vin Diesel, apparently playing Groot was pretty important to him at the time because it was helping him process the death of Paul Walker.
Yeah. I mean, people underestimate how important grief is to the MCU because what they see is the lack of wider consequences in a lot of these. Like, we don't see the grief of the people living in DC who had bits of quadcopter falling on their house. But so many of these characters are living with such weight of grief. And the best example in the entire MCU is a couple of phases on down the road, because it's the movie where they have to process the fact that their main character died. And I mean, the actor who played their main character.
Yep.
But we see a lot of it here.
Now, was this the new Thanos' first appearance?
Yes, this is the first time we've officially gotten Josh Brolin as Thanos. Because his brief appearance in Avengers was from a different guy.
So everyone's quiet.
No, I think I've said, there with a lot of these movies, there are things I can say about the overarching arcs. But I think I've said all that I have to say about this specific movie.
Yeah, I had to bring up the I Am Groot part real fast. I can emphasize like people talking about the way you pronounce different words in the sentence, different things. Is like I didn't steal money. I didn't steal money. I didn't steal money.
Yeah. I am Groot.
I am Groot. I am Groot. there means things. But the Kree are an important part in the next arc of S.H.I.E.L.D. because the human arc. Now for this arc, I did research stuff. The Inhumans are people. The Kree came to Earth a long time ago and experimented on some people, and typically changed them to become soldiers in the Kree army, and then they abandoned the project, left, and the people's DNA was still there.
Oh my god!
In the Inhumans. In the comics, however, there's more backstory. They came treated on humans because another alien race, the Celestials, had already come to Earth to cure on humans. The Celestials are the ones that activate the future mutants and X genes. And since the Kree saw, hey, these people got experimented on and they survived, let's do it too. So they did what the Celestials did, but instead of becoming mutants, these people became Inhumans.
That is kind of news to me. I didn't know the mutants and Inhumans in the comics were more connected than.
Yeah, I think there may be one or two of them that are a half breed that has a mutant and an Inhuman parents.
I've never even seen the movie in question, but the whole Inhumans thing makes me think, he was trying so hard to make fetch happen.
Yeah. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. did the Inhumans a lot better than the movie did.
Well, there was no Inhumans movie. It was its own show.
Yeah,
I mean, they did play the first 2 episodes as like a movie event in like IMAX theaters, but it was a show.
Yeah,
I have a friend who saw it in the theater.
Yeah,
she's a film critic, so
yeah, I heard it was very ill received.
The Inhuman show, I've seen a friend's review on it. It is bad. Like, basically, the problem with the Inhuman show can be summed up like this. You're meant to sympathize with a tyrannical family of rulers.
Lisa hates it so much. So much.
Yeah, you're meant to sympathize with people who literally, these stuck-up literal royal family that literally sends everybody else into slave mines.
Yeah, which I think, like I said, I think S.H.I.E.L.D. did the introduction of them a lot better.
Yeah,
we met a character, one of our own characters into a human. Sky, whose real name is Daisy Johnson, becomes Quake. Apparently, I did not know at the time when I was watching originally, research. She was in the comics. She was an Avenger and even the leader of Shield for a while in the 616 comics. So yeah, she's a deep history in the comic universe. This arc is about her adjusting to her powers. Meanwhile, there's in the scenes there's a little takeover going on. There's another Shield happening where they're doing instead of doing a dictator type thing, they're doing a council, and they think it's about trying to figure out what Coulson's secrets are left behind, and they overtake the base and try to vote him out and get rid of him. But he has his own. One of the people there. This is start of prejudice too, because one of the new people, start calling the Inhumans freaks and stuff. So it's a callback to mutant, a little mutant callback there. Like we got to eliminate power people or lock them up. And you find out that it's a blood thing because it's inherited. That if your parents are inhuman, you're inhuman. I don't know if it's the same with mutants or not. I don't know if it's a random X gene pops up randomly, but with Inhumans, it's more a family thing.
From what I remember of several X-Men stuff, there was several X-Men members whose parents were not mutants, so I don't think so. But I'm not sure.
I don't even know.
But if a human is they're powered by the mist, Terrigen crystals that the Kree left behind. If an Inhuman is triggered, it locks his powers. If a human if a human is hit with it, it turns him to stone. In the comic, however, there's a little war, Inhuman mutant war, where it means that got hit by it got really sick or lost their powers. Something happened, and a little war there. Now, I think in the second Doctor Strange movie, Black Bolt is supposed to be an Inhuman.
Well, Black Bolt was the main character of the Inhuman show. In fact, the same actor plays him in Doctor Strange too.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah.
So he was the Inhuman.
Doctor Strange 2 was like the one time post Inhumans where they even brought it up remotely.
Yeah. So there's an Inhuman on the board, and there was a mutant on the board.
Yep.
On the thing, and other people were, but yeah. Basically, it's her learning her powers. Shield member people, and then racism with people trying to trust Inhumans and they're learning their history. And they just want peace, they live thing, but nope, they got to be on the index. You got to put them on the index because they're enhanced people and can't trust them. It's because of that reason. But the show ends with this arc ends with Raina getting a vision of robots and stuff, and then this whole time, Coulson's been tracking down very high-ranking Hydra people named Stricken, which leads us into Ultron.
Yes. Ran out of room again. I'm gonna start doing 2 slides. Next phase, as necessary, we're getting 2 slides. because there's a lot of characters in some of these movies, and a lot of them are fairly important. So Tony has realized that the world is a dangerous place. Again, Tony realizes this a lot. And he and Bruce, using what turns out to be an Infinity Stone, create an artificial intelligence that calls itself Ultron.
Actually, they call it Ultron.
Yes, that's right. And it takes as its task Tony's stated purpose of keeping the world safe.
And he decides that the biggest threat to the Earth are the Earthlings.
Yes, which he's not wrong. However, where Tony was thinking we need to keep the Earth safe for the innocent, Ultron is more of the no one is innocent, kill them all and let God sort them out school. As a counter to this, it's kind of hard to explain, but Ultron had, he believed, destroyed Jarvis because Jarvis was trying to put limitations on him and warn Tony that something was going horribly, horribly wrong. Ultron hooks up with a hooks up is given a movie with Tony, not possibly the right term, but anyway, let's say connects with a scientist who is doing very interesting work in artificial limb rebuilding and so forth. And Ultron decides that this means that she can build him an entire new body. What ends up happening is the body is built with the help of the Infinity Stone. Only it's not Ultron in it. It's a completely new being.
Yeah.
Who is named Vision.
Yeah, I think Ultron was originally going to use that for his body, but then the Avengers stole it.
Ultron wanted that to be his body, but it's not.
I see you then remember again the twins.
Well, I'll get to the twins. This is one of the ones where the plots are really complicated, and I'm trying to do it a single stream at a time.
Okay.
Because meanwhile, in one of those cheerful Hydra spin-off projects, the Infinity Stone had been used in an attempt to, we won't call them mutants, people. And the only two successes were, there is not room for them on this slide, the Maximoff twins. Yeah. We won't talk about their father because Disney didn't have the rights to their father yet.
Yeah, like the reason why, like this led to there being two completely different versions of Quicksilver, one for this movie and one for X-Men Days of Future Past. And the reason,
they're never allowed to call him Quicksilver in this.
Yeah, like the whole reason why that happened is because both 20th Century and Marvel Studios happened to have the rights to the characters thanks to a loophole, since these two were also part of the Avengers.
Yes. Leading to one of the funniest lines in WandaVision, delivered, of course, by Darcy. She recast Pietro? Because Pietro in WandaVision is played by the other actor.
He's played by Evan Peters, who played Quicksilver in X-Men.
It's a very funny moment. I strongly approve.
Yeah, I mean, it's also funny because it's universally agreed Evan Peters was the better Quicksilver, but yeah.
Yes, he was. Yes,
yeah.
He was. And the thing is, this whole movie spends the entire time telegraphing that Clint Barton is going to die.
Yeah.
We meet his wife and family that we didn't know he had.
That no one knew he had.
Well, Natasha knew. Because remember, she's Aunt Nat.
Yeah.
And theoretically, the baby was going to be named after her, except it turns out to be a boy. But yeah, the whole Barton family was flying under the radar, and Tony and Steve are fighting again.
Yeah, we see that's what I always find, but we see the little disagreements. You know that the next movie will further expand on.
Because the thing is, Steve is right. And I will express all of my feelings on this when we talk Civil War. But Tony does not think, and therefore causes all his own problems. We talked about that, what are we at now? Nearly 3 hours ago. We talked about that when we were talking Iron Man 3. Tony causes all of his own problems. And he did it again here because he didn't really think through what he was doing when he started the Ultron project. So now it is left to everyone to clean up Tony's mess. Again. And the twins hate him personally because when their family was killed, they were trapped alone in their apartment with an unexploded bomb that said Stark Industries on it.
Yeah. Let's go back to the first movie where it wasn't technically him doing it. It was probably Stane, but he was blind-eyed, partying and stuff.
Yeah, his name was on the bomb. Did it really matter? And so Ultron has daddy issues because Tony kind of freaks out a little bit and rejects him. And the twins have daddy issues because Tony killed their father, because they have a different father in this. Because again, they don't have the rights to the twins' father in this at this point in the MCU. So they have to give them someone else. And so Ultron decides he's going to perform an extinction event and wipe out the human race. And Vision is going to be the one to stop him because Vision is the one who can.
Who calls Ultron daddy.
Yeah. And the thing I like about Vision as a character is he says that there's no way that he can get them to trust him. Like, Ultron is, from the moment he becomes sentient and all of that, is just filled with this intense hatred of humanity. Vision starts out as very naive, very pure, and very innocent. But he says that there's no good reason for the Avengers to trust him, in part because he is this kind of weird amalgam of Ultron and Jarvis, plus, flesh that was created by somebody who was under the influence of an Infinity Stone.
Yeah.
And then he does the one thing he can do that will make them trust him. The thing it is explicitly said none of the rest of them can do. Although if you look closely,
Yeah, I was about to mention that. I was going to mention that later on. Yeah, there's a little clue there when they're doing their strength test that
Yeah.
someone else could possibly lift it, but he decides not to.
Thor is pretty sure that Cap can lift that hammer.
I think
The
he sees
look
it.
he gives
It does
Cap,
come back later, yes.
I think he
Yeah.
moves it. I think he's a little slightly moving.
the look he gives Cap when Cap doesn't lift Mjolnir is one of intense relief. It's a very good bit of acting. But Vision picks it up and wanders off with it. Wanders over to Thor and hands it to him. Like, there is nothing else he could have done to make them trust him
He's
as
worthy.
much as they do when he does that.
He's worthy.
He is worthy. And the fact that he's worthy means, it doesn't matter that he is part Ultron. And so, they go to attempt to keep the city of Sokovia from falling out of the sky. And I think the physics is a little bit meh. Like, I am not a physicist. However, I think the physics of a city falling to Earth in little bitty pieces is not hugely better than a city falling to Earth in one big lump.
I think he's trying to reenact the dinosaur extinction.
Yes.
Now, there's also another small plot in this movie of a little romance going on.
Yeah. Natasha and Bruce are kind of possibly getting involved in this movie, and so
some people liked it, some people didn't like it. Which goes for all shipping things on the internet.
I didn't have a huge problem with it. My biggest problem was actually Jeremy Renner, I believe it was, called Natasha a slut. No, not now.
You mean Clint or the actors? Yeah.
Called the character.
Oh.
Yeah. Jeremy Renner, the actor, called Natasha, the character, a slut.
What?
For potentially hooking up with Bruce Banner. To which Jillian wrote an article in response called, "I thought everyone knew Tony was the slut." Because seriously, guys, Tony's the slut.
Yeah, but I missed it because earlier in the movie, see the way they're coming him down somehow. But early in the movie, Bruce gets mind warped by Wanda, and he goes on a rampage.
That does lead to one of the funnier bits of the movie where Iron Man's like in the Hulkbuster outfit trying to calm him down, and then he has him pinned and he's just repeatedly punching him in the face. Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep.
So, anyway, so the Ultron down's happening, and the Hulk, Bruce doesn't want to bring Hulk out because he knows what he'll go out of control again. Not Ultron, but innocents too. So Natasha, I guess, in an act of betrayal, maybe, I don't know, she pushes him tries to kill him or pushes him off the cliff or whatever.
No, she pushed him off because I think they really needed Hulk for that.
That's what I was saying.
The
He didn't
ending
want to come out.
sequence.
Because of what happened before.
No, it's never betrayal. It's we need Hulk, and this is the only way I can do this.
Yeah, because she's pretty well aware that she can't kill the Hulk. I mean, after all, he did tell he. I don't know if it was her that he told, but there's this quote in the first Avengers. I once tried to put a bullet in my head, and the other guy spat it right out.
Yeah.
But he does. But she still does it against his will.
Well, yeah, because they needed Hulk for that battle. And but still, Bruce has feelings about it. So
yeah, Quicksilver dies in the movie.
Yeah, which is we're not going to kill Clint. We're going to kill Quicksilver instead, and
we're going to kill the guy that's going to cause audience confusion.
Yeah. And, Natasha reacts poorly. Or not Natasha,
Wanda.
Wanda reacts poorly, which is going to be a recurrent thing with Wanda. They do her dirty several times over the course of this.
And wasn't Scarlett Johansson pregnant during this movie? I think Black Widow was pregnant, or Scarlett Johansson was pregnant.
I don't know, but I know that the scene that pissed off the most people was when she implied that her character, obviously, implied that not being able to have children made her a monster.
Yeah, because they sterilized her as a Black Widow.
Yeah, because then she wouldn't have anything that was more important to her than the job. And I know a lot of women who have had fertility issues. And they did not need to be hearing that from you, Joss Whedon. He's a toxic person in a lot of ways. But the way... Look, there are a lot of things about Natasha's past that could make her feel like she's a monster. But the way that line comes so quickly after she says that she's sterilized, and then she says, and now who's the monster? That is a strong candidate for the worst line in the entire MCU. And I mostly like this movie, but that line pisses me off.
But really, I think they had the heights in the movie. I think that the height scenes shows her stomach, and that's why she's written off for half of it too. Because they can't show her being pregnant. I think she's trying to show.
Yeah, she was pregnant. Apparently she was really pregnant at least one point. So, let's see if this is a site that'll let me see the picture. No, they're not showing me that picture. But let's see if I can.
But while you're looking that up, I gotta say one of my favorite lines in this movie is where at the end, most of Ultron's bodies in the street except for one left, and he's talking to Vision, and he's talking about how humanity is good and stuff. And Ultron says, "You're very naive." And Vision says, "Well, I was born yesterday."
Yes.
And then Ultron has to take over his body, and Vision kills him. Well, that's Ultron thing.
Okay, I wouldn't call her as pregnant as some of the things implied. Looking at some of these pictures, I think that the whole she was super pregnant. Oh my god, has a lot more to do with expectations of how thin women are allowed to be than how big she actually was during filming. But that may also be because I saw Annette Bening accept an Academy Award when she was about, 45 weeks pregnant by the look of it. She was, if she wasn't at her due date, she was very, very near. That is extremely pregnant. But Scarlett Johansson was visibly pregnant during filming.
Anyways, it wasn't twins, but in the movie, they first sided with Ultron, then they realized that going too far here.
Yeah, there's point in Guardians of the Galaxy where Star-Lord says something about how he wants to save the galaxy, and I joke to a friend that it's where he keeps all his stuff. And I feel that's very much how the twins are reacting when they realize the extent of Ultron's plans is, hey, they're humans who live on Earth. Like, if he wipes out all the humans on Earth, that includes them.
There's a thing here where, since Jarvis is now Voltron's Vision's voice, he starts using the Friday program for his future.
Yes.
So he starts using Friday.
Yeah. The most unsettling of Tony's AIs actually comes in Far From Home, because it has the same name as my legal name. And so every time Tom Holland says my name, it's a little bit jarring.
Edith?
Yeah, that is my legal name. I don't use it because I don't like it, but still, Tom Holland saying it over and over again over the course of the movie was a little bit weird. In Jennifer Connelly's voice, Jennifer Connelly voices the AI Edith in Far From Home. She is married to Paul Bettany, who plays Vision and voiced Jarvis. So that's a cute little bit of MCU casting.
Yeah, that. Anything else we need to bring up?
No, I will say, if I'd had room on the slide, I would have mentioned the twins, I would have mentioned Falcon, I would have mentioned Maria Hill. You know, there's a lot of people I would have mentioned, but I ran out of room.
We've learned for Phase 3.
Yeah.
And wrapping up S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 2, this is the fallout taking place after this Ultron, because we see several times in TV commercials about Sokovia. They mentioned it several times in these three episodes. Well, I forgot to mention the last arc when they were talking about the Inhumans. You know, there is Sylph from Asgard comes on. As once he learns that this guy's Inhumans, he tries to kill him because they know about Inhuman experiments. But it's funny here, and also earlier in the season, they mentioned that see, after Odin had ordered her to go get some people to bring him back to Asgard. This is one of them. But we know at this point Odin is really Loki. So I don't know if he's as part of his plan or something, but yeah. So technically, Loki's bringing these people back.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Anyways, wrapping this arc up. Sky's mother is gone crazy. Starts a war of S.H.I.E.L.D. She tries to dump terrorism on the whole planet to kill humans and unleash the Inhumans. But battle happens. The The stuff falls into the ocean, gets eaten by fish. At the end, we see the fish became cod oil pills. And, so later on, I guess that dilutes it enough so it wouldn't kill people, but it would still trigger the mutation for Inhumans. And then that's pretty much basically plot of that little arc. The finale was gives us finale of season 2 of S.H.I.E.L.D. Last thing, which brings us to Ant-Man.
I like Ant-Man. So Scott Lang, the charming Paul Rudd, who is older than I am, and at the age of 50-something is starting to look like Werner Herzog did in his 30s. He is an ex-con. He went to prison for stealing a bunch of money from a company that was screwing over poor people and then giving the money to the poor people.
Oh, back up real fast.
Mm-hmm.
At the start of the movie, there's 4 people.
I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
I'm starting with the main character, and then we're going to get to Hank Pym.
Okay.
So the thing is, and this is a real problem, Scott's an ex-con. That means Scott can't get a job.
Very much just like real life that ex-cons go through.
There is a box on job applications in the United States that you check and say if you were ever convicted of a crime. And if you were convicted of a crime, most places won't hire you. And it doesn't matter what your crime was, and it doesn't matter when your crime was, and it doesn't matter what job it is. Like, there are some people I can see not wanting to allow to work at a daycare center or a bank, or, like you did a job that, or you're applying for a job that your specific crime means you shouldn't have that job. However, that's not the kind of job Scott is applying for. We see him get fired from Baskin Robbins.
I didn't know that was still a thing. There's no, in my area at least, there's none around.
Oh yeah, no, I know where the nearest Baskin Robbins is to my house. But Scott has, and there's no room for them on the slide because I needed to get Louise Curtin Dave because of course I did. Scott has an ex-wife. And more important to him than that, he has a daughter. And he loves his daughter very, very much. And his ex-wife will not let him spend time with his daughter until he starts paying child support. And that is another thing that happens, and that in cases like this, where Scott is not likely to reoffend based on what we know. But Scott can't get a job, so Scott can't pay child support, so he can't see his daughter, who is the most important person on earth to him.
Yeah, there are a lot. There are a lot of people that don't want to do this. They don't. Some people pay child support and still don't care about their kid.
Yeah, there are a lot of ex-cons out there who aren't paying child support and aren't seeing their kids and are fine with it. There are a lot who can't pay child support and can't see their kids and aren't fine with it. Like, let's not make any generalizations about that. But in Scott's very specific case, what's he even gonna do? So He is, and this is probably a violation of the terms of his parole, but let's move past that. He's living with his friend Luis, who he met in prison. And Luis is one of my favorite MCU characters. I love Luis. If it weren't for the fact that Michael Pena is a Scientologist, I would want a show that is just Darcy and Luis telling each other stories.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people like about the third Ant-Man movie too, because he was in it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of problems with the third Ant-Man movie, but get to it when we get to it.
Yeah. And again, I like Luis, but I don't like Michael Pena. So it's a whole thing. But Michael Pena, Luis, has heard through the sort of convoluted trail of people that only a Luis story involves that there's this old guy who has a safe that clearly has something really valuable in it. But the old guy's going to be out of town for 2 weeks. And Scott doesn't want to hear about it and doesn't want to hear about it. And finally, on the day of Cassie's birthday party, when he's kicked out of his ex-wife's house by her fiance, who, side note, is a cop, and not allowed to see his daughter anymore unless he starts making child support payments, he decides this is the only way he's going to be able to afford to make child support payments. And he agrees to see what is in the safe. And what is in the safe is some kind of suit. And he puts it on. And he discovers what we, the audience, knew because we got to see the flashback, that the old man whose safe it is a man named Hank Pym, played by Michael Douglas.
Real fast, in the comic, in the original comic thing, Hank Pym's the one that created Ultron.
Yeah.
Yes, and Hank Pym, and then Hank Pym and the original Wasp, Janet Van Dyne, they were part of the founding members of the Avengers.
And he was supposedly constant exposure to Pym particles did bad things to his brain, and he beat her up a lot. So it's a whole thing.
Yeah, Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes is surprisingly accurate with how Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne were in the comics.
Yeah.
So.
But in this version, many years ago, not as many as we've seen for some stories in the MCU, but, you know, a fair chunk of years ago, rather than have his invention treated as a weapon, Hank basically takes his ball and goes home.
Yeah, he's one of the 4 people. I kept little shield people. It was Howard, an old Peggy, and a third guy who you later find out is Hydra.
Yeah. And so it's not even like Howard or like Hank was wrong to want to keep his invention out of the hands of practically everybody, really.
Well, I think he thinks it probably was Howard a little bit. You know, I think his main focus was Howard. It was really the Hydra guy who gave him bloody nose.
Oh yeah, no, he specifically calls out later in the movie that he spent decades trying to keep his inventions out of the hands of one Stark, and he wasn't going to hand it to another one. However, his sort of estranged daughter, Hope, who he has not told what happened to her mother, so that's a whole other thing. For once, we have some mommy issues thrown in, although also daddy issues. Works for Darren Cross, who is in the process of trying to recreate Hank's technology. And he's almost there. And so they are hiring Scott to steal it. Scott doesn't really want in on this. But there are limited choices in Scott's life for a lot of reasons. And Hope blames what's going on with Darren on Pym particles, but I think it's pretty clear that Darren has always been a nut. The line in the movie that bothers me most is they're doing tests and they bring in a lamb because they really need to telegraph how evil this guy is.
Well, he already killed a human before this.
Yeah,
a guy says like try to explain about something. And he like just shoots him with the gun.
Yeah, he turns a human into goo. So that's a whole thing. But they bring in the lamb and it's bleeding and Hope looks appalled and says, I thought we were using, mice. And he says, what's the difference? And I have to tell you, friends, that Jillian's immediate response to what's the difference is actually quite a lot of money. Those would be so much more expensive.
But it reminds me of the first arc of season 2 of S.H.I.E.L.D. where the guy says, to learn, we must experiment. And he was experimenting on people, cutting them open. Yeah. So this guy's like nice, whatever. We got to experiment to learn things. So kill a sheep.
I'm just saying it shows poor business sense. Like, all other considerations aside, sir, why would you do that? Do you know how much more it would cost to use lambs in those experiments than mice? For all sorts of reasons. But, okay, whatever. He's clearly a nut, and he is developing Hank's technology to sell to the highest bidder, who of course is going to be Hydra. What are we even doing in the MCU at the moment? And so Scott, along with the eventual help of his ex-con friends, Luis, Kurt, and Dave, of whom, to the best of my knowledge, only David Dastmalchian is not a bad person, or at least associated with a bad organization. They have to help him with a heist in order to keep the Ant-Man technology out of the hands of what, of course, turns out to be Hydra.
It's funny how they even mentioned this. I'm sorry at the Hydra. I know that it's that, but I don't care. They give me money.
Yeah.
He just mentioned it out loud. Like,
yeah. And, like, again, I think we have a lot of evidence that Darren was always a terrible person, but whatevs. And eventually there's a big fight in Scott's ex-wife's house, which leads to the most entertaining piece of trivia I know about this movie. Because part of they're shrinking and growing things, whatever, it's a whole big thing. And Cassie, Scott's daughter, has a train set. Specifically a Thomas the Tank Engine branded train set. Which meant that they had to ask the people who own the rights to Thomas the Tank Engine for permission to use him in the movie. And there were 2 requirements to get permission to do this. Number 1, Thomas had to stay smiling. Number 2, he had to stay neutral in the fight. They weren't even allowed to tie anyone to the toy railroad tracks.
Yeah, it's funny, the little thing, where it looks like the Thomas Tank is just going to run over a Yellow Jacket, but it is his fault. Since he's still has the same strength as the human, it stops.
Yeah, he's not allowed to actually run anyone over. It's so funny. It's so funny that Thomas couldn't even be a good guy. He had to be neutral.
Yeah, but the battle there showed the cop guy that Scott's really a good person.
Yeah. Because Scott really wanted to help. That's what Scott wants. And like, yeah, he doesn't always choose the best ways of doing that.
Yeah, he mentions that, and why you guys arrested? It wasn't robbery. It was burglary.
Yes, he's very firm. He didn't hurt anyone. He's a good guy.
Snick, you have anything about the plot, the character development, the plot here?
I mean, you kind of summed it up. Both you kind of summed it up the best. So,
all right.
I mean, we're going to see all of these characters moving forward.
Oh, there is one more thing. We get our first during one of Luis's freaking ramblings. We specifically the end of the movie. We do get our first hint at Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there is an implication of Spider-Man who will be coming in the next phase.
Because this was around the time the Sony and Marvel Studios deal was official.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this would have been near his beginning of his career then, because I think I forget something that he's been around for a temporary time in the MCU at this point.
The deal between Marvel and Sony has gone back and forth a couple of times.
Yeah. What's I don't know why they can't make the same kind of good deal with Universal for Hulk. But apparently they can't.
Universal will let him do Hulk if Hulk is not a main character, and that's as far as they're allowed to go at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I'll bring that up later in Phase 3 about those issues. But
yeah.
I forgot to mention the last Ultron episode where after the battle, Hulk just leaves. Gather Quinjet and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Natasha tries to bring Bruce back. He's like, "No, I'm noping out of here."
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that wraps up Phase 2 pretty well. So what do you guys think of at the time and Phase 2 at the time and Phase 2 now?
Again, it's the fact that the movies continued to be good really surprised me in those days.
There's only one truly amazing movie of Phase 2, which is Winter Soldier. But the fact that the only real stinker for me was Dark World, yeah, that is admirable how they were able to keep up the momentum.
Well, this is the phase that got me started at being really annoyed at all of the people who kept going on about how all MCU movies are the same. Because no, they're not. Winter Soldier, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Ant-Man are arguably not even in the same genre, except for the part where they all have superheroes. And arguably, Guardians doesn't have superheroes, it has aliens. Like, I know that's a fine point, but we don't know that there's anything particularly special about Star-Lord for most of that movie. Arguably for any of it.
I think maybe the only one that has powers technically is Groot. Maybe, not the powers, but maybe.
And I mean, what Groot's powers are, Groot is a sentient tree. You know, Gamora and Nebula are both just, and Drax are all just really tough fighters. Rocket is Rocket. We don't really see Peter do anything out of the ordinary.
Just dance to 80s music.
Yeah. 70s, a lot of it. Because it's his mom's music and not his. But an argument could be made that Guardians of the Galaxy isn't even a superhero movie. I'm not going to make it because A, it is in the MCU, and B, it's the kind of argument I don't actually like very much. It's the, such and such isn't really a horror movie kind of argument.
Oh, I forgot to mention in the Guardians. I can't remember the past thing. I mentioned earlier that who makes an appearance in the Guardians thing, the Collector.
Yeah, and Howard the Duck, voiced by Seth Green. They hit a lot of the same beats, but that's not because they're superhero movies. It's because they're action movies. And Ant-Man is an action comedy, whereas Winter Soldier is an action thriller, and Guardians of the Galaxy is an action science fiction movie. But they're still very different movies in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And they are all broadly telling the same story in as much as, we're starting to see Infinity Stones and all of these people are going to start interacting and so on and so forth.
Yeah, they didn't do so much in Phase 1, but in here, they're starting to interconnect things.
Yeah. Phase 2 is where the MCU becomes a web instead of lines that cross over sometimes. It's the point where you are not surprised to see any other MCU character in your MCU movie.
Yeah. As I mentioned at the beginning, the TV shows the mention stuff, that characters can cross over movies, no. But like I said, it's not as dependent, intertwined as it will be later on.
Yeah.
But they're starting to do it now.
And I do think that is a failing for several reasons, but I also think it's kind of inevitable for several reasons. Not least being, my God, have you ever tried to follow comic book continuity? Some of the very first comic books I bought as a child were Age of Apocalypse. And in order to properly follow Age of Apocalypse, you needed to be following like 6 different X-Men titles. Which, side note, there were 6 different X-Men titles. So, yeah, it becomes a tangled mess, and this is the start of it becoming a tangled mess. But there's still room for individual characterization, for developing new characters before you throw them in with everybody else. And it's really building on the idea that superheroes aren't as new as everyone is pretending they are. People just didn't talk about it before. Because Hank was out there saving the world back in the 60s. Which was certainly a better use of his time than, I don't know, producing One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But I liked those movies then. I like those movies now. They're not perfect. And again, I haven't seen any Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in 10 years, thank you, Comcast. But Agent Carter sure as hell holds up. I adore the Jarvises, who we get in season 2 of Agent Carter.
Yeah.
The Jarvises are some of my favorite minor characters.
Yeah. We'll talk about more when we get to review the series, but first 2 seasons are the ones that are connected. Seasons 3 through 5 have a little bit have some references. They're not as entwined with the movies as the first 2 seasons were.
Yeah.
But what about you, Snick? What was your thoughts back then, and they still hold up now for phase 2?
I mean, my thoughts on the movies back then compared to now are basically the same. Like, most of the movies are good. Winter Soldier was amazing, but like the others are just kind of good. The only thought I could kind of change would be my thoughts on Dark World. At the time, like, I thought it was okay, but now I just think it's kind of a dull slog. And unfortunately, I have not seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Agent Carter, so I don't have an opinion on them.
Agent Carter's a lot of fun.
And plus, it's a lot shorter, too.
Yeah.
Like 8 episodes in season 1.
And Haley Atwell is super talented.
Yeah, I said I watched. The time I pretty much watched most of these movies when they came out. That the Friday or Tuesday that they came out, you know, usually on Tuesday, because the Tuesday in my area was cheap movie day. I was the bus those Tuesdays. I was off work, so went early, went there, got a Tuesday ticket, saw the movie, ate some Skyline, and then went home on the bus.
Yeah, this is getting into the time where I had to find a babysitter, so it was a lot more complicated.
Yeah. Oh, I have a funny story about Ant-Man too. I have a funny story about Ant-Man. During this time, most of these movies, this is the time of 3D movies making a comeback. So I saw a lot of these movies in 3D. And unfortunately, this is also the time of where it was first come, first served, and a lot of tickets weren't prepaid. You know, you see the seats. And so I saw Ant-Man 3D in the first row.
Oh my.
There was a MCU movie where I had to watch it in the first row, and that would be Black Panther. And I can't remember if it was 3D or not, but yeah. I literally, like, you know how lots of theaters now have those reclining seats? Me and my dad had to recline our seats all the way back. We had to watch Black Panther basically lying down.
So that was my experience.
I found a website that would tell you if a movie was filmed in 3D or just released in 3D. And we only went to movies in 3D that were filmed in it. So I did not see a lot of these in 3D.
Is there a difference?
Yes. For one thing, the camera that's used for 3D when you are filming in 3D takes in more light. So movies that are released in 3D that weren't filmed in 3D are a lot darker, just visually. They also don't, because they were never made to be in 3D initially, the filming doesn't look as good in if it's just released in 3D. If you watch it in 3D. We saw Thor in 2D, and my thing has always been that movie was already a pretty dark movie, just visually. It must have been almost impossible to see anything if you saw it in 3D. And I know I saw a couple of these in 3D. Though the only movie I saw that I know, there are a couple of movies I know for a fact I saw in 3D, but the only movie that still has, the only live action movie that still has a cultural footprint that I saw in 3D was Avatar. I have not seen the sequels because I don't care.
Yeah. I think I originally didn't see it. Well, I didn't want to. I think it came out at the same time. No movie I wanted to see, and two, I didn't want to sit in the theaters for 4 hours.
I saw the first one, and I laughed really hard when they said that the name of the substance was unobtainium, and then like a month or two later, I saw Dances with Wolves on DVD and realized that it was not just the same beats, but it was shot for shot the same in places, and that was when I stopped caring anything about Avatar. I hadn't cared that much at that point.
That is very interesting, because I have not seen Dances with Wolves yet, but I will be getting on that at some point.
First time I saw it in a theater, and there was an earthquake while I was watching the movie. And I will die mad that it wasn't during the Buffalo Stampede. That earthquake had no sense of timing.
So, what's your guys' plans for your channels and the holidays?
No specific channel plans currently.
Well, this week did an interview where I am proud to say that the sound actually worked on both ends with Dr. Dan of Creation Myths. So we sat down and talked about movies to do with evolution and epidemiology. So just as soon as I get that edited, that will be going up on the Media Magpies YouTube page. I am also, pretty much as we speak, working on what I've taken to calling the In Memoriam Scrolls at 8 Cleveland, which will actually be 12 videos, one for each month of the year, paying tribute to people in the performing arts entertainment field in one way or another in countries who died this year. It's a very long list because we are not as limited as most other people who do this kind of thing.
So how's the holidays or Christmas, whatever you guys celebrate in both your houses coming up?
I'm not doing anything special for the holidays, not really.
We've got Yule tomorrow. The presents should all be wrapped right now. Unfortunately, my partner got called in to work tomorrow. We'll, have a good time and unwrap presents, and I'll take video for their dad. And then we have a quiet Christmas where we don't really do much because my partner's family doesn't do anything for Christmas anymore, and we go to my mom's in January because her birthday's January 4th, so we celebrate somewhere between Christmas and her birthday.
Yeah. For me, my niece are coming a day after Christmas, so that they'll be here for Christmas. They're with the other family, the other grandparents. So then they'll be after the thing. So they will be here for my birthday, which is on the 28th.
Well, that's nice.
So, as for the channel, hopefully I'll get off my butt and start editing some videos and doing some Let's Plays of Kingdom Hearts 2. I've been working on and editing them and recording and editing them. So I am 6 years behind on those. So there's that. And then for the podcast in January for season 14, I have at least 3 things planned out for January, maybe February. Kip Davis will be on the channel.
Oh, hurrah.
We're still scheduled. We're working out the date. Me and Jillian still need to figure out a date for it. What technically was going to be today, but since Phase 2 got backed up, this thing got backed up too. We're talking about the Magna Carta and its history and nowadays how stuff. And finally, either in January or February, the 3 of us will continue this series, talk about Phase 3 and the end of the Infinity Saga. And how it all wrapped up. So, yeah. It was a lot of people consider it the end of the MCU. For reasons we'll talk about then.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for watching today. I thank everyone for watching this season. I know the season's been a little iffy, a lot of gaps between episodes. Hopefully, I'll be working on that. I hope I can schedule a more consistent guest. But they said stuff's been very busy this season with people and stuff, so it's been a little spread out this year. But hope you all enjoyed yourself this season. Happy holidays, whoever celebrates it and stuff. Whatever you do, we'll see you next time. We'll see you we'll see you in 2026. Hopefully the country will still be here by then. And
Bye.
Bye.
Yep.
If you just do it, it'll turn out okay. Welcome to part 3 of our miniseries.
Hello.
Oh, so here we are. This is when things starts getting a little packed.
Yeah, we'll get to it, but I just didn't even bother with 2 of the slides.
There was a blanket here when I.
You mean the actual Avengers movies?
Yeah, the actual Avengers movies. I'm like, you know what? You know who's in these. It's everybody. Everybody is in these.
So what do we know about Phase 3? When it started back in 10 years ago now?
Yeah. So during the middle of Phase 3, some awkward stuff was coming out about Joss Whedon, and Marvel kind of pulled back from being Whedon-centric. They started hiring a wider range of directors, as opposed to your standard handful of white dudes. I haven't been keeping track of the directors for my enormous database of Oscar and BAFTA nominees and winners. But if Ryan Coogler wasn't nominated for Best Director before now, he is now a Best Director nominated director. And this is where the casts start diversifying a bit more.
Yeah, well,
The joke had been that there were MCU movies about 12 guys named Chris before we got the first one about a woman or a black person.
yeah, we'll get into the diversities, the issues people have with them, and all that stuff in a bit.
Yeah. And the thing is, this is the part of the series where people started wondering, is this actually what I want to do for the rest of my life? So some of the plots start involving new characters because the question is, Robert Downey Jr., not a young man, what are we going to do when he's not believable as Iron Man anymore? Tony Stark, fine. Tony Stark keeps aging, but, we're not going to cram a 70-year-old man into that suit and have anybody believe it.
Oh, yeah. I will get to it in the next part, but a lot of people consider this like the peak. Everything went downhill from after this part. A lot of people says or claim.
I think there are still a lot of really interesting, even really good Marvel movies to come. I was actually just today defending Wakanda Forever as one of the finest MCU movies made because it is a treatise on how people handle grief and we'll get to this too, after the death of Chadwick Boseman. But it is true that this is the last phase of the MCU where I think a reasonable person would like all of the movies in it.
And this is also right before the end of. This happened right before Disney Plus was a thing. I mean, it was a thing, wasn't?
No, Disney Plus was not. Wait, when is our? I don't remember when our last movie comes out because I'm a day one Disney Plus
I think 2019.
subscriber because of course I am.
I think Far From Home was 2019, maybe 2018.
Far From Home was 2019.
Okay, so it is just as Disney Plus is starting to be a thing.
Like, I think Disney Plus, dropped at the end of 2018, if I remember correctly. Because I remember being able to watch Endgame shortly after, like, not long after it came out. Or maybe maybe Disney Plus launched in 2019.
I'm looking it up.
Like, maybe a few months after, maybe a few months after. It was 18 or 19. Like, November was
19. Long. It was November of 2019.
Okay.
Yeah, either way, this was the last time you could, maybe a little after that too, you could only see this in the theaters. And this was obviously pre-pandemic too. So.
It launched on November 12th, 2019. So this is the last phase before the MCU is really a factor.
Like, and it's fitting because one of the most common criticisms of Phase 4 onwards is that the Disney Plus shows basically while Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was kind of it was supplemental to like the movies. Like, if you watched the movies, it would be rewarding if you were watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but you didn't need to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in order to understand the movies.
Yeah,
Phase
whereas
4 onwards makes it required homework for you to watch those Disney Plus shows.
I wouldn't 100% agree with that. For example, Moon Knight has basically not yet been relevant to anything.
Well, yeah, Moon Knight, She-Hulk, and all that hasn't been relevant, except WandaVision is very relevant to Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness.
WandaVision is very relevant.
Falcon and Winter Soldier is very relevant to Captain America Brave New World, and Ms. Marvel is very relevant to the Marvels.
Yes. But I've really been pushing back on the notion that in order to watch any Marvel movie, you have to have seen all of the TV shows. Because you don't have to have seen Loki. You should see Loki because it's fantastic.
That is going to change with, Quantumania. I mean, we get to it when we get to it in the next phase. Quantumania has a Loki shout out as one of its post-credit scenes. Deadpool and Wolverine, a little bit requires you to know Loki because the TVA from Loki is involved in Deadpool and Wolverine.
I still haven't seen Deadpool and Wolverine because I am so into Deadpool.
Loki appearing in Avengers Doomsday makes it pretty clear the Loki show is going to be important to them.
Sure, but you don't have to have seen Loki to understand the Marvels. So if all you're interested in is the Marvels, yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to watch Ms. Marvel, obviously, and probably you could stand to watch WandaVision, but you don't have to have seen Loki to understand the Marvels. And you don't have to have seen, all of the shows to understand. You don't have to have seen, I'm sure Agatha All Along is going to come up later, which is another one. You should watch it just because it's really good. But you don't have to have seen Agatha All Along to understand what's going on in, Brave New World. So I think you could still be interested in specific plot branches, and that cuts down a lot, but it is very extensive, and there is a lot of stuff to watch. That I do freely admit.
All right, so let's get where this all started out. The Civil War.
So there's a comic series of Civil War, where everybody's position on what side they're in was decided by editorial fiat. Not what made most sense for the character in the view of the writers, but what made most sense for the character in the view of the editor. And that led to some questionable choices over the course of the series, which I've not read all of because, oh my god, you can't. You can, but you've got to really try. But I have read some of it, and some people, what side they took did not 100% make sense to me. The inciting incident in the MCU version of Civil War is
the fallout of Age of Ultron.
Well, yes, and the whole thank you, Sokovia thing, but also, and a bit more specifically, the there's a bombing that kills a number of people, including King T'Chaka of Wakanda.
Well, actually, the Sokovia Accords, the UN thing was to ratify the Soviet Accords, so that was just another chain in the thing.
Yeah, but I don't think the full-on thing would have happened if it hadn't been for that particular bombing and that particular death. Especially because it looks like the suspect is one former sergeant of the U.S. Army, James Buchanan Barnes, better known as Bucky, Steve Rogers' childhood best friend.
Also, not part of the main plot really, but I like how we see a little bookend thing here for in beginning and end of the phase, because we'll get to it later too. But at the beginning of the movie, Tony is not advertising or not demonstrating his new barf thing. You know,
Yeah.
the thing. With
His,
this book,
Oh, I forgot what BARF stands for, but it's basically something that lets you do holograms of your thoughts.
yeah, and well, it's a bookend because the last phase, the last movie of this phase brings that up again.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't notice that before that until I realized with two movies at the end of it. Like I know that was on purpose or something, but I thought it was really cool bookend.
So the thing is, Steve has realistically lost everything when he went into the ice. There's nothing. He's lost his best friend. He's lost his best girl. He's lost everything he knew, and he's in this new time that he has to completely come to terms with, and it's all weird and new and different for him. And one of the things in Civil War is he's keeping a notebook. He's got a notebook of what everyone tells him he needs to catch up on.
Oh.
And, you know, some of the stuff is crossed off and some of it isn't, because there's only so much time. But when he thinks he's got Bucky back, he's willing to give up a lot for Bucky.
Especially this also happened right after Peggy dies.
Yeah. Peggy Carter, Haley Atwell dies in this movie. And the thing is, here's where we get into Tony's father issues, which we see him actually trying to deal with, which is great, good for him, but also, like, he's projected a certain amount of them onto Cap, because Cap is someone his father really admired and talked about a lot. And he's becoming friends with Cap, but he's also still projecting some of his issues with his dad onto him. And so when he's not good enough for Cap, when Cap walks away to go after Bucky instead, that really screws up Tony. You know, I've got a running joke with some of my friends. How much of what happens in this particular MCU movie is Tony's fault? And this one, yeah, quite a lot of it, actually. Not all of it. Because we have our villain, Baron Zemo, played by very talented German actor Daniel Brühl. But Tony is still not... Hi, Eddie. Not communicating feelings well, and not capable of sitting down and having a real talk with Steve about what's going on in Steve's mind and what Bucky means to him. And I don't think that would fix everything, but it would help. And of course, it turns out, you know, that it's a lot more complicated than Bucky blow up building, kill King, because that's not a lot to hang a movie on. But this is also the movie where we start broadening the world of our main characters a little. Because it is our introduction to Wakanda, and it is the first time anyone but Falcon interacts with Ant-Man. And it's our introduction to Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Fun fact, Robert Downey Jr. and Marissa Tomei used to date back in the 80s. So the weird chemistry between Tony and Aunt May, that's organic. They made a couple of movies back in the 80s together. But I think the thing with Civil War is...
My mic is muted.
The thing with Civil War is it's Steve Rogers trying to figure out how much is him and how much is Captain America. And also people are trying to kill Nick Fury a little, so there's that.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Basically, the sides are... Well, before the Bucky thing happened, obviously, Tony thinks they should be held accountable for their actions, and Cap does too, kind of, but he doesn't want to be held on a leash to do good. That was the first part of it. That was the first... Before everything went to hell.
Yeah, the thing is I kind of fall in the middle here. I do think some sort of registration is not a bad thing, but also they have just found out in universe that an organization they relied on and trusted for decades was full of Hydra agents. So who do you put in charge? So I get both sides here. Unlike in the comic, which doesn't leave room. The thing is it's different in the comic because people in the comic still basically have secret identities. And this movie introduces our first character who really has one of those in the MCU, who is not an actual spy. Like, a lot of people know that Scott Lang is Ant-Man. It's not common knowledge, but it's not a secret. But Peter is still hiding his identity. We don't know it yet, but like we learn in this movie, Aunt May doesn't even know that he is Spider-Man.
Well, she generally doesn't until later.
Well, no, but like in the MCU, that's not really a thing. So they could have let Aunt May know sooner. And it would have worked within the movie universe, even if that's not what happened in the comics.
And this is where we also get to our first...
Huh?
This is also where we get to our first of the people's complaints. About this. And that was Aunt May's too young to be Aunt May.
And the thing is, she's in her 50s.
It's just that Marissa Tomei looks really good for 50.
Well, it's also that people age differently than they did back in the 1960s. Someone Marissa Tomei's age in the 1960s would never have worn sunscreen. Might have... I mean, I don't know if Marissa Tomei smokes or not, but a lot more people smoked back in the 60s. There were a lot of ways that people just aged faster because of things we take for granted now. Also, when I did the math, I was perfectly okay with Marissa Tomei as Aunt May because Tom Holland was the youngest ever Spider-Man. He's
the first Spider-Man actor that's younger than I am.
Well, not just that, but he's the first Spider-Man actor who was a teenager when he took...
Who actually was a teenager, yeah.
He's 19 in this movie. Which I have to say I'm a little bit awkward about. especially because of the lip sync battle episode where he does Umbrella. Yeah, that kid was a dancer on the stage, and it shows. It shows in his Spider-Man too, don't get me wrong, but yeah.
I mean, when it comes to Marissa Tomei as Aunt May, I was happy to see it only because my cousin Vinny was very fresh in my mind at the time, and I wanted to see Marissa Tomei in something more recent.
Oh, so
She is one of the many Oscar winners.
She won an Oscar for my cousin Vinny, I'm pretty sure.
now the ending of this movie, we got answer a question or something. In the last Captain America movie, Winter Soldier, Captain America found out that Hydra killed Tony's parents. Now the question is, did he know that it's the Winter Soldier that killed him or not? I think he said no, he didn't know it was Bucky, but I don't know. But he knew about the death.
I don't think he knew it was Bucky. He knew that it was Hydra. I don't think he knew it was Bucky. Because I can't imagine him not telling Tony or not trying to talk about it with Tony.
Yeah. Now, we also got to talk about not a Marvel movie, but the other Versus movie that came out around the same time as this movie.
Oh my god, Batman v Superman, huh?
Yeah, because they were like pretty much back to back, I think. A few months of.
Well, Batman v Superman came first by like a month, but yeah, people did not like that one.
To me, it was
I think
another one of those examples of Warner's, excuse me,
Of Warner's what?
Warner's and DC trying to copy what Marvel is doing and screwing it up.
Yeah. I think I've said this several times before, but I think the main difference was this here was built up to. The other one.
Well, that was the problem with pretty much nearly every other attempt to do a shared universe, that they immediately wanted that Avengers level success. So they like immediately are trying to they're not even trying to make the movie stand on their own. Instead, basically, they're working on making their movies a long trailer for theoretical sequels that are going to come after. Like the Tom Cruise Mummy was guilty. The DCEU was guilty.
Like I said, this movie earned the fight.
I think there is a way to start with your big team movie, but I don't think DC did it. I think DC assumed that the names would be enough to draw you in.
Especially
and forgot.
They may have figured that, especially since many of the DC characters had not gotten their own solo movie at that point. Like, really, Marvel has had quite a few adaptations over the years, at least on the big screen. DC, really, all they had was Superman and Batman. Like, Wonder Woman never made it to the big screen. Like, all she really had was the 70s TV show. Green Lantern, there was the Ryan Reynolds one, but that one's not fondly remembered.
Because it was bad.
Yeah. Flash only had the TV show, only had like the 2 TV shows. Let's see. Aquaman never had a movie. Like, so many of the DC characters never had a big screen movie before the DCEU.
Yeah, the only one in the canon at this point was Superman. That people did.
Well, well, at least in the DCEU canon, it was one Superman movie, and then Batman v Superman not only is doing the highly touted Batman versus Superman fight, but they have to introduce Wonder Woman, and then they're putting teases for already going to the Justice League without any build-up.
And this is also after like this I could be wrong about this. I might be remembering, but I don't think the Superman movie before this one was even that well received.
Well, Man of Steel is a very, very divisive movie. I rewatched it like months ago, and there's things it does well, but then things it doesn't do so well.
It doesn't understand Superman as a character is its biggest flaw.
Mm-hmm.
It's very like, don't help people.
Yeah, that is like
he's grown up being told not to help people, and that doesn't make sense.
The stuff with Jonathan Kent in that movie is like, it was a choice, put it like that, and the Jesus symbolism is all over it too.
Which, given that Superman was created by Jews, is something.
Yeah, but needless to say, the Superman movie that came out last year, that was the movie Superman really needed.
I still haven't seen it because I don't have a lot of movies,
it's pretty good. I've
heard good things, but
yeah. And then later this year, we're getting Supergirl, which is in the same continuity.
Oh, we also talk about the another thing that happened was the injury.
Oh yeah, there's a scene in the movie where Cap grabs a helicopter and holds it from taking off. And the muscles on that are all Chris Evans.
Oh. Too, but,
huh?
I was talking about Colonel Rhodes' injury.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm talking about Chris Evans' on-set injury, because he tore a muscle doing that scene. But yeah, Rhodey's back gets broken in this movie. And that's a lot, because Rhodey has always been there for Tony, even when Tony did not deserve it. And so his back gets broken in the big battle between Cap and Cap's allies. Excuse me. And Tony is torn between it's Cap's fault and it's my fault. Which I will agree, little from column A, little from column B there, Tony. So that puts an additional weight on Tony going forward.
Oh, two more things to reintroduce. We bring back General Ross, who's now Secretary of State.
Yeah, his return, like, people were very confused that the 2008 Hulk was still canon because of Edward Norton's recasting with Mark Ruffalo and the fact that no other characters in the 2008 Hulk were appearing. General Ross appearing in Civil War, played by his original actor, William Hurt. That solidified that, yes, 2008 Hulk was still canon.
Yeah, frankly, I didn't have room on the slide for
He's
everyone.
a minor character, so you didn't have to put him there, so...
No, but he's still important to the plot.
Because he's the one that, like, kickstarts
Accord.
the whole Sokovia Accords thing, or, like, he's, like, a big proponent of it.
But there was not room on the slide for everybody who's an important character, and I did not want to go to 2 slides.
Like, I see that Baron Zemo's actor's not in there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, I felt he was, like, surprisingly effective as, like, the closest thing the movie has to a villain, because he has no powers or anything, but, like, he's able to perfectly manipulate everything
Yeah.
that goes down in the movie.
And I do want to again call out the actor whose name is Daniel Bruhl.
Yeah.
But I couldn't leave off Chadwick Boseman or Tom Holland because it's their introductions.
Yes.
But
Oh, God.
you start thinking about all of these people where it's like, okay, but can we leave this person on? No, not really, because of this. Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I do think Baron Zemo's one of the more interesting Marvel villains in that he's got a perfectly clear motivation. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly why he's doing it. And he's doing it in a fairly clever way.
Mm-hmm.
It's not do what Tony does, but smashier, like our previous Iron Man villains. It's outsmart him.
And yeah, like, again, like, he's different from his comic counterpart, but, like, the way, like, the way they adapted him in, like, it's just the execution of it, because this is just a normal civilian who's just out for vengeance, and he's just able to put all the pieces in place, and he succeeds in breaking apart the Avengers, basically.
Oh yeah. And that's all he wants. He's angry, not incorrectly, because his family was killed in Sokovia. You know, he is Sokovian. His wife, child, and father were all killed when, you know, the city came crashing down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we also, in the first after the three universes, is it we don't get Spider-Man's origin story in the MCU.
Yeah,
No.
because this was just after the Amazing Spider-Man movies flopped, and like that's when Marvel and Sony began their deal, and they figured it was just going to be redundant to do his origin story again.
Here's the thing. In my lifetime, up before this point, there had been, from the time I was in high school, 2 movie series and at least 3 cartoon series about Spider-Man. That's without going back to the Electric Company or the 70s Spider-Man cartoon. We all knew. Everybody knew about Uncle Ben. Everybody. You don't need Spider-Man's origin story. You know, they didn't in Phase 1 really give us the Incredible Hulk's origin story either, because we know.
They did kind of give it like a little flashback kind of at the beginning of the movie.
Sure, but they gave
Frankly, this was a trick that the new Superman also used. Like, his backstory has an integral role in one of the plot points, but they don't do Superman's origin over again. Like, he's already in action, like, at the start of it. So they were kind of clever in how they incorporated, like, his backstory into it, but, like, it's not how they open the movie or anything. They don't take all the time to establish it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's James Gunn.
Yeah.
Who also directed the Guardians of the Galaxy movies.
Yes.
So, not all of the Guardians. I mean, we eventually get an origin story for Rocket.
Mm-hmm.
And Drax tells us his origin.
Yeah.
And we get flashbacks of Gamora's as it's relevant. But, you know, we are accepting that they are in a broader world that just has people like this. And we as audiences know what superheroes are. How did someone become a superhero? They did. Next question.
Also, we do get, I don't know if we do get a connection to the comics here, kind of a little bit. In the comics, but in the comic version of this, Peter eventually turned on Tony and joined Cap's side. And here it's Natasha that turns sides.
Well, I've never read the comics. Well, fun fact about the comics, actually, and it relates to me. The inciting incident that kicks off the Civil War in the comics, as well as the game Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, which doesn't fully adapt the comic, like it does its own things too, but it like uses the comic as its framework. My hometown gets blown up.
Oh. Yeah, in the comics, I don't remember where it's set in the comics, but a school gets blown up during a fight between some low ranking, I wouldn't say low level, but like fairly young and inexperienced superheroes and a kind of nobody supervillain.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the high school that gets blown up is my high school.
Congrats.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that was like they recreate that in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, and it's even one of the trivia questions in the trivia game you can play. So that's like I felt fascinated.
but
That's all I can say.
yeah,
But yeah, regarding Spider-Man in the comic, so he's originally Team Iron Man, and like the whole thing with the registration is about the secret identities and everything. Well,
Yes.
one of the big moments in the comic Civil War is that Iron Man has like a public display where Peter unmasks himself, like to show his pro registration support.
Yeah.
And then what makes him go Team Captain America is the exact thing, the exact reason why they have secret identities, because obviously everything gets screwed up for him. Now that everybody knows he's Spider-Man.
That's just Spider-Man, that's what happens. But also, he's not real thrilled about the whole secret, prisons thing.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's what I think that would turn them to eventually too, because but a lot of people don't know the story because this is the thing that led to the divorce, or not the divorce, but the rewriting history of Spider-Man that people hate nowadays.
Oh, no, people hated it then too. One More Day, people hated it then. Because it's stupid.
That's the one where isn't that the one where they reveal that Aunt May's his biological mom or something?
No, that's the one
No.
where to save Aunt May's life from the bullet that Kingpin sent, they erased their marriage to MJ. They never got married.
Erased
Not
the marriage
just
to
his
Mary
marriage.
Jane. Oh, okay.
His marriage and child. Like, he had a child.
Yeah, they're like Peter. We don't. People want Peter to be happy, and people have Peter to be married and with a kid. People don't want that.
Literally, Joe Quesada didn't think that comic book fans would be able to relate to a married parent as a superhero.
As we see the new Ultimate Spider-Man shows up different to that.
It's It was really, as someone who remembers One More Day, thank you, and is a comic book fan, it was really insulting. Like, I get grieving for Aunt May, but also he goes back to Aunt May not knowing that he's Spider-Man. And there had been this really beautiful scene. It is one of the most heartwarming pages in a Spider-Man comic ever, where Aunt May reveals she's always known.
Right. Yeah.
They're standing together on the observation deck of the Empire State Building. And she asks what it's like to go web swinging. and talks about how she had known, but she couldn't say she knew because he couldn't be afraid for her and this and that. And it's just so beautiful. And that's wiped out by the One More Day thing. It's so stupid.
Yeah,
So,
have you seen? I mentioned this earlier. Have you read the? I don't know if you read it or not. The new Spider-Man series where he's an adult with kids, gets his powers later on.
No, I haven't.
It's a pretty popular comic now, and that shows they could have done it.
Yeah, a lot of Marvel fans have a lot of things to say about Joe Quesada, and I am one of them. He's the editor who decided whose side everyone would be on in Civil War. Whether it made sense to the character or not. And I don't remember specific examples of where it didn't, but I remember reading a couple of comments at the time and going, wait, no? And he tried, and then Joe Quesada didn't have justification of who'd be on which side. He made the writers figure one out. So this person is on the pro-registration side. Figure out why. And people will be like, but he would, okay. So yeah, it was messy in the comics. And I think the movie version is actually a lot more logical about who sides where.
Well, generally everybody agrees that the movie is like a huge improvement over the comic in general.
It makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Peter originally sided with Tony in the comic book, but we know why he sided, because he's like a technical hero to him.
Yeah, well, he sides with Tony because he doesn't know what's going on.
He's just a kid, basically. he admires Tony Stark, but basically the reason he goes along with him, more or less, it's just a chance to hang with his hero. And
Tony shows up, gives him a suit, and takes him to Germany. That's why he's on Tony's side. He literally does not have time to think about it in the movie.
You'll see it in, even in Spider-Man Homecoming, I mean, that's going to be something we cover in this one too, but that movie opens with Peter basically doing vlogs of himself as he's going on the trip to do the Civil War fight, and you just see how giddy he is about it, excited.
He's so he has been friendly neighborhood Spider-Man swinging around in sweatpants, and suddenly he's hanging with the cool kids. Yeah, he's on Tony's side because Tony's one of his heroes. But I feel like if Cap had showed up and taken him away, he'd have been on Cap's side because Cap is one of his heroes and he didn't know what was going on.
Hell, even in Civil War, he gets to have a moment with Cap because specifically it's when they both find out they're from New York, and Peter says, I'm from Queens, and then Cap's just Brooklyn.
Yeah. No, it's great. And I love that they do this for the characters. One of the other real distinctions to me between the MCU and the DCEU is character beats. Marvel doesn't assume that you already know everything there is to know about these characters. Partly that's because a lot of the Marvel characters were obscure before they were in the MCU. The average person did not know who Iron Man was. I keep going back to this one, but it's true. Do you know who the only other person to play Ant-Man in live action was? Garrett Morris in a Saturday Night Live sketch in the 70s. That was how obscure Ant-Man was.
I knew who, even before the MCU, I knew who Iron Man, Thor, and, some of the other MCU characters were because I played Marvel Ultimate Alliance. And that's one game that, it sold well, but not everybody played games back then, and even not today.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite as... It was, more of a niche.
Yeah, I knew who they were because my partner and I both read a lot of comics.
Well, people would have. The only other way people would have known about them was like the animated series they were getting in the '90s, because like Spider-Man, like the Spider-Man animated series, had a lot of
Spider-Man,
different
yes.
Marvel heroes as guest spots, and
Yeah,
like
no,
Iron Man
Yeah.
got his own show in the '90s. So did Hulk. So did
You know who was a guest on a handful of episodes of the '90s Spider-Man cartoon?
there were various ones, but which one are you thinking of?
But relevant to the Spider-Verse without Spider-Man, Morbius.
Right. Well, Morbius was like a whole story arc in the season 2 of the animated series.
Yeah. So, like, having watched that, you know, as it aired back in the '90s, I was one of the handful of people who knew who Morbius was.
Funny thing is that Blade was one of the guest heroes that appeared in the Morbius story arc, and officially, the animated series was the first appearance of Whistler, his mentor, because what happened was they were trying to get what ultimately became the Wesley Snipes Blade movie off the ground for like years at that point. And Whistler was written specifically for the movie, but that movie was in production hell for a little bit, but the 90s animated series had the rights to use them. And they did. Yeah. So officially Whistler came first in the animated series.
But like, of the characters who appear on screen right now, most people knew who Captain America was before the MCU. They may not have known his origin story, and I'm not saying no to a Joe Johnston directed period piece origin story of a superhero. That is something I will never say no to. So I'm fine with Captain America: The First Avenger. But I didn't even watch the 90s Iron Man cartoon. Like, a lot of people had not seen that cartoon. Most people didn't know who Black Widow was.
I didn't even know it existed until Jetix. That was a block on Toon Disney back in the mid 2000s. They were doing a marathon of that Iron Man cartoon specifically to promote the movie because it was brand new at the time.
Yeah. Most people didn't know who Black Widow was. Most people didn't know who Winter Soldier was. Most people didn't know who Falcon was. Most people didn't know who War Machine was. Some people knew about Black Panther.
Yeah, I knew about I think I knew about Falcon because I remember reading about how Sam Wilson became the new Captain America in the comic book years ago.
Falcon was one of the few MCU characters I didn't know about pre-MCU, only because he didn't really appear in anything before that.
Yeah, and everyone knew about Peter Parker.
Spider-Man's like the one character everybody knew about.
But like, this entire slide, which is the most important characters or introduced in this movie, to be fair, in Civil War, before the MCU, most people only knew the first one and the last one. And I will never stop being fascinated by how much they made us care about all of the other characters.
Well, ending this part real fast. At the end, a few things happen at the end. One, Black Panther decided not to let revenge rule his life.
Yes,
and he didn't let Zemo kill himself,
which is a good throughway to his own movie.
Tony got the cell phone burner phone.
Yeah, so he still has contact with Cap and Natasha and Sam if he chooses to use it.
Yeah, the two end credit scenes or middle end credit scenes. One was about how the Panther was helping Bucky, even though early in the movie he wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
And two, it confirmed that Spider-Man would return.
Yes.
Like, I got in a fight with a guy named Stephen Brooklyn. He told us Aunt May.
Yeah. And, I'm sorry to anybody who is watching this without having seen all of Phase 3, but why are you watching this if you haven't seen all these movies and are trying to avoid spoilers?
Yeah, it's kind of like I'm all for like spoilers, not spoiling things, but it's been 10 years.
See, the thing is I have written spoiler-free reviews of Psycho and Soylent Green and several other, like, everybody knows the big reveal of these movies. To me, it's more, each movie in this leads into the next one. You kind of have to tell the ending in order to keep going with the series.
Okay, I'm gonna get a spoiler right here, right now. You ready? The rosebud was the sled.
I can even tell you how we know that was his last words. The butler was in the room.
Anyways, let's go on to Doctor Strange.
Yes. One of my friend Amanda's favorite movies because she really likes Benedict Cumberbatch. So, Doctor Strange, this leads to one of my favorite lines in the MCU when he and Peter are introducing themselves to one another and he calls himself Doctor Strange and Peter says, "Oh, we're using our fake names." But no, his name is actually Dr. Stephen Strange because Stan Lee shouldn't have been allowed to name characters. And he is a brilliant neurosurgeon. He's also an arrogant bastard.
Mm-hmm.
And one day he gets into a car accident while
being a car accident. I mentioned this earlier in the last movie. He gets a call about a colonel back injury.
Yes, he gets a call about a colonel with a back injury, and he won't take the case, which ends up not mattering because he's not paying enough attention to the road, and it's a dark road, and it's kind of slippery, and he drives off the road.
I don't know about that. We watching it today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that thing was an accident or the other car hit him on purpose.
It doesn't matter because he was looking at an X-ray while driving.
Yeah, it's true.
So he was not paying enough attention to the road, even if the other car, was going out of its way to hit him. He couldn't have avoided it because he wasn't watching what he was doing. Road safety tip: don't look at X-rays while you drive.
Don't look at anything while you drive.
Well, look at the road.
Look at the road, but not anything else.
Yeah. Hell, when I learned how to drive, I didn't like having the radio on. That freaked me out a little bit.
I get more freaked out without it, which is fun when you're taking your driver's test and they make you have the radio off. Anyway, he gets the best treatment they can give him. However, and this is true, there is a window after a serious injury at which at which you have the best chance of them being able to fix it so that your body can repair itself. And he was still in the wreckage when that window went past. So his hands are basically worthless as far as he's concerned. They are constantly shaking. He can't even sign his name.
And he certainly is not going to be able to continue his work.
Yeah, there's 18 pins in his hands. He cannot be a neurosurgeon anymore. And he sinks into depression, which is frankly understandable. I get it.
He also blows, and he's shown to be reasonably well off because of his work.
Yes.
And he throws it all away in a fruitless effort to try and get some kind of treatment to get his hands working again.
Yeah. And he hears about a man whose case he himself had not taken because he deemed it hopeless, who was paralyzed from fairly high on his back. I don't remember exactly where, but fairly high on his back down, who is now like playing basketball. Not professionally, but he is able physically to play basketball. And this guy advises him to go to Kamar-Taj, which is your bog standard, this is from a 60s comic, mystical Eastern location. And we're going to get a little bit into the Orientalism of the original comic in a bit here. Trust me, we're getting there. But when he finally persuades them to let him into Kamar-Taj, he encounters there the Ancient One, played by the ever slightly alien Tilda Swinton, and discovers that in Kamar-Taj they work real magic, which he doesn't believe in. And eventually he discovers that actually it's real and he's really good at it. However, there is a former student of the Ancient One named Caecilius, played by Swedish, I think, actor Mads Mikkelsen, who is trying to make a pact with a being called Dormammu, who will end death in the universe. You don't have to know a lot to know that that's not going to work out the way he wants it to. Pacts with otherworldly beings are generally a good idea regardless, kids. That's another piece of advice that I am giving you from this movie. What with one thing and another, the Ancient One ends up dying, leaving the title of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange, who now has to fight Caecilius to prevent basically the end of the world. But a mystic end of the world this time, so it's different. Obviously he succeeds, or else we really don't have much more MCU. So the elephant in the room here is the Ancient One.
Yeah, this is the second of the controversial people have.
Yeah.
We're talking about Aunt May, now the Ancient One.
Yeah. And the thing is this is the same kind of issue we had in Phase 2 with the Mandarin. And I liked what they did with the Mandarin. The Ancient One... in the comics, the Ancient One is a very old Asian man.
They even referenced it a little bit, like as a joke in this movie.
Yeah, Doctor Strange thought that an old Asian guy was the Ancient One. And then, Tilda Swinton introduces herself.
I know the casting of Tilda Swinton raised a lot of eyebrows. It's like, I'm of two minds on that. It's like, I get why people would have a problem with it, but at the same time, I thought she did good in the role.
I mean, she was going to because she's Tilda Swinton.
Yeah.
Like, she's one of a handful of MCU people who I have never seen give a bad performance, even if the movie around them is an absolute garbage fire.
Yeah.
She is also, her main advantage is that she doesn't quite seem to be from Earth.
Yeah.
I have also seen her play an archangel, in point of fact, and be utterly believable. Because sure, Tilda Swinton could be an archangel. I don't know. She says she's from Australia, but why should I believe her? My stance on the Ancient One controversy is that there was no good way of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They talked for a while about having an Asian woman instead of the, stereotypical ancient, Asian man mystic that reeks with colonialism, quite frankly. But they didn't go with an Asian woman because they've seen the internet. And they knew what the internet would do with a female Asian Ancient One. And I get that. I really get that. I am very, very glad that they didn't make the Ancient One a white man.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would have been the worst choice. I do think going with someone Asian would have been a better choice. But I don't think they had a good choice. I think they were written into a corner by people 5 decades earlier.
Like, with the casting choice, I feel like they made, like, at least with the type of casting choice, they did one, like, just Tilda Swinton, I just think, plays the part perfectly, like, for what they were going for.
Yes. Once they made the choice, she was the best person they could have chosen. There was no other white woman who I think would have filled the role of the Ancient One as well as Tilda Swinton did. I just think that choosing to cast a white woman was possibly not the best choice they could have made.
Mm-hmm.
I do also think that the standout character from the movie is Wong.
Ah, yes.
Wong is the best in this TED Talk, I will. And I love all of the little hints that we get in later movies about his personal life. It's later confirmed that the gamer who's being really mean to one of the characters in Endgame is actually Wong.
Right, because they do establish that Wong was one of the survivors of the Thanos snap, and he became the Sorcerer Supreme in Doctor Strange's absence.
Yes.
So
Yes. But apparently the Russos have said, yes, a certain character who was fan speculated to have been Wong, who never appears on screen and we never hear his voice. He's just referenced. But yes, that was actually Wong.
yeah.
So that's amusing to me. But this movie is a lot about overcoming obstacles and what compromises are and aren't safe to make, I think.
Yeah. Also, I think it also introduces the last stone besides the Soul Stone.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the introduction of the Time Stone, which is in the Eye of Agamotto, which is in the care of the monks of Camartage who are sworn to protect it. We also find out that Doctor Strange's cape is basically sentient. And it chooses him.
There's a at the end of the movie, there's an online fan theory about how long he spent in that time loop.
I think there's an official answer, but I don't remember what it is, but it's a really long time.
And that's why he's so good later on, because he I guess, even though it was 5 seconds in his, maybe a minute in our time, it was like he did that minute like over and over again.
Yeah, Dormammu, I have come to bargain is a joke in some of my friend circles. A character that I didn't put on the slide because he doesn't fully justify it, because frankly I could never remember his character name, is the other neurosurgeon who isn't as good as Doctor Strange, who was played by Michael Stuhlbarg of A Serious Man. I love A Serious Man. I love Michael Stuhlbarg. I thought I would call him out just because he's so great. He's also in Lincoln. He casts a very serious vote, and he's in Boardwalk Empire.
Oh, then also they showed a little preview of Thor at the end.
Yes.
But other than that, and the mention of the Infinity Stone, at this point, Doctor Strange isn't really that connected.
This is mostly a standalone movie. The only other MCU character to physically appear is Thor in an end credits scene.
I said maybe that besides the callback to what might have been Rhodey in that.
Right, but he, again, to physically appear, Rhodey is mentioned probably, but he's not there. You don't even see his X-rays. Because they're not exciting enough.
But I like to look at the end. We made that joke in the wrong glass. He mentioned earlier. He said that they tell you the warnings after the spell.
Yes, it's a badly written spell book,
and that made Wong laugh, and that's why Dormammu's disciples were whisked away.
Yes,
but we now go to a funny movie, kind of.
Mostly, yeah. This is another one where I did not have close to enough room on the slide for all of the important characters. So we start out with young Peter Quill, whose mother is dying. And he is abducted by aliens.
But that's the first one, I think. This one we see his parents dating.
Oh yeah, no, we see his parents dating. We do see his mother dying.
Yeah, with a de-aged
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
It's weird. This is the first Kurt Russell movie and the first Sylvester Stallone movie I ever saw in the theater, which shocked me when I realized that. Because I have seen so many Kurt Russell movies. So many. Going back to his, Disney Child Star days. But this was the first one I saw in the theater. So it turns out that Peter's father, who he had never known, is Ego the Living Planet, played by Kurt Russell, who has been...
What?
We'll call it spreading his seed. Trying to create another being like himself. And he was paying Yondu, played by Michael Rooker, who didn't make the slide because too many characters. to find the children and bring them to him.
Let's show the movie.
And just before he brought Peter, Yondu found out what he was doing to the children who didn't measure up. However, the fact that he was doing this got Yondu separated from his, I don't even know what to call them, his organization, let's call it. The Ravagers, who have not spoken to him since. One of whom is Sylvester Stallone. As it turns out, his character has a name, Stakar Ogord, who I just thought of as Sylvester Stallone. I like some of his movies. The man's not the best actor in the world. So Peter is actually what Ego wanted in a child. Unfortunately, that also means he will be able to help Ego basically wipe out all other life in the universe. Which Peter is not really on board with, it turns out. He likes the other life in the universe, at least some of it. His relationship with Gamora is kind of being a thing. Drax and Mantis, who works for Ego, helping him sleep because she's an empath, they have a weird, unpleasant to me relationship going. Nebula is hunting.
Really, especially not now, but especially in hindsight when we find about who she is later on.
Yeah. Nebula is coming after Gamora for their father because, you know. Rocket and Yondu bond. Yondu's crew mutinies. And everyone who would have sided with him except for one is murdered.
Well, because I think at the time he sided with the other people.
Yeah, he switches sides. He's actually played by director James Gunn's brother. It's a busy movie. There's also a plot that involves some stolen batteries, so those people are coming after Rocket because Rocket stole this really super powerful battery. And Yondu is trying to make up with the Ravagers who want nothing to do with him, one of whom is played by Michelle Yeoh and one of whom is played by Ving Rhames. Because even in really tiny roles, the MCU casts well.
Sylvester Stallone's also in the movie.
Yeah, I mentioned. He's on the slide.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of important.
Yeah, before that, rewatching it, I did not realize the Ravagers were more than one thing. I thought it was just Yondu's crew, but apparently it was a whole system of people.
Yeah, there's like 100 crews or something. And it's this whole thing about they have a special kind of funeral for one of their own, and they tell Yondu he won't get one because he stole children. And that is something they do not do. And they won't listen to any of his explanation about it. And it's a movie about found family. The thing is Peter lost his mother when he was young, and he never knew his father. And the person who could theoretically have been his father figure instead spent a lot of time telling him that he was keeping the crew from eating him. Gamora, her biological family was murdered, and she was raised by a psychopath with an adopted sister who she was always put into battle against. Drax's family was murdered by said psychopath. Groot is Groot. Canonically, incidentally, this is not the same Groot as in the first movie. He is a seedling. He is a different character. Rocket, we will find out more about it in Volume 3, but what we know is he's the only one of his kind. These are people with no one. And they find each other. That is the theme of Guardians of the Galaxy. And sometimes you just have to murder your toxic living planet father. And that's okay. Your possibly Mary Poppins surrogate dad is more important anyway.
That man may have been your father, but he wasn't your daddy.
Funnily enough, Michael Rooker was in a movie that I didn't see in the theater with Kurt Russell before.
Which one's that?
Tombstone.
Ah, Tombstone. I know of that, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, it's good. Oh,
Like, I know of Tombstone for the strangest reason.
okay.
There was this YouTube video series I watched, like, in the old days of YouTube. Basically, it was a series of dark comedy sketches of this guy in high school pretending to be Barney the dinosaur and getting into like hijinks, where usually just involves him getting beat up or like made a fool of, because that'd be how Barney the anti-Barney humor works.
Mm-hmm.
One of the videos had a crazy guy with a rake chasing after him. And the chase music they used was from the opening scene of Tombstone.
Huh. No, it is an excellent movie.
Yeah, and when one time I put on Tombstone because it was like free with ads at the time and I wanted background noise. The moment I started hearing that track from the opening scene, I was like, that's where it's from?
Well, and Tombstone is a movie that is cast on the level of an MCU movie. Like, Charlton Heston is in it for like 2 minutes. The opening and closing narration is, I think, Robert Mitchum's final film role. The Earp brothers are Kurt Russell, Sam Elliott. God, who's the third one? This guy from Aliens, Game Over. Oh, I can't remember his name. Anyway, it's him. And the late, desperately lamented Val Kilmer. For my fellow Gen Xers, Jason Priestley is in it. The guy who played Chris on Northern Exposure is in it. And one of the people on the side of Kurt Russell later in the movie is played by Michael Rooker. It's a fantastic movie. It's so good. But I didn't actually see it in the theater. So that was not my I saw a Kurt Russell movie in the theater movie. That was Guardians Volume 2. I'm fine.
Anyways, at the end of this movie, something that I did not realize when I saw it, like, it goes me back to the third movie, because at the end we're introduced to Adam, who's a big thing in the third movie.
Adam Warlock, yes.
Yeah, and I realized the Gold Lady was in that movie too. Like, and I didn't realize that until like, oh yeah, she was in it.
She doesn't make the slide because the slide is it's a busy movie. There are a lot of characters.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, true, that's true. But in my mind, I didn't really connect two movies together with her. I thought she was the person in this movie, and then all of a sudden,
The person who plays Adam Warlock is going to be on my giant database because he won a BAFTA Rising Star Award. But yeah. Sylvester Stallone got added to the database because the Rocky movies. Yeah.
And
Again, even Michelle Yeoh for 2 seconds.
and,
Casting in this movie is insane.
and Rambo.
Yeah. No, Rambo never won Oscars.
Not
'Cause
even
it's not
First
good.
Blood.
First Blood isn't bad.
Well,
First Blood
First Blood is great. Like, legitimately great. The other movies, they are what they are.
I got in trouble in a film class for laughing too hard at Rambo 2. I fell off a chair.
It's
They
funny,
know what they are for the most part, but yeah.
I'm not sure they do, actually. I think they think they're a lot better than they are.
It's funny. I think, off topic real fast. A lot of people don't know that the first Rambo movie wasn't called Rambo.
It was called First Blood.
It's
Just
based on a
First
novel, actually.
Yeah.
Rambo
it
is the
was a book
character's last
originally,
name.
yeah.
John Rambo. Also, people may not know that Sylvester Stallone wrote and directed Rocky.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one.
But again, it's pretty much a standalone movie, except for the mention of Thanos, with the...
Yeah. Yeah, Thanos is important to the plot, in as much as he is the motivation for Gamora and not appearing on this slide, Nebula. But most of this movie is separate from every movie except for Guardians Volume 1.
A funny story, though, about that, too. The MCU timeline is a fickle thing.
Oh, yes.
Apparently, this movie takes place right after this first movie.
Yeah, it takes place pretty much immediately after the first movie.
And the first 2 movies, I think, take place before a majority of, like, the MCU movies up to this point.
Yes. Yeah. Trying to figure out the chronology of the MCU requires a chart, and not least because we're going to get into time travel shenanigans going forward. Also, multiverse shenanigans in later phases. The chart of the timeline of Loki is 3-dimensional. But yeah, this is Spider-Man: Homecoming. This actually was a candid shot of Tom Holland in costume.
Yeah, we mentioned this. We mentioned this in the first part, Phase 1, but Spider-Man was not this is still technically still not, but Spider-Man was not Marvel's property at this point.
No, technically he was technically still, for film rights, Sony.
And that very much is still how it is today.
Yeah, there was some filming issues, I think, before No Way Home, where Tom Holland joked that the actual subtitle of the next Spider-Man movie was going to be Spider-Man Homeless.
Well, in the lead up to No Way Home's release, there was... So, like, what happened was, in the lead up to, like, after Amazing Spider-Man 2 underperformed, and in the lead up to Civil War, Marvel and Sony reached a deal to basically share the character. And before No Way Home's release, that deal was a little threatened at one point because they weren't happy with, like, the conditions of it. But then they resolved it, and so far everything's fine at the moment.
Frankly, I think they were expecting the Marvel Spider-Man movies to bomb and for them to get their character back. I have no evidence of this, but that is what I suspect.
I mean, I think what may have set that into motion was when Into the Spider-Verse was a success for them. Like, and they were convinced that they could still do it on their own without Marvel's help.
And they were going to do the whole. They've been trying to do the whole Spider-Verse without Spider-Man series, which is not going well for them.
Yeah, actually,
yeah.
like, the only one that did good-
Across the Spider-Verse and Beyond the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse was still great, but
I think
the
the
difference is-
production on it is messy.
Yeah, I think the big difference is between the Sonyverse and the Behind the Spider-Verse is I get I can do more stuff because it's animated.
Yeah,
And
the thing is, I think those are both great movies, but I also think that they were expecting the Marvel Spider-Man to do as poorly as the Amazing Spider-Man, and I would argue for quite a similar reason. One of my problems with the Amazing Spider-Man, which I saw the first one but not the second one, but one of my problems with it was that I felt that everybody in that movie was so much better than Andrew Garfield. Like, they were acting rings around that boy. And so I think they were expecting, because Tom Holland was, with all the love in my heart for the Billy Elliot stage musical, a nobody. They were expecting Marvel to have that same issue where he's put into a cast with frickin' Michael Keaton and Tyne Daly, who made my slide because I've been in a room with her if you count a Broadway theater as a room. And, they were expecting him to be, and Robert Downey Jr. and Jon Favreau and Marissa Tomei, they were expecting him to just be outacted and for the movies to underperform for that same reason. And what they didn't count on was that Tom Holland's a really good actor.
That plus really good, unlike some of the other movies, give or take, really good writing.
Really good writing, really good choreography, really good cinematography. Like, they're just better made movies.
And
than the first.
The big reason why Spider-Man Brand New Day has taken so long to come out, my understanding was Sony and Marvel were very much butting heads on that movie. Marvel wanted to stick with No Way Home's ending where Spider-Man's like now in a new status quo where he's very street level, like that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Whereas Sony wanted another No Way Home.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and I wouldn't be surprised if that, and we'll get to that when we get to that. But
yeah,
the thing is Tom Holland was a gamble. And honestly, Marvel hadn't gambled on a lead actor in a while.
Since RDJ, since Tony.
Well, no, I'm thinking more since like Chris Hemsworth and Chris Evans, because Chris Pratt wasn't a big name, but he'd been around. Well, and Benedict Cumberbatch.
Chris Evans has been around. Only thing Chris Evans was known for before that was Fantastic Four.
Chris, not Fantastic. The Tim Story Fantastic Four movies.
Yeah, well, and he'd done a couple of other movies before then, and he was kind of a lesser known actor in those days. But like Chris Pratt had a successful TV show, and Benedict Cumberbatch is Benedict Cumberbatch.
Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, well, no, not just, because I was looking at his BAFTAs, and he had a career going back a solid 15 years of really acclaimed stuff when he was cast as Doctor Strange, also Sherlock. And Paul Rudd has been around since I was in high school and not aged a day since then. You know, he looks practically the same in Ant-Man as he did in Clueless. It's amazing. So these were established actors. And Tom Holland was 19 and had done the Billy Elliot Broadway musical. Well, West End, I think, but still. It was a gamble that he was going to be able to hold up a tentpole movie opposite, you know, friggin' Michael Keaton as the villain.
By the way, Michael Keaton's excellent as the Vulture.
Oh, he's so good. I'm not going to say I've never seen Michael Keaton be bad in a movie, because I have. Not in a long time, but I have. But, well, he's not good in Jack Frost, but I don't blame him, because no one could save that script. But also that movie is from, you know, the 90s, and God doesn't look it.
Yeah.
To the point that the snowman in Jack Frost looks more like George Clooney than Michael Keaton, because they initially cast George Clooney and he went off and did Batman and Robin instead. That's the era we're talking
I think I mentioned this.
That is
I think I
some
mentioned
irony
this-
for you too.
Oh, I know. My feeling
think-
is if you ask George Clooney today which movie he'd rather have made, he'd say, "Can I have a third option, please?"
Yeah, I think I mentioned this in an earlier episode. I forget when it was, but the good and bad balance. Which is worse, bad writing and a good actor, or good writing and a bad actor?
I think good writing in a bad actor draws more attention to itself. A good actor can fool you that the writing is better than it is. A bad actor draws attention to how good the writing is and how bad a job they're doing with it. Like, really listen to the dialogue of Star Wars A New Hope sometime. Or as Harrison Ford put it, you can write this stuff, George, but you can't say it.
That's the big reason why Alec Guinness had to be paid truckloads of money to come back to the
man.
sequels.
He once agreed to sign someone's Star Wars memorabilia provided they promised to never watch the movie again. He had real feelings about those movies.
Yeah, he went to his grave hating that he was remembered most for the Star Wars movies.
Yeah, no, and it's hard for me to blame him looking
Yeah.
over his career. But the thing is she didn't get nominated for the first ever Best Casting Oscar, which I'm sad about because she's amazing. But there's a woman named Sarah Haley Finn. And what Sarah Haley Finn has been doing for the last, 15 years, 17 years, is casting the MCU. And she has been doing just phenomenal work at it. And I admire her desperately. Because, okay, Zendaya had been around before this point. But almost all of these kids were nobodies. And
Even
I
with
don't like
Zendaya, I feel like this was what really kickstarted her movie career, because before this movie, the only thing I knew her for was a Disney Channel sitcom.
well, she's been doing Disney Channel stuff.
Yeah.
But that's still being around.
Yeah.
But, I don't like bringing these movies up for obvious reasons, but the woman who cast the Harry Potter movies died last year.
Mm.
And that is another casting director who I don't think gets talked about enough, because it turns out all of the kids she cast in major roles could really act. Like, there are a lot of things to say about those movies, but the acting is not, or, the casting is not a complaint you can have. And it's the same with the MCU, in my opinion, at least. These are some amazing performers. Even the kids that you basically haven't heard of before.
And here, also, I went to forget. This is all that I mentioned before. This is the third of the major, at the time, the major controversial casting choices. And that was MJ.
Yeah. Well, and at the time, she wasn't supposed to be Mary Jane. She was kind of supposed to be a new character. And then at the end of the movie, she has them call her MJ. And then you find out that her name is her last name is Watson. So they kind of morphed her into Mary Jane Watson.
Yeah, but at the time, even today, people like MJ isn't black. She's not. Where's her red hair? Where's this? Where's that?
Yeah, and the thing is she doesn't resemble any comic version of Mary Jane Watson. And in my mind, she is kind of a separate character because her name isn't Mary Jane. Her name is Michelle.
Well, I think No Way Home makes like. Well, it's not Mary Jane. I think
Michelle Jones Watson.
Michelle Jones Watson. That's how they make it MJ in this. Yes.
But but
so I think of her as a different character who is kind of MJ, but not. But
it's funny
because I love this character.
I read history about that. Technically, I read history about that. And she's kind of almost the MJ of the 60s, because the MJ of the 60s was like the rebel person, going against the status quo of the point, the 60s.
Yeah.
And they said this one's kind of the same way, but the status quo of today's.
But jumping ahead to No Way Home a little bit, even though that's way too early, I actually do kind of like the added touch that each version of Spider-Man has their own distinct, love interest, basically.
Yeah, because it would have been weird otherwise.
But
that would have been, given how young she is relative to the other two, it would have been creepy.
Well, there is a joke in the movie that makes reference to that, where Toby and Andrew have one of their brief interactions, and one of the few hints you get on what Toby's been up to is that he and MJ are figuring it out, and then Andrew gives him a funny look, and then Toby has to specify, wait, my MJ.
Yes.
But also, other people at the time this came out, I know she was MJ at the point, but later on, that a lot of people have been burned out about Sam Raimi's MJ, too.
Yeah. I'm going to level with you. I've never really liked the casting of Kirsten Dunst as Mary Jane.
I think that's the thing about both bad writing and bad acting.
I have a lot of feelings, and I'm not really going to get into them at this point because they're not really relevant.
Yeah,
but she never worked for me in the role, and I've always felt she was miscast, and I never felt she understood the character. And I think understanding your character is not in a method actor, what's my motivation kind of way, but she never really seemed to understand what she was doing.
Also, but again, I think the part of it was the writing too.
Yes. Yeah, she was poorly written in those movies. And I like those movies. Well, I like two of those movies, but she was poorly written in those movies.
But again, this was the third, maybe not the final strike, but this was the take 3 of the Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And I think this hit off.
Well, we get Gwen Stacy in the second one in Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, say what you will about the Amazing Spider-Man movies, one of the highlights of those movies is the Peter Gwen Stacy relationship.
Yeah. But in this movie, one of the things that's always been important, at least to me, about Peter Parker is Peter is trying so hard to be the best Peter Parker he can be and the best Spider-Man he can be. And it's so hard because he can't do both of those at once. And he's a literal high school student at this point.
Yeah, I think he's a sophomore here.
Yeah. Side note, as a former academic decathlon competitor, the portrayal of academic decathlon in this movie really bothers me because that's not at all what it's like. They should have called it something else. Academic decathlon is a real academic competition. It is an all-day competition. 9 of the 10 competitions are done inside where nobody's watching you. You have to start your day by writing an essay, which is not very cinematic. Then there are 6 multiple choice tests. An interview, you give a speech, and at the end of the day, there's something that's almost but not quite like what they're doing for academic decathlon in the movie. So yeah. So I wish they'd call that something different because it's not academic decathlon and it really bothered me. And everyone else who's been in academic decathlon gets it. Anyway, I had to say that or my former coach, Mrs. Nicholson, would have said stern words at me.
Okay, the movie begins with a flashback to the first Avengers movie, kind of.
Yeah. Well, no, to Civil War.
No, Avengers. Because they're doing the cleanup.
No, well, they have a flashback.
Oh, yeah, well,
they have a flashback to the aftermath of the first Avengers because that's like Michael Keaton's backstory.
Yeah, he got a contract to clean up after the Battle of New York, and then got canceled, and a government agency led by Tyne Daly is going to be doing it instead, but he's overextended himself to handle the contract, and he's going to be ruined. But a bunch of his guys have a bunch of alien tech that they are then able to convert into all sorts of useful weapons and sell on the black market.
Also, we get later retcon. It says 8 years. I guess 8 years later. It's really not that long.
I don't remember. And then Peter gets hauled off to Germany, and he's vlogging the whole thing. And Happy's like, "Who are you planning to show this to?" And he's like, "No one. It's just for me." And Happy is, Happy's older than I am, so he's not there for this. And he gets told he's got this, he's got a Stark Industries internship, which Peter takes to believe means he will be called at any time to go off and fight bad guys with Iron Man. And he gives up marching band and academic decathlon and all sorts of other things he would normally want to do.
Yeah, that leads to my favorite line. My favorite line in the movie. It says he's given up robotics and marching band too. Like what? I'm not obsessive. I'm just observant.
Yes, and he's just sitting around waiting for Tony to call. And this is one of those. I get that Tony is Tony, and does not. Tony has never in his life had to sit around and wait on someone else like this. But surely Happy has,
Mm-hmm.
Somebody should have realized. Also, somebody should have realized that maybe actually training Peter would have been a good idea. Not Tony. Tony doesn't do training. But somebody should have. Anyway, Peter is foiling an ATM break-in at the bank across the street from his favorite bodega, when these guys turn out to have a scary new weapon. Side note, apparently he's allergic to cats, and he had to interact with a cat twice. So, yeah. That's Tom Holland, not Peter Parker, being allergic to cats. Anyway. So he decides, first he contacts Tony, who's like, this is not Avengers League stuff. And Tony never tells him that he called it in to the FBI, which is mistake number 2, or 3, arguably, that Tony has made at this point in the movie. And he's not even a major character. So, how much of the MCU is Tony Stark's fault? Quite a lot, really. But anyway, so Peter is tracking the mysterious, by pure coincidence several times, these mysterious weapons. And he interacts with Donald Glover, who, didn't make my list because he's on screen for like 5 minutes and the slide is not big enough. But Donald Glover's character in this is Miles Morales' uncle.
Yeah, he's meant
And
to
I
be
think
the-
he's
meant
the
to play.
reason I heard
It's not until Across the Spider-Verse that they show Across the Spider-Verse has a cameo from Donald Glover in the Prowler suit.
And I also
Yeah.
heard a rumor, at least, that Donald Glover is the reason there's even a Miles Morales to begin with. Because he wanted to play, I heard a rumor that he wanted to play Andrew Garfield's role in the last Spider-Man movie.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. The thing is the MCU started diversifying simply because not the MCU, but Marvel Comics started diversifying decades ago because they started realizing that there are more than just white dudes walking around this earth. And making the new Spider-Man in the Ultimate series black was just kind of, maybe we could have a black character, as far as I know, but it could be Donald Glover.
Like, I think Donald Glover was one of the catalysts for them wanting to do Miles Morales, but
yeah. But either way, he gets a nice little cameo, and I love how he's like, you've never done this before, have you? To Peter. Like, you need to get better at the interrogating part. But Peter nearly sinks the Staten Island ferry.
But before that, we get his first of the reveals. He reveals his identity to Ned by accident.
Yeah. Well, Ned sort of happens to be in his bedroom when he comes in from Spider-Manning. And it's hard not to notice that Peter is on the ceiling. And Ned wants to be his quote-unquote guy in the chair, which I choose to be an Oracle reference because I like the character of Oracle even though she's DC. The thing is I don't believe that the FBI raid on the Staten Island ferry would have been successful. I believe those weapons would have gone off and maybe it wouldn't have been quite the way it did, but I don't think the FBI was prepared for the tech they were coming up against. So that's another arguably this is Tony's fault. However, Peter's trying to go on with his life and he gets back on the academic decathlon team. And unfortunately, he does that so he can follow this shipment of weapons. And he ends up getting trapped in a warehouse overnight and not actually making it to the competition. And then a bunch of the team goes up the Washington Monument, and Ned turns out to have a bomb in his pocket. Whoopsie. And so Peter rescues them, but then it's a whole thing. And Peter finally works up the nerve to ask the girl that he likes to go to homecoming with him, and they're going to homecoming, and the girl's dad realizes that Peter is Spider-Man because the girl's dad is Adrian Toomes, which is Michael Keaton, who is also the Vulture.
The dad
Um,
talk he has in air quotes with Peter is a very effective scene.
Oh yeah, what's great, and I didn't notice this. This was I may have noticed it the first time I saw it, but the IMDb trivia pointed out that when he's in the car with Peter and Liz, and he's driving them to the dance, the light turns green when he realizes that Peter is Spider-Man. Which it's very effective filming. It's a little bit cliche, but you know what? It works. So, battle. Toomes ends up in prison. Liz and her mom moved to Oregon.
Oh, back up. I think we get the one that not as important as the right responsibility thing, but we get a good line. I think people know this. If you're nothing about the suit, well, you're nothing about the suit, or you're nothing, or I forget how it goes.
If you're nothing with the suit, then you don't deserve the suit. Which is
the connection I made with that was what Tony learned in Iron Man 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, that is fully about Tony's own personal realization that he needs to be worthy, basically. Worth and how it's defined is a big thing in the MCU. But Tony needs to be more than just the guy in the Iron Man suit to deserve to have the Iron Man suit. And he feels the same way about Peter. And the thing is Tony is absolutely right. Tony is also a grown damn man. And maybe if he mentored the 16-year-old, the 16-year-old would act a little more mature than the grown damn man did when he first got the Iron Man suit.
Another thing he said, "I want to be just like you," and he said, "I want you to be. I want you to be better than me."
Yeah, Tony doesn't think Tony is a role model, and fails to realize that other people may disagree. And frankly, I agree that Tony's not a role model. But also, I know that in universe, a lot of people might not see that. We as the audience see a lot of Tony's screw-ups that the rest of the world would not, in the MCU, be privy to. They don't know how much of the last 10 years of their history is from Tony screwing up somewhere.
This is another. Let's get back to another controversy people didn't like about this. People complain about the Spider-Man movie. Is a lot of Peter's enemies is Tony connected.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that does go back to our theme that everything in the MCU is Tony Stark's fault. But also, it makes sense. It's kind of hard to picture your average high school student, even with superpowers, attracting the attention of some of these villains when mostly what he does with his time as Spider-Man is stop people from robbing bodegas and stealing cars. The Vulture is out of his pay grade as a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, Tony thinks the Vulture is below his pay grade.
Yeah. And first off, that's really short-sighted of Tony. Tony Stark? Short-sighted? But yes. Because those weapons elevate whoever's hands they're in to someone who is a maybe not a full-on, Loki level threat, but there are a lot of villains that Tony himself has gone up against,
Yeah.
who are the same level of threat as somebody who's got their hands on those weapons.
And the other two Spider-Man villains that appear in this is the Scorpion and the Shocker.
Yeah. And I didn't put them on here because they're fairly minor characters. And again, that's a full slide already.
Hmm.
And I had to put Ned because, you know, Ned continues important for 2 more movies. And there's some interesting implications about him in No Way Home that we'll get to when we get there.
Yeah.
And Liz is important to drive the plot. And you can't leave off Michelle.
Even though she in this movie she's a very small role, very simple role, but you know, she's still.
Yeah, and you can't leave off Flash. And I've been in a room with Tyne Daly. If you count a theater on Broadway as a room. I saw her as Mama Rose in Gypsy once.
What character does she play?
Huh?
Who's
She's the woman who runs I can't remember the name of the organization, but the people who are doing the cleanup.
Oh, okay, the one that tells him.
Yeah, the older woman who comes in and shuts Michael Keaton down, that's Tyne Daly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew she had a name.
Yeah, I didn't realize she had a name either. Her name, as far as I was concerned, was Tyne Daly. You might remember her from Cagney and Lacey or Judging Amy, which is a fun show.
But
I don't
I meant
remember
character name. I thought she was just like the Dodge lady. The Doge lady.
Yeah, every once in a while, I ran into somebody who I'm like, oh, they had a character name. Oh, okay. Michelle Yeoh's character in Guardians Volume 2 has a character name, and she's on screen for literally like 30 seconds. It's amazing.
Yeah, but you said earlier, basically, most of the movie is but it's kind of the reverse in later movies. It is Peter thinks he could be famous, you know, all that stuff. I only do Peter Parker stuff, high school stuff. I'm gonna be an Avenger, man. I'm big time.
The thing is Peter is a 16-year-old who was suddenly pulled out of high school and taken to something way above his pay grade, and then dumped back in high school.
Yeah. Also, I like Tony says where he said, I went off face to face with Captain. You think that's good? I went off against Captain America. And he's like, kid, if Cap wanted to, he could have.
Yeah.
Like this was a good guy facing a good guy, you know. They were gonna, they didn't pull punches, but they were going to kill each other if they could help it.
Yeah,
now
the thing is,
real villains.
Is like in Germany in the airport battle, nobody actually wanted to hurt Peter. Peter, I'm quite sure, didn't actually want to hurt any of those people. Like, can you imagine how Peter would have reacted if he had actually hurt Captain America? By the way, the video that Peter has to watch in gym class, and the gym teacher's like, I'm pretty sure this guy's a war criminal now, so, yeah. I love that bit. I also love the end credit scene where we should see like 6 of them and Cap going, how many more of these are we doing? It's fantastic. It's a very Cap moment. I love it. But, you know, this is the first Spider-Man movie that has really gotten that Peter's in high school. And he basically isn't for most of the Tobey Maguire. You know, he's in high school for like, I don't know, 20 minutes of the first one.
And then with Andrew Garfield, he's in high school for the first movie, and then he graduates at the start of the second one.
Yeah. But, and this is because they were both in their 20s at the time, neither of them ever feel like high school students.
Frankly, none of the people in the first 2 movies looked like high school students.
No, they really don't. And because they cast young in this movie, you know, all of Peter's mistakes, to me at least, are fully believable as, yeah, of course he did that. He's 16. He's 16, he's in over his head, and the person who theoretically should be mentoring him unfortunately turns out to be Tony Stark. Like, this entire movie could have gone so much differently if Tony had told him there was a training program in the suit. How does Peter find out there's a training program in the suit? He figures it out for himself.
And then he goes, hacks it and goes like, I don't need training.
Yeah. Because he's 16. He doesn't think he needs training. But also, Tony never says, hey, let's do this internship for real. Let's give you one afternoon a week where what you do is you come to a Stark Industries owned training center and you learn how to use this suit that I have given you. Like, what's Tony's long-term plan on this? Answer, he doesn't have one. He's Tony Stark. He made the suit with all kinds of cool stuff because that's how Tony thinks. But he didn't walk Peter through any of it because Tony doesn't think.
Oh, another person you didn't put on the list is Karen.
Yeah.
Is Karen married to Vision or was Edith married to Vision?
Huh?
Was Karen's actress married to Vision or was Edith's actress that married to Vision?
Karen's actress, I'm pretty sure. No. It's Edith is Jennifer Connelly. And she'll be in, I put her on the slide for the next one because there was more room.
Okay.
But yes, she's Jennifer Connelly. She's another one of our Oscar-winning actresses. And she is married to Paul Bettany, who plays Vision.
Okay. I know. I think it was one of them. I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah, no, and I don't remember if I included Karen, but she is on my database because freaking MCU, man.
Yeah, but anyways, he goes, he realizes it, and then he dumps Liz at the dance.
Yeah, he leaves Liz at the dance because he realizes he's got to stop her father. And he has to do it right then for reasons. It makes sense in context, but it does mean ditching Liz at the dance without telling her, you know, hey, your father just threatened to kill me in the car just now.
Yeah. And he does it in his old suit.
Yeah. Because Tony took back the new one. So he proves himself worthy of the new suit.
Oh, and then I got to my other this movie had a lot of good lines. And one was says, what are you doing here? It's a dance. I'm watching porn.
Yeah. No, and the thing is there's a lot of snappy patter in this because it's a Spider-Man movie. You have to, but it feels really organic. It doesn't feel like Peter's got a team of writers. You know, I saw all three for my sins of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies in the theater. I saw the first Amazing Spider-Man in the theater. As established, one of my earliest memories is reading a Spider-Man comic. I watched the Spider-Man, the 90s cartoon as a kid. You know, like, Spider-Man may be my favorite superhero. And this is my favorite Spider-Man.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier that I did not watch the Andrew Garfield movies in the theater when they came out at the time because two reasons. One, the third Tobey Maguire Spider-Man burnt me out. Spider-Man
So
for a
bad.
bit, and two, I knew Gwen was in it, and I knew what happened to Gwen. I didn't want to see that happen. I didn't want to watch that.
Yeah, no, and I get that. You know, and those movies are really well cast. I don't like Andrew Garfield, and I discovered like there was something bothering me about Andrew Garfield beyond all the things I've mentioned. And I realized midway through the first one that Andrew Garfield looks not unlike my firstborn's father. And that ruined the rest of the movie for me. And I didn't ever see the second one because I can't now. I can't watch Andrew Garfield movies.
We'll just block him out when you review the third Spider-Man movie. Just block him out then for the No Way Home.
Yeah, no, I can do No Way Home. But it's hard. It's hard.
But basically, wrapping this up, I guess Peter learns he can do stuff without help, without the suit, and then that's when Tony gives him back the suit.
Sorry.
And he was going to do a major reveal, kind of like the comic book reveal of him revealing himself, but he decides I just want to be a low cap for a while longer.
Yeah. And so Tony and Pepper announced their engagement instead because he got the press there without actually consulting Peter about it because Tony Stark is going to Tony Stark.
Yeah. Also, we see a little at the end. Also, when MJ announces her name's MJ, you can, I guess it clues. You can see in her eyes. You know something's up. When Peter leaves, you see her staring at her.
She's already worked out before the first movie is over that there is something going on with Peter. Because MJ is more perceptive than most people in superhero movies. Though, again, to be fair, in the MCU, there's no expectation of secret identity. We'll get to it, but in Endgame, Scott freaking introduces himself to random kids in a diner at one point. Nobody in the MCU has a secret identity except for Peter. Doctor Strange doesn't even have a code name. His name is Doctor Strange.
Yeah. That's awesome. I think, like I said, the only two in-credit scenes we have here is one, the Vulture keeps Peter's identity secret from the Scorpion.
Yeah.
And he said, if I knew who he was, he'd be dead.
Yeah.
And then other one was sometimes you wait for stuff and get disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was one of the funniest in-credit scenes. People wait all this time. People waited, and okay, bye guys, this is nothing.
Yep.
But anyways, let's talk about a lot of people consider the best of the Thor movies.
Yeah. So the thing is apparently this changed a lot of plans for the Infinity stuff. But so Thor is trying to fix a lot of things that are going wrong in the Nine Realms. And he comes home with the skull of it doesn't matter. I mean, it does broadly, and it's probably one of those characters I would recognize if I knew more Norse mythology, but anyway. And he sees Odin watching a play about the death of Loki. And play Odin is Sam Neill, who I am shocked to discover is not in the database. And I think play Thor is actually Chris Hemsworth's brother. And one of the characters in the play is Matt Damon, uncredited, It's fantastic. But what with one thing and another, Thor realizes that that's not Odin. That's not even close to being Odin. And it turns out that that's not Odin because Loki didn't actually die. I forget how many fake out deaths we get for Loki over the course of the series, but it's a lot. But Loki once again didn't die. And he put Odin in a nursing home on Earth that unfortunately turns out to have been demolished. So Loki has lost their father. And not in the we have to grieve now sense. No, in the literally like I misplaced him. So they consult with Doctor Strange, who turns out to know where Odin is. And Odin talks to them about their sister, their older sister. And then, in a very beautiful scene, dissolves into light. So he can go be with their mother. It's really beautiful.
Funny story, in the real mythology, apparently Hela is Loki's daughter.
Hela is, in fact, Loki's daughter. She and the wolf that she has in this is her brother. And there's like Norse mythology is not my strong suit, but it is true that Hela and Fenrir have powers that will bring on Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Not the way we see it here, but there are a lot fewer spaceships in Norse mythology.
And this is also where we get the Strange cameo.
Yes, because Doctor Strange tells them where to find Odin. But Odin's death releases Hela, who as Odin's firstborn declares herself rightful queen of Asgard. And banishes Thor and Loki. And they end up in the realm of the Grandmaster, where Loki, being Loki, insinuates himself into the circles of power immediately.
Yeah, he gets there first. He
gets there weeks earlier because of time travel, but also seriously, he's never in the slave pits the way Thor is all I'm saying. That's not how Loki does things. So Thor ends up in these gladiatorial slave pits along with Korg, voiced by Taika Waititi, who is also the director, which is why he makes the slide. The whole place is run by the Grandmaster, played by Jeff Goldblum. And he is captured by a woman who turns out to be a former Valkyrie. All of the other Valkyries were slain by Hela in the battle that ended up with Hela locked away. Hela's powers come from Asgard, so as long as there is Asgard, she is drawing power from it.
And this is where we see. And this is where we see where Hulk's been since the end of Age of Ultron.
So people may remember that Hulk disappeared in Age of Ultron. He went flying off in a Quinjet and vanished, and we never quite find out how, because let's face it, he's the Hulk the whole time. The hell does he know?
Yeah, they even mentioned him, and Ross mentions him in the Civil War. It says, "Do you know where Banner is? If I had misplaced a 2-ton nuke, I'd be in trouble."
Yeah, and the thing is let's be clear, Ross's concern about Hulk is personal as well as tactical. He and Hulk have a history, but whatever. Hulk is now in the realm of the Grandmaster, serving as the Grandmaster's champion of the gladiatorial ring. He's explicitly said to have killed a whole bunch of other fighters.
Yeah, and apparently he's been this Hulk this whole time.
He has been Hulk for 5 years at this point. Thor would have been able to beat him had it not been for the fact that he's got this little electrical thing planted behind his on the back of his neck, and he gets zapped out and isn't able to finish the fight. At least that's Thor's version of things.
Yeah, that's a thing. One of those things. One of those who would be who thing.
Yeah.
Thing.
And so Thor is trying to get Banner back instead of Hulk because he knows that Banner will be able to get them off the damn planet and back to Asgard. Thor has been having dreams of Asgard destroyed.
Meanwhile, back in Asgard, Hela's currently one disagrees with her.
Yeah. And so, what with one thing and another, he and Loki and Hela and Hulk managed to get a ship to Asgard and take on Hela. I might have said Hela when I meant Valkyrie.
I think I mentioned the Tony joke reference there. It says where Thor thinks he's the strongest Avenger, and it's like,
yeah,
and
Thor thinks he's the strongest Avenger, and the ship recognizes Banner for strongest Avenger. The ship only recognizes Thor as Point Break, because Tony's gonna Tony. And they realize that the people of Asgard are more important than the place of Asgard.
Yeah,
and realize that they have to destroy Asgard to defeat Hela.
Yeah, it's like there's. I think this is home is for the people or family is, not where the house is.
Yeah, Phase 3 is a lot about found family. I mean, Doctor Strange doesn't ever seem to have any other kind besides found family. I don't know if we ever get backstory on Doctor Strange, but Bucky is very explicitly Steve's brother in all practical senses. And Peter's an orphan, but he's got his aunt and he's got Ned. And, Asgard, I mean, Thor is orphaned now, but Loki has never been. We found out in the first movie that Loki's not his biological brother. And yeah, okay, their relationship is real damn complicated. But he never stops seeing Loki as his brother, even though there are some brothers you might want to consider cutting contact from Thor. Just, little piece of advice. And with Asgard is the people. The people matter more than where they are, or even whether, they adopt Korg as one of theirs, and he's from a completely different species. The only character who is a non-biological family member who creates familial issues in the MCU, other than the Thanos situation, which is a whole other thing, is Loki. The literal trickster god. So, found family in the MCU is more reliable than biological family.
So, is it ever explained to people why people like this movie more than the other the other 3 Thor movies?
It's funnier. I mean, that's the first place we're going to start. It's a lot funnier. It's not taking itself so seriously as the other two. Both of the other two are fairly, like... The adjective for the first one that I hear a lot is Shakespearean, which is a lot for a comic book movie about Norse mythology. And Thor Ragnarok is kind of goofy. And it makes Thor a lot more interesting. Thor in the first 2 Thor movies is just kind of a generic himbo, you know?
What about
And
you?
I'm not saying he's not a himbo going forward, but there's more depth to him.
What about you, Nick? What's your opinion on the Thor movies? Which might be just
Well, the first one to me is generic, but it works as like a generic hero's journey thing. I don't like the Dark World. Like, it's very dull. Ragnarok, I do really like, but like the silly tone does like kind of clash with like some of the more serious moments at points. And then Love and Thunder, we get to when we get to it. But
Yeah, I've only seen Love and Thunder once, and it's been a while. So I know my
Love
partner
and,
really
Love and
hates
Thunder, it's better than the Dark World, but I don't have a very high opinion of. Like, let's just say the silly tone of Ragnarok is kept in check, and it can tell a serious story when it needs to. Love and Thunder, the silly tone was actively hurting the movie.
Yeah. All I really remember about it off the top of my head is my partner really hates the goats.
Everybody hated the goats.
I didn't hate the goats. I didn't like the goats particularly, but I didn't hate them.
Well, I hated them.
A lot of people hated them. This I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've always felt Thor to be the weakest of the standalone movie versions, let's say, of the original Avengers. Because I like the Edward Norton Hulk a lot better than I like the Mark Ruffalo Hulk we have established. But of those original characters, Thor is the weakest.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just not a lot there. There's not a lot you can do with that character. You know, this is a very Gen X reference here, and I'm sorry if you don't get it, but Larry Linville very, very famously left MASH because there was nothing else you could do with the character of Frank Burns. Frank Burns wasn't going to be anyone other than the weak joke character he was, because character development would have felt wrong for that character. And I think it's funny that the weakest character of the original Avengers lineup here is the one they actually gave a lot of character development to, and is the one who's sticking around.
Yeah, of the original 6 Avengers, Thor's like the big one that's like stuck around. Because while Iron Man and Black Widow are no longer around, like they imply that Steve Rogers is coming back in Avengers Doomsday somehow, but he's not the focal point anymore. The Captain America now is Sam Wilson, but then Hulk is there, but he's very different from how he was originally.
Yeah. And Hawkeye
and Hawkeye's also still around, but given Jeremy Renner's injury,
yeah,
but they also gave him like a new Hawkeye too with the
Haley
the TV series.
Steinfeld. I
Yeah.
love her. I think she should have an Oscar. I will die on this hill. But the thing is Jeremy Renner legitimately had to step away from a lot of things
Because of
he
the
was nearly
injury,
killed.
yeah.
Did the Hawkeye series take place before or after the injury?
I think before.
Yeah. His first movie post injury was Wake Up Dead Man, which was last year.
Yeah.
And he's pretty good in it. Not as good
I'm
as
pretty
Glenn
sure
Close.
the reason why they never made a second season of Hawkeye was because of the injury, or at least
It was partially the injury, and it was partially Disney Plus shenaniganery.
Yeah.
Disney Plus has been really weird about the Marvel shows that they've had control over, and I have feelings about it. Not that I want a second season of Agatha all along. I think it's perfect as it is. But the fact that they're just like, no, we will be doing single seasons of everything. I have feelings.
But yeah, I think that's one of the series that you don't need to have a movie go with it. It's a standalone series almost. Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Well, my big takeaway from Hawkeye was that it was one of the reaffirmations that the Netflix shows were canon because Kingpin's a big part in it.
Yeah, there have been several small hints, mostly in the TV shows, that the Netflix. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do about Iron Fist, which is A, the most problematic of the Netflix shows, and B, the worst of the Netflix shows.
Well, here's the thing about the Netflix shows being most of what they've been doing is just establishing that Daredevil happened in the MCU. Like the very first thing that they did, I'm pretty sure, was having Charlie Cox appear in No Way Home.
Yeah.
And then they had Vincent D'Onofrio in Hawkeye. Then they had Charlie Cox again in She-Hulk.
Yeah.
And then they finally did Daredevil Born Again, which is the proper follow-up. And then, let's see, what else did they... Well, Daredevil Born Again, first of all, did have some wider MCU connections. Like, they directly referenced Spider-Man. Kamala Khan's dad, I think, has an appearance.
I'm just saying, I'll be happy if they bring back Jessica Jones. I'll be happy if they bring back Luke Cage.
I think they confirmed Jessica Jones will be in Born Again season 2.
I gotta correct myself. I made a mistake. Hawkeye does have a reference to Black Widow.
But yes, so Jessica Jones is coming back in Daredevil Born Again season 2. Punisher also came back in Daredevil Born Again, and Punisher's going to be in Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, the one I'm most curious about is the one that nobody liked.
Yeah, I don't know if Luke... I mean, the fact that Jessica Jones is coming back might imply that Luke Cage could return, but Iron Fist, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, God. There were a lot of problems with that show, but when your lead actor is just so bad, Finn Jones was the biggest miscast in the entire history of any version of the MCU. It was a poor choice.
But wrapping this movie up, they escape. I think it's all good, and then here comes a bigger ship.
Yep,
Thanos' ship, which we'll see later on. Which I think leads to our first actual tie-in to the next movie.
Yes.
Here we go.
Can I preface this by revealing my viewing experience of this movie?
Okay.
Sure.
So, I used to go on frequent trips to, retro video game stores where I'd also pick up, used movies and, used DVDs and Blu-rays. during one of these big trips, my dad decided he wanted to see a movie with me, and we went to a pretty good theater that was close by to where we took our trip to. And Black Panther, of course, was the big movie playing. And this actually, you know how most movie theaters nowadays have like those reclining seats with like the tables where you can like put like your popcorn, snacks, and everything?
Mhm.
This was my first ever experience being in one of those theaters because my local theaters had not switched over to them yet. They did now, and they've had for years, but not at the time Black Panther was out. And we were at an utterly packed screening. We had to sit in row A.
Oh my.
Yeah, basically, we had to recline our seats all the way back. It was like I was laying down watching the stars, trying to watch Black Panther.
Yeah.
That's
So-
not. I have a similar story, but worse. I was in the first row of the Ant-Man. I forget what Ant-Man it was. It was one of the Ant-Mans, but it was in. I chose the 3D movie, so I was in the first row of 3D glasses.
Oh dear.
Yeah, row A, obviously nobody wants to sit in row A, but twice last year, I forced myself to sit in row A because of a crowded theater and strangers were sitting next to me, and it's like, I'd rather take row A than sit next to strangers. So
Yeah,
that's how I had to watch Gladiator 2 and Mission Impossible Final Reckoning.
Of course, it's easier
Well,
now because now you can plan ahead your seats. Back then, it was first come, first serve.
I would put it to you that nobody has to watch a Mission Impossible movie as long as they keep having Tom Cruise in them, but that's
But
that-
another thing about the timeline here is at the beginning of the movie, they mentioned that the attack this happened 1 week before. So this takes place 1 week before,
Yeah.
right 1 week after Civil War.
this movie takes place immediately after Civil War, and it is mostly set in Wakanda, which is the first we have ever seen Wakanda in basically they might have gone there in the 90s X-Men. Like the cartoon, not the movies. During the 2000s anyway.
Well, Black Panther and Wakanda did have appearances like in animated form too. There was these Ultimate Avengers direct-to-video movies in the mid-2000s. The
Mhm.
second one was very Black Panther themed. And then Black Panther was also part of the lineup in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, which included included his backstory in Wakanda.
Right. But the thing is there's very little visible this is Wakanda
Mhm.
in Marvel motion history, let's say, as opposed to comics.
Mhm.
This is the first Marvel movie directed by a Black person. Oscar nominated director Ryan Coogler. This is the story of T'Challa, who we last saw in Civil War. His father, King T'Chaka, has been murdered, and what we find out is he goes home to Wakanda, and their tradition there is that in order to take the throne of Wakanda, you have to either be unchallenged or win in ritual combat, which is a thing, but whatever. It is how they do things, and that's how they've been doing things for thousands of years. And incidentally, they happen to have a magic herb supposedly given to them by the goddess Bast, who is an Egyptian cat-headed goddess, which gives the person who takes the herb the powers of the Black Panther. And also they sit on an entire mountain of vibranium, and everything they do involves vibranium. So he goes home and nobody challenges him at first. And then King M'Baku of the Mountain Tribe challenges him. And the Mountain Tribe has never been part of Wakanda before. Like, they're part of Wakanda, but not. And T'Challa wins and becomes king and takes the black mantle of the Black Panther back and tries to get his girlfriend to agree to be his queen. And then we see in London somebody robbing a museum of what turns out to be a vibranium artifact from Wakanda, and also a mask that he particularly happens to like, which incidentally is our first clue that he's not actually a good guy for the curious. He steals a mask not to give back to its people, but because he likes it. So yeah. And he goes to Wakanda and challenges what turns out to be his cousin to ritual combat. There's some goings on where they try to take in a guy who stole a bunch of vibranium from them a while back and end up losing him because Killmonger was helping him. And then instead they take back a dying CIA agent who was willing to sacrifice his life to save a Wakandan. So they figured they should really help him not do that. But Killmonger, Eric Killmonger, turns out to be T'Challa's cousin whose father was killed for stealing vibranium to attempt to arm Black people worldwide and overthrow the white man. Which was explicitly against their non-interventionist policies. World conquest being kind of interventionist that way. Killmonger, we believe, kills T'Challa, throws him over a waterfall, and takes over as king of Wakanda. So T'Challa's mother, sister, and girlfriend take the the now not dying CIA agent and escape to go get the Mountain Tribe to help them. Killmonger, in another moment that lets you realize he's not the good guy, orders all of the heart-shaped herb burned when they tell him that they must save it for the king who will come after him. That's a bit short-sighted, kids. So it turns out T'Challa's not dead. Epic battle, epic battle, epic battle. T'Challa wins. Killmonger is killed. And T'Challa becomes king and the Black Panther again. And obviously they aren't going to live happily ever after because we're almost to Thanos.
Yeah.
So the big thing about this movie that I think is worth talking about is all the people who think that Killmonger is secretly the hero. Because they see him as being right about a lot of things. He wants to use Wakandan weapons and Wakandan technology. His father's plan was to let Black people liberate themselves. His plan really sounds a lot more like he's planning to rule the world.
Yeah.
If you listen to the words he says.
What's that old saying? The ends don't justify the means, the means don't justify the ends, or I forget how it goes.
It's the ends justify the means. Which is not true, kids. And like, yeah, there are a lot of people being oppressed And Wakanda could theoretically do a lot of good, but first off, you know, T'Challa learned the dangers of vengeance in the last movie he was in. And second, you don't end oppression by oppressing different people. And that is clearly Killmonger's goal. And yes, part of the reason I'm opposed to that is because I'm white, and I would be oppressed in his worldview. And I don't like that.
Also, you mentioned this also brings back family again, because it was another thing about this phase is he's questioned before. He always loved his dad. You know, dad did no wrong in his eye, and he realized his dad left the guy's son there, which started the whole thing. You know, just to keep the secret on. And he thinks if he brought the son with them, maybe this whole thing would have been fixed.
Yeah, if only King T'Chaka. Okay, so yeah, T'Chaka's brother, kind of committed some light treason. It's a thing. Yes, that happened. And I'd have been happier with a trial, but you know, Wakandan justice, whatever. But leaving Eric, who was an orphan now, behind in Oakland was unforgivable. That was the wrong answer. For once, something that's not Tony's fault.
Yeah. Like,
and
even
by
if he
not bringing Eric back to Wakanda, he let that kid grow up in abject poverty, because you know that kid went into foster homes. That kid went into the system.
Yeah. I mean, even though he probably would still dislike the guy who killed his father, but, you know, at least he would be with family.
At least he would have grown up not in foster homes in Oakland. I don't want to think about how awful his life could have been at that point.
Do you live near? Is Oakland where you lived? Or was that a different area?
No. Oakland's across the bay from San Francisco.
Okay.
Oakland is north. Well, it's Central California, but it's north of where I grew up. California is big. But Oakland is one of the poorest major cities in California. It is majority Black, I believe. It is, so the thing is the city of San Francisco is very, very small and very, very wealthy.
Yeah.
And they can't make more San Francisco because San Francisco is on a peninsula. And there is the city limits of San Francisco, and right up against that is the city of South San Francisco, which is its own separate city.
Yeah. I think I most I remember about Oakland was I remember it from I think it was the '89 earthquake.
Yeah.
The bridge collapsed on itself.
Yeah, that was the stretch of freeway that collapsed on itself is in Oakland, which again, across the bay from San Francisco. My family and I had stayed 2 blocks from that freeway the last time we had been in the Bay Area and had crossed under it to get to and from the rapid transit system that took us across the bay to San Francisco. So that was a little traumatizing to watch on TV. Anyway, but it is a very, the people who can't afford to live in San Francisco, a lot of them live in Oakland and work in San Francisco. So the per capita income is so much lower there, but prices are still ridiculously high because it's still the Bay Area. It's a real problem. And this kid grew up there in foster care instead of being raised in a technological paradise. I'd be bitter too. Leaving aside the whole his father was killed thing, and maybe if they brought him home and explained something, but his father is killed, his uncle disappears, his adopted uncle disappears, he doesn't know what's going on.
All because the secret is more important.
Yeah, except it turns out that he knows more than they think he does because his father broke rules and told him about Wakanda. So his whole life goal is to go back to Wakanda and get his revenge. Frankly, at this point, it's miraculous that it isn't Tony Stark's fault somehow, because of how short-sighted the whole damn thing was. But no, he's not the hero. He's not a good guy. Like, because he's so driven by revenge. Because he's so short-sighted. He's so selfish. He doesn't think the king who comes after me could be my son. He thinks only of being overthrown. And Everett Ross, the CIA agent, played by Martin Freeman, who's the other guy from Sherlock, funnily enough, he says that he's been told to go in and when governments are destabilized, he doesn't know how to deal with a stable government. All he knows is conflict and chaos, which means he can't properly rule.
Real fast, speaking of the CIA agent, is that just a similar name, or are they connected? Is he connected to the other Ross?
I have been assuming it's a similar name. The thing is Marvel characters were named things that Stan Lee could remember. And I don't know if Everett Ross is a pre-existing character or not.
All right.
Because there's so many Marvel characters, I can't remember them all. But it wouldn't surprise me if it's just a coincidental name.
Okay.
It's never been established one way or another.
Lots of times there's coincidental names and different things. Like, not Marvel comics, but the Walking Dead comics had a very similar situation where when they first get to Alexandria in the comics, you have the Monroes that run Alexandria, like Douglas, Regina, Spencer. And then they later introduce another character called Paul Monroe, who's often nicknamed Jesus. Paul Monroe is not related to the Monroe family in Alexandria at all.
Honestly, I have no problem with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, I worked on the school paper when I was in college, and that had a staff of, I don't know, maybe 12 people. And one of my coworkers had the same last name as I did. Because we happened to have a fairly common last name. Not only that, but we had the same first initial. We were both E. Nelsons. Which is funny because both of my sisters are also E. Nelsons. So, yeah. So if there were just randomly two Ross, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. There's so many characters, there's going to be some overlap. It's fine.
But in the end, they decide to do what they want, the people want to do, but do it the non-takeover way.
Yeah, they decide to actually share instead of conquer. To try to raise people up instead of pulling other people down. Which, you know, much better solution.
Yeah. Not connected, but that leads us to the big one.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on here. short version is Thanos here, Josh Brolin, he's referred to, I don't know if he's ever in canon called it, but he's referred to in places as the Mad Titan. He came from a planet of incredible overcrowding and poverty. And like any high school freshman who's read Malthus for the first time, decided that the problem is that the population is outstripping their resources, and therefore the solution is to kill half the population. Which he decides to do on a galactic scale.
Yeah, and this movie, in this movie, he's more of a, I don't say anti-hero than he is in the comic book. The comic he wants to do it because he wants to.
Yeah, his reasoning
sex
for
and death.
snapping
He likes
all, half of all life
Here,
in the
he's like,
universe in the comic
doing
is
this
a
to
lot
save
more
the world.
petty.
kind of attitude.
In the comics, it's because he's in love with death and he wants to give her a gift.
I'm doing this for your own good, people.
Yeah, this one again, like okay. So Malthus, for those who don't know, is, I think he was a 19th century statistician, who developed this theory that the population rate would rise exponentially, whereas the rate of resources could only rise mathematically, which means that population is very, very quickly going to outstrip resources. And he was applying this in part to human populations, and turned out almost immediately to be wrong as we developed better fertilizers.
I'm back. My headphones went out for a second.
But the point here is, if you are a freshman in college and reading about this for the first time, the idea that wiping out half of all life on Earth, or, galaxy-wide in this case, will fix that problem sounds right. The more education you get, the more you realize it's not. But you can understand how a very simplistic reading of this would make you think that this would work. Thanos is never shown being a man for self-reflection. And therefore it perfectly made sense to me that this was his motivation, even though it is objectively stupid. People have stupid motivations sometimes. So anyway, he's been plotting to collect Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
And
we start the movie out with him going after the ending of the Thor movie. He's at Thor's ship.
He wipes out half the remaining population of Asgard. And here's your first clue that he's really not thinking things through. Because do we know how many Asgardians were killed in Thor Ragnarok? We do not. Do we have reason to believe it's a few of them? Yeah, we do. We have reason to believe that there were Asgardians who were killed. But Thanos doesn't think about things like that. He's doing his numbers, and it doesn't matter beyond that.
Yep.
Well, the thing with the Asgardians is that we don't know how many of them were killed off in Thor Ragnarok. He kills off half of them that are on the ship, at least so we hear. And then later, when he succeeds, it's most likely we can assume even more of them were dusted.
Yeah, like, he's not thinking through what he's doing because, again, not one for self-reflection.
Yeah. Whenever you learn that this is his second stop, he's already went after the planet from the Guardians of the Galaxy, Xandar, where the Power Stone had been held.
Yeah. And his goal is to get all of the Infinity Stones and wipe out half of all life. And the thing is he doesn't even think like sentient life. He means half of all life.
Like
But-
even though they never say it in the movies itself, word of God confirmed. Even stuff like bacteria was affected by it.
Yeah, like if you listen to the sound design in the scene in the second of these two movies where we see the Barton family farm, half the bird song goes away.
It's funny, especially since you took away half the food supply too, with half the lot.
Well, and the thing is most animal populations are actually fairly balanced because that's how animal populations work.
Yeah, take away half the cows, half the corn, half.
Yeah, like Thanos did not really think about what he was doing. He had his idea and he was going with it, and God forbid he should actually learn anything or think of a more effective way of relieving suffering.
So
Because I have to tell you, if I could control Infinity Stones to relieve suffering galaxy-wide, I have smarter ways that I would do it.
So, anyways, he does that, and the transport guy sends Hulk to the Sanctum. I don't know if that was on purpose or where he just landed. But he looked back to Earth.
Yeah. And Hulk, well, not Hulk, Bruce Banner, starts explaining to Doctor Strange what's going on. And very, very quickly, Doctor Strange realizes that he's going to need some help with this one. And they work to get everybody. One of the problems being where the Mind Stone is. Specifically, in Vision's head.
It's the very reason why Vision's even alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so they fight. Also, they go find Tony, and like I said, Bruce has been gone this whole for 5 years now, so he has no idea what happened with the Civil War.
Yeah, he's like, call Cap, and Tony's like, so the thing there, we kind of broke up. He doesn't phrase it that way, but
which makes you think, would this whole movie be different if they had remained a cohesive unit? This had been
that's the whole point of Infinity War. The fact that Thanos came when they were at their weakest.
Yeah. And he captures Gamora, who begs Peter to kill her because she knows how to get the Soul Stone. And if Thanos takes her, then he will find out.
Yeah.
And Peter can't kill her. So Thanos finds out how to get the Soul Stone.
Well, that's kind of a recurring theme that freaking how basically the bonds between characters and how they want to save the people they cherish, but freaking they don't want to make that sacrifice.
Yeah.
So it's not just Peter and Gamora, not just Quill and Gamora, it's also Wanda and Vision. The big thing is that Vision wants them to destroy the stone in his head, but Wanda doesn't want to do that. She wants to find a way to take the stone out of his head without killing him. And
because Wanda has lost everything.
Okay, well, let's back up a little. We're going ahead. Let's back up a little bit. They bring Tony in. Tony learns about the history of the Infinity Stones, and that's when the attack happens. The sons and daughters of Thanos, the
Black
guys.
Order.
What?
The Black Order is Thanos' servants. At least that's their comic name. I don't know if they're called that in the movie.
and this hits the. This is the first time we, with your attention, the first time we ever see Peter's spider sense.
Yeah. And one by one, Thanos gets his hands on the stones.
And he gets stronger with every stone he gets. Like, he's basically invincible by the time he's already basically invincible by the time he has 2 of them. But then by the time he has like 3 or 4, he is like an overkill.
Yeah. See, first he gets the Power Stone, then he gets the Space Stone from Thor. Next he goes up to, I think, the Reality Stone on where the nothing is, or nowhere.
Yeah.
That's where he also gets Gamora. Oh, again, rewind time again. The Guardians of the Galaxy hands, and they really smack into Thor like a fly.
Yes. Which starts up a great rivalry between Thor and Peter Quill. I am Team Thor mostly because Chris Pratt is the worst Chris.
But yeah,
I mean, I don't like Peter Quill either, particularly, but you know.
Wow, considering that the one scene that he's responsible for in this movie.
Oh, he does so many stupid things in this movie.
He probably does the stupidest thing because, well, the closest they come to actually beating Thanos in this movie, he ruins it.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
So they capture Doctor Strange. Peter goes after him. Tony goes after him. Tony tries to get rid of Peter, but Peter comes back anyways because he's Peter.
Yeah. This is Peter Parker that Tony's trying to get rid of.
Yeah. And then you mentioned earlier the famous line. It says, "Hi, I'm Peter. By the way, I'm Peter. By the way, Doctor Strange. Oh, we're using made up names. I'm Spider-Man."
Yeah, which I love that because, like, you know, I know that the name Stephen Strange again is in part because Stan Lee couldn't remember names, and that's why there's so many alliterative Marvel characters because those were easier for him to remember. And I also know that Stephen Strange is like, ooh, otherworldly, whatever, but it's still just such a dumb name. Like, I'm sorry, but it is.
So they land on Titan. They land on Titan, and they defeat the one guy. Then they run into the Guardians after they had already lost Gamora, so they're pissed off.
Rocket and Groot are also on their own adventure with Thor.
Yes.
So the only Guardians they encounter are Quill, Mantis, Drax, and Nebula.
Yeah.
Then the other famous line, "Why is Gamora?"
Yeah.
And the other one famous line, it says, "Whose master do you serve?" When people say Jesus, you're from Earth. I'm not from Earth. I'm from Missouri.
Crazy's an idiot. Yeah, so a lot of stuff happens.
Yeah.
It's a very busy movie. But the important thing that happens is also the last thing, really, that happens, which is that Thanos gets all of the Infinity Stones. Peter's an idiot. Peter Quill is an idiot and fails to keep them from getting the gauntlet off him.
Yeah.
Like, stops them from getting the gauntlet off him by attacking. He's such an idiot.
And then according to Strange, there's only one way they can win.
Doctor Strange says he has seen 14 million possible futures, and there's only one of them in which they win. And gives Thanos The Mind Stone.
Time
The
Stone.
Time Stone.
Time Stone.
Was now his fifth stone.
Yeah. He gets the Mind Stone out of Vision's head, and he snaps.
Yeah. After
And
was this that too? But he makes Wanda see Vision die twice because Wanda killed him the first time.
Yeah. Because of Time Stone shenanigans, Wanda has to watch Vision die twice, which makes WandaVision even more painful. It's just like that poor girl. It also gives me feelings about Multiverse of Madness, but we'll get there.
Oh, and then I don't know if it's an accident or on purpose or whatever. Then if Thor misses with the axe or what?
No, he wounds Thanos, but as Thanos himself puts it, you should have gone for the head.
Yeah, he gets him in the chest. With his axe, because Hela destroyed Mjolnir in the previous Thor movie.
And that was part of the side quest that Thor went on with Rocket and Groot. It was basically getting the Stormbreaker.
Yeah, they had to get Peter Dinklage to make him an axe. It's fine.
Yeah, because the time he got there, hit with the axe, he had just gotten the last stone. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So-
and Thor did have enough time to pull it out and just chop his head off, but wasn't thinking, I guess.
I mean, Thor's not the brightest star in the sky.
That
More of a-
said, in the next movie, he did really think about that. So
yeah,
Oh,
he's
wow.
he's more of at this point he's still more of an action first.
Yeah. So Thanos snaps, and there goes half of life. And then we get our end credits, which includes Nick Fury paging someone on a mysterious pager we've never seen before, and then dusting. So we have not talked about the Soul Stone. And I'm gonna, because I have real feelings about how Thanos gets the Soul Stone. Actually, I have real feelings about both Soul Stones. I have this one and in the next Avengers movie. When Gamora hears that Thanos has to sacrifice the thing he loves most, she starts laughing. Because she says Thanos doesn't love anything. And here's the thing. Gamora's right. Thanos shouldn't have been able to get the Soul Stone because he doesn't love anything. He certainly does not love Gamora. He loves the person he thinks Gamora is, if anything. But Gamora is right. Her death shouldn't have gotten him that stone. I'll have even more to say about this when we get to the next one, but it's killing her to advance the plot without thinking about whether that's actually the best thing for the plot or not. Whether that actually makes sense within the plot or not.
And also, speaking of the Soul Stone, we find out this is where the Red Skull's been this whole time.
Yeah, although no longer Hugo Weaving, because Hugo Weaving didn't come back for it. Because really, do you blame him? He's off doing weird indie movies. It's fine.
Yeah, but I don't know if this was a curse or what, or how he ended up there, but he ended up there somehow.
He just is. It's fine. It's probably something Tesseract-y.
Okay.
It's a really controversial scene. In part because it's such a wasteful way to kill off a major character. And in part because, frankly, a lot of people agree with me. And then in the next movie, it doesn't even have to be the thing you love most. You just have to basically sacrifice something.
But speaking of the next movie, no, nothing.
I didn't even bother with a card for that one because everybody. Are they in the MCU? They're probably in one of these two, at least one of the two movies. Possibly both. Probably both.
Here we go with the Ant-Man sequel.
Yeah, Ant-Man and the Wasp mostly takes place before Infinity War.
Yeah, we know a timeline
Post-credits
here.
scene takes place right at the ending.
Yeah, we get another date here. This has pretty much been 2 years since Civil War because he's on 2 years probation or whatever, or house arrest 2
He's
years.
been on house arrest. And he's been desperately trying to entertain Cassie in the house the whole time. And every time so much as his ankle goes accidentally through the fence, the FBI tosses his place. He's had no contact with Hank or Hope. He says he's destroyed the suit. He is helping his friends. They're starting up a security company, which is actually a genius idea, I have to tell you, because they're all ex-criminals. They know how to break into places. So who better?
Yeah, I think it was him and Hawkeye that voluntarily gave themselves up or house arrest. Other ones had escaped.
No, he was captured in Germany.
No, I meant when Captain America let them all out.
Oh, yeah. Because he wanted to be able to see his kid.
And same with Hawkeye.
Yeah. He and Hawkeye are the two with actual families. But he was starting to build a thing with Hope, and then that went sideways because she was in hiding, and then he contacted them and said, as best he could, and said, hey, I'm having these voices in my head that I think are your mom. I had this dream that I think was your mom. And so he gets pulled back into Pim Van Dyne shenanigans. And they're trying to build a portal into the quantum realm to hopefully bring Janet Van Dyne out. Unfortunately, the equipment they need is also needed by Ava Starr, or Ghost, who suffered an accident that... Oh gosh, is this one Tony's fault or Hank's fault? Yeah, it doesn't. It's one of their faults anyway. I think it's Hank's. And now she's phasing from reality, which is apparently quite painful. And Bill Foster, who used to work with Hank and is Giant in the comics, is trying to help her, and then Hank comes to him for help to get into the quantum realm, and they're trying to buy stuff from Sonny Birch, who is Walton Goggins, who I just found out is only like 7 years older than I am. And there's a lot going on. But the short version is Ava is pretty sure that the energy that Janet has will be able to fix her. So she will stop phasing. Hank wants to get Janet back. Scott doesn't want to go to prison. So, Hope wants to get her mother back. And the guys who aren't on the slide because there's no room, I put Cassie on the slide because I love Cassie. The guys want their company to be successful. I will say that the Ant-Man movies have the best blended family in the MCU. Once Cassie's stepfather stops thinking that Scott is bad for Cassie, their family dynamic is so pure and I love it.
Yeah, you can tell the difference between the way he acted towards him in the first movie and the way he acts towards him now.
Yeah. Now he just wants Scott to get out from house arrest and be able to be a good father and there for Cassie, and it's so great. I love it so much. And he's always like hugging Scott. It's so funny.
And it's also the main character. We get our first introduction to Jimmy too.
Jimmy Woo, yes, who will go on to be in WandaVision. But he is the FBI agent in charge of Scott's case, and he's such a dork. Like, it's almost, and he turns out to be a youth pastor because of course he is. It's so funny. I love it so much. Though I have to say my favorite thing in this movie is the truth serum. First off, don't give Luis truth serum if you're not prepared to sit there and wait for him to finish every single story that comes into his head. And number two, the argument about whether or not it's a truth serum, and then when the guy who invented it gets given it, he's like, it is truth serum. I love it. It's ridiculously funny. They end up building a tunnel to the quantum realm in Luis's scuzzy old van. Because technically, Hank and Janet end the movie as fugitives. I mean, I don't think anyone cares about Janet.
Well, they think they started theaters because they mentioned in the thing. It was what I thought was weird. It says since technically Scott used Hank Pym's technology that ate Captain America, the technology, and therefore Hank and Hope and Hank are in trouble too. So
because they have suits. Well, I mean, Hank has a suit. I don't know why Hope is. That part I'm a little confused on.
I thought it was good. Yeah, even though he didn't technically help them.
Yeah, why Hope and Hank are fugitives is a little vague to me, but whatever.
Can I say one thing?
Huh?
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Hearing nobody cares about Janet just feels weird to me as a fan of Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Because...
Oh, no, I know. I'm just saying that, like, nobody in the FBI knows Janet is...
Well, yeah, I just say that just because it's interesting because... Well, first of all, Ant-Man and Wasp in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes are Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne. Like, Scott Lang comes in, but not until the second season. And I only bring that up because Janet is the only member of the Avengers in that show who never leaves. Like, she's the only one to stay with the team for the entire run. Everybody else leaves at least one point.
I think they made Scott Ant-Man in the movies because Hank does some unsavory stuff.
And while it's toned down a little bit, Earth's Mightiest Heroes shows some of what Hank did.
Yeah, so they didn't want to make him into the hero of their movies, I suspect.
I think I mentioned this. I think I mentioned this in phase 2, but in the comic books, Hank is the guy that invented Ultron.
Yeah, well, also more to the point, the reason I don't think they wanted him to be the hero was that I think it's implied to be because he's been driven insane by Pym particles, but he's an abusive husband in the comics.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Earth's Mightiest Heroes, like, Yellow Jacket was the villain of the first Ant-Man in the MCU. In Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Hank Pym becomes Yellow Jacket.
Yeah,
he's more of an anti-hero, but at least I think so.
So to speak.
And also why people don't care about Janet in this movie is because he's been gone for 30 years. No one knows Caesar.
Yeah, nobody knew she wasn't dead
Yeah.
is the thing about Janet at this point in movie continuity.
Mm-hmm.
The scenes where Janet is in Scott's brain and he's interacting with Hank are so funny. And like he's calling his girlfriend Jellybean. And no, it's adorable and it's so funny and it's such great acting from Paul Rudd. I'm just throwing that out there. You know, and once again, like every time they add new characters to these movies, they're casting such phenomenal people. The astounding thing is, this is the first movie that Michael Douglas and Michelle Pfeiffer ever made together. And that's amazing to me as someone who remembers the 80s. But this is their first ever movie together. Like, why did nobody think of casting them together decades ago? And I love that Cassie gave him a World's Greatest Grandma trophy. Like, that's just so that's their relationship in a nutshell. What did she give her dad for a present? A World's Greatest Grandma trophy.
Yeah.
I love the ongoing thing about the Baba Yaga. And no, the Ant-Man movies are not afraid to just be ridiculous in places and very, very funny.
I hope we see more of Cassie in the future. I liked her. I always liked her character.
If they do Young Avengers, we will. There's a lot of speculation about that.
I have a lot of opinions of how they handle Cassie in Quantumania, but
yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Side note, the Avengers Campus Cookbook from Disney is really good. And Cassie gets some lines in that, which sounds weird for a cookbook, but trust me.
So let's talk. Let's go to the ending.
So at the very, very end, they've built their quantum tunnel into Luis's old van that plays La Cucaracha on the horn, because sure, why not? And they're doing a test where they're sending Scott down to the quantum realm to get healing particles, in part in the hopes of fixing Ava. And while he's down there, the snap happens.
And all three of them.
Hank, Janet, and Hope all disappear. And there's Scott down in the quantum realm. And nobody knows that he's down there because the three people who knew have all disappeared.
And he has no way that he knows how to get back.
Yeah, like when he turns up in Endgame, to him, he was down there for a couple of hours. When it
5
was
minutes,
actually...
but we'll get there when we get to Endgame.
Yeah. And yeah, like... But yeah, because of the way he gets trapped down there, everybody just assumes he got dusted too.
Yeah.
But before we get to that part,
Captain Marvel, first Marvel movie starring a woman.
Something that they were trying to do in the 2010s, plus by maybe trying to give Black Widow movie, but Isaac Perlmutter would not have it, but he was gone by this point. So.
Ike Perlmutter is such a tool. Christ almighty. Anyway.
Anyways,
including how he was screwing over the comics, the games, and everything by cutting out the X-Men and the Fantastic Four as much as he could because he was just butthurt that they didn't have the film rights.
Yeah, no, I could go on for days about him, but we're already 3.5 hours in, and we've got a couple movies to go. So,
real fast though, I gotta say this. It wasn't until years later I didn't realize that Brie Larson played it. I I thought she looked familiar before. I couldn't place it. Later, I realized she had been in a Disney Channel movie with the girl from Seventh Heaven in a racing movie as drag racing as kids.
Yeah, she's great. She's
I know her from somewhere, but I don't know what. But she had been in that movie with that kid drag racing.
she's also a huge comic book fan and was seen reading comics on set. It's great. But she is, at the beginning of the movie, she is a woman called Veers, who is in the Kree Empire. And she only has so much memory. And they are going after the Skrull, who capture her and are probing her memory to try to find the location of a Dr. Wendy Lawson, played by Annette Bening. And Veers doesn't know what's going on with these memories because that's not the Kree Empire.
Yeah.
And she's talking to Yon-Rogg. Oh, Marvel alien names. Her superior, played by Jude Law. And he sends her to the Supreme Intelligence, who is seen as the person you admire and respect the most. And she's always seen it as this woman she doesn't even recognize, who turns out to be the Dr. Wendy Lawson from her Skrull memories. And she ends up escaping the Skrull ship, and she crash lands on, was it C-95, I think they're calling it, but it's Earth.
Yeah,
It's Earth.
This movie takes place like in '95, the mid '90s.
Mid-90s, and almost all of the music is female artists, except for Come As You Are, which is one of the best needle drops in the whole damn movie. And she crashes into a blockbuster and meets a computer de-aged Nick Fury and rookie agent Phil Coulson.
Yeah.
Notably, the only time Phil Coulson appears like post Avengers in the movies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also worth noting that Fury has 2 eyes at this point.
Yeah. I don't know if he appears yet or not, but we also get another callback. The villain from Guardians of the Galaxy returns.
Yes.
Ronan.
Yeah. Ronan is in this, and I don't remember his name, but the Djimon Hounsou character is in it. And yeah. But they go looking for Veers and Fury go looking for information in a SHIELD facility, and Veers finds in the file about this Dr. Wendy Lawson a picture of herself. And Dr. Lawson and her pilot Carol Danvers are listed as killed in a test flight. The last person to see them alive was a Maria Rambeau, who now lives in Louisiana. So they go to Louisiana, and Maria recognizes Veers as Carol Danvers. And it turns out that in order to end the Kree Skrull War and help the Skrull and blah, 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 Dr. Lawson was testing a faster-than-light drive that involved working with an Infinity Stone. Specifically the Tesseract again, I believe. I don't remember which stone it is. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's the Tesseract. I think it's the Space Stone.
Yeah. And when the spaceship is shot down by it turns out Yon-Rogg, Carol refuses to let him have the engine and shoots it which you shouldn't do to an Infinity Stone. And it kind of explodes a little, and she absorbs power from the Infinity Stone that changes her, and now she has these mystic powers and also has basically lost her memory. Once she gets it back, she decides that she's going to fight to protect the Skrull and find a Skrull homeworld and bring down the Kree Empire. Dr. Lawson's cat Goose is not in fact a cat. It's a weird alien being that has the shape of an orange cat. And swallows the Tesseract. Like you do. Also, it takes out Fury's eye.
Admittedly, that's one of the only dumb things in the movie for me.
It's so dumb.
That like of all things that could have took Fury's eye, it's an alien cat.
It's really funny because at one point in one of the earlier movies, he says the last time he trusted someone, he lost an eye. And we find out that the being he trusted was an orange cat. That's funny. So Fury now knows about all of the cosmic stuff, or at least some of the cosmic stuff. And he has a pager that lets him summon Captain Marvel.
And that's like a connection to the post-credit scene of Infinity War.
Yes. Side note, Brie Larson does look really good in grunge. It's a good look for her.
There's a friend of mine that really simps for Brie Larson and Captain Marvel as a result.
I saw Room in the theater. That's a good movie. She got her Oscar for that one.
Yeah. Now I gotta bring it up again. Back to DC with the similar name of Captain Marvel's.
Yeah.
Long story short, they are DC's Captain Marvel. They just started calling him Shazam,
which bothers me because it's a stupid name.
But
like, I get the legal reasons behind it. It's still a stupid name.
Yeah, but didn't DC I forget? Did DC Captain Marvel come first?
I think so.
I believe DC had the Captain Marvel name first, but then Marvel was able to win the lawsuit because their name is Marvel. And I believe Marvel as a company existed when Captain Marvel was created. I don't remember the exact details because the whole thing pisses me off so much.
And the thing is, like, that decision was recent because they were still calling him Captain Marvel up to like to the early 2010s.
They've called him Captain Marvel so recently that I didn't realize they weren't calling him that anymore.
Like, I think the shift of when they stopped calling him Captain Marvel was the animated series Young Justice. Season 1, they were still calling him Captain Marvel. Maybe season 2. And then I think the first thing where they started calling him Shazam instead was the first Injustice game.
Yeah.
Which was around 2013.
Yeah, when did the first Shazam movie come out?
2019, I want to say.
Okay, so
something like that, yeah. Before I hated Zachary Levi for being an anti-vaxxer.
Well, everybody hates him now, and he sunk his career. He did sink his career, so.
Was that the guy? Was that the adult one or the kid one?
The adult one.
Okay.
He's an anti-vaxxer. It's a thing.
Well, he's more than just an anti-vaxxer, but we don't have to care about him anymore because his career is sunk.
Yeah, he did it to himself.
Yep.
Right, So, like, So she saves everyone. She saves the Earth. She destroys the Kree ships, and then she says, "Call me if you need me." And
jets off to go help, the Skrull, and take down the Kree Empire, not least for having stolen her memories.
I think this is like the first introduction of the Skrulls, right? And
yes, we've had the Kree before. This is our first Skrulls.
So now we go to Endgame.
Endgame, starring everyone.
So
all of them.
Again, no credits today for this one.
No credits today. No. So this is post snap. The first thing we see is
Hawkeye's family.
Yeah, we see the Barton family disappear. And Hawkeye is left alone. And subsequently goes nuts.
Yeah. They rescue Tony and Nebula from the ship.
Captain Marvel rescues Tony and Nebula. They've been on the ship for, I think, 22 days. They're about to run out of air. Tony is gaunt, which I am pleased to say, side note, was CGI and not Robert Downey Jr. losing weight. We don't need to do that anymore. We have CGI. And for a while, they kind of try to hold things together. And Tony's done.
I like the line he says, he blamed Captain America. It says, "You left."
Yeah. Tony may have some abandonment issues from that time his parents were just going to the airport and then they died.
Yeah. And he's also upset because he saw the one kid he might like, Peter, disappear in front of him.
Yeah.
The other ones, you might care about a little bit. They're strangers, really.
Yeah. In a way, I would say that Peter was making him be a better person. And then Peter was gone, and there was nothing Tony could do. And if there's one thing Tony Stark hates, it's being helpless. Helpless is a thing that happens to other people. So,
basically, they find out that Thanos destroyed the stones.
Yeah, Thanos destroyed the stones, and Thor beheads him, which, side note, is apparently the first time anyone's ever been beheaded in a Disney movie.
I don't know about that. Like a humanoid character, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the live action Alice in Wonderland had a beheading.
Yeah, I think the closer we get to the
that's one example I can think of.
I think the closer we get to death by head would have been Clayton from Tarzan.
Well, he gets hanged. We see his neck snap on camera. It's the most gruesome Disney animated death. Well, no, the Jabberwock gets beheaded, but it's a snake. That's, but no humanoid has apparently ever been beheaded in a Disney movie before. So that's interesting. And then Thor goes off and gets drunk and stays that way for 5 years.
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, that's it. And then 5 years pass.
Yeah. It's an actual quote from the book The Princess Bride. What was one thing and another, 5 years went by. Actually, I think it's 3 in that book, but And
we see the world trying to recover.
Yeah. Steve is running self-help groups. which has, and this is depressing but true, the first openly gay character to appear on screen in a Marvel movie, played by one of the directors, is one of the guys in his encounter group.
Like,
Does he get a name? I don't think he does.
Do you take
But-
that? Do you take that over? Did he take that job over from Sam? That wasn't that Sam's job in the first Winter
Yes.
Soldier?
That was Sam's job in Winter Soldier. Was self-help groups, support groups. Natasha has been running attempting to run a galaxy-wide Avengers network of, like, I don't know, a dozen people. Which is everybody who's left. Hawkeye has gone nuts and is off being a vigilante. The only person whose life is really together, funnily enough, is Tony, who married Pepper and is living in a lake house with Pepper and their child Morgan. The I love you 3000 thing is apparently something one of Robert Downey Jr.'s kids said to him, and the Russos thought it was adorable and put it in the movie. And a rat, and this was a real trained rat, not a CGI rat, runs across the control panel of an ugly brown van in a storage unit somewhere in the Bay Area and pushes the right button. And 5 years later, Scott Lang comes back.
And what's disorienting to him is that as far as and this actually becomes this is how they know what they're going to do later on. It was 5 years in reality, but to him, it was just a few hours.
It was 5 minutes.
5
I
minutes?
watched this movie yesterday. It was 5 minutes.
Huh. This one was a few hours, but... Okay.
Nope. 5 minutes. And, he doesn't know what the hell is going on.
Everyone's acting weird. The streets are empty.
Houses are overgrown. And he ends up in a park overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge.
With the memorials.
With a memorial with the names of the disappeared on it. And he goes looking for Cassie.
And finds himself.
Finds his own name instead. So he goes to their house and they are still there, and Cassie is, 5 years older now.
Was the first of her recast, but this
yes,
on purpose.
His comment to her, "You've gotten so big," was apparently an ad lib.
Yeah, unlike her next recast, this is obvious. This is for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and I have to tell you, I cried when I saw this movie in the theater, and he sees his daughter for the first time in 5. I cried. Yeah. He didn't know if she was alive or dead. She didn't know if he was alive or dead. It was a whole thing. But he takes Luis's van, and we don't know what happens to those guys, incidentally. But he takes Luis's van and he drives across country to Avengers headquarters. And tells Cap and Natasha and Rhodey, maybe?
No, I think Rhodey got snapped.
No, Rhodey didn't get snapped.
Oh.
Because Rhodey's the one who tells Natasha that he's found evidence of Hawkeye being a nut in Mexico.
Okay.
But it's a third person who very likely does not know much about maybe it's just the three of them. But like he's trying to explain quantum physics to them, which is funny because Scott barely understands quantum physics himself.
It's kind of funny, it's kind of, that part's kind of funny, of what we find about him later on.
And he says that he's had the idea. Yeah, no, it's just the three of them. He's had the idea that they can go back in time and fix it.
But they need someone to read the
They
map.
need a smart person. And like, this is not to undersell the intelligence of any of those three people. They are all fairly bright. They don't need fairly bright. They need a genius. Geniuses, definitionally, are in short supply. But they know a guy.
Yeah.
But Tony wants nothing to do with this because Tony is happy.
He finally had something worth losing.
Yeah. You know, he loves Pepper. He's always loved Pepper. But he has Morgan, and he would do anything to avoid losing her.
Yeah. And if they... I think that's when they decide to not change the past, but to fix the future, I guess.
Well, they go looking for Hulk, who is now Professor Hulk, having merged personalities.
Which I think it was too bad they never did that, because I think that would have been an awesome either a movie or a TV series, how we did that.
So apparently standalone rights for Hulk movies are really complicated. They kind of don't own those.
Yeah, I know, but I think they did it off screen. Like, oh, he's part Hulk now.
Yeah, no, I don't like how they handled it, and I don't like a lot of that. But Professor Hulk, whatever, it's fine. And they get the band back together, basically.
Yeah, it was Hulk that said you can't change history because it's.
Yeah. Karen Gillan, who plays Nebula, who was in the discussion about whether or not you can change history, says she wishes that she had thought to throw in a Doctor Who reference because she was on Doctor Who. But yeah, canonically, you can't change history in the MCU. But they have a way to borrow the Infinity Stones to fix things. And unfortunately, time travel is not Hulk's field, and he's not as much of a polymath as Tony is, and their initial time travel experiments go very wrong. But then Tony comes in and fixes everything, except, some of the time travel stuff doesn't go right, and what with one thing and another. They do manage to get the stones, but they have the wrong Nebula. And...
Yeah, a few things happen. I gotta mention this. First of all, the first bad thing that happens is, obviously, is they lose Black Widow.
Yes, because they have to sacrifice someone to get the Soul Stone. And Natasha decides she's more expendable than, the serial killer vigilante.
Well, because he has
a family and she can't have kids.
We find out because we read later that thing. But anyways, that happens. Then we go to they said where there's 3 stones at the time.
Yes, New York has 3 stones at the same time, right around the Battle of New York.
Yeah, Hulk gets the time stone from the Ancient One, who returns, and he explains the plan, and how. Then why did Strange give it to him?
Yeah, because the thing is that the Ancient One can see the future, but only to the moment of her death. And since she's already dead at the point at which they battle Thanos the first time, she doesn't know what Doctor Strange knows, but she knows she trusts him, so she ends up giving Hulk the stone because it must all come together somehow.
Yeah. And then the other part is Loki escapes with the Space Stone.
Yes. Which is going to lead into the Loki TV series.
So they decide that they don't have they don't have enough Pym particles to make it to take again because they only to get home. So they need more Pym particles. They look for it. So they find out a place that has more Pym particles. The past.
Which, side note, introduces an Agent Carter character to the MCU because Tony encounters his father, and his father's driver is Jarvis, played by the actor who played him in Agent Carter.
So I think, is this the third or fourth Howard Stark actor?
I think it's the third one. I know we've... This was John Slattery again, who's been Howard Stark a few times. He was wearing makeup to give himself a very specific look, but he's the same one who played Howard Stark in Civil War and couple of other places where
Yeah, I know there's the one from the Agent Carter and the first Captain America movie.
Yeah, that's Dominic Cooper.
Then there's the one from the films in Iron Man 2.
That's the same one.
Okay. And then there's the guy from
Oh no, yeah, there's one from yeah.
Ant-Man.
John Slattery from Mad Men has, gosh, now I'm gonna look it up because
yeah. Then there's he was the old guy from Ant-Man.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was him, a different character, or if he was aged like Peggy was aged.
I think he was just aged. And Cap gets to see Peggy again. Through a window, she doesn't see him, but he sees her.
And then Tony realized that he's about to be born.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's funny. The guy who created Howard Stark was named Archie Goodwin, which is the name of a character in the Nero Wolfe novels. Okay. MCU. Yeah, John Slattery and Dominic Cooper. There was someone who played him at the beginning of Iron Man. That's a different. But yeah, no, it's been older. Howard Stark has been John Slattery the whole time.
All right.
So it's the same one as in like Civil War and Ant-Man and so forth.
He's just de-aged.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or up-aged. I don't know if he got de-aged or he got up-aged.
You know, I think they just slapped on 70s look makeup on him. Because everybody looks funky when they look like they're from 1970. So they get more Pym particles from Hank's lab in 1970. They get
Yeah, because this is back when Hank was still part of the Shield. He hadn't left yet.
Yes. They get the Tesseract. Tony sees his dad. Cap sees Peggy. That influences decisions that they both make later in the movie. they manage to gather all the Infinity Stones, but also past Thanos manages to come with an army to fight them on Earth.
Yeah, but first they snap everyone back. Hulk does.
Hulk snaps everyone back right around the same time as the army arrives. So, you know.
Yeah.
And there's an enormous battle. There's a great scene that features only female heroes, which I approve of.
Oh, I do like the callback here in the battle scene.
On your left.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a battle sequence that's got Shuri, I think, and Okoye, and Valkyrie, and Pepper in a suit of armor, an Iron Man suit, and Captain Marvel. And that's really great, because that's Marvel acknowledging that actually we have some really awesome female characters. Thank you for noticing. Even if we did stupidly sacrifice Natasha in this movie.
Yeah, I think he mentions he tried to bring Natasha back, but he couldn't.
Yeah, because she died, she didn't get snapped. It's explicit that is different. You can't raise the dead, but the snapped people weren't really dead. They were vanished. It's different, which in theory means Thanos could return. But yeah. So Hulk's arm is withered by using this Infinity Gauntlet that they've made.
Should also be mentioned that Thanos himself was very wounded by it.
Yeah. They get the gauntlet to Tony, who snaps away Thanos' army.
No. Thanos gets the thing. Tony somehow made his own gauntlet a little bit.
They have Thanos' gauntlet, but it doesn't have the gems. They made a gauntlet. The one that they've been snapping in this movie is a different gauntlet.
Yeah. But no, I mean, they made their own gauntlet, but Tony also made his own gauntlet within his own suit.
Yeah.
With nano
but he's got the gems, is the point.
Yeah.
And he snaps away Thanos' army, and it kills him.
And it was called, another line callback. It says, I am inevitable. I am Iron Man.
Which was apparently one of the last lines written for the movie, because they knew Tony had to say something, but they didn't know what. So they give Tony a funeral with everyone who's still alive, including the kid from Iron Man 3.
Same actor.
Same actor. He's also in the Avengers Campus Cookbook.
Yeah. In one reality, he's dating Cassie Lang.
Yeah. And they told Tom Holland they were filming a wedding so that he couldn't give away the ending. Because Tom Holland is notorious for giving away plot points of Marvel movies. They won't let him do solo interviews.
I am stunned that he remained very quiet for No Way Home.
Yeah. But no, like, when he goes on press junkets for Marvel movies, he's never alone.
Yeah.
If they can avoid it, they have a second person there to basically sit on him. Because boy cannot keep his mouth shut.
This is now probably his fiancée.
Yes, probably. They're so cute together. She's taller than he is. She's like 5'10" and he's like 5'7". And unlike a certain other 5'7" actor named Tom I could name, he doesn't stop her from wearing heels. If she wants to. So yeah, so it's another very complicated movie. It's over 3 hours. like it's a minute over 3 hours, but it's still over 3 hours. So a lot is happening here. And it's pretty rapid fire because there's a lot of plot.
Yeah,
They've got to do a lot of things.
what's especially at the time this came out, and even now, I was wondering, it wasn't time travel, but like, didn't this movie make a time paradox or time plot since they brought back, since it's the Thanos from the past that comes back in the future that died. The Thanos from the first Guardians movie.
I'm sure there's a way that it's resolved in universe, and I just don't know what it is because I don't care enough.
I know, but at the time I was like, wait. At the time I was like, wait, like my brain's like, wait a minute here.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of fan debate about it, and again, I don't care that much.
Okay.
I really don't.
Yeah.
The thing that confuses me with the time travel the most is that for the most part, they establish that whenever you travel through time, you're not really going back to, it's not like one linear timeline. It just sort of splits.
Yeah.
And then I wonder, but then when Captain America goes back in time to return his Infinity Stone and he decides to stay, and then it's like, how does he show up as an old man in the timeline he left?
He just kept living.
But they
that's
already
something he already
established
did.
that the timeline's supposed to split off, so technically he would have never appeared again.
Unless, I guess for that one, that there's, I feel like they said, he was always there the whole time in the shadows.
Yeah, there's a canon explanation that I don't think I know enough physics to really understand.
And that's really only one of my problems with the movie, that the time travel stuff is very convoluted.
Well,
the thing is time travel stuff is. You can't have non-convoluted time travel stuff.
Like, it just feels like there could have been a way to make it be less convoluted than intended.
at least it's not as convoluted as Kingdom Hearts time travel.
Yeah,
So-
that one's even worse. That one's even worse.
The thing is, number one, the only reason they did time travel was that they literally had written themselves into a corner and couldn't figure out any other way of doing it. They agreed it was a stupid idea, but it was the least stupid idea they had. And number two, I had a talk last month with Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal, and one of the things we were talking about is that time travel plots never make sense. Because most of us do not have a grasp on the necessary physicists, and the people who do know that time travel like that probably isn't possible. So, how does time travel work? It doesn't. Next question.
I mean, technically, in a broad sense, time travel to the future is possible.
Yes, we are all moving forward in time at 1 second per second.
And then, technically, the way it's possible is basically the way Interstellar does it.
Yeah, well, it is theoretically possible, but we don't even know if that's realistically possible.
Mm-hmm. And not to mention, spaceships aren't capable of going to like a low gravity zone where time would move faster.
Yeah, like the physics there are theoretical at best, and controversial is another word. So I don't worry when time travel in a movie doesn't make sense, because of course it doesn't.
Yeah, I guess it's just the nerd in me.
But I feel like as long as it is at least 90% internally consistent, I'm fine.
Yeah, it's the same way now that I look back at Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Knowing what I know about birds and alligator, they go like,
Oh, that's another thing Dr. Dan and I talked about for a while. I'm editing transcript so that I can have accurate captions. As soon as that is done, I will have this video up.
It's like they use frog DNA. I'm like, oh, at the time when I was 13, I'm like, oh, cool, frog DNA, whatever. Now it's like, wait, birds are closer, alligators are closer, lizards are closer, mammals are closer.
Yeah,
frogs.
no, that is one of the things that he and I talk about. It's like they use frog DNA because they need the dinosaurs to change sex, but yeah, no, and I used to care a lot more about time travel plots than I do now, because I've realized that it's just gonna be the way it is. It's fine, whatever.
I think I think my favorite time travel movie is still Back to the Future.
Oh, I love Back to the Future. I'm a Bill and Ted person myself.
Oh yeah,
but-
That thing that had more rules since they had since time Back to the Future they could go back 10 minutes before, but Bill and Ted they had time still traveled on.
Yeah. Except when it didn't for Rule of Funny.
Yeah.
But
anyways, let's wrap this up with the last movie. Which, ironically, I did not realize this was still Phase 3.
Yeah, I think that's because this is as much about the fallout of Tony Stark's death as anything else.
Yeah. Because you would think Endgame.
Yeah.
End.
And that was originally the plan. But so much of the plot of this is about Tony, even though, again, he is, in point of fact, dead at the time.
Yeah. I this is the beginning of the movie, too. At the beginning of the movie, Tony's introducing Barf. And here the guy who helped create Barf.
Yeah. So this is after Thanos has been defeated, obviously, because Peter's in it. And Nick Fury is in it. And all sorts of other people who were snapped. In point of fact, most of our main characters were clearly snapped because
they're still high school.
They're still in high school. We know Happy wasn't. So I'm pretty sure Happy wasn't.
And then
I'm pretty sure Happy was working for Tony the whole time.
Yeah, he said post Beard. Anyways, we get a little story here, which we already saw with Cassie in the last movie, where the ones that stayed behind got older.
Yeah.
Younger siblings are now older siblings.
Yeah. And so one of the kids on their school trip to Europe is technically 5 years younger than they are, but also is not. So they are on a school trip to Europe. Nick wants Peter to do things for him, but Peter wants to be a normal teenager. And
which is the opposite of what he wanted in the first Spider-Man movie.
Yeah. And part of it is he wants to buy a very specific necklace for MJ in Venice.
Yeah.
And I think he planned to do it on the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, he did.
And he's going to tell MJ how he feels about her.
Yeah, anyway, a lot of people that like about this movie is, I don't care, but a lot of people assume his feelings for MJ came out of nowhere. They say.
Well, I mean, for one thing, even there is time that went by before Infinity War.
Yeah.
Where his relationship with MJ was developing and changing, and we start to see him having feelings for her at the end of Homecoming.
Yeah. That's people like, it came out of nowhere. Like, no, well, one, even if it didn't, two, he's a teenager.
Yeah. Also, like, have you never met teenagers? But also there's been time between the last movie and this one. Maybe not a lot, but there has been some.
Yeah, they said they had to repeat they said they had to, in the beginning of the movie, they said they had to repeat their junior year because
Yeah.
of reasons.
Yeah. So Peter is processing his feelings towards MJ. He's trying to be a normal teenager. He's still, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little scared of being Spider-Man at this point, because a lot has happened while he's been doing Spider-Man stuff. And most of it is above his pay grade. But while he's in Europe, he kind of gets swallowed by events, if you will. And there's this guy who shows up and he's battling these elementals, and he says his name is Quentin Beck and he's from an alternate timeline.
And this, I think this is our first mention of 838. And
Yeah.
even though and
I think he's lying about what
Yeah.
number multiverse we're on, because
And
it turns
616,
out he's an unreliable narrator. But
yeah, I think he mentioned 616. But at the time I was like, he's a bad guy liar, so I don't take him serious.
yeah, exactly. Like, I don't have to accept his claim about what universe this is. Like, don't even talk to an old Marvel hand about that nonsense. Because it turns out that Quentin Beck is, in point of fact, not from another dimension, and
Yeah.
all of the elementals he's been battling are special effects.
Yeah, of course.
And
Anyone who knows Spider-Man history and knows Mr. Hills.
Yeah, when
Well-
somebody shows up in that costume and gets called Mysterio, you know what's going on. Just because he's never been in any of the live action movies before doesn't mean I didn't recognize him.
Oh, I do have their favorite note line here. I like where Flash at the point he's drinking alcohol, and MJ is like, he snapped was technically 16, not 21.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and Flash is definitely holding his money over Peter the whole damn movie, and yeah.
But also, there's two plot lines here. One is Peter trying to not ignore not Tony. God, Fury.
Yeah.
Nor Nick Fury. The other one is trying to get Brad away from MJ.
Well, and he's been given essentially the keys to the castle at Stark Industries. He's been given this pair of glasses that has access to, and she made the slide because my legal name is Edith, and so that makes this movie very strange to watch. Because it's not a name you hear a lot of. But he's been given this AI called Edith, who, among other things, is willing to kill Flash for him.
Oh, Brad.
Yeah, no, it was Brad. And like, he gets
Is he a
yelled
target?
at for
Yeah,
trying
he's
to kill
a
one of his
target.
classmates, but be fair, he didn't know that's what she was talking about.
Like, is Brad a target? Yeah, he's a target. Okay, I'll kill him. Like, what?
And Peter's like, wait, what? Like, Tony keeps giving, even after he's dead, keeps giving Peter things without giving him a manual.
Even dead, I'm the hero.
Yeah, alternately, even dead, this is all somehow still my fault, but there's no clever acronym for that. Because it turns out that this is all Quentin's clever plan to take over Stark Tech because Tony screwed him over, and he's working with a team, all of whom were also screwed over by Tony, although I would argue that one of them was actually screwed over by Obadiah stain,
Yeah,
and never mind.
yeah. We get callbacks in the first Iron Man movie,
Yeah, the kid from A Christmas Story comes back.
but yeah.
Um,
Oh, and then not really Brad takes a picture of Peter in his underwear.
yeah. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, I love the part where my favorite part of the movie is where they're at the theater. He's like, want to sit together? He's like, he's talking with Nick at the same time. He's like, no. It's like, no. I mean, yes.
Yeah, no, and so Peter is trying to deal with this AI that's pestering him and Nick Fury and this guy who claims to be from another dimension, and Ned's got a girlfriend, and
Oh yeah, that's the funny part I love is the whole messed up. Like Peter's allergic and switch seats, and that whole thing backfired for Peter.
yeah.
But
and their itinerary keeps getting changed by S.H.I.E.L.D. And yeah, many things are happening.
But anyways, they go. He rescues Ned and Betty from the Ferris wheel, and they snuck off. And she, being MJ, she manages to get a piece of technology.
Yeah. MJ has figured out that Peter is Spider-Man because, again, MJ, most perceptive person in the MCU.
Yeah. But anyways, before that happens, though, that happened. Anyways, Peter's like, I can't do this. Here, you're the hero Tony wanted. Here's the glasses.
Peter gives Quentin the glasses because Peter realizes he is a teenager and should not be responsible for this level of power, except he thinks Quentin's a good guy and Quentin is not.
I think a lot of people, it's a funny thing. I think I brought this up once in a thing where it's like, shouldn't the glasses recognize Quentin Beck? Tony.
Yeah, but on the other hand, only if Tony thought to program that sort of thing into them.
Like you were like this is a glasses. You are a former Stark employee that got fired. go fuck yourself.
I mean, maybe he had cosmetic surgery and no longer looks like the person, and I can't imagine that there's any way Tony would have been allowed to have their DNA on file.
Yeah, I think mainly it's through eye scans, I think, mainly.
Yeah, but I don't think that would have been programmed into the glasses, because why would that need to be programmed into the glasses? So,
but yeah, he gets to the thing. He tries to confess to MJ, and he's like, "Yeah, I know you're Spider." But he thinks he. The line says, "Were you just watching because you thought I was Spider-Man?" And she's like, "Why else would I be watching?" Like, she was lying there.
I do love that the two choices are that either he's Spider-Man or he's a high-paid escort.
But during the confession, they realize Beck's a fraud.
Yeah.
And now, since he has the technology to control technology,
yeah, Peter's got to figure out how to stop him, which is, a bit of a challenge on several levels.
Yeah, I think there we have one of the few. We see. I think I was mentioning in the video. We have one of the few of Peter going all out. He punched that steel beam.
Yeah.
If that had been Beck, that could have been dead.
Peter holds back. I think honestly, Peter's afraid of what his own strength might be.
Yeah.
Because he's a fairly normal kid. And he's trying to navigate through a world where he's suddenly really overpowered.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to get used to using that, because then how do you go back to not using it in your day-to-day life?
Yeah, I think
And
a lot
that
of the
comes
time we
back
see
to
him
No
go
Way
for-
Home.
Yeah.
Like in No Way Home, his first fight with the Green Goblin, he's very much holding back, and that's why the Goblin laughs at him, because he knows he's holding back and wants to push him. And then during their last fight, that's him not holding back.
Yeah.
You see him dent that shield.
Yeah, and I have to admit, it's been a while since I've watched No Way Home. I'll get to it when I get to it, but starting tomorrow, I have to try to watch a whole bunch of Golden Girls episodes real fast for an article I have for Friday, and then I've got Oscar stuff to start watching. I watch a lot of stuff for a lot of different things that I'm doing.
Anyways, we also see how strong he is back when Beck tricks Peter and telling him that he told that MJ and Ned know, and maybe Betty. So I'll tell them now, and then Peter gets hit by a bullet train.
Yeah.
Or high speed train. I don't know, they're called bullet trains in Europe.
People tend to forget how strong Peter canonically is. Because he doesn't need to be for most of the stuff he does. And then suddenly when he does, it's like, oh, wait.
Yeah, so the thing that they mentioned back in Civil War is technically Peter is stronger than Captain America, but Captain America has more training.
Yeah.
He knows how to use his strength to its full advantage.
Yeah. Captain America has gone through boot camp and Peter Parker has not. So,
but they tricked the kids to get on their bus. Oh, another line I liked is where Brad's trying to expose Peter, like at the airport, and is like what's up with you, Brad? Why do you take pictures of people in the bathroom? And that touched him up for a while. He thinks MJ's on his side, and she's like, no.
Yeah.
They blow up the bus, and they escape with Flash in tow, and they hide
into the Tower of London.
Yeah. Was it here or in Venice where they used the Power Rangers Voltron line?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's like they come together like the Power Rangers. You're thinking of Voltron.
I think that's in the Tower of London.
Yeah, I love that. Like being an '80s kid, I know that reference.
We also in this movie see the first suit that Peter designs the way he wants it. Happy gives him free reign on the suit designing stuff on Tony's plane. And this is not, I made a suit out of stuff I had around the house, and this is not, Tony made a suit for me. This is, I have the capability. This is the suit I am making.
I do like the part where he gets the band wrong.
Yeah. Well, apparently a lot of those screwed up pop culture references are authentic to Tom Holland, who does not know a lot about pop culture that's older than he is.
They mentioned that in the Civil War. Is like, you remember that very old movie, Empire Strikes Back?
Yeah, apparently he'd never seen that movie.
Like Tony, how old is this kid?
So
yeah, for the longest time he couldn't trust his spider sense, and at the end he just closes his eyes and goes for it.
Yeah.
Screw the
So
illusions.
he defeats Mysterio. He saves the day. Blah blah blah. He goes home. He takes MJ for a swing through New York, which she hates. And then J. Jonah Jameson, who is in this universe something of an Alex Jones type, reveals footage of, fake footage, but footage of how Peter Parker is the mastermind behind all of the stuff that was happening in Europe and also is Spider-Man.
And he killed Mysterio, the hero.
Yeah.
And apparently he's a high schooler.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, like, this is the same Jameson from Tobey Maguire movies, the actor.
Yes, J.K. Simmons, who was so happy to be asked to take the role again.
Yeah, I think Nick mentioned that he plays Jameson in a lot of things in cartoons.
He likes playing Jameson. Jameson is apparently a very fun role.
It's gotten to the point where it's hard, like J.K. Simmons playing Jameson, not playing Jameson is getting increasingly uncommon. Like, even the Spider-Verse movies made it to where frickin' J.K. Simmons as Jameson is basically a canon event, because across multiple universes, it's J.K. Simmons doing Jameson.
And I, for one, have no problems with that.
And another full circle thing too is in the Civil War comic, it's Civil War that exposes Peter's identity, and the Civil War to No Way Home exposes Peter's identity.
Yeah.
And that ends. Peter's identity is exposed. That ends Phase 3, except for we learn Fury isn't Fury full time.
Yeah.
When that happened, I don't know.
No, they don't ever tell us when it happened. It might be in the Secret Invasion stuff, which I haven't watched because by all accounts it is bad.
Yeah.
I tend to assume that it is sometime post Winter Soldier.
Okay. Because if we ever view that series, we'll get to it then. But other people apparently get Skrulls too. But yeah, anyways, that wraps up Phase 3. What was your opinion of Phase 3 then and versus now?
I still think it's incredibly strong. It has the first MCU movie to win any damn Oscars. With Black Panther. It introduces a lot of interesting characters. It closes out the Infinity Saga very nicely. And it gives good endings to a lot of characters. Endings that make sense within the characterization of that figure.
What about you, Nick? Is your opinion of Phase 3 went up, down, or stayed the same?
Same. That's great.
But yeah, but like I said, a lot of people think this is when the MCU peaked. We'll talk about if that happened, if that's true or not when we get to Phase 4 eventually. Whatever that might be, a month or 2 months, I don't know. You mentioned wrapping this up. You mentioned you had an interview coming up. You want to advertise it?
With me?
Yeah, you had the interview coming up, don't you?
Yeah, well, I did it already. I just have to finish editing video. For my Depth of Field series on the Media Magpies YouTube channel, I've got a talk with Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal about movies and books involving evolution and virology. So that's a lot of fun. I'm still playing email tag with Dr. Maddie, but hopefully that'll be soon. I finished all 12 of the in memoriam reels for Media Magpies, so those are all on the channel. We're talking about doing a live stream tomorrow about Oscar nominees. On the website, tomorrow is Dana Carvey finishing out my 3 weeks of Wayne's World people. And my Saturdays have been Refugee Month on Attention Must Be Paid.
If you pass out, Nick, anything you want to advertise?
Nah.
All right. Well, for me, nothing I planned next week. In 2 weeks, I'm interviewing the Kentucky Atheist. In 3 weeks, I'm interviewing Lilith. And then, like I said, and for Phase 4, it'll depend on when these two are free. After that, when these two are free again. But until then, it is 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast. So me and Nick I sleep, and it's like what, midnight on the West Coast now?
12:30, yeah.
So everyone enjoy their naps or sleep, whatever. Never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. I'll see you whenever. Bye.
Night.
Just do it. Okay. And welcome to what is the penultimate episode of our MCU Phase review. Because after this, there is no Phase 6. For a while, at least.
I mean, they're working on it, but yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a while before we can do a review of it.
I also noticed that the only movie I wasn't able to stream because it's not streaming on any service I have is in your intro.
Yeah. Luckily, I have it on a Blu-ray, so I got a chance to rewatch it.
I do too, but I don't know where I put it.
I did everything in my Marvel binge, so I've already seen everything.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it. I just didn't rewatch it.
Yeah, they have the other two Spider-Man movies. I mean, Far From Home and Homecoming, but not the new one.
I assume it's problems with Sony.
It most likely Sony gave them permission to have those ones on Disney, but No Way Home, I guess they want to keep to themselves.
I suspect that we'll get there, but I suspect that it's because it's got all 3 Spider-Men.
Yeah, I mean, they did have Toby and Andrew's movies on Disney Plus, I think, at some point, but
they still do.
Yeah.
Genuinely have never felt the need to watch Andrew's movies again. I've only seen the first one once.
But speaking of Disney Plus, but speaking of Disney Plus, this was the start of the Disney Plus era. because the first 3 movies on this list.
Phase 4 is where they started doing all the Disney Plus shows, and it's a little bit of a heated debate, because the thing with the Disney Plus shows is that they are often required for these movies.
Some of them are.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Yeah, but also the first 3 movies here were during the pandemic era, so they were only on Disney Plus. They were never in the theaters that I'm aware of.
I mean, this is another story entirely, but what they did for the Disney Plus exclusive ones is that they would lock them behind a $30 premium access tier, which they also did for mainline Disney movies, but very curiously, they never did it for Pixar.
Well, and I know Scarlett Johansson sued over the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which Hollywood didn't know what to do about the pandemic, and I don't know that that's anyone's fault necessarily. But I mean, I could blame the administration, but I blame them for a lot of things, so it's fine. Because they handled the pandemic badly.
Yep.
Yeah. So the first, now also a lot of people also say the MCU started going downhill after the Infinity Saga.
Yep.
So there are a couple of movies in this phase that are, let's say, not as strong. But the last movie in this phase is also in my top 5 Marvel movies of all time. MCU specifically, movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get to that too. But there are a couple of rough patches, but given what they were up against, they made outstanding choices.
Yep.
This isn't, oh wait, we found that the guy that we're planning to pin our entire next phase on is a horrible creep. This is, oh no, he's dead. Which has a slightly different thing that you have to go through.
Yeah. Right. Start with the beginning. The Black Widow movie.
I was kind of mixed on this one.
I like this one a lot. I don't think it's a hot take to say that it should have come out years earlier than it did.
That is true.
I'm kind of mixed on the character of Black Widow in a lot of ways, but I loved the world building in this movie. And the other characters were so much fun.
Like, the thing with Black Widow is it really should have been made so much sooner, and at least in my opinion, it should have been a full prequel to, like, her appearance in Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
Like, it should have, like, yeah, you could argue it was too late by then, therefore, that's why it should have been made a lot sooner, but it's just, I felt that so the movie is set after Civil War's events, but before Infinity War. And I just feel like between trying to, like, go into, like, Black Widow's origin and, like, all the baggage from, like, the aftermath of Civil War, there was just too much to juggle with it. And, like, I'll say the opening sequence that, like, shows, like, her training, like, how she and her sister were trained, like, in the Red Room, like, it's an excellent sequence for how it's, like, a really excellent sequence that, like, really sets, like, a dark tone, and then they don't commit to that dark tone, like, later in the movie.
That's not the opening sequence.
Well, the opening titles, the opening credits.
Yeah, the opening titles, but the opening sequence is what we're actually building off of.
Mm-hmm.
The opening sequence, for people who have not seen the movie, is these two little girls, Natasha and her little sister Yelena, playing in the twilight in Ohio. And their mom comes and tells them about fireflies, and then they go into dinner, and then their dad comes home, and the entire family has to bail because it turns out they're secret Russian agents, and he's just stolen a bunch of information and torched a SHIELD facility, and they got to bolt. And despite SHIELD being on their tails, they managed to take off in a light passenger plane and escape to Cuba, which is where we, the audience, and Yelena learn that they're not actually a family. Yelena has believed this whole time that this is really her mom and her dad and her sister. Natasha is old enough to know that that isn't true. That she and Yelena are no relation to each other or their so-called parents. And the girls were just there to make the parents look normal while they did their deep undercover work. And the parents go off to do, Russian spy things. And Natasha and Yelena are sent to the Red Room. That, to me, is what we're committing to. Is where you can't trust your footing because how much of what you're being told is real.
Yeah, we've heard bits and pieces of the Red Room before, but this is our first look into its depths.
Yeah. And Yelena actually goes into fairly graphic detail to their father about what parts were removed so that the girls of the Red Room wouldn't be focusing on potential motherhood and commitment to partners and what have you, because they've had complete and total hysterectomies. Which, by the way, doesn't come up, but since they removed the ovaries too, that is going to mess with your hormones something awful in ways that male writers probably don't really know. The reason that even most women who have hysterectomies still keep their ovaries is for hormone regulation. And we're not talking like, oh, they get mood swings. We're talking, oh, that can really screw up your body chemistry. Don't give me that look, Phoenix. It's true. My kitten is giving me a look. She hasn't had one yet.
No bedroom for that kitten.
So
yeah, after the time jump, we go where first time we go to see where what's happened first. Natasha's escape from the original General Ross.
Natasha has by this point escaped from General Ross. He's sending people after her. She's got a contact who sets her up with a place in the middle of nowhere, only he neglects to give her enough gas for the generator, and she's got to go into town, and then somebody comes after her. Yelena has escaped from the Red Room at this point.
Yeah, she got sprayed with some chemical, and it was apparently this chemical undid their brainwashing or something.
Well, they've had their post Natasha. The girls of the Red Room have had their brains chemically programmed and the red gas undoes the programming.
Why post Natasha and it before her?
They didn't do it before her because they thought that the psychological programming was sufficient. And then Natasha broke her controls and broke out. So everything got harsher after she left. And one of the girls of the Red Room dies to get Yelena free. And so now Yelena is on the run with the force of the Red Room behind her. And Natasha is on the run with the force of pretty much everyone chasing behind her. And they track down their quote-unquote mother, Melina, Oscar winner Rachel Weisz, and break their quote-unquote father, Alexei, out of jail, David Harbour, and decide that what they need to do now for reasons is completely and totally take down the Red Room, run by Dreykov, Ray Winstone. It turns out that Alexei is still in love with Melina and still kind of thinks of him or thinks of her as his wife, and she still kind of thinks of him as her husband. Yelena thinks of all of them as her family because until she was 6, she thought they were. And Natasha is frankly freaked out by all of this.
Yeah. Even as adults, kids don't want to think about their parents as having sex.
No. Well, it's not just that, it's that Natasha is fairly uncomfortable with emotion in a lot of ways, and there's a lot of emotion happening here.
Yeah. The last time in canon that she was officially emotional was with Banner, and how that worked out.
Well, I mean, there's all sorts of different kinds of emotion, but it's certainly the last time she was really allowing herself to be vulnerable. And they had to boot him off the planet because whoever has the Hulk wins the Civil War. So, and there is still a part of her that thinks of these people as her family, because even though she knew it was fake, she knew it was fake and was still a child. And it was her reality for like 3 years.
Yeah, I think I think it was 1995 that took place. I would have been 15 then.
Yeah, that's the year I graduated from high school, so that's the year I turned 18. And
Mom was pregnant with me then.
Yeah, well, even at 18, 3 years is a lot of your life. So being 8, yeah, she can probably remember before, but that's still a huge chunk of formative years where this is your family. And she probably thought Melina was dead for most of that because Melina gets shot during the escape.
Yeah, it turns out her whole life was a lie because she thought that her birth mother had abandoned her.
Yeah, and in fact, her birth mother was murdered because she kept looking for her. And
yeah, apparently they're not this. Apparently, these girls are recruited from birth almost.
Yeah. And there's a lot of repressed emotion going on. Because I think all four of them have reasons to feel betrayed by somebody. And I mean, 3 years spent pretending to be a family, even as an adult, is going to have an emotional resonance. You take care of children for 3 years, those children are going to trigger as yours in a lot of biochemical ways. You know, even if you know intellectually it's a job, Melina and Alexei have been taking care of these girls when they're sick, when they're hurt, when they're sad, when they're happy. They're experiencing all of these different things. And your brain sends you chemicals when you do that sort of thing.
Yeah, I did like when they look at the photo album, and Tassa's like, I remember this day we had to go through like 6 holidays in one setting.
Yeah, because they needed the pictures. But you also know that those 3 years they're spending in Ohio, they're actually celebrating those holidays. And on those holidays, the boxes aren't empty because people would notice.
I wonder if they were my neighbors.
I mean, do they say where in Ohio it is?
Nope, it's Ohio.
So they could have been.
It is now headcanon.
Yes.
They live near me.
So I do think that there should have been a Black Widow movie, you know, before they killed the character. But I think one of the big issues with Phase 4 is loss and what we'll do for our families. And Natasha is, because clumsy, ham-fisted male writers, dealing with her own feelings about her fertility issues and whether she believes she can ever have a family. And so having the family of her childhood come back is going to be fairly significant to her. Especially because she cannot have uncomplicated feelings knowing what she does. And that the last time she saw her mom and dad, they sent her to the Red Room.
Yeah, I like that. See that? Apparently, he didn't know that. But apparently, the Dreskov made it something so they couldn't physically hurt him ever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's psychological programming and something to do with pheromones and
So this,
and I mean, if you're training that many, you know, perfect assassins or whatever, you're going to want to have some safeguards in place so that they don't rebel.
What? You
That's
don't
why these
trust
things never work in the real world, because we don't have magic, you know, pheromone. We don't actually know for sure that humans produce pheromones. So we can't control people that way.
What? You wouldn't trust a bunch of assassins that you trained to kill and tore out their insides?
Yeah. Where I'm trying to find where we are on my, there we go. Okay. Yeah, this one added 3 people to my Oscar BAFTA list. Florence Pugh, Rachel Weisz, and Ray Winstone. Of those, Rachel Weisz is the only winner. And she was in The Mummy.
The
Oh, yeah,
the
Brendan
original
Fraser
one.
ones.
Well, I mean, not the original one because that's
Sorry.
1930 something, but the Brendan Fraser, she's
Yeah.
Evie, the librarian from The Mummy.
Yeah, the Brendan Fraser ones, and she's coming back with Brendan Fraser in the planned fourth one. She wasn't in the third one though.
Yeah,
So
I'm just
she-
always
so
happy
she-
when she gets work, or when he gets work rather, because
So
he's so
she-
nice.
So was she the wife and the mom in the second one?
Yeah. Yeah, and she's the voice of the dragon in Aragon, which is a terrible movie.
We also got introduced to was it Taskmaster?
Yes. Yes. Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
No, not her. That
Oh yeah.
yeah, but yeah, her
Right.
too.
Dreykov's daughter. Yes, hold on. I'm looking her up because Dreykov's daughter, who. So here's the thing. She's supposed to be horrifically scarred. And I'm sorry, but I kind of had to squint to see it because Hollywood does not understand what real horrific scarring looks like, or at the very least doesn't want to portray it. A friend of my older sister's was in a car accident back during the gas crisis of the 70s and suffered third-degree burns over substantial amounts of her body, and that, my friends, is horrific scarring. Antonia, Olga Kurilenko. I can pronounce Russian. And that's Dreykov's daughter. And she's been scarred because she was in an explosion that Natasha thought killed Dreykov. She's a Ukrainian-French actress and model.
And apparently, he. I don't know if he already brainwashed her before, but he definitely brainwashed her afterwards.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I don't know what's about the character from the comics, but apparently he, she, it, they can copy people's abilities.
Yeah. In the movie, she can copy people's fighting abilities. I don't know much beyond that, but you know, we'll see if she comes back because I'm not going to spoil the end of the movie.
Well, okay, I will spoil something. I think she does come back in the new spoilers here for people. She comes back in the Thunderbolt movie.
Oh yeah, she does. So she does.
That
I
is
still haven't
correct.
seen it. Time. There's never enough time.
Yeah,
I've seen Thunderbolts, but I won't say anymore.
Yeah.
I'll get to
it. I think that's phase 5 or phase 6.
Phase 5, I believe. You cannot drink my water.
Yeah, you have a month.
My cat is trying to drink my water. It's fine.
Anyways, they get on the thing, they free all the girls, they blow the place up, it crashes on the earth, and she skydives after her sister.
Yeah. And admits that she sees her as her sister by the end of the movie, which is very important. Yeah, Thunderbolt is the last movie of Phase 5.
So, wrapping this episode up, Elena goes to visit her sister's grave, or at least Mercy's. Her
sister's memorial,
yeah.
Let's say. I believe the technical term is cenotaph.
And that's where we meet the Dreyfus character.
Yeah.
Who's hired him. And and which is kind of almost, which we get to the, we're not going to talk about fully, but it's the first connection because it's almost like a prequel to the Hawkeye series.
Yes. Which I quite
Because-
like, I have to say.
Since he says, this guy killed your sister.
Which is technically true. And as I established last time, I still thought he should have died.
Yeah. And I've only seen parts of Hawkeye. I haven't seen the whole series yet, but I do know Elena makes an appearance in that series.
Yelena is pretty consistently in that series, and that show's really fun.
So it's not really a good, that really need to watch a connection, but it is a connection.
No, there is a connection, but the Hawkeye show doesn't really connect to anything that I've seen yet. It's just, it ties into various things, but it doesn't feel like it's essentially connected to anything.
Yeah. So I guess I forget her name, but that lady's is starting. We learned this lady's starting to hire these people to do stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. What is that character's name? Give me a sec. Yeah, and the whole thing got kind of screwed up by the whole Phase 5 got kind of screwed up by the strikes and the whole Jonathan Majors thing. And yeah, Phase 5 had problems, not all of which were Marvel's fault. Oh, is that so? Sorry, my browser's loading very slowly. Valentina Allegra de Fontaine.
Valentina.
Yeah. So
let's go on to the next part that also brought back Blast from the Past. Shang-Chi, 10 Rings.
Oh, Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi, like, the first 5 minutes or so didn't sell me, but then that sequence on the bus happened, and yeah, I really like Shang-Chi.
Greatest fight sequence in the MCU is that bus fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like a lot of this movie, but the bus fight is the greatest fight sequence in the MCU.
Mm-hmm. Like, really, my only complaint is that, like, the MCU humor, like, which is a problem throughout Phase 4, but the MCU humor gets a little bit too much at points, but, like, other than that, like, I really liked everything they did with this movie.
I like that Shang-Chi and Katie are never considered more than friends by each other. Like, they never show them having romantic whatever. Katie's grandmother asks when they're going to get married. But it's not like, oh, you're my best friend and I love you. And I like that. I also like Katie as a character a fair amount, and I think my son would identify with a lot about her. The idea that she's never really tried at anything because she's afraid of not being able to be as good as she wants to be. His parents met in a wuxia movie, really, it turns out. His father was the basically immortal warlord of a sinister group called the Ten Rings, named after these 10 magic rings he had from Don't Ask.
Yeah, we heard about him a little bit during the first Iron Man movie, but it wasn't really fully put upon.
Yeah.
Well, basically what this movie did was make up for the controversial handling of a certain character in Iron Man 3.
Yeah. So the Ten Rings are the group that has Tony hostage in the first Iron Man movie. Is that the real Ten Rings? Is it not? That, as far as I know, is still an open question. But in Iron Man 3, they introduce the Mandarin, who is supposed to be the leader of the Ten Rings, who in the comics is a really horrific Asian stereotype, and in the movie was Sir Ben Kingsley as Trevor Slattery as the Mandarin. A decision I personally quite liked.
Well, they brought Ben Kingsley back for this movie.
They
apparently
did,
between that movie,
phenomenal.
Yeah, apparently between that movie and this movie, he was taken prisoner.
Yeah, the Ten Rings break him out of prison in what is it called? All Hail the King, which is one of the shorts from the last phase. And so now he's being held prisoner by the Ten Rings. And Shang-Chi is the son of this warlord and this woman from a secret mystic village, and his mother was murdered, which his father blames him at one point in this movie because his mother was beaten to death in front of him and he didn't stop them. And I'm like, he was what, 8 at the time? You wanted your 8-year-old son to take on a gang of adult men that your adult wife couldn't stop? Are you thinking? But anyway, yeah, she's beaten to death by guys who have been harmed by the leader of the Ten Rings. And so he trains his son to be an assassin because that's healthy parenting. And
his sister watches by example.
Yeah, and hot take, doesn't get trained properly because she's a girl. And Shang-Chi bolts and flees to San Francisco at his earliest opportunity, where he says his name is Sean, and befriends Katie, who is like 3rd generation American and doesn't really speak Chinese anymore. And they're both clearly super smart, and they end up working as valets at a San Francisco hotel. And then they are riding the bus to work one day, and some guys try to take the necklace that his mother gave him. Bus fight ensues. He then goes off to Macau to find his sister, who's running a secret fight ring along with Ronnie Cheng, and whose character has a name, but it doesn't matter. And what with one thing and another, they have to go to their mother's village to stop their father from unleashing a demon that will take over the world. On the way, they free Trevor Slattery, who has a creature named Morris, who can help them find their way to their mother's village. And their aunt turns out to be Michelle Yeoh.
Apparently, it's not his wife calling him. Meanwhile, he thought his wife was calling him to let her free. It wasn't his wife. It was a demon.
Yes. You know, I think this movie's a lot of fun. It's very clearly influenced by, you know, Chinese kung fu movies. if you can't picture Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or similar in your head while you're watching it, clearly you haven't seen that movie. Having the cast doesn't exactly hurt. Quite a few of the cast members have been in that kind of movie. Not least Michelle Yeoh. And again, it's how are these people dealing with grief? Do you let it consume you alive? Do you let it make you ignore your better judgment? Mistreat your children?
Oh my God.
What do you do with your grief?
Now that you mentioned this, I didn't realize this until you mentioned this. Like almost all these movies had to deal with in this phase where I had to deal with grief.
Yeah, they do. Even when you don't think they do, it turns out they do. I think a lot of the phases have a theme that you can pick out if you know what you're watching for. I don't know how often that's intentional. Given behind the scenes of Marvel, I'm not sure very often. And honestly, a Black Panther sequel was never going to be about anything else. And we'll get to that, but you cannot continue those movies without grief. But one of the things this movie does is, it's got your standard dead mother to give everyone motivation, but then it makes everyone actually have to process the fact that this woman has died, and what does that make them feel, and how are they responsible for what they do themselves.
Mm. So yeah, but at the end, he passes on the rings to his son.
Yeah, well, sort of.
Eventually,
his son more kind of claims them than he passes them on, but yes. And Shang-Chi says his sister's going to wind down the 10 rings, and that's what's happening. Mm-hmm.
She's made it more not exclusive, inclusive. That's the word, inclusive.
Yeah. It's no longer a no girls allowed club.
Do you know who would make? Yeah, it's a good. Well, it's good. It's funny that luckily for her, a lot of free women have just been couldn't fight that's been available.
Yeah. I'm sure there are a lot of women who can fight who'd like to be, more involved in making decisions about who they fight.
Yeah, former Red Ribbon lady, maybe.
Again, I think some of how much this movie is going to work for people depends on their feelings about Trevor Slattery. But I also don't feel like we ever get too much of him to the extent that you can't handle it. They still leave him as just a seasoning.
Yeah, but that's really the only connection to past movies, except for the very end where they have Wong, Captain Marvel, and Hulk in there talking about the rings.
I realized as I was doing my rewatch that Wong is the Janice of the MCU. That's Janice from the Muppets.
Oh, I think talking about Friends for a second.
No. Janice from the Muppets. If you watch the original trilogy of Muppet movies, clearly has a life that the others are not involved in. And there is a lot going on. The line from pretty sure it's from Muppets Take Manhattan is, and I said to him, I don't take my clothes off for anyone, even if it is artistic. And that's a line that she delivers into a silence after everyone has stopped talking, that it's not connected to anything and no one knows what the rest of that story is, and everyone just kind of looks at her and then they move on with plot. But that's the kind of thing that Janice is always saying. And I feel like Wong...
What's the movie in that trilogy? What's the third movie in that trilogy?
It's Muppet Movie, Great Muppet Caper, and Muppets Take Manhattan.
Okay, Muppet Caper. That's what I can't remember.
Yeah. I think it's the weakest of the three. I think it's got some good moments, but never completely gels as a movie.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen them since. I think I've seen those movies since the 80s.
They're all on Disney Plus.
Including the Sony-owned ones.
Disney owns all of the Muppet stuff.
Because for a while, Muppets Take Manhattan and Muppets from Space were not Disney-owned. Unless they got them, like, recently.
No, they've had them since I was in high school.
Well, I just remember those two movies were not distributed by Disney.
I mean, they weren't well, I don't remember about Muppets from Space. Muppets Take Manhattan wasn't distributed by Disney because Disney didn't own the Muppets yet at the time.
I know the original Muppet movie and Great Muppet Caper do have like DVDs and Blu-rays from Disney. In fact, my Blu-ray of Great Muppet Caper comes with Muppet Treasure Island.
Yes,
but
so
like the DVDs I have of Muppets Take Manhattan and Muppets from Space are from Sony.
I don't know what to tell you because Disney was in the process of buying the Muppets at the time that Jim Henson died in the late 80s, early 90s. And Muppets Take Manhattan had already come out at that point and would definitely have been any deal that Disney had with the Muppets.
Yeah, because when I went to Disney World in '93, the Muppets already had a Muppet was already there as a ride at
Muppet Vision, which sadly closed not that long ago.
Yeah, was at the time was called MGM Studios.
Yeah, I have a friend who was at the final show of Muppet Vision 3D, which had no cheap 3D tricks. The response to that is, did someone say cheap 3D tricks? But Wong is in this movie because it turns out that he and Abomination have been staging fights in Xiaoling's secret Macau fight club.
Which was the connection to the Seahawk series.
Yeah. Xiaoling, I don't know if she's supposed to know or not, but she certainly isn't arguing with them about it, because seriously, would you argue with Wong and the Abomination?
No. But yeah, at the end of that, we get that thing, which I think was supposed to be that little thing of the rings connection. I think it's supposed to be a connection to the quantum realm, which we know was failed miserably. But I think that's probably what was. I think it was referring to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I think the rings might have been intended to connect to Eternals. But Eternals, did not do well.
Yeah, we'll get to that because that's next.
Yeah. But they haven't really done anything with Shang-Chi since then, and that's a shame.
Well,
This
they
is such
did
a good
confirm
movie, I
Shang-Chi is coming back in Avengers Doomsday.
Good.
So
This is such a busy movie that I couldn't fit everyone on the goddamn slide. So, especially because I had to make a choice between two characters, one of whom is better developed than the other, even though the less developed one is an Eternal.
Now I want to skip ahead real fast to the ending real fast.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Is the guy at the end? Is he the Moon Knight?
no, the
No.
voice only cameo in Eternal's post-credit scene is Blade.
Oh, that's what the sword was for. I
And, yeah, they meant to tease Blade, but as it stands right now, there's only been one Blade. There's only ever going to be one Blade.
I was wondering, he is. What the connection was? He said, "I have a secret too, apparently, about my family history," and then you never heard what that was.
So I looked all this up to be sure I had it right, and the boyfriend who also didn't make it to the slide because there's too many characters in this movie, which is one of its weaknesses, actually. But the boyfriend turns out to be descended from the Black Knight, and the sword is cursed, and it's this whole thing in comics continuity that presumably would have been gotten into if they're ever gotten around to being a Blade movie, or if there had been a sequel to this.
Right. So apparently, these guys, the Celestials, give birth to planets, and these guys make sure that the planet survives to give
Basically,
birth to.
yeah. And they are carried down in Earth's history as figures of myth and legend, and they are immortal, and they are on this planet waiting for the thing that they're waiting for, and they are specifically forbidden to interfere, which is why they didn't fight Thanos, which I'm glad they explained that, because otherwise you get kind of pissed off.
Yeah. Because apparently it was also a bad thing they realized, because since Thanos took away half of the population, that's half of the energy that their baby needs to survive.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, choices are being made in this movie, both on and off camera. But Gemma Chan, there in front of Salma Hayek and next to Angelina Jolie, is Cersei, who has been living a quiet life in London for mumble years, with Sprite there at the far right. And then they're attacked by giant monster creatures. And they have to get the team back together, especially when they discover that their leader, Ajak, played by Salma Hayek, is dead. And her power to communicate with their controller is given to Cersei. And then they all discover that the planet is to be sacrificed so that a celestial can be born out of it. And they don't want to do that.
Apparently they've done it before, but now something happened, and I guess the connection. I guess I'm not sure what happened, but the connection got severed. It made them have a conscience or something.
Well, they didn't realize that all the people had to die for the celestial to be born, I think was the issue.
I was wondering because it seemed like they'd done it before a few times in other planets.
They kept having their memories wiped.
Oh,
Yeah, they knew they'd done it before, but the thing is a brain can only be so big and hold so many memories. And so if you live for too long, then you're overwhelmed and you start losing important bits. And so after every mission, their memory would be wiped because they simply couldn't hold, more than about 7,000 years worth of memories. Only something goes wrong with Thena and she starts remembering. So Angelina Jolie and her cheekbones are off in quiet seclusion with the guy who I couldn't really find room for on the slide if I was going to fit everyone else, who is Gilgamesh. And basically they split the party, and the various people are scattered all over the world. Festos ditched the group after Hiroshima. Druig split after the Spanish conquest of the Aztecs because he couldn't watch humans fight all the time and not be able to do anything about it. Gilgamesh is Korean actor Ma Dong-seok as Don Lee. But I left him off the slide, A, because he doesn't have much personality, and B, because I needed room for Karun, Harish Patel, because Kingo, Kumail Nanjiani, has been playing a family of Bollywood actors for about a century, and Karun is his valet, and is just the best character. He's so much fun. I love him. Makari has been on the ship. Icarus, I don't know what Icarus has been doing, but he's the only one other than Ajax who knows what's coming.
yeah. I watching the movie, I realized a lot of these names are like Greek and Mississippi. Not Mississippi. Can't pronounce the word. Yeah, mythology.
Yeah, these are intentionally characters out of mythology. Circe is the sorceress who is best known for being in the
Odyssey.
Yes, and transforms men into pigs. Icarus, of course, is the son of Daedalus who flies too close to the sun and crashes into the sea. Kingo, I'm not sure who Kingo is named after, actually, and Wikipedia is not helping me. Sprite is just, a creature. Like a fairy or elf. Festos is Hephaestus. I'm also not sure who Makari is supposed to be. Druig, I feel like I should know, but it just sounds like druid to me. Ajax is Ajax from the Iliad, and Thena is, of course, Athena.
And we don't learn this here, but we learned this in the future. Apparently, the Celestials are made out of aditanium.
Yeah.
Apparently your cat has something to say.
Yes, she has feelings about the Eternals. At the time the movie came out, my son got a Happy Meal toy of Icarus, who you pulled a little switch on his back and his arms went up and down. Excuse me. And we dubbed him Captain Tantrum because it was funny. Let's see. Are you going to give me any useful information about the character name? I'm still looking to see if I can find this. Because I should know, and yet somehow I do not.
So, Snick, what was your opinion about the movie? What do you think about the movie?
Kind of mixed. Like, I appreciated its, like, epic scope. Like, it tries to do something that not a whole lot of MCU movies do, but I don't know. I nearly fell asleep watching it.
It is the weak link of the phase, if you want my opinion.
Like, yeah, like, it took until Captain America Brave New World it's like until Captain America Brave New World finally referenced it a little bit, like, it's very inconsequential to, like, the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I was saying there's not really much connections of anything.
like Eternals does, like, again, Brave New World does factor Eternals into it. I mean, none of the characters appear or anything, but that's like the only time Eternals events ever come back.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, Makari is Mercury. That I was able to find.
Yeah, apparently at the very end we learned that in this movie we learned that Thanos had a brother.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that hasn't come back either.
I don't know that his like I don't know if that's an actual physical brother or like a spiritual brother. I don't think they would explain it that much. But at the end, another Celestial grabs them all and says, "Time to judge you guys for what you did," and they never see him again.
Oh, apparently Kumail Nanjiani needed therapy after the failure. Poor baby. Yeah, it's not a good. I mean, I don't hate the movie. I'm not a huge fan of it.
Yeah,
but goodness knows there are worse movies. And I liked things about it. I think its biggest problem is that just there are too many characters, and they don't have enough.
So what does Phoenix Mouse think?
Phoenix felt that she liked it. It was very shiny, but she wasn't sure that there was room enough to flesh out that many characters.
I'm glad that we got the kitten's opinion.
Yes, she's very helpful. Yeah, I can't find out where the name Kingo comes from. It does appear to be a Japanese name, but beyond that, I do not know. Druig might mean druid or might not. I am still not sure.
Okay. But after they stop the emergence, they turn Sprite into a human, and then they all go off on their own ways.
Yes.
Which
Okay,
then brings
Kingo is
us-
Kingu, apparently.
Was the one guy, was that his actual grandson or adopted grandson, or what was he? One of them was raising a kid.
Oh, it was his kid, but how parentage worked, I don't know. But then, since the kid had two dads, does it?
I didn't know if he adopted him or physically gave.
It's more likely, if you want my opinion, that the kid is biologically his partner's. Because let's be real here, they would have to choose one of them to be the kid's father regardless. So either the kid was adopted or it was his partner's biological son had with some sort of surrogate. Or
Okay,
possibly from a previous relationship.
I think they could have kids. That's the whole point of what's the end becoming human.
Well, sure, but his partner's human.
Yeah, but I know that. But I bet he could physically impregnate his partner, or not.
Well, his partner's male, so no, he can't physically impregnate his partner. Because they're the first gay couple to be prominent in a Marvel movie. So it's his husband and their son. So you figure either it's the partner's biological kid or else the kid is fully adopted. They'd have to figure all of this out even if he weren't an Eternal.
True. But yeah, this is. They, like you said, they really. This is almost like an adventure movie of how many characters there are in here.
Yeah. This is the first Marvel movie to have a gay major character who gets a non-snapped partner and family and everything.
And we never see him again.
Though that's not entirely Marvel's fault. The movie did not do very well.
Okay. We go from a movie that did pretty poorly to a movie that did pretty well.
Yes.
First movie back in the theaters.
Yeah.
Now, I only talked about this in the last phase, but around this time or right before this, Marvel and Sony were having a little disagreement.
Yeah. And during the disagreement, as I said last time, Tom Holland actually tweeted that the name of the next movie was going to be Spider-Man Homeless. Because, neither studio wanted to let the other studio have anything to do with it. Yes, I know, baby. But
He's upset about that too.
Yeah. But the whole multiverse thing, which they were starting to do but hadn't really fully launched into yet. Okay, so the plot of this movie exists because neither Peter nor Doctor Strange thought to think out exactly what they were planning to do before they changed the entire universe. Let's be very, very clear on this fact.
Yeah.
Peter kept
Yeah.
changing. Huh?
Yeah, I said, yeah, they both did, but I blame Strange a little bit more than Peter because,
Strange is a literal grown-up.
yeah.
Yeah, like you can understand Peter not really thinking things through, but if you're, the head of the New York Sanctum and the former Sorcerer Supreme and a board qualified surgeon and again a literal grown-up dealing with a legal child, it's your job to be the responsible one in the situation.
Yeah,
If you're going to
So
change how the entire world works, you write it out ahead of time.
yeah, that's my favorite lines in the movie was like, you didn't think about talking to these people before you had me brainwash the entire world? Well, you put it that way.
Yeah. No, but the thing is Doctor Strange still went along with it, so he's gotta hold that responsibility too. And
But anyways, the movie literally takes place right after Far From Home ends, pretty much.
Yeah. And Far From Home ends with, it turns out that Mysterio, whose first name I can remember, but his last name I can't, and my brain is giving me...
Quentin Beck.
Okay, yeah. My brain is telling me Quentin Crisp, who is someone very, very different. If you know, you know. But, Quentin Beck has dropped a faked video revealing that Peter is responsible for all of Quentin Beck's shenaniganery and revealing Peter's identity. And so everyone thinks that Peter is a supervillain who killed Mysterio. And Peter's a little overwhelmed by that because he's a literal child. So he tries to get Doctor Strange to wipe everyone's memory, the problem being that he keeps thinking of people whose memories he doesn't want wiped and keeps interrupting Doctor Strange casting a spell that, frankly, he shouldn't be casting anyway.
Yeah, they mentioned that in one of the extended scenes where I think it was his real life brother was the villain in it.
Yeah.
Or like, don't you know the brain? He's a kid. The brains don't develop until 25.
Yeah. Yeah. No, like I said, I put most of the blame on Doctor Strange for how things went wrong because he's the grown-up in the room. I'm not sure if he knows quite how young Spidey is, but he's got to know that Peter is not.
Well, he knows he's applying to college, so it can't be that.
Yeah, Peter barely looks old enough to shave. And I know how old Tom Holland is, but I stand by this. And so, basically, Doctor Strange breaks the universe.
Yeah. Did you see this movie? Did you see this movie in the theaters when it came out?
I did not.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Not before, but I think I saw it the Tuesday it came that week. I saw it that Tuesday it came out, and then so I was there for the when they did the audience cheered when they did the cameo of Daredevil cameo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daredevil's cameo reaffirmed the Netflix shows were canon, and then later the Hawkeye show had Kingpin return.
And then, boy, is Daredevil in She-Hulk.
Yeah, Daredevil is in She-Hulk, and then later they just revived Daredevil outright.
Yeah.
where Punisher also came back. They've confirmed Jessica Jones is coming back in the second season.
And the
Yeah,
only
I-
one I'm curious about is Iron Fist, simply because this feels like a good way to retcon Iron Fist.
Yeah, so far there's been no word if we're going to see Luke Cage or Iron Fist again, but
I'd love to
yeah.
see Luke Cage because I really liked the Netflix Luke Cage, both the actor and the character, and I liked the show. It had weak moments, but I liked it. But man, Iron Fist was not good.
But like I said,
Yeah.
Like I said, you could tell when they appeared, you could tell the audience was like into it.
Yeah, no. And one of the things I have to say I really appreciate about No Way Home is that while they were filming, because breaking the universe involves dumping Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield into Tom Holland's universe, while they were filming the movie, they took the time to do a publicity still with the 3 Spider-Man masks off pointing at one another.
Yeah.
Which my partner, I mentioned that to my partner, and he's like, well, I mean, it wasn't the whole point of making the movie in the first place. It's like, a little bit, yes.
Well, in the lead up to the movie's release, while they did reveal like villains from like Toby and Andrew's movies were going to be in, they were completely hush on whether or not we would see Toby and Andrew themselves.
Yeah,
and
but just
then
because they didn't.
Well, it's because they wanted to build up hype for it, because it's like it's a marketing stunt, because they want people to go to the theater to see, well, are they going to be in the movie?
But just because they didn't reveal it in advance doesn't mean that it wasn't half the point of making the movie, was so that they had the opportunity to reproduce that image.
Yeah, well, I just
Which
remember Andrew was constantly denying his involvement in the movie, obviously lying. And it's funny, it got to the point where eventually a single shot of Andrew in the movie leaked, like without it, it was on a blue screen and like the effects weren't finished, but it leaked of him, and people were like, and then during an interview he was confronted about it, and he just simply still tried to deny, saying, that's not me.
Yeah, apparently he even gaslit Emma Stone.
Yeah.
And
what's surprising is that Tom Holland didn't leak it, because he is the most notorious
They probably had to do a lot to keep his mouth shut. Now, apparently Toby wasn't so lucky, because Toby apparently did low-key reveal his involvement to like any fans that ran into him, but because he doesn't have much of a social media presence, I guess that's why he felt he could get away with it.
It's not like he's out hyping his current movies either.
Maybe he was maybe Tom was busy. Was this around the same time? Was it around the same time he started dating his co-star in real life?
Tom Holland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. They're
maybe
such
Zendaya was keeping them busy.
I love them together. I love that he doesn't care that she's way taller than he is. God,
I think they're not together, but they're together in that Odyssey movie too.
I don't know.
Yeah, he plays. He play. From I looked at the credits. She plays Athena, and he plays this Odysseus' son.
Oh, Telemachus.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Athena's not with anyone, so, you know. So, one of the valuable lessons we learn in this movie is that you really shouldn't trust Norman Osborn. And, well, I really don't like the Andrew Garfield's... Well, okay, I've only seen the first one, but I really didn't like the first Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie. I do like that they give him that moment of getting to rescue MJ.
Yeah, let's just say that works off the ending of Amazing Spider-Man 2 a lot.
Yeah. So... Which I know about, even though I haven't seen that movie.
Yeah,
it's a big redemption moment. And
Yeah.
again, that's another thing people cheered for.
The line about how he is an amazing Spider-Man kind of grated because I don't think he is. My
Yeah.
review of the first Amazing Spider-Man movie is called The Meh Spider-Man because I just don't like Andrew Garfield much in the role. But I know that that's a me thing and it's fine.
Like, you like him as an actor at all, or just in this role?
I haven't seen a lot that he's done. I'm gonna be real honest here. I'm gonna look up what he's done and see how much of it I've seen. Part of the problem is it's hard for me to watch his movies now because I was in the theater watching The Amazing Spider-Man and I realized halfway through that he looks not unlike my firstborn's father,
Uh,
who
yeah.
I'm,
I said,
let's say,
I've said
not
this before,
on
but
great terms with.
I've said this before, but I did not watch these movies when they first came out because, one, the Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man burnt me out, and two, I knew what happens to Gwen, and I did not want to see it at the time.
Yeah. The first two of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies are great movies.
But anyways, a lot of people at the time said the third Tobey Maguire movie was too loaded with bad guys. But in this one, they had the same problem, but people liked it better.
Well,
I don't know it was the story itself or what, but
it's partially the story because they actually do something with all those bad guys. Like, it feels more organic as opposed to, hi, we have way too many bad guys because of studio interference. But it's also partially because, for one thing, two of the bad guys they bring back are fairly complicated figures within their movie of origin and are both being influenced by forces outside their own brains, let's say. And it turns out that, Norman Osborn still is, but you want good things for these characters because they're so screwed over by, well, their own mad science, let's be clear. But, you've got three villains in this who are twisted by their own mad science. And it's like, well, if they can be redeemed, that would be great, because theoretically, Norman Osborn, Otto Octavius, and Kirk Connors can all be of benefit.
and the other two fell into something.
Yeah. It turns out the only other Andrew Garfield movie I've seen is The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus, which I saw in the theater in 2010, and I don't think I've seen it since. So I don't really have much of an opinion about Andrew Garfield outside playing Spider-Man.
That's a story. Real fast. Let me do this, but I saw this meme. I think I shared it on Dapper's Discord too. But how all three of the love interests in these movies have went on to play tennis, being tennis movies.
Yes. I think the only tennis movie I've seen with one of the love interests is Challengers, which is very gay. And I really liked it. And
Was that the Zendaya one? Or
in it. Huh?
Was that Zendaya?
Yeah. It's referred to in my film circle as the gay tennis movie. Not without cause. I think it might be the bisexual tennis movie, but
yeah,
it is.
I don't know they're going to bring it up in the future movies because what's happening, but we learned that Ned has Doctor Strange powers,
Yes.
and apparently he's better at it than he was. He's better at it than he was.
Yes. But yeah, one of my jokes was that there in Challengers, tennis is a metaphor for sex because it's clearly not the other way around. Sex is the important thing in that movie. Anyway, yeah, so Ned, I assume is going to come back in a later MCU movie being trained by Doctor Strange or Wong.
Yeah.
God, Ned and Wong, that would be fantastic. Oh, want that. I have to believe that MJ is coming back.
I think they confirmed she is in the new Spider-Man that's coming out.
But no,
Well,
this
so
whole
far-
movie wouldn't have happened if Doctor Strange had been the grown-up in the room. And there are a lot of people I know who complain about that, but I guess that's because they haven't watched a Doctor Strange movie before.
Yeah. But again, we didn't bring it up in the last one. We didn't bring it up in the last Eternals, but this one definitely has mourning as a theme in here.
Yeah. For one thing, Andrew Garfield is still dealing with his grief. Half the villains are dealing with grief. It's a huge part of Doc Ock's character arc. Eternals deals with grief. Some. For one thing, Salma Hayek's character dies. But this one, yeah. And then there's a little bit of talk about Uncle Ben, and then, let's be clear, Aunt May gets fridged. I do not like what they do with Aunt May in this movie.
Yeah, she's the Uncle Ben in this series.
Yeah, and I don't like it. It's unnecessary.
I don't know. I don't know if that was better or worse if Peter, if she was still alive and she forgot Peter too.
I don't know, but did Marissa Tomei just want paying too much? I don't know. Or
I think that's one to have Peter be alone.
Yeah, or maybe they wrote themselves into a corner. That wouldn't surprise me.
But there, at the end of this movie, there are mixed opinions. I have one opinion. Obviously, is my opinion. A lot of people think Peter made the right choice to break his promise. Other ones, people think he should have kept his promise and let them make their own choices.
It's been too long since I've seen it. I don't fully remember my feelings on the subject. And I was going to rewatch. I'm going to emphasize this part, but I looked, and apparently the only place it's streaming is Apple TV Plus, and I don't have that.
And YouTube, we had to pay for it.
Yeah, I could have rented it from a bunch of places, but A, I already paid for Disney Plus. It should be on Disney Plus. And
Yeah.
B, I'm like 90% sure we own this movie, and I just don't know where I put it.
But at the end, when they're making the thing, he says goodbye, and he said, and Ned says, "Come find us, all right?" And Peter says, "I promise." And MJ said, "You better, or I'll figure it out before I'll do it again."
And she will. This is the thing, is I have no doubt that one way or another, MJ's going to figure it out somehow, and he might as well just get ahead of it. Also, is Doctor Strange keeping track of Ned? Because Ned needs trained.
Yeah, except the problem is, I don't know if he remembers Ned or not, because he knew Ned through Peter, so
Yeah.
he doesn't know Peter.
I don't know if you remember my problem with the last Spider-Man movie, but it's that no one was the grown-up in the room and thought to train Peter.
Yeah.
That
But
was my problem
anyways-
with the last Spider-Man movie. That was my problem with the Spider-Man movie before that. Be the grown-up in the room and don't expect Peter to be a grown-up.
Yeah.
So somebody needs to be the grown-up in the room and get Ned training, but if they don't know that Ned can do the thing, how's Ned going to get the training? So yeah.
But at the end, Peter goes to the coffee shop, ready to tell him, sees a bandage on her forehead, finds out they both got into MIT, and it's like decides, you know what, I'm gonna keep them safe, but I don't know them, and walk away, let them live their own life. But the thing is,
and
it's in purpose, or like in hindsight, it's a honorable thing to do, but if you know MJ's character, she's all about, you know, making her own choices.
Yeah. I think that either way he's making choices for them.
And that's what people are divided on. People think, yeah, people think he should make a new friend. You know, they're like, oh, let's get rid of them and get new characters in there now. With I think, you know, if he, with my opinion, is if he can't befriend his old friends, he's not gonna make new friends. You know.
I think the whole point is that he doesn't want anyone to get close to him because he like after Aunt May, and others, like he feels like anybody who gets close to him just gets hurt.
My hot take is that anyone who thinks that they should just have him find new people and he'll find a replacement for MJ is still kind of pissed off that they made MJ into a black woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is valid.
Another thing is, I've heard arguments for is Peter's just fall in love with her again, which I don't like either, because it's a one-sided thing. He knows everything about her, but she knows nothing about him.
Yeah.
That's just not fair balanced, you know?
That's not love, that's stalking.
So I think she needs to get her memory back for it to be a happy ending.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently it's a 4-year time skip for the next movie. So they, at this point, they already graduated from college. From what I hear. Anyways,
We'll find out.
At the end of the movie, we see there's three cutscenes, 3 end credits. First one was a cameo from the Venom movie, Tom Hardy.
Yeah, the only thing important about it is that when he's teleported back to his own universe, freaking he leaves a part of the symbiote behind. No idea that's going to factor into anything.
Yeah, in the original release, we saw a trailer almost for next movie, Doctor Strange. But in the re-release, they redo stuff so they can see Peter's videos of Peter blocked out of the camera. So we see like Peter's like either cropped out or his face is covered up with birds. See how the spell works. Yeah. Also, apparently, the guy who played it was the Lizard and the Sandman were the CGI things.
Well, they got the original actors back to do the voices of them, but the thing is, they had to digitally de-age Alfred Molina and Willem Dafoe for Doc Ock and Green Goblin, and while they would have also had to digitally de-age the other two, So they went the cheap way, and they had them in their CG forms for the entire movie. And like for the brief scene where you see them cured, they just cleverly inserted archive footage from their original movies. Because digital de-aging ain't cheap.
No,
And
it's not. And
they were saving on budget.
Yeah,
well, and
plus,
frankly, digital de-aging looks fake.
plus, I think this all was filmed during. This is, I think, I could be wrong, but I think this was all filmed during the
It
pandemic.
was filmed during COVID, so that could have also been a factor. But yeah,
What with one thing and another, they made choices that they felt were the best choices.
and I mean it works what they did. I mean, it's the archive footage is pretty obvious but yeah.
But at the end, like no one knows him, and he's pretty much starting over.
Yeah. And I think part of that is a lot of people didn't like Peter having access to Stark tech right away. They felt like it made him too powerful and not Spider-Man enough.
Yeah, that too. A lot of people I heard were they didn't like it that all his enemies were Stark related.
Yeah. And the thing is Peter's not done dealing with his feelings about Tony, and probably, frankly, never will be. Because Tony was in many ways a substitute for Uncle Ben, who he's not done dealing with his feelings about. And then he loses Aunt May and he loses his friends and
no one knows who he is.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does it.
People who are like, Spider-Man is best when Peter's life sucks most. And there's certainly argument to be had there.
I could make a reference about modern day politics and stuff. It's hard enough to get about how we need an ID to get we need IDs to vote now and stuff, and some especially if they pass that law they're trying to get passed. But
the one that would prevent a lot of women from being able to vote.
Yeah, but imagine doing that with no history at all, like no Social Security, no birth certificate, because it never existed.
Yep.
Peter's gonna have fun time voting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure my mom will be able to vote, and she's in her 80s.
Especially if they get rid of mail-in voting.
Yeah.
But anyways, let's go to where Strange is a villain, kind of, to where he's not quite a villain. It's still a little iffy. The Multiverse of Madness.
Which I did see in the theater because we had a babysitter. My biggest issue with this one is that the writer should have watched WandaVision 2 or 3 times.
Yes, because again, we get to a connection, because this is a sequel to WandaVision.
Yes. Yeah, if you haven't seen WandaVision, you have no idea what's going on with Wanda in this movie. That is absolutely true. Because she's obsessed with these 2 kids who she says are her kids, only the last everyone knew she was in love with Vision, and how did Wanda get 2 kids with Vision? And everyone's saying it's magic, and wait, what? And yeah, the plot to WandaVision looks deranged if you explain it, and objectively it kind of is deranged. But it does make logical sense as you watch it unfold week by week, which I did. The problem is the climax of WandaVision is Wanda processing grief and recognizing that holding other people hostage to her grief is not fair to them. And in this movie, Wanda says, but what if I unlearn all of that? And like, to be fair to Wanda, she informs us that every time you dream, you're seeing yourself in another. We learn in this movie, every time you dream, you're seeing yourself in another universe. And what Wanda learns through her dreams is that hers is the only one where her children no longer exist. Because every night she's dreaming of her children. And I am going to go out on a limb and suggest that Wanda is not in therapy.
She had Darkhold therapy.
Yeah, she's also being possessed by a demonic entity. So let's factor that into her personality as well. And not to put too fine a point on it, she's in a Sam Raimi movie, and that's not healthy for anyone.
Yeah. So she decides to, hey, I got this teenage girl here. Let's kill her and take her powers.
Yeah, because America Chavez, who turns out is the only America Chavez in the multiverse, has the power to hop between universes.
But can't control it.
Yeah. And so Wanda is going to go hopping to a universe that has her children and take over for their actual mother and live happily ever after. Surely there's no way this can go wrong. America lands in the MCU's New York while Stephen is having to cope with the fact that the love of his life is marrying someone else, mostly because Stephen himself is kind of a jerk.
Yeah, different kind of mourning. Mourning the life he could have had.
He is mourning the life he could have had. Wanda is mourning her children. America is mourning her parents, who she's certain are dead, because when she first used her power, she sent her moms off to some unknown universe, and she has never seen them since. She assumes that whatever multiverse she sent them to killed them.
And I guess this brings up the second gay couple in MCU.
Yes, because we don't see much of them, but America canonically has two moms. Which is funny if you think about it. Because her name is America. See. Anyway, she has had the help of one Doctor Strange already, who, when I first turned on this movie on Disney Plus, for reasons I do not understand, it was presenting to me in Spanish, and I hadn't seen it since I'd seen it in the theater. And I was like, wow, I don't remember this Doctor Strange speaking in Spanish. And then we get to our universe. I'm like, oh no, that's my TV. Never mind.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think he's Defender Strange, something like that.
Yes, he's Defender Strange in the first one. And they need to get the Tome of Vishanti, or Vishanti as everyone keeps pronouncing it, which is the only thing that can counter the Darkhold. Stephen doesn't know it exists because it turns out he never read the guidebook when he became Sorcerer Supreme, which is a very Stephen thing to have failed to do.
I remember correctly. I could be like, there's one Darkhold in every universe, but there's only one Vishanti in all the universes.
Yeah. But all of the Darkholds are connected to the tomb of the first demon. It's a whole mystic Marvel thing. And it turns out that his tomb is, in point of fact, the intended throne upon which the Scarlet Universe shall rule the multiverse. So that's a thing. But all Wanda wants is her kids back.
Yeah, when I first saw this movie, I just came out from seeing No Way Home, so I was still having hatred against Doctor Strange this time. I was like,
Yeah.
he's still a villain in my eyes before he did the Peter.
The thing is, Wanda's not entirely wrong about Doctor Strange. Because she has feelings about how he gets to break the rules and she doesn't.
The only point I think he has a good point. I don't think I think it was a movie he said I got from a parody, but he says, "Why don't you train? Why don't you be a mother to her and train her to use her powers so she can take you to the universe?" And she's like, "But what happens if my kid's sick? I gotta go at her myself."
Yeah. Like, and that's the part where it kind of loses me, as this is Wanda driven insane. Because this is just Wanda fitting the needs of the plot.
Yeah, because otherwise, she could have gave her sons a big sister.
Yeah, well, not only that, but I think Doctor Strange believed that training America and working with America would have helped Wanda heal. Because there are no therapists. Because obviously her plan still involves, killing herself in another universe. And that's not good for you.
Yeah. Also, I like how Illuminati are like, you're a bigger threat than she is. She's no big deal at all. And then she turns out to wipe him out in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was while researching this movie that I discovered that Sir Patrick Stewart has never received a BAFTA nomination, and I am furious, and I know exactly what movie he should have gotten one for. Lady Jane. Technically, the only person added to my Oscar BAFTA list from this movie is Charlize Theron, who's only in the movie for like a second and a half during the post-credit scene. Stephen has to confront the fact that he's kind of a jerk in every universe.
Yeah, and the fact that he never gets the girl he wants, at least.
He never gets Christine. He apparently loves her in every universe and never gets to be with her. Because he's kind of a jerk. And that's gotta hurt. This movie is also most famous for introducing the Fantastic Four and the X-Men into the MCU. Because this is after the acquisition of Fox, which means that Marvel has the Fantastic Four and the X-Men back.
Yeah, and that like earlier, but they don't like how, I don't know if it was on purpose or whatever, but a lot of people didn't like how they portrayed the smartest man alive being taken down by Wanda.
I mean, first off, I've always assumed that it was Reed himself who gave him that title. I've never liked Reed very much. And second, just being smart doesn't help you. If if you're arrogant and just assume that you're on top of every threat, I mean, good for you, but that's not going to help you very much. It's the lesson I keep trying to teach my kids. Smart is only as good as what you do with it. And what Reed did with it is basically tell Wanda to go back to the kitchen.
And he told her how to defeat the Black Bolt.
Yeah.
Which I guess is connection to the Inhuman series that we never saw.
I have friends who saw Inhumans. It's bad.
Yeah, I
Which
never
is
saw
why
the
I've
humans. Like I
never
said, the only
seen
things I ever saw the humans was when they were on Shield. So I never saw the actual Inhuman series with Black
No,
Bolt.
I have at least one friend who's seen it, and boy, does she have feelings. It's not good. But it is also interesting that in this world, instead of, Captain America, Peggy Carter has become Captain Britain. And instead of Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel, we've got Monica Rambeau.
Was that the little girl, or was that her mother?
The mom.
Okay.
Yeah. Different one happened to be their pilot. I mean, this isn't said in the movie, but the obvious path here is that instead of Carol piloting that plane, it was her best friend / possible life partner who was piloting it and got the powers of the Tesseract. And Black Bolt, and we've got Reed Richards, eye roll, and we've got Professor Xavier.
And Return of Mordo.
Our beloved Sir Patrick Stewart. Yes, and the Return of Mordo. And
I think they talk about, and this thing we see more like an off-screen thing. He says he tried to kill me. This guy tried to kill me. When? Off-screen or something? So all we ever saw him being a villain was his end credit scene where he killed that one guy. But apparently he's been trying to kill Doctor Strange for a while off-screen.
Yeah. No, that part is, I feel like they still had Chiwetel Ejiofor under contract or something, and that's why he's there. I don't know. He's there because you know who the actor is my feeling. I would also like to point out that I am able to pronounce Xochitl Gomez's name because I went to high school with a girl named Xochitl. So, yeah.
So, Snick, what do you think of the movie?
Not much.
I want to get your 2 cents in too, because you've been quiet for a while.
Not really. I don't know.
Okay, Phoenix. What about you? Phoenix?
She's
what do you
hiding
think?
under my blanket. It is a very rainy movie in the sense that it's got a lot of body horror in it. Black Bolt's death is a very rainy moment. Reed Richards too.
Yeah, good thing this was rated. What was it rated? PG or PG-13?
I don't remember, but I will look that up real quick. It was a hell of a thing. And one of my kids was upset because we didn't take them to the movie with us. I was like, no. You will not be seeing, the Sam Raimi movie in the theater. And this was, 4 years ago. So my son was only 8.
Yeah, because
maybe.
I see Black Bolt got his head blown off. Mr. Fantastic got stressed apart, and then Peggy Carter got cut in half.
Yeah, by her own shield.
Yeah, this is like I guess I think it was. I think it's 13 because it was R. This would be much bloodier movie at this point.
Yeah, Wikipedia doesn't want to tell me what it's rated. That's annoying.
I mean, we had a cameo from Bruce Campbell too.
Yes, because of course we did. Being childhood friends with the director gets you so much. Which is why I put him on the slide, because frankly I thought he was more relevant than Morbo.
Yeah, wasn't that now you say that, wasn't he in a few of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies too?
He was in all of them. Yeah, he's the announcer at the wrestling match in the first one, is what I remember for sure. But he's in all of them. Different characters every time, but he is always there.
Yeah. I guess at the end, Doctor Strange finally learns how to be, I guess, happy or something.
I think he might learn that happy is only so important.
Yeah.
Like, even if you lead a pretty good, happy, healthy life, you're not happy all the time. No one can be. PG-13. Everybody's got to deal with the fact that sometimes in life you're just kind of living. Or as Stephen Sondheim put it, if life were only moments, then you'd never know you had one. But he does still, and the thing is people who know their Marvel know that at the end of the movie, Charlize Theron is playing the character that Doctor Strange ends up marrying in the comics. So he's gonna move on with his life.
Yeah, I heard that she's the niece of Dormammu's niece.
Yeah, but he still ends up marrying her. My partner says it's really confused. But the point is, he moves on, even if how he moves on is based on which version of it you're watching.
But speaking of moving on, let's move on to the next one.
Thor,
talk about being, I guess, worshiping people that don't deserve it.
Yeah. And the thing is it's very clear that the gods of this universe are kind of worthless. The Asgardians do things for Asgard, but they used to be worshipped on Earth, and they didn't do much on Earth between, the fall of the Viking Age and, my adulthood. So there's that too.
Yeah. The movie begins with there's a drought in the desert, and this guy's daughter dies because of the drought. He goes to the gods, his god land. He thought say them, but the gods got to give a crap.
And the god tells him that they're celebrating because they finally vanquished the holder of the Godslayer blade, the thing the guy had just cut his hand on, and that there is no eternal reward and sucks to be him, and then wonders why the guy kills him with the Godslayer blade. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Interesting that he's got a dead child as his motivation. Usually it's his dead parents who we see as his motivation.
But yeah. So yeah, again, we go. This movie is phase go into the morning.
Yeah. Yep. He's mourning. Jane is certainly mourning. Thor is still mourning Mjolnir and his relationship with Jane. And I remember when this movie was announced, and different parts of the internet went nuts for different reasons, let's say. Some people went nuts with excitement, and some people went nuts with not excitement. And that's because it was announced by Taika Waititi at Comic-Con, handing Mjolnir to Natalie Portman. And those of us familiar with the Thor comic plot lines knew that that meant that we were getting Jane as Thor. And again, they didn't use woke, but whatever the hell word they were using at the time was what they declared the, maybe it was woke already. But yeah.
Was she not? I thought she was an established character in the Thor comics.
She is. No, Jane Foster is an established character in the Thor comics, has been for decades. And the Thor comics in which Jane becomes Thor had already come out by that point. Because I've read a few of them. Which is interesting, because I don't really read Thor comics, because I don't really care about Thor. But a lot of people were still really angry, whether they'd read those comics or not, but mostly they hadn't, because we can't have a female Thor, what are you even?
What was the official name? Was it like Mighty Thor or something like that? Or
Mighty Thor.
Yeah. So apparently she's using the hammer to as a cancer treatment.
Yeah, only the problem is it doesn't work. Using Mjolnir, if anything, advances her cancer. But as long as she's holding Mjolnir, it's held at bay. As long as she is the mighty Thor, the cancer's not progressing. And at the beginning of the movie, the only two people who know are Darcy and Eric Selvig.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to tell people. She wants to work as long as she can, but then she hears a voice calling to her, and it turns out that Mjolnir is calling to her from New Asgard. And she goes, and it further turns out that while she and Thor were dating, he asked Mjolnir to always take care of Jane.
Yeah. The thing I don't like about this movie is we do get a glimpse of what they were doing after Endgame with the Guardians, but it's only like 10, 20 minutes. I wish we had more of them together. That would be a funny little thing.
Yeah. I'm fine with not having more of Thor with the Guardians, because I really feel like Thor and Quill are too similar in a lot of ways. Like, I like Thor better, but I don't know how much that is just that I really hate Chris Pratt. So it's frustrating to me because they undid a lot of what happened in Thor Ragnarok in the end credits scene by killing half of Asgard by having Thanos show up. And so Taika Waititi was like, well, why should I put as much effort into this movie as I did into that one? Because they're just going to kill it with studio interference. And so this movie is not as good. It is in many ways a mess. There are still a lot of things I like about it, and I do like Jane as the mighty Thor, but it is a mess. And that's mostly because the studio thought no one would want to see fun, funny Thor. At least that's what I think. I do like all of the teasing that Valkyrie, who explicitly goes by King Valkyrie, does about her sexuality. There's at least one more gay couple in this movie too. And Valkyrie quite implies that she would be perfectly happy sleeping with either Thor or Jane, or maybe both at once. You don't know.
Yeah.
And Zeus,
Yeah, I think the Valkyries were like almost like they were like the Amazon of the Norse.
kind of. They escorted warriors to Valhalla. There are also pretty boys as well as pretty girls in the crowd surrounding Zeus. So, lot of gender fluidity.
Yeah, I think that I did like the line where they about sit back and he's like I will now be in Valhalla. And he's
Yeah.
like, well, technically, you have to die in battle for that to happen. Maybe your arm is.
Yeah. My two favorite parts of this movie are whatever the hell accent Russell Crowe was doing as Zeus. Like, I'm not a huge Russell Crowe fan. I kind of find him insufferable most of the time. But he's clearly in his I don't care years as an actor, and I'm here for those. And I love the goats. I know that's not popular, but I love the goats.
Oh yeah, I like it says we turned into meeting people.
Yes. And I love the relationship between Thor and his current weapon and his ex-weapon. That's actually more awkward than his relationship with Jane. And here's a fun little fact. That is all Chris Hemsworth. When they go to Mount Olympus and you see all of Chris Hemsworth, that's all of Chris Hemsworth. That's not a body double. That's not CGI. That's the man himself. Took one for the team, as it were. Well, I know he's not your type.
What? Phoenix has opinion?
Phoenix has opinions. She says Thor is not her type. It's because he's human. But, yeah. It's a lesser movie than Ragnarok. But honestly, I find the Thor movies lesser most of the time anyway. The Thor movies are never going to be my favorite part of the MCU.
And I can be wrong. I think the little girl's played by his real life daughter.
I don't remember, but it wouldn't surprise me. I do know that they have now added a player, Hela, to their player court, and she is Oscar nominee Melissa McCarthy. And so that's on top of, player Thor and player Loki. and player Odin, who is Sam Neill, and I love the actors. They're phenomenal. They're so funny. Gosh, surely Gore's daughter has a name. Yeah, Matt Damon as actor Loki, Luke Hemsworth, the lesser Hemsworth, as actor Thor. Axel. I love that the kid goes by Axel. And every time Axel appears on screen, they're playing a Guns N' Roses song. Yeah, it's India Rose Hemsworth as Gore's daughter.
I like she has the power. She has the power to hold both the hammer and the axe.
Yeah. Oh, and apparently she's going to be Avengers Doomsday. So, good for her. A little bit of nepotism, but that's fine.
As long as your character is something, I don't mind as long as the character that does stuff.
Well, and honestly, I'm less opposed to nepotism in acting than a lot of other people, simply because I think acting runs in families. I'm not going to say I like the Apple Plus Godzilla show, because I don't. It's not good. But I do like that the same character is played at different times in the story by Kurt and Wyatt Russell. So you know where you are in the story by whether it's the father or the son playing the character.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently the attorney statue has the same power as the Six Stones, but
Yeah. And this is another movie that connects the DCEU. Well, technically it's only Nolanverse, but it's a DC actor who's now in the MCU because, of course, Gore is Christian Bale.
oh yeah. Yeah, connections. Other than the next Guardians movie, this movie itself isn't connected that much to other stuff.
No, it's really not. Some of the stuff before it, some of the stuff in it is connected to the other Thor movies, obviously. But mostly that's just setup. Here's who these characters are, now they're going off on an adventure. Is basically like 90% of the movie.
Oh yeah, I was trying to mention the connection in the last movie too, because they do in the middle of the movie they do mention them working with Spider-Man in the last movie.
Yeah,
like 5 seconds. Wasn't a big connection, but it was there.
Does he shoot webbing out of his butt? No. Well, I hope not.
But yeah, I guess at the end, Gore realizes not all gods are pricks.
Yeah, because even through his grief over Jane, Thor is willing to protect Gore's daughter. And take her in and make her Asgardian. Even though, Gore himself wanted to destroy all the gods in the universe. Gore would have fit right in on Reddit.
Yeah, Gore decided instead of killing all the gods, he decided to bring his daughter back.
Yeah.
It was one wish. Even though he was going to die.
Is a better wish. He didn't want to bring his daughter back because the curse of the blade was killing him. But how many... we already know that a lot of people were being killed Because there were gods that were actually beneficial to their people. Or at the very least were holding back war by their very existence. So Gore was another one of those guys who thought he was the hero. Funnily enough, like all those guys who think Patrick Bateman is the hero. If we're going to look at Christian Bale's career a little bit more. And Willem Dafoe is in that movie, too.
Mm.
And Jared Leto, who gets killed. It's very nice. Anyway, Gore thinks he's doing the right thing by killing all these gods because he's only seeing what happened to him and he's not looking at the consequences of what he himself is doing.
Yeah.
The fact that he's willing to kidnap an entire people's children for his goal never makes him stop and think, wait a minute, how would I feel if someone had done this with my child?
And also a thing about grouping people together. Just because his god was a prick doesn't mean all gods are pricks.
Right. And I mean, some of them clearly are, but I'm sorry, if you've read Greek mythology, it's not going to come as a surprise to you that Zeus is a prick. Like, I've been reading Greek mythology since childhood. I've been knowing that.
It's funny. I read it too recently, and again, and it's like funny. The funny thing is, like, he's a prick too. One of the least pricky people of the gods is the god is Hades, and he's always the villain.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Hades is the only god who has never canonically cheated on his wife.
And he kidnapped her, but
I mean, yeah, but to be fair, he has Zeus's permission, which also, like ancient Greece, it's a whole other thing. But once he was married to her, he by all accounts treated her very well. They seem to have had a, mutually respectful relationship at least. He's never shown as being anything but of being anything but just as King of the Dead. Hades is objectively the best of the Greek gods.
Yeah. Too bad he got demoted in Rome to a dwarf god.
Man,
a joke there.
One of the reasons you would literally have to pay me to watch the Disney Hercules is how dirty they do Hades in that movie.
I know, but yeah, I had to make that joke of him getting demoted to a dwarf god because of Pluto.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, if you pay me enough on Patreon or PayPal or something, I will watch Hercules, but it's the only way I'm going to watch it.
I got this. I saw this video. This guy was, those sin videos?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this guy was doing, there's this mythology guy, and he did like a sin video for Hercules, comparing it to the actual myth of Hercules.
Yeah. No, as I think we've established on this channel before, there are 3.5 Disney movies that I have not seen of the animated canon. I have not seen Hercules. I have not seen Pocahontas. I have not seen Home on the Range. And the library's disc crapped out halfway through Chicken Little, and I've never bothered watching the second half.
But still, it's funny. They mentioned how they use all the Greek names for the god. They use his Roman name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he should be Heracles.
And also, Harris's mom.
I know. I told Zane that the other day and made him so angry. Because he suggested that Hera should be the villain of that movie. And I said, yes, absolutely. However, in the movie, she's his mom, and he lost it. It's like, yeah, you start to see why I've never seen that movie.
Also, just I didn't realize this like a few years ago. Uh, on his Hercules is on his mom's side. His great grandfather is Perseus,
Uh-huh.
another son of God, another son of Zeus.
Yeah, no, the family tree of Greek heroes is like it's very complicated and very incestuous, and the timeline doesn't always make sense.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's funny. They said that Perseus is the only ever hero that has a happy ending.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Greeks weren't much for happy endings.
Yeah,
I'd say Odysseus kind of gets a happy ending.
That's true. It's funny. I think they bookmark each other. I think Odysseus is the end of Greek mythology almost, and Perseus is the beginning of it.
Well, I mean, chaos is the beginning of it, but
Well,
yeah.
Well, I mean, of the humans.
Yeah. But anyway, if you've read your Greek mythology, you should know that Zeus is not a good guy.
A little happy with the infidelity.
Yeah.
But the final morning video.
Yeah.
Real life morning.
Yeah, the thing is when Chadwick Boseman died, everybody had to make a decision about how they were going to handle Black Panther going forward. And like, no, that I said in my obituary that was so far from being the most important thing about the death of Chadwick Boseman. You know, the fact that he was a human being who died far too young was considerably, because Chadwick Boseman was born, if I remember correctly, like a week before I was, something like we were very close in age. So, like, that's considerably more important than frickin' who's going to play the Black Panther going forward. But also, that was the question everybody was asking but didn't want to ask because they didn't want to seem insensitive. And apparently his family was of the opinion that he would have wanted them to recast. But Ryan Coogler was of the opinion that he couldn't do that. He would not have been able, emotionally, to recast T'Challa. And I get it, because by all accounts, he and Chadwick Boseman had become friends. Chadwick Boseman and a lot of the other people in Black Panther had become friends. And so all of these people are literally processing their grief while their characters are processing their grief. And how these characters process their grief is very different from character to character. Shuri is angry. That is Shuri's driving emotion through the entire movie. She is angry. And, you know, Okoye is, I think, just genuinely sad. And Ramonda is, she's also angry. And in part, that is the belief that you shouldn't outlive your child. But she's also sad. And she's also determined to do what's right for her country, even though, you know, it's been less than 10 years And her husband and her son have both died.
And depending of if she lived those 5 years of the snap or not.
Yeah. And I don't know what the canon status is for Ramonda during those years, but those were not easy years either. And so she has gone through a lot. And there are reasons that this performance is the only Oscar-nominated performance in the entire MCU. Angela Bassett is Queen Ramonda. Like, there's a reason that got an Oscar. And part of it is everybody felt Angela Bassett was due, and she ended up losing to Jamie Lee Curtis, who everyone also felt was due, and there were arguments to be had there, and I'll be blunt, I would have been happy with either one of them. Or Stephanie Hsu, who is actually in Shang-Chi. She's their college friend. Or their high school friend, rather, that they go out to dinner with at the beginning and end of the movie. That's Stephanie Hsu, who was nominated for an Oscar for playing the daughter in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Anyway, Queen Ramonda in this movie is a hell of a role. I'm not going to say it's Angela Bassett's best because, among other things, I've seen What's Love Got to Do with It. But she is having to portray this very intense series of feelings in this character who also has to appear strong to the outside world because she knows how much the outside world wants to come and take what her country has.
Yeah, speaking of taking, besides the funeral, obviously, we start the movie with we find the world finds a new vein of vibranium under the sea, and
yeah, which turns out I don't know if they say the word Atlantis in this movie, which is I'm pretty sure what it's called in the Marvel comics.
Yeah. Well, Namor is pretty much the Marvel version of Aquaman.
Yes, he is. Namor is one of those characters who gets back into the like pre what everyone thinks of as Marvel mess between Marvel and DC. Back when they were stealing each other's characters all the time. I mean, they still do that, but never mind. And this version of Namor is his people were Mayans. Well, okay. They lived in what is now Mexico, and they were one of the peoples who suffered from the coming of the Spanish, and their people took a drug that was not the heart-shaped herb, but not unlike the heart-shaped herb, which is going to be important when we get further along. And it basically turned them all into fish people. Somewhere Lovecraft is rolling over in his grave. And Namor was in utero at the time. The only woman of his tribe who was pregnant at the time they took this drug was his mother. And he's born able to both breathe air and breathe underwater, and he's got little wings on his ankles. And can fly because sure, okay. And he discovers when he goes to bury his mother after her death, she wants to be buried in her home. She never reconciles herself to living under the sea, where it turns out everything is not better down where it's wetter. And he discovers what the Spanish are doing in their home, and he kills a bunch of people, like you do, and is known as El Niño Sin Amor, or Namor, you know. And his people have vibranium and plenty of it, and do not want to share with the surface world please and thank you. And he basically tells Shuri that either Wakanda and his people form an alliance against the rest of the surface world, or he's coming for Wakanda first. What's more, the world's first ever vibranium detector has been invented by what turns out to be a 19-year-old MIT student.
She's gotta die.
Yeah. And instead, Shuri and Okoye decide to give her the protection of Wakanda for what that is going to be worth. And of course, there's the minor detail that, Killmonger burned all the heart-shaped herb in the previous Black Panther movie, so there is no Black Panther now. Shuri's been unable to synthesize the heart-shaped herb in her lab. By the way, Griot, her artificial intelligence, is voiced by Trevor Noah, thus making him one of the only actual Africans in the movie.
Yeah, I do like that scene where she takes the drug, the synthesized drug, whatever, and she sees her cousin, not her brother or parents.
Yeah. She didn't really believe in an afterlife. She did not believe she would see one of the ancestors. And if she did, she was probably hoping to see either her brother or her father, understandably so, or her mother by that point. And instead, the one she sees is her cousin because her anger calls him. And she does not like that even a little. And so she decides it's not true. Which, given Letitia Wright's feelings on vaccines, there are parallels there. Which, incidentally, is the reason my film friends are like 90% sure the vaccine thing is why they didn't make her the new Black Panther. Because, boy, are we not happy with Letitia Wright these days. But there is no King of Wakanda. There is no Black Panther. Ramonda has taken the throne again simply because there's a power vacuum, but everyone knows it's supposed to be Shuri, except Shuri doesn't really want the throne because the throne will take her out of her lab.
And we also learned that her brother had a son that she didn't know about. She has a nephew.
At the very end of the movie, we discover that the reason Nakia has left Wakanda and is now living in Haiti is that she's had a son. And if you know your Black history, the outsider named Toussaint will be very, very significant to you. Because Toussaint Louverture is the Black slave general who kicked the French out of Haiti. Like, that is a very significant name if you know history. Because that was during the time of Napoleon. And this general got Napoleon to back off. But, Shuri doesn't know that until the end credits. So, she's trying to protect Riri, this inventor from the US. She wants to kill Namor because of what he's done to Wakanda and eventually to her mother. She'd be perfectly happy seeing the whole world burn if it's what it takes to keep them from invading Wakanda over vibranium. Shuri's a very angry person. And yeah, a lot of that anger is understandable, but she is being consumed by that anger, just like Namor is, really. But the thing that's always surprised me about this movie is nobody talks about who Shuri might marry. Because I felt there are two very obvious candidates for dynastic marriage for Shuri. Because that's one solution to the Namor thing. And then there's M'Baku.
I don't know they were doing that because I thought they're gonna. I thought they were trying to do like a her and Rory thing or not.
I mean, Riri doesn't show much interest in her.
I
But
thought they're going that way or something. Maybe it's
I
all
think
much
the
into
age
it.
difference is pretty because Letitia
she's-
Wright's in her 30s now,
Oh,
and Riri is canonically 19.
well, I think Shuri's supposed to be in her early 20s, maybe or late.
I don't think Shuri's supposed to be that young. I think she's supposed to be in her late 20s at the earliest.
Really? I think she's in the first movie. She's pretty young to me. So
I
like a
mean-
teenager.
She acts like somebody who's gotten there way too much.
Okay, yeah, if that was it, I thought she was like in like a early like maybe a high school age, college age person in the first movie.
I could see college age, maybe. But, also it's been, 6+ years since then. In universe. So even if she was college age in the first movie, she's, mid to late 20s by now. And yeah, to be fair, M'Baku is older than she is, and Namor is way older than she is. But also, I wouldn't have seen either of those as being a romance necessarily. I think
Yeah,
M'Baku likes and respects her.
But since
but
both, yeah,
Mhm.
but since it's always connected to the Brave New World later on, because since both Wakanda and Namor are keeping the vibranium off tap, that's when they start tapping into the animanium from the
Yeah.
statue.
But I mean, this is me looking at it purely from an internal perspective. Like, not about future movies, not about where else the MCU was going, but purely as someone who studied a lot of history, the
Yeah.
fact that no one suggests a dynastic or political marriage to Shuri in a time when her country is in upheaval because of the sudden, unexpected, and so far as anyone knows, without issue, death of the king. We know he's got a son, but basically no one else does. The idea that people would suggest that Shuri get married as soon as possible, and to someone who it would be really, really beneficial to Wakanda for her to marry, that was surprising to me. And I know
Well,
it's because the movie was made by Americans.
I
But
think also
still.
because the story reason why is she probably blames him for her mother's death now, so he's not going to marry him.
Well, no, but they don't suggest it before then either.
Oh.
And there's one moment when they're at her mother's funeral, it looks like M'Baku is building up to suggesting it. And he doesn't. And it's very jarring to me. I know it's not supposed to be, because I'm not supposed to be thinking about these things because the movie was made by Americans, but I was. Because Wakanda's still a monarchy.
But yeah, they tried to either kill him or weaken him by getting him out of the water.
Yeah.
It was a pretty tight fight for a while.
Yeah. The fact that she works out that this plant that's important to his people would be similar in some way to the heart shaper because of its growth in vibranium rich soil, like there's scientific reasons to think that that wouldn't work, but also within the lines of the story I'll accept it. But my god, that was the most short-sighted thing that Killmonger does in the first movie, and he does a lot of short-sighted things, but destroying all of the heart-shaped herb, and frankly, if I were one of those people, I'd have made damn sure I had some of the seeds somewhere.
Yeah, it's a heart-shaped herbs, the same same herbs that they ate with the Namor people ate.
No, it's a different plant,
Okay.
but it has similar qualities.
Like I figured, like both plants were affected by the vibranium meteor.
Yeah. And she specifically says in the movie that she thinks it's going to help with her attempts to synthesize the heart-shaped herb because of its having grown in vibranium-rich soil.
So this at the end of this movie, not now, but this is technically connected to the Ironheart series.
Yes, because Riri is Ironheart.
So
Yeah,
I don't know if it's like not required, but it's probably not required to see each other. But
well, I mean, you don't. So first off, you don't have to see Ironheart to watch this movie because the series came after this movie.
Yeah.
I don't think you necessarily have to see this movie to see Ironheart. I think it would probably help, but I think they fill in the information well enough so that's not essential.
Now, I didn't add. There's one more thing that I didn't add, but because I wasn't sure if it was Phase 5 or not, or Phase 4 or Phase 5. But some people say that the holiday special was also in the Phase 4.
Oh, I think the holiday special is its own thing. I think trying to put it into any phase overstates it as a half hour of television.
Okay.
I do like it. I like that Kevin Bacon was willing to go along with it. I like that they preface it with the old special logo for when I was a kid. I think Werewolf by Night is another one that like maybe Phase 4, and it does actually tie into some other things, but arguably it's not. It's just its own
I think
thing.
the only important about that movie was the reveal that Star-Lord and Mantis are siblings.
Yeah. That's the only thing that's important about the holiday special as a broader piece of the MCU.
Oh, I also want to mention that back in Doctor Strange, I keep thinking of Strange is this is when they officially, technically start claiming this is 616.
Yeah.
Still don't agree with it.
No, neither do I. I don't care what they say.
Because you know, just because A38 says this is 616 doesn't mean it is 616.
Exactly.
That's just their opinion, man. Yeah.
I think they said we're 616 back in Far From Home, And I didn't
Yeah, he's
accept
a-
it then either because it was being said by Quentin, not Crisp. And what the hell does he know?
He's a fraud.
Yeah. So
What was it? Was it? Was it? America that said that, or Miss Marvel that said that?
gosh, I don't remember.
One of them said that it's 1999, and the guy's a. Anyways, all right. Phase 4, the morning phase.
Yes.
So overall, this for between post Affinity War, post Endgame, and at the beginning of what was supposed to be the multiverse saga, what do we all think?
I think this is better than its reputation. I understand not liking Eternals. I understand if Multiverse of Madness never quite gels for you. But I think there's a lot of fun movies in it. And I think there's a lot of really thoughtful storytelling in it. And I think if Doctor Strange would learn to be a goddamn grown-up and maybe suggest therapy, half the phase wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, between his accident of Peter, his accident of America, and his accident of Wanda.
Yeah.
He needs his own therapy.
He does need his own therapy. He's needed his own therapy since, well, really before the accident, but since the accident, if nothing else. But I think he's also one of those people that therapy's not going to really work for because he'll think he's above it all.
It's been working for me those last 2 years I've been doing it.
I mean, I've been in therapy off and on since like 3rd grade. I'm a big advocate because I'm, bipolar and that doesn't go away. I'm a big advocate of therapy. I'm just saying that you have to. It's the old light bulb joke. It's how many therapists does it take to change a light bulb?
Yeah. Technically, I had a little bit in middle school and high school, but I didn't care back then. So I was a teenager and I don't need therapy.
Yeah, well, but the joke is one, but it has to really want to change.
As an adult, my opinion changes a whole lot different when I was 15.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Stephen doesn't want to change. He might now. You can see a post-Multiverse of Madness Stephen Strange wanting to change. But, I mean, in the first Doctor Strange movie, it's clearly the world that needs to change, not him.
I think Peter needs therapy now. Supposed to have to be alone for 4 years.
Yeah, well. But, no, I think that, if Stephen had gotten therapy at any point after the accident, perhaps at least 2 of these movies would have been very different. I think if Wanda had gotten therapy after WandaVision, Multiverse of Madness would have been very different.
Well, hell, therapy after Infinity War.
Yeah. I think if J. Jonah Jameson had gotten therapy, or like half the villains in No Way Home had gotten therapy, then, or Far From Home, rather. Well, No Way Home too, really. But if half the villains in Far From Home had gotten therapy, then No Way Home wouldn't have happened, and therefore probably Multiverse of Madness wouldn't have happened, certainly not in the same way. So, yeah, in conclusion, therapy.
Phase 4, the therapy phase.
Phase 4, my God, you people need therapy. Including the gods.
So Does Phoenix have any final opinions?
Yes, she wants to snuggle under my blanket and go to sleep.
That's a good opinion. So, anything coming up on your channels or Media Magpie that you want to advertise?
My interview with Maddie got delayed again. So we have to reschedule, and we have not done that yet, so I don't know when that's coming out. Finished up Black History Month with a piece on Louis Armstrong, whose childhood was a lot. And then tomorrow I start a series on the surviving actors of Friends. We are doing our annual Intersectional Femivision on Magpies, which is articles by women and non-binary people about media appealing to or aimed at women and non-binary people. We're still looking for writers if anybody hears this and is and has a pitch for me. So yeah.
For me, next week I will be interviewing Genesis Dragon and talk about the origin of Bible stories and their Mesopotamian origins. And then a month from that, and I have nothing planned between that, but a month from now, stay tuned for our finale of the MCU phases, Phase 5. The let's change our mind about the I call it let's change our mind about the big bad of the final phase.
You know, maybe if Jonathan Majors didn't suck, they wouldn't have had to change their mind.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be in the non-woke Sinners.
Yeah. I still don't know why they couldn't just recast them, but
I mean, they should have, but that's a conversation for next month.
Yeah. We'll see y'all then. Check out her interview whenever it comes out, and as always, never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. We'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Bye.
Let's do it. Okay. Sorry to folks for about this new setup. I can make a slideshow today because I don't have the funds to pay for Google's hard drive currently, and so I can make a new slideshow. So the setup is as it is. So, but I found a way around it. So, but today we're finally reaching our current finale of the MCU phases because Phase 6 is still in production. So.
Yeah, a friend of mine asked me, she's like, so this is your last one for a while? I'm like, yeah, because we can't finish until they actually release all of Phase 6. She says, well, I suppose that's fair.
Yeah. And also, sadly, it is your last appearance for a while because you have life and jobs.
Yeah. I wrote 4 articles today, so
she's a breather.
Yeah.
But hopefully, sorry, go on.
James Tolkien, who played Strickland in the Back to the Future movies, died yesterday. So I had to write an obituary, among other things.
Played who?
Strickland, the principal.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But hopefully it'll be before 2027 yet you can return.
Yes.
But before we get to the main event, I have to ask, have either of you seen the Spider-Man trailer?
Yes.
Not. I'm
yes.
kind of deliberately avoiding it for now.
Okay, then I won't talk about it then. I was going to talk about, but I don't like to do spoilers. If either one of you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
So never mind that. Now, starting last phase, we had you said there's a theme for each phase.
Yes. The theme for this phase is you have to deal with your past. It turns out the MCU executives could have learned this lesson too. We'll get to that as we get into Quantumania. But pretty much everyone who's at least a major character in this phase has left things in their past unresolved. And that turns out to be a bad idea.
Yeah. So real fast, so we can go that before. What was the themes of each other phase?
So let's see. Phase 1 is about beginnings, obviously. You get a lot of character introductions, a lot of figuring themselves out, that whole nature of thing. Hold on, I'm calling up the phase list here so I can look at which movies are which phase again, because I don't reliably remember. Phase 2 is exploring a wider world. It's our first galactic movie. Guardians of the Galaxy is phase 2. Winter Soldier, when we learn that there's still Hydra to be dealt with. Ant-Man, which introduces the idea of the quantum realm. That's what's going on in phase 2. Phase 3 is phase 3 is basically, for the most part, build up to Thanos and its, alliances is a lot of what's going on in phase 2 or phase 3 rather. Choosing sides. Phase 4 we had found family. And grief. And phase 5 gets into you have to come to terms with your past.
All right, so let's talk about what was you when phase 5 started. What was your all's opinions of Marvel going forward?
Was not good for a good chunk of the phase.
I still liked most of phase 4. There were a couple of stumbling places, and I'm never going to be the biggest fan of the Thor movies. It is what it is. But I did think that overall they were still a lot more solid than any other movie series would have been after that many movies.
And let's get right on to it. And the first one in here with the third movie of the trilogy, Ant-Man and Quantumania.
I'm gonna say this right from the offset. This is the worst movie in the MCU.
Yes, it is.
Like, it's not even the only one that comes close is Thor: The Dark World, and Thor: The Dark World's crime is that it's boring. This one legitimately is infuriating.
I think Brave New World is worse than Thor: The Dark World, and we'll get to why when we get there. But Quantumania, I thought the biggest problem with Quantumania is, and it's a pun, but it's still true, it's a problem of scale, really. Ant-Man is the wrong MCU character to build your overarching big bad plot onto, because that's not what Ant-Man is for. Ant-Man does heists.
He's more of a comic relief like hero character, not like one that's meant to be like yeah, he has his moments of drama, but like he's not meant to be basically setting up the brand new story.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not even going to say it's not their fault they didn't know about Jonathan Majors, because it absolutely is their fault. Because I'm going to tell you something you may or may not know. Stories about him had been going around for years. I don't think I had heard them before it blew up, but I knew people who'd heard them before it blew up. People who were more connected in the industry than I am. I'm fairly tangentially connected to the industry. I've got some friends who are minor people in Hollywood, and most of what I know is friends of friends. But I have friends who actually do work in the industry, and I know other people who I wouldn't consider friends, but acquaintances who work in the industry, and some of them had already heard stories.
Yeah, with that aside, I mean, if you think, why do you think? Sorry.
Well, the thing with I think you were going to ask, why do you think they didn't just recast him? Is that what you were going to ask? Yeah. Well, and that is a perfectly valid question, because they make it clear from the offset, Kang the Conqueror has so many variants that, on top of that, recastings are absolutely nothing new to the MCU. In fact, it would happen again after this movie.
In fact, it would happen in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It did.
They recast Cassie.
I had actually not thought about that.
Yeah. Now,
and
the casting that I heard to recast Kang, and I'm going to die mad they didn't do this, and this is one that people who watched Loki will get. They should have cast Gugu Mbatha Raw and had the variants replaced with her and variants of her. Or what a friend of mine suggested is, because of the position Loki now holds in the multiverse, all of Loki's variants now look like Tom Hiddleston, and instead all of Kang's variants are different actors.
I was thinking, personally, I was thinking the big bad, the next movie would be a good Kang.
Sure. There are so many ways to go. And the friend I was talking to tonight, just before the show, is of the opinion that the problem is Ike Perlmutter. Remember Ike Perlmutter way back at the beginning of the MCU?
Mm-hmm.
Said when he recast the role of Rhodey that black actors are basically interchangeable. And that's a hell of a statement to make. And a hell of a statement to come back from. And so recasting a black actor in the MCU has a bit of weight attached to it now. And that's not why they didn't recast T'Challa. They didn't recast T'Challa because nobody involved in Black Panther could emotionally handle someone else in that role. But it may be part of why they didn't just recast Kang, which would have been objectively a better choice than Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. I'm not saying he can't do the job. I'm saying he shouldn't be doing the job. It's different.
At the very least, if he was going to do the job, they should have waited to give him his own arc, not have him hijack the original planned arc.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here that is just it's bad choices on just about every level. And again, I'm going to emphasize they could have avoided all of this by actually looking into the man's personal history.
Of course. Yeah, that aside, is also people have a problem with the story he was involved in too.
Yeah, I was hearing another one of the reasons why they didn't just recast Kang was because of Quantumania's reception. Like, they took, like, I guess they figured, oh, well, people aren't excited to see Kang as the villain. I guess we won't use him now.
And the thing is that's not the problem with Quantumania per se. The problem with Quantumania isn't Kang is a bad villain, because Kang and Loki works.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if either of you watched Loki.
I have not. I only know that they used Loki to quickly resolve the Kang storyline so they could get rid of Jonathan Majors ASAP.
Loki is one of the 3 best MCU shows, full stop.
Which I've heard, yeah.
It's WandaVision, Loki, Agatha all along. I haven't seen Wonder Man yet, so, there's that. But Loki is so good. So good.
The only things Quantumania's post-credit scene has to do with Loki, and then also when we get, jumping a little ahead a bit, the TVA from Loki plays a role in Deadpool and Wolverine, though Loki himself does not show up.
Yeah, I haven't watched that movie. I'm not going to. We'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the TVA is the plot of Loki.
Yeah.
That's what the whole show is about. And it's so good and it's so well done. And there's so much going on there. And Kang is so good in it. And he lands in this movie with a thud. And part of that is because he's the wrong villain for Scott.
That is one of the big criticisms. Like, they're building up Kang as this new unstoppable villain on the level of Thanos, and he gets his ass handed to him by Ant-Man.
Yeah. Yeah.
All by himself, pretty much.
Like, he's got his daughter, who doesn't know what she's doing.
Even though she thinks she does, and she will very arrogantly let you know that. That was one of my big problems with the movie.
Well, the thing is I have a 12-year-old. That rings 100% true to me. She's a teenager. She's gonna be like that.
Doesn't mean that I have to really like her, but yeah.
Huh?
That doesn't really mean I have to like her with how, she's older than 12.
No, but the thing is,
yeah.
She's still supposed to be a teenager, and teenagers can be stupid and arrogant. You don't have to like them. You shouldn't, because it's annoying. But it's a realistic kind of annoying.
Especially if this is supposed to be her intro to, say, Young Avengers.
Yeah.
It's like, I think my problem stems from how nobody, the one of the scenes that I really did not like in the movie is like the opening dinner scene where basically, so Cassie's ganging up on Scott, Hank and Janet are ganging up on Scott, Hope is ganging up on Scott, everybody is saying Scott is a wimp.
Yeah, nobody's on Scott's side.
That is probably where my problem stems from. They think Cassie is better than Scott.
Yeah, and the thing is I can accept that Cassie is smarter than Scott, because I have known people who were way far and away smarter than their parents, to the point that their parents were not quite sure how that happened. That's fine.
Which is fair.
I get that. But nobody in the movie really seems to like Scott very much.
Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, it doesn't. Scott's really likable. Scott's one of the most likable characters in the MCU, in part because he's played by Paul Rudd, who just is. But it's really frustrating this movie ignores everything we like about Ant-Man in favor of setting up a big bad that they're going to end up having to throw away, or that they choose to throw away because they've made bad decisions. But either way, the point is they're setting this whole thing up, and they're doing Scott dirty while they do it, and then it ends up not mattering anyway.
Yeah. So, all this movie happens because the grandmother figure or the mom figure, whatever, doesn't want to.
Oh, it's such a massive plot hole.
Yeah, Janet has spent the last mumble years down in the quantum realm where time is different and it all doesn't matter and whatever. And it turns out that what she has not told any of them is that while she was down there, she accidentally kind of made it possible for Kang to take over the quantum realm, from which he hopes to launch his attack on the surface world, as it were. And so now they end up all being pulled into the quantum realm because of plot shenanigans, and they have to defeat Kang.
And the thing is, it is a massive plot hole, at least in my opinion, because basically the moment, so Janet's thing is that she freaks out when they even so much as mention the possibility of going back to the quantum realm. What were they doing at the end of Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Yeah.
And she was perfectly fine. And on top of that, there was them going into Endgame. Well, granted, she was turned to dust at the time, but they go to the quantum realm during Endgame. And that brings up Kang, too. If going back to the quantum realm at all opened up the possibility of Kang escaping, how did he just sit on the side, not even taking advantage of it during Endgame's events?
I
just think they didn't think that through.
The plot doesn't make sense within the MCU as established. The plot doesn't make sense with Scott as established. The plot doesn't make sense with Hank as established. So,
by the way, do you know why Scott's friend was in this episode and movie, or was there? There's no story around.
There's no place in the story for them.
Oh,
is the main reason. I mean, there's also some. One of his friends has some personal issues with the actor, and another one of them is a Scientologist, which is its whole other thing. The third one, David Dastmalchian, voices the guy who's obsessed with holes. So he's there. You just can't tell that it's him because it doesn't sound like the character he plays in the other movies.
Okay.
And there's random Bill Murray because, okay.
Why not?
It's not a good movie, is I think what you're saying. It is, and I am a much bigger MCU apologist than most people, and I know that. That's a thing about me. But it is the worst movie, hands down, in the MCU. There's not even a conversation here. You ask anybody who's watched the MCU what the worst movie is, and almost without fail, they're going to say Quantumania. Now, there are some people who will say something else because taste is subjective, but I don't think I've talked to anybody who doesn't say it's Quantumania.
And this was the movie they used to start off Phase 5.
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
Yep.
If we're summing Phase 5 up in one word, that word is going to be uneven. Shaky would be another good word. The special effects aren't bad. There's one or two characters in this movie that I liked. The whole thing with the telepath I did think was funny. But overall, I did not like this movie.
Oh, you mentioned we got the Forgotten Past. Another thing would be past is forgotten characters and actors, because this movie brings back a forgotten character.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the Darren Cross.
Yeah. I always forget that he's in there. He says he's now MODOK, and the exchange with him and Cassie very clearly feels like it's trying to be funny in an Ant-Man way and very clearly fails for me. But it is true that Darren could choose to be whoever he wanted to be, and yet somehow he keeps choosing to be Darren.
Yeah, I don't know much about MODOK from the comic series, but I doubt it came up the same way.
No, that is not at all how MODOK is in the comic.
Not even close. I mean, it's fine. I'm not emotionally attached to the character, and I don't mind, to at least a certain extent, when they change things around from the comics, because, I mean, comics continuity is such a snarl that you can't say much. Like, if we had a Peter Parker who lived with his Uncle Ben after the death of his Aunt May, that would be something you could say is out of character. But so much about the comics is like, well, they just decided to change that back in 1987. And then they decided to change it again in like 2008. And this is how it is now, but it's been like 5 other ways. So that doesn't bother me. The change in MODOK doesn't bother me. I just didn't think they did it very well.
So, and then a lot of people I remember that at the time people complained about they thought that Scott should stayed in the quantum world with trapped their consequences, and I remember that at the time people were talking about that.
I don't think that would have helped. I mean, people are allowed to think that. I just don't. It's so far from being one of this movie's biggest problems that I don't even have an opinion.
Okay.
I think it's very sweet that Hope came back for him, but Evangeline Lilly has retired from acting, so so much for that.
She has?
She has.
Oh yeah, Michael Douglas, I think, retired too, so no more than him either.
Michael Douglas and Evangeline Lilly have both retired. I'm fine with Evangeline Lilly retiring. She's an anti-vaxxer.
Ah, okay.
But Michael Douglas is just old.
He is, yeah.
And his father lived for freaking ever, but that doesn't mean he wants to keep working at his age, and he shouldn't have to. He's been working for so long. He can retire. Yeah. It's fine.
I speaking of that, Michael Douglas. I read that's the reason why Michael Keaton, because his real name is Michael Douglas, but it was only Michael Douglas at the time as an actor, so he couldn't use that name.
Yeah. So there was already a Mike Douglas. So Michael Douglas is Michael Douglas instead of Mike. And then Michael Keaton's real name is Douglas, but he couldn't be Michael Douglas because Michael Douglas. So he took the last name of Keaton. Because you can only have one person of any given name in Actors Equity. which is why Michael J. Fox is Michael J. Fox, because there was already a Michael Fox, and his middle initial is actually A, and he thought Michael A. Fox sounded a bit conceited, so he randomly picked the initial J. Yeah.
So let's talk about the two end credit scenes that never went anywhere. One of them didn't.
I liked the Loki one. For one thing, Tom Hiddleston is just such a good actor. The way he handles that horror is so good. The scene with all of the Kangs almost makes me glad that they're changing how they're doing things going forward, except for the fact that it screwed up a lot of what they were doing in this phase.
Yeah. The only problem with the first one was that, again, if you hadn't seen the TV series, you probably had no idea what was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that problem does become apparent like across phase 5 as well. Like,
So-
it was already a bit of a problem in phase 4, but 5 like doubles down on it.
I think for this, the only of the TV shows that would be helpful to have watched is Loki.
Well,
But since
for Quantumania, but like some of the other movies required.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
We'll get
to them when we get to the movie. But
yeah,
the only show that I think would be helpful to watch is Loki. I don't think it's strictly necessary, even though
no, it's just to understand that post-credit scene, I think.
Yeah. But since I think everyone should watch Loki anyway, I'm not too fussed.
And apparently the other one was those guys were the ones that exiled the Conqueror to begin with, I believe,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he was revolting against the other Kangs. That's the other thing, I don't fully understand what they were going with there. Because I'm not sure they fully understand what they were going with. I just think they thought it would be cool.
Yeah, it's weird. King the Conqueror is apparently the weakest of them.
Yeah. So yeah. No.
Right. But next, we go to
Guardians Volume 3.
Oh.
Um,
Well, this was a good moment of phase 5. Like, I had like a few small issues with it, but like this one was good, I think.
yeah. Star-Lord is refusing to acknowledge that Gamora is dead and that the Gamora they have has more to do with time travel multiverse shenanigans and has no clue who he even is. Rocket, we finally get I'm fine with not doing backstory on people, but we do get Rocket's backstory here.
It's
And
the best part of the movie.
The Rocket backstory is legitimately the best part of the movie. It's so beautiful and so sad, and apparently there was crying on the set, and because Rocket was experimented on as a kit, that's the technical name for a baby raccoon, is a kit. By I don't remember the character's name. The High Evolutionary.
Yes, High Evolutionary.
Yeah. Who is trying to build the ultimate species without understanding, much like your average young Earth creationist, that that's not really a thing.
Basically, he keeps trying to create the perfect species, and whenever they don't meet his absurd standards, he just kills them all, tries again.
Yeah,
Again and again and again.
They mentioned that in but apparently the people that they were chasing the Guardians in the last movie are a product of are his creation.
And Adam Warlock, who we've seen in several movies at this point. And who was Eustace in the
and Narnia and the third Narnia, yeah.
Yeah.
He was yeah.
And the thing is he realizes, the Grand Evolutionary realizes that Rocket is special, but Rocket still isn't good enough. Because he doesn't meet this guy's vision of what a perfect species would be. And Rocket has these friends that he made when he was in the cages while he was being experimented on. And, you know, I'm very careful about not giving spoilers when I give these plot summaries, but you don't have to think too hard to realize that if he still had these friends, then they would probably have been people he would have tried to get in contact with in the earlier Guardians of the Galaxy movie. So clearly things are not going to go well for them.
Let's just say the High Evolutionary is one of the MCU villains that the most you want to see get obliterated.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Poor Floor. My gods. And so Rocket gets injured in an attack on Nowhere, which is now the Guardian's base.
From Adam Warlock, right?
Yeah. And if they are going to save his life, they have to get information about the experimentation done on him because he's got a kill switch. And if they operate on him, he'll die. But if they don't operate on him, he'll die.
Real fast.
Either of those choices.
Yeah, real fast. One thing that I thought of, that they really have. The last time we saw the Guardians was in the Thor movie, and we don't actually know what they've been doing between then and now.
No,
like, we're going to check this out, and then like, I mean, nothing in the movie, but it's just weird in my mind. It's like, what happened between the movies?
They've been off guardianing.
I think wasn't there a holiday special in between
There
Thor:
was,
Love and Thunder and yeah, that's
Kevin
just,
Bacon to give Star-Lord a Christmas present.
He has a sister
Yeah.
now.
I mean, well,
So funny.
also remember that Guardians 3 underwent a lot of delays, mainly because of Marvel's knee-jerk reaction of temporarily firing James Gunn.
Yeah.
And then when they realized their mistake, by then DC had scooped up James Gunn. He was doing like the Suicide Squad for them. He was gearing up to become the new president of DC Films. So he had to undergo his first obligations to DC before he could go back to do Guardians.
Yeah. I will say holiday special is not necessary to understand what's going on here, though it is, as I recall, where we find out that Mantis and Star-Lord are half siblings.
I don't.
But it's
that's
ridiculous.
not important to Guardians
It's
3.
not
though.
hugely important, but it's a ridiculously funny, like, half-hour special, and God's love Kevin Bacon for going along with it. Like, he was willing to play the stupidest version of himself and get kidnapped by the Guardians of the Galaxy. God's bless him. It's one of the two best things I know about him, the other of which being that he pays wedding DJs $20 to not play Footloose at weddings. If I were a wedding DJ, I'd try to get up a bidding war. But you don't actually have to have watched the holiday special. There's no Marvel TV show that's necessary to understand what's going on with Guardians 3. What's going on with Guardians 3 is they are guardianing, and then Rocket gets injured. And you kind of have to know some of the Infinity War stuff with Gamora, and how Gamora is dead in a freaking stupid way that shouldn't have worked, but that's a previous rant. And that there is time travel shenaniganery Gamora floating around. And Peter has not dealt with his feelings about her. Because repressed feelings, thy name is Peter Quill. And it's a fun movie. You know, I liked this movie. The stuff with Rocket's past makes me cry.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a movie crier, so you know.
Small thing. This is also happens to be the very first MCU movie to use an F-bomb.
It is. And it was
Yeah.
decided on set, like randomly, that they were going to do it.
They wanted to beat Deadpool and Wolverine to the punch.
Mm-hmm. The one spoiler I'm going to give is that I'm so glad that Peter and Gamora don't end up together.
Yeah.
That would have been a terrible choice. Having Gamora find a life for herself somewhere away from the Guardians was the right choice.
Because basically she has a different history than the one we knew before.
Yeah, she's a different person starting from years before the events of this movie. The other two Guardians movies are supposed to take place pretty much sequentially. Even though there's movies in between the two of them, the movies are set one immediately following the other. This one is set in its actual place in the MCU timeline. So all of the events that have taken place since the first Guardians movie have taken place since this movie.
Yeah, I think if I remember from Endgame, the Gamora from there it takes place right at the beginning of Guardians 1, when she's still, before she went to the planet to get captured, thrown in jail.
Yeah, so this is a Gamora for whom nothing from about the first 15 minutes of Guardians 1 happened to. She's a completely different person. And yeah, she's not the Gamora she was at the beginning of that movie, but she's also not the Gamora who the Guardians knew at the point at which she died.
Yeah, who has helped them escape from jail, who ran from the guard, who helped. It's different. Again, timeline splitting.
Yeah. Who you are doesn't just rely on one moment. You know, there's a whole bunch of things that have happened. This Gamora is younger, if you think about it. Because she didn't live those intervening years. They went back and got her. And it's a whole different thing.
Yeah, when Thanos went to the future, he brought her with her.
Yeah.
With her.
And having her fall in love with Peter, who having the other one fall in love with Peter was straining credulity enough. It just would have been wrong. I don't like Peter very much.
I mean, he's the reason why friggin' the snap happened when you think about it.
He is. He absolutely is. And part of it is I don't much like Chris Pratt. But a lot of it is the character is such a child. He's so insufferable and such a man-child.
I think we brought that up when we first started, because he grew up as a child.
Yeah. You know, he didn't have anybody parenting him. There was nobody there to help him mature and develop, so he didn't. You know, he wasn't actually raised by wolves, but not too far off.
he was like he was raised by not even the Ravagers, but like a branch of the Ravagers.
Yeah. And I'm done. I'm good. I don't ever need to see, and they say that we're going to see him again later, and I really don't look forward to it.
Like, if we leave him off, he finally goes back home and meets his grandfather.
Yeah, which the fact that he'd never thought to do that, I think, tells you a lot about him. He still thinks, in this movie, he makes it clear that he still thinks humans die at the age of about 50.
So are you almost dead then?
Yeah, I apparently am going to die next year, so it's been nice knowing all of you.
Oh my god.
Alternately, my mother is 82 now. But anyway.
But actually, that was a funny moment, I gotta say, when Nan's like, are you almost dead?
Yes. How old do you think I am? Yeah, no. Older than I am, I know that for sure. But it's I genuinely think of the heroes of the MCU, Star-Lord is my least favorite. He's probably, like, I find Thor kind of boring, but I actively dislike Star-Lord.
So who it was the final? I forget. I kind of phased out the last part. Who are the new Guardians?
Rocket, Groot, Adam Warlock.
One of the kids they rescued from the ship.
I think the dog.
Yeah, Cosmo.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not a dog person. I love the whole thing with Cosmo wanting what's his name to take back calling her a bad dog. That's adorable. Like, it's such an earnest dog. Like, she cares so much about being called a bad girl. It's the most insulting thing you can call her. I think it's adorable. But by and large, we'll see how things go in the next movie. Nebula's actually gonna try to build something, which I think is great for her. I think she needs that.
Yeah, and there won't be any more Drax because
Dave Bautista says Drax's story is done, and I agree. Mantis and her creatures may or may not be back, but she's off figuring out who she is as a person, which I love that they agreed that that's important. She spent her whole life being who Ego wanted her to be and then who the Guardians wanted her to be, and now she needs to find out who she is. And I love that. Like, so many of the characters in that movie are making such mature choices, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, actually, Gamora stayed at the Ravagers, and Peter went back home.
Yeah. So, and they agreed that Rocket, now that he's, dealt with his past and settled and matured a bit, is the best leader for the Guardians.
Yeah. And Groot is big. Groot is big now.
Groot is very big. Also, towards the end of the movie, Groot says, I love you guys. And we hear, I love you guys. And word of God is, as you get to know Groot, you start to understand what he means by I am Groot. And we, the audience, now know Groot well enough so we understood.
I think that was the implication with him and Rocket the whole time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but like James Gunn has said that's what was going on.
Yeah.
And that's why none of them reacted when he told them he loved them. Or like, oh my God.
Hello? That was weird.
Oh dear.
What happened?
We disconnected for a minute there.
Ah,
Um,
Yeah. Yeah, I forget what breed it is, but I think they called him, I think it was King Brew or something. And they that or Emperor, I forget what it was, but they're different. Breed had different forms. That was one of his new forms.
yeah.
But, so, all right, so we went from a terrible film to terrible film to a awesome film.
Yes.
mm-hmm.
Next, this one I do like, but this one did need might need a little backstory, and that was the Marvels.
Yeah. This one you kind of need to see a TV show to get.
Maybe
Two.
You need to see Ms. Marvel, and I don't know if you really need to see WandaVision. I think they give you enough
not
information.
WandaVision, Secret Invasion,
Oh, I haven't seen Secret Invasion.
because that's about the Skrulls.
Yeah, I know, but I still haven't watched it because I heard it was bad.
Yeah.
So I didn't watch it, and I understood the movie just fine. I think it's a great movie. So I would argue you do not need to see Secret Invasion because I have not.
But yeah, but they will take place afterwards.
I think they make. I think if you've seen Captain Marvel, that and the information that they give you in the movie itself, you've got enough going on about the Skrulls, you know what's happening. I could be wrong about that, but that was how I felt watching the movie.
So
On the other hand, to know who Kamala Khan is, you do have to have seen Ms. Marvel. That explains like all of it.
Was that the character or actress that said that screw Kevin Feige, we are in 11111 19999?
I mean, it's in character for Ms. Marvel. It's in character for Ms. Marvel.
Character for Ms. Marvel. It's in character for the actress.
Yeah.
The actress has written comics that are actually published by Marvel. She is probably the biggest comic books nerd in the entire MCU, and I love her.
I mean, they cast her perfectly for the part.
They really did.
Yeah.
And not just because she's great, but because she basically, in many ways, is Kamala Khan. And like Brie Larson read Captain Marvel comics on the set of Captain Marvel, which I always really liked. But man, she's got nothing. I can't remember her name, and I feel bad, but since this is the only thing she's ever really done that I know,
it's like my introduction to Ms. Marvel, well, the current one, that is, because there was a time when Captain Marvel was Ms. Marvel.
Yes.
And so the new Ms. Marvel, I didn't get introduced to until the game Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, where she's a playable character. Like, they introduced her with Miles Morales and Spider-Gwen at, like, the teenagers of the group. And yes, that is, but yeah, so all I knew about, well, the thing with Ms. Marvel is that her powers in the MCU are wildly different from what she has in everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, like, basically, in the comics and, like, the games and whatnot, she's just basically Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah. But, like I said, it doesn't bother me hugely because...
Well, they give her own unique identity in the MCU with, like, what she can do.
Yeah, and that's great, and I approve of that. But also, like, comics continuity is such a snarl, I don't even freaking care. But, you know, Sam Wilson can talk to birds in the comics. It's fine. But, in the TV show of Ms. Marvel, a teenage Muslim girl from Jersey City who's obsessed with Captain Marvel puts on her grandmother's bangle and develops superpowers. Her grandmother was an Eternal.
I did not know that.
Funny because in the comics, Ms. Marvel's connected to the Inhumans.
Yeah.
But, you know,
But
with how
the
they did
Inhumans
Inhumans.
have their own MCU history. We will not speak of them again.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, canonically in the MCU, her grandmother was an Eternal. She's got her grandmother's bangle, which gives her powers. And it's this whole thing having to do with the division of India and Pakistan, which is messy history.
So did we meet her grandmother in that last movie, Phase 4?
No, I don't think so. I think her grandmother is canonically dead, but it's been a while since I've watched the show, so I don't remember 100% what the details were. Mostly I remember the train station scene, and that's some really intense stuff. But at the beginning of this movie, one of the Kree digs up the other bangle because they're a matched pair, and plans to use the bangle not just to fix her homeworld, but also to make Captain Marvel pay for making poor choices. Unfortunately, because of the connection of the bangles and energy shenaniganery, it doesn't really matter. Captain Marvel, Ms. Marvel, and Monica Rambeau start switching places when one or the other of them uses their powers. And so they've got to figure that out before they can do anything. But they kind of have to do that because otherwise multiple worlds are going to be destroyed, including a little one we like to call Earth.
Yeah, we got to deal with two issues too. One of them, Monica's, is not hating, but mad.
Monica's pissed. Monica grew up with Carol Danvers as Aunt Carol. Her mom died while Monica was blipped, and Monica hasn't seen Carol since Carol left at the end of Captain Marvel.
And the other character is fangirling.
Yeah. Kamala has always been a Captain Marvel fangirl, and it's not changed by the fact that she's now meeting her hero. She does learn to deal with it, and I love the line about how she needed to leave her room to be a person. But yeah, there's a lot going on. And the Khan family is just, they're so great. I love them so much. And also, Goose is still around and is having some issues. Eats large amounts of the Khan's living room. And it turns out is laying eggs all over the space station. Which eventually leads to the funniest scene in the movie, which I actually called my non-superhero liking son to come and watch with me because it's just that funny.
Them eating everybody.
Mm-hmm. Especially with Barbara Streisand crooning "Memory" from the musical Cats at us. I love it. It's so funny. And the loudspeaker announcement, "Do not be alarmed, let the Flurkins eat you." So great. I love that scene. My son did too, so.
But yeah, except that part there is of your past coming back to haunt you again.
Mm-hmm. Because Captain Marvel made a mistake. And looks like her mistake is going to doom a civilization. and she still hasn't figured out how to fix it, and so somebody else is going to, in a way that's going to doom at least 3 other civilizations. Because they are all planets where Captain Marvel cares about people.
Yeah. It's weird that they think different places, an atmosphere from one, water from another one, and then sun from the third. They can't think of all from the same planet.
Oh, she could. But that would hurt fewer people that Captain Marvel cares about. It's pure cruelty. No, it's not about. I mean, finding water in the galaxy is not difficult. Finding atmospheres is more challenging, and I am not enough of an astronomer or astrophysicist to know about the challenge of finding the right kind of stars. But certainly finding water in the universe is trivially easy. Once you find somewhere that's not just empty space. Water is probably one of the most common compounds in the universe.
So, what was your opinion about the singing planet?
It was cute. I liked her dress.
You can tell, like, the different thing. Kamala was all into it.
Mhm.
Monica was like, "What's happening?" And Carol was like, "This like, okay, I'm here now."
Yeah. Carol was kind of embarrassed by the whole thing. Like it objectively doesn't make sense, but I still thought it was cute.
So I don't understand how her destroying that computer destroyed their son.
It's never made clear, but I suspect that part of the computer's power was going to holding back problems that were already happening. Because they'd been fighting a war for a very, very long time, and it took up a lot of resources, and like I'm purely spitballing because they never really explain it. The official answer is because reasons.
Yeah, besides this movie, I think this because really it's the Marvel movie, we see them in the first Guardians movie, and the other place we see the Kree are in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, which I've only watched some of.
We don't know much, so we don't know much about the Kree, but apparently, and also the Kree are the people that created the Inhumans, so that's all we know about them really from the MCU.
Yeah, and there's probably a reason. We may or may not ever get to know it, but it's one of those things where it's clear that their civilization had been reliant on this technology for a really long time. And somehow destroying the technology screwed up their civilization, including environmentally. And it's an unintended consequence. That's what we know. So, yeah.
I also like where where Kamala's trying to save everyone, and Carol's like, save who we can, and that kind of really for a while warps her hero for a bit.
It's like a never meet your heroes moment.
Yeah. And, Carol is being practical. They can't save everyone. But that doesn't make it hurt less that her hero can't save everyone.
That's the thing. I think about the young heroes and the established wisdom heroes. It's like the younger ones are all about hope, and like we can do it. But the older ones have lived through this, and they know that you gotta pick your battles.
Yeah. And we'll get to more of my feelings about this later, but there are no therapists in the MCU.
Unless Mantis starts a thing,
which she very well could, but she's the closest we've got. Imagine how different practically everything could have been if Tony had been in therapy.
And then wrap it up with a cameo.
That was the big thing that got me excited in the theater, even though lots of other people I don't think were. Yeah. I don't know if we should give it away here. It's just, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go 2 cameos technically. I did not know, or was the person that played her mother in the other movie, in the Fox movies too?
No.
So I don't know if she had been. I remember watching the X-Men movies. So I don't know if the actress that played her mom was one of the characters.
No, the character's not in the other movies.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. I guess you said it. They basically they set up more multiverse stuff by revealing a universe similar to the 20th Century X-Men universe. And from what we can see, this will be followed up on in Doomsday.
Yeah, it's canonically not the same universe.
Yeah, it's all the same actors, but they're a little more comic accurate from what I can tell, because the 20th Century X-Men movies were famously not very comic accurate. At least with the suits.
Well, there's that line in the first one is, would you prefer yellow spandex?
Uh-huh.
Which I laughed at. I'm not going to lie. I saw that movie opening weekend, and I laughed. But it was such a weird day for me. I broke up with a boyfriend, and then we still went and saw the X-Men together because we've both been looking forward to it so much. But we'll see how it all ties in. I honestly have been less committed to the idea of we need the X-Men in the MCU than a lot of other people, because I've always thought that one of the great strengths of the MCU was that it doesn't necessarily have the characters everyone thinks should be part of it. But we'll see how
they did want to flex that they can use X-Men in Fantastic Four finally, so
they really did.
Yeah.
I still haven't watched the new Fantastic Four movie. I'm probably going to get to it next week or something.
Yeah.
But the joke I've been making with my friends is it'll be the first Fantastic Four movie I'll ever have actually watched.
Well, yeah, because it was the first one that was actually good.
Yeah. One of my friends was like, oh yeah, I saw the Josh Trank one. I'm like, oh, is that Fan Four Stick? She's like, yeah. She says, don't watch it. I said, I wasn't planning to. She said, no, but I have to say it anyway because it's such a strong feeling. I'm like, that's fair.
But speaking of Fantastic Four, which brings us to the next movie.
Okay,
You
I'm
don't.
going to get this out of the way right now. I didn't watch this. I have not seen this movie. I'm not going to see this movie.
It was just funny that I said we talked about this on Discord that you have seen the first two. I have not seen the first two.
I never got to add to it. I've seen all three of them in theaters.
I saw the first one in the theater with my partner. And here's the thing. I don't like Deadpool much as a character. And I don't like Ryan Reynolds much as an actor. And I thought that the first Deadpool movie was probably the best Deadpool movie starring Ryan Reynolds we were gonna get. And then I saw the second one at home for free, and I felt I had paid just about the right amount for it. And the third one came out, and I said, nah, I'm good. And then I heard that they made it part of the MCU, and I said, nah, I'm still good.
Yeah.
So I have not seen it. I don't intend to see it.
But my favorite part about this movie was the fact they brought back Chris Evans as the Human Torch.
Yeah.
That is objectively funny. I was looking over the cast because I did add everyone from it who deserves to be onto my MCU Oscars BAFTA database. Which, side note, we are now up to 122 people.
Yeah. They also brought.
And I believe the only movie in the MCU that did not add people onto the database is Thunderbolts. There are 5 people on the database from this movie, and I put an asterisk next to all of their names.
Yeah. They also brought back Elektra from the
Ben Affleck Daredevil and her own horrible spin-off movie.
Oh god, that movie's bad. Jennifer Garner.
They brought back Blade.
They brought back Wesley Snipes as Blade, which I went into the theater not knowing, and I was really excited when I saw that.
Wonder how Mahershala Ali feels about it.
Oh, there is a joke in the movie that kind of pokes fun at Marvel's inability to make his Blade movie.
Yeah.
So they're about to storm the compound, for the big climactic fight, and so Blade grabs hold of a rocket launcher, and there's an offhanded comment noting it was from Punisher, and then Deadpool's like, "Which Punisher? There's been 3 of them."
There have.
And actually 4, but
yeah, well.
And then Blade follows up that comment with, "There's only been one Blade. There's only ever going to be one Blade." And then Deadpool kind of gives a knowing look at the camera.
Yeah, well.
See, they brought back. I think it's the same actress that was in the last Wolverine movie.
They brought back X-23 from Logan.
Yeah.
And also, they brought in Channing Tatum as Gambit, which was a big mythology gag because when 20th Century was still making X-Men movies, there was a Gambit movie starring Channing Tatum that they were trying to get off the ground, and they never did by the time of the Disney buyout. So this was... Yeah, so this was finally giving Channing Tatum the chance to play the character. And he is coming back in Doomsday as Gambit.
Yeah. We learned from the movie that the Deadpool universe is not the MCU universe, but he wants to go to the MCU universe for reasons.
Yeah. I would like to interject that there is one person on the database who I feel should have 2 asterisks because he won an Oscar that I don't think he deserves. Matthew McConaughey is in this movie. He won for Dallas Buyers Club, which is an objectively terrible movie, and Chiwetel Ejiofor should have won. That is all.
I don't even know what Dallas Buyers Club is.
It's a terrible, historically inaccurate movie about the early days of... historically and scientifically movie about the early days of the AIDS epidemic, starring Matthew McConaughey, Jared Leto, and Jennifer Garner. It's very bad. It beat 12 Years a Slave for Best Actor.
Okay.
Yeah. Does Jillian have feelings? Jillian could spend hours telling you about her feelings, but we ain't got time for that.
And we learned that, I guess we learned that Xavier has a sister that I never knew about.
Yeah, I don't know much about that character from the comics. The only thing I know is that the actor playing the character was non-binary.
I know the sister is mentioned in the 90s TV show, but I haven't watched it all the way through in a long time, so I don't remember much beyond that.
Basically, the problem of the movie is someone's trying to destroy universes.
Like, basically, the whole thing with Deadpool and Wolverine is that Deadpool like wants to join the what's called the Sacred Timeline, aka the MCU, and it literally opens with him basically applying to join the Avengers, and he's interviewed by Happy Hogan. Jon Favreau is in this movie, and Happy turns him down, and Deadpool slumps into a depression.
And we bring back the TVA.
Yes, the TVA is in this movie, and they offer to have Deadpool join the Sacred Timeline if he works for them. But you know what? I kind of forgot what it is they wanted him to do.
I read a summary. I think they want him to rescue Wolverine.
No. Oh, I know what happened. Basically, they want Deadpool to join the Sacred Timeline, aka the MCU, because his timeline, of the Deadpool universe, it's dying. Because basically, they sort of bring in a canon event kind of thing, like from Spider-Verse, where there's like this I forget the specific term, but there is a specific person that holds the universes together, each universe together.
Right.
And when that person dies, the universe slowly unravels until it's just nothing. And for Deadpool, that person was Wolverine. And because Wolverine died in Logan, so basically Deadpool doesn't want his universe to die, so he searches the multiverse for some kind of Wolverine variant that he can bring back and say, well, we have a Wolverine now, the universe doesn't have to die.
Wow. Sure, okay.
He, quote-unquote, gets the worst possible Wolverine he could have got. Because this Wolverine is a drunken mess because he screwed up and got a bunch of the X-Men killed. And
they do a little montage of
yeah, one of the Wolverine variants he comes across is played by Henry Cavill.
That I looked over the IMDb page for the cast because of, my project. The cast looks really good. I don't like Deadpool.
So, yeah, and the TVA obviously isn't having Deadpool shit, so they banished Deadpool and the Wolverine he took into, I think it's called the Void. Basically, it's where all the dead Marvel universes, basically all the dead Marvel movie universes have gone to die. That's why Elektra's there. That's why Blade is there. That's why Punisher's implied to be the old, Thomas Jane, Ray Stevenson Punishers were implied to be there. That's why Chris Evans' Human Torch is there. That's where, one of the first things you see when they get to the Void is the 20th Century Fox logo. This giant statue of the logo just all crumbled.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the movie's whole thing is that it celebrates Marvel movies of old. Like it acknowledges, yeah, with everything with 20th century being folded into Disney, that era of Marvel movies is probably never coming back.
Like,
It celebrates those movies even with all their flaws in mind.
you know, a lot of the pre-MCU Marvel movies were in fact very bad.
Mm-hmm.
To the extent that I've been a comic books fan so long that my earliest memory of the house I grew up in is reading Spider-Man in my bedroom. I was probably 5. I still haven't seen a lot of the pre-MCU Marvel movies because a lot of them were very bad. Like, I mean, yes, I also saw Spider-Man 3 in the theater, so I did see some of the bad ones too. You know, I've seen Deadpool, or not, well, I have seen Deadpool, but I've seen Daredevil, I've seen Elektra, you know, I've seen
It's
some of
weird
the good
before,
ones and some of the bad ones.
yeah, it's weird. Before the MCU, DC was the good product, but after the MCU, the DC movies start getting worse, in my opinion.
Well, even then, DC, all they had was Batman and Superman on movie, anyway, at least the good ones.
There were other DC movies, it's just that, you know, they sank without a trace.
Steel being the big one.
Huh?
Steel being the big one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Batman and Robin was not the only DC movie of 1997 that almost killed comic book movies.
One of my favorite George Clooney moments is the time he was asked if he'd ever met Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he responded with, "Yes, we almost killed the Batman franchise together."
On that note, it was reported that if you ran into George Clooney in the street and you told him you saw Batman and Robin in theaters, he would personally refund you.
Joel Schumacher would apologize if you said you had liked Batman Forever, but not Batman and Robin. I saw Batman Forever in the theater twice and have never seen Batman and Robin.
Only thing I remember from Batman and Robin was, I think I had at the time I had a crush on the actress that played Batgirl.
Alicia Silverstone.
I've seen Batman and Robin, and admittedly, it is a very stupid movie, but you know what? It kind of loops being ironically fun.
I would say that the biggest problem with Batman Forever is Jim Carrey, who is more playing the Joker than the Riddler.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommy Lee Jones, we all weary of his tomfoolery.
I know he and Jim Carrey did not get along on the set of that movie.
Not.
And I don't think he was really I don't think he played I don't think he played a good Two-Face. He was more comedic than
he was a lot more.
That was the script. Let's be fair to Tommy Lee Jones.
That was the assignment.
Yeah, the script has one moment that lets him really be a good Two-Face, and in that moment he sells it. Where he's talking to, it's near the very end of the movie, he's talking to Bruce about how they'd always been friends and this, that, and the other thing.
Right.
As a serious person, and it's a good, meaningful moment. But it does also come something like 5 minutes after the Holy Rusted Metal Batman joke. So
and it also comes right before Two-Face gets killed off. So
yeah, like, I like that movie, but it's got some tonal issues.
Yeah, I think they did Two-Face better in the second of the trilogy.
In the Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Yes, they absolutely did.
I do have a question though. Did the She-Hulk series came out before or after Disney bought Fox?
Oh, after.
Yeah, after.
This is weird because at the end they treat She-Hulk's character like Deadpool's character.
Well, that's kind of what She-Hulk was in the comics too.
I was gonna say that's really canonical. She-Hulk breaks the fourth wall a lot.
Oh.
She does not take herself at all seriously. She is a smarter, more, let's say, less sociopathic Deadpool in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That she was also a Deadpool breaking the fourth wall character.
There's a panel I've seen where she's literally climbing out of the panel to try to yell at the writer.
I take back my criticism then, because I did not know
that is absolutely in character for She-Hulk as established in the comics.
Yeah.
Again, with my standard caveat about comics continuity.
So was the whole dead Marvel movies the thing would that be the bring back your forgotten past thing of this movie?
I mean, probably. You know, one of the reasons I didn't watch this movie, other than the established not liking Deadpool or Ryan Reynolds, is that it really felt to me like they were shoehorning it into the MCU. Just like, we're going to cram Deadpool in whether it makes sense or not.
There's conflicting reports if Deadpool's going to have an appearance in Doomsday.
I mean, we'll find out, but...
Like, right now, the one bit of relevance that Deadpool and Wolverine has to the MCU, at least for Doomsday, well, I guess the TVA's actions might be brought up because we know Loki's going to be in, but the only other connection is Gambit's going to be in the movie. In Doomsday, that is.
Huh.
I mean, it's funny because one of the mid-credit scenes of Deadpool and Wolverine, I think, they show that Gambit is still going. They focus on Gambit specifically, like in the area where the last fight takes place. Well, not the last fight in the Void.
Okay, at this point, have they already decided to change the King Chronicles to the Doomsday yet, or is that not happening?
No, by now they had changed it to Doomsday.
Yeah, in the middle of Phase 5, like, you know what? We're going to change our whole plans.
I have feelings.
But speaking of bringing back forgotten characters, Brave New World.
And funnily enough, that's one of the only things I really like about this movie. Yeah. So, post events of Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, Falcon and the Winter Soldier is required for this one.
Sam Wilson has taken the shield back from the truly odious John Walker, who we'll get to again. Christ, I hate that. Like, no offense to Wyatt Russell, who I know nothing bad about, and he seems like a very talented actor, but Christ, I hate that character. Anyway, Sam's taken back the shield and is now the official Captain America using Wakandan technology.
And he's got
for reasons that have to do with Falcon and Winter Soldier.
And he's got a new Falcon.
We've got a new Falcon. Who's a very nice, very sweet guy. And we have a new president. Speaking of recasting, we have now President Thunderbolt Ross. Unfortunately, William Hurt had come down with a minor case of being dead and has been replaced with Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Objectively a step up. I liked William Hurt, but seriously, it's not much of a contest. The joke that you were intended to find funny was Sam saying that Ross had a new look, to which Ross replies that his advisors told him that he could keep the mustache, or he could have the mustache or the election. I thought instead that they had not been able to persuade Harrison Ford to wear that mustache for the length of a movie. And so I laughed at that part. So post events of the Eternals, remember the Eternals?
This is the movie that follows up on Eternals.
There's a new substance in the MCU called adamantium, which Marvel fans have heard that name a time or two.
If you're not a fan that's heard of it, it's what Wolverine's made out of.
Well, it is what Wolverine has had injected into his bones.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an argument. I think about what's the stronger, what's the more powerful, adamantium or vibranium. They go back and forth.
Adamantium versus vibranium is one of those arguments I have no interest in litigating any more than I care about who could beat up who. Except when it comes to the Superman versus Batman, because the answer is Batman, because Batman keeps kryptonite. Anyway, that's just objectively a fact. But the point is, Sam stops a theft of some adamantium from Giancarlo Esposito, playing the Sidewinder. And he's being thanked for this by being brought to the White House to celebrate, with people with whom there's going to be a treaty about adamantium. And he brings Isaiah Butler, who you will know if you watched Falcon and Winter Soldier, and if you didn't, which many people did not, he was experimented on in prison in the hopes of being the next Captain America while Steve was on ice. He's got him some feelings about the US government, but it's not every day you get invited to the White House. The problem is he's being mind controlled and he shoots at General Ross and ends up in prison. So Sam's got to figure out what's going on and incidentally get his friend who's got some issues about being locked in prison out of prison.
Yeah, it's weird though that I don't know if they have the same rules as a current president, but you think the Secret Service would be all over that, but they weren't.
Well, the Secret Service was there, but there were multiple shooters. It's a very confused scene. It's not shot very well, and it's easy to miss a lot of these details.
Oh, and then we get we also get a cameo from Bucky.
Yes, Bucky is now a congressman. For Brooklyn, because of course. And so it turns out that after the events of The Incredible Hulk, remember The Incredible Hulk? I saw it in the theater.
Yeah, this one follows up heavily on the 2008 Hulk, which had a lot of unresolved things about it.
It did, because they recast. Samuel Stearns, at the end of that movie, gets dosed in, gamma radiation and so forth, and things are going wonky with him, and it turns out that General Ross has had him in a cell this whole time and has been using him to get what he wants.
I will say, even though Brave New World is pretty flawed.
Oh, deeply flawed.
Tim Blake Nelson as Samuel Stearns, aka the leader, he's probably one of the best parts of the movie.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
I have a personal issue with Tim Blake Nelson, which is not his fault. But the first thing I think I saw him in was Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And therefore, when I currently see him, I am unable to not think that he thought People was a toad. That's on me. Nothing to do with him. But he is a very talented actor. He is doing very good work here. And to his credit, he insisted on physical makeup.
Mm-hmm.
That head is not CGI. And more power.
He had been waiting over a decade to play that character.
He had
And
been waiting a long time. And they brought him back, and he was very happy and very excited. He insisted that it needed to be physical makeup because people needed to react to it in the moment. I loved Tim Blake Nelson, even if he did think people was a toad. And Harrison Ford is doing really good work with what he's being given, because it turns out that he is slowly and methodically being poisoned and deliberately having certain substances like gamma radiation in a pill, because sure, introduced into his body. Because the end game is to have the president, and this is not a spoiler because it's on the goddamn poster, being turned into the Red Hulk.
yeah.
Yeah, apparently, a big point of this movie is he's still having issues with his daughter over what happened in the Hulk movie.
He still hasn't atoned. That's his big thing. He still hasn't made amends for his actions over the course of, 15 years of movie time?
Yeah.
The only embarrassment he had was when he created the Accords.
Yeah, he thought that creating the Accords was going to fix everything, which of course it wouldn't. For a lot of reasons that if you stop to think for 5 minutes together, you would know. Neither General Ross nor Tony Stark ever being big on forethought, it's not surprising that neither of them came up with the list. He has not been able to make amends with his daughter. I suspect because he's never truly apologized to her for his responsibility in everything that's happened in her life. They don't say that, but I suspect it's true. From what we know of the character, it only makes sense.
Yeah.
And he's able to win the presidency on, but I've changed. And
At least in the public eye, he's changed, not in the private.
well, speaking as a voter, I don't know how much I would care. I can't see voting for him in a primary with his past and his history unless he showed, solid, demonstrable atonement.
Well, that's probably what he used the leader for.
Yeah. So, yeah.
To make people think he's changed. Like do this and people will like you. Like, okay.
Yeah. It's just hard to think of what he could have done that would have won me over, but I don't know. And I have to admit that I make assumptions about Ross's political party based on him being played by Harrison Ford.
Yeah, they never say what his party is, but
They never do. And I think what would win me over as a voter is not necessarily what would win all voters over. I think there are a lot of voters who, so long as he promised to hit trans people and immigrants, wouldn't care what he did. So there's that. Anyway, the problem with this movie is the script. Like, there's a scene where they're where Sam and the New Falcon are breaking into Base Echo 1 where Samuel Stearns is being held, and there is absolutely no tension built or earned in that scene. There's one brief moment where they're having difficulty picking a lock, And that's it. That's all of the suspense in their breaking into a secured federal prison. So secret that planes won't even fly over it.
So was that supposed to be irony that the leader turned Ross into Ross's greatest mistake, the Hulk?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't even know what this movie's trying to do half the time. Some of what it's trying to do does make a certain sort of in-universe sense. They do have to figure out what the hell they're going to do about that island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Like, that's a real problem that's really going to cause geopolitical issues.
Yeah.
But 90% of the interpersonal stuff in this movie makes no sense. Nobody's motivations feel real. There is one change I would really like to applaud them for. There's a character who in the comic books is a Mossad agent. And she's now a former Black Widow. And I think we can all agree that that's a better choice. Both because that's some damn fine world building, and because, please no, a character who canonically killed Palestinians, I think would be a poor choice.
Yeah, wasn't one of his Secret Service agents also Black Widow?
Probably.
Was that the Mossad agent?
Well, it's the... God, I don't even remember what her character is. She's like Secretary of State or something.
Okay,
she's somebody. The very, very short woman.
Yeah, I thought she was like a Secret Service or bodyguard.
No. She's someone in the cabinet.
Okay. Because Mossad would be an Israel government, not American government.
Yeah, Mossad is Israeli special forces.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm really glad they changed her backstory. Also, the original title of this movie was New World Order, which does not have connotations that we should be worried about in this day and age in any way, shape, or form. Like, just because I'm glad they're not celebrating the Israeli government doesn't mean I think we need the anti-Semitic dog whistle, you know? Mm-hmm. There's a middle road we could be walking. Let's do that.
So, yeah.
But mostly this movie is just flat. It's not actively bad the way Quantumania is. It's not like the characters feel wrong. I mean, Thunderbolt Ross is a little weird to me because it is an awfully quick turnaround, but I suppose it's not necessarily in MCU time. I don't know. But boy, this movie never gels. And part of that is apparently they were doing a lot of stuff with the script behind the scenes, and they kept changing the movie's plans every 6 months or so and still made it come out on its initial release date. But
yeah. All right. And finally, this is I think besides phase 1, this is the shortest movie of the movies.
Yeah.
We bring up the Thunderbolts, which when I first heard this movie, I thought it was a follow up. I thought the name came from the president because it was Thunderbolt Ross. I thought that's where the name came from.
No, but I think where it actually comes from is adorable. That it turns out it was the name of Yelena's Pee-wee soccer team when they were still living in Ohio. It's the cutest thing. So Yelena has been working for Valentina Allegra de Fontaine. That's the full name.
Yeah, we
Played by-
saw her in the Widow movie.
Yeah. And she is, she's sketchy. She's in the process of being impeached as director of the CIA, except impeachment doesn't really work the way they're showing it in this movie, but never mind, who cares? It's not really something that goes to subcommittees first, but whatever. Not important. She is tying up loose ends, which means it's a bad time for Yelena to decide she doesn't like her job anymore. And she sends Yelena to go take care of somebody who's down in a sub-basement.
And so, and also for three other people had the same job.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. They've all been told to take care of one another. Which it takes Yelena way longer to realize what's going on than it would have taken me. Like, a friend of mine is like, one person is a coincidence. 4 people, no.
So do you remember the order of who's put to kill who?
Let's see. She was supposed to kill Ghost, whose first appearance is in Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah.
Ghost is supposed to kill John Walker, I think is the order.
Mm-hmm.
The failed Captain America from Falcon and Winter Soldier. And Walker is supposed to kill
Taskmaster?
I can't remember that character's name.
I think it's was it Taskmaster from the Black Widow movie?
I know Taskmaster appears in that scene. I just don't know in what order.
Yeah, it's what's his name's daughter. He's supposed to kill her. And she, I'll believe it when I don't see her in future movies, but she actually gets killed.
Yeah, and that's one thing about the marketing. They play up Taskmaster as like part of the Thunderbolts main lineup. Like she appears in later scenes and whatnot. No, she dies in the first set piece she appears in.
Yeah. And while they are in the process of doing all of this, they open a sealed box that has a guy named Bob in it. Who's Bob? They don't know. He's some guy.
And to discuss him would be going into spoiler territory.
Yeah. He's some guy who's seen Emperor's New Groove. That I will say.
I approve.
Because I do too. They managed to... The room has been set so that Ava can't get out of it, but they break the thing that's keeping Ava out of it, so she gets out and she opens the door and lets them all out. And then there's the power to the elevator's been cut, so they don't know how they're gonna get out, and Walker thinks he's just gonna jump, except he can't actually jump that high. And Bob has the idea that they're all gonna be back to back and walk up the shaft, which is how I know he's seen Emperor's New Groove. Except he hadn't figured out how they were going to get out of the shaft. So that was exciting, and they nearly die. And then by the time they actually managed to get out, Valentina's got, a squad there, but she doesn't want to kill them for reasons that would be spoilers. And they manage to escape, but Bob doesn't. And what with one thing and another, they kind of end up saving New York. Obviously I'm skipping a lot.
Yeah.
But it's a good movie.
It is.
not only is it fun to watch, it's a rare superhero movie that has a positive message about mental health issues.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. When they're initially talking down in the sub-basement, Yelena tells Bob that he needs to push all of his emotions down inside and keep pushing them down and not acknowledge them. And at the end of the movie admits that she was wrong. And you can't do that, or it only gets worse. And, you know, I was thinking about it. And obviously Yelena needs therapy. Yelena needs like all the therapy. Really, the entire team needs therapy. And, you know, Alexei, who's Yelena's quote-unquote father from Black Widow, isn't going to get therapy because the only reason he doesn't believe he's God's gift to humanity is that he's a Soviet and therefore presumably an atheist. And I think that Walker's got too much toxic masculinity going to get therapy. But I think if someone explained the concept to Yelena, she'd go for it.
Yeah.
There's a scene towards the end, but not all the way to the end of the movie, where Yelena and Alexei are finally having out their feelings about the fact that Alexei didn't come and be with Yelena after her sister died. And, you know, I'm watching this, and it's a very moving moment. But they're having it in costume, you know, in their outfits, their faces cut up and looking battered and so forth, on a street corner in New York. And nobody is looking at them. And I thought to myself, you know, this is not just because it's their universe. This would be true in our universe too. Nobody in New York would give these people a second look. But it is a really important scene because Yelena has consistently been denied the chance to really grieve. You know, she thinks that if she keeps working, then that's what she actually needs. But she doesn't really like her job. She doesn't want to keep being, you know, secret black ops shooting people. She wants to be a hero.
Yeah, I think the only bad part about the movie was at the end they're like these are new adventures, and then they had this whole thing about copyright infringement at the end.
I did think that was kind of funny, I have to say, because it is true that they kind of set up, you know, at the end of Brave New World, they set up that Sam was going to start up New Avengers, and suddenly these guys are New Avengers, and so there would be this whole, like, because they don't know they're in a comic book universe and can have multiple teams. It's fine.
Oh, speaking of multiple teams, I forgot to mention this in the Marvels. At the end, Kamala she went to the recruit the new Hawkeye, and she even mentioned Cassie.
Yes, Kate Bishop, who's played by should have an Oscar, Haley Steinfeld.
And like, what's making you think they're making a Young Avengers, but again, nothing came from that. It's at least so far.
Yeah.
Well, the closest would be Marvel Zombies, where Ms. Marvel's teamed up with Haley Steinfeld's
Kate Bishop.
Kate Bishop, and Ironheart, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I like Ironheart. Also a good show. You know, and the thing is it's hard to talk about this movie without going a lot into spoiler territory.
Yeah.
But I do like, without giving too much away, I do like Valentina's total shock that somebody's not going to just go along with what she wants. Like, okay, well, you have to do what I tell you. Why? She's not prepared for that. Valentina basically thinks she's living in a world full of NPCs. And every time somebody does something that's not what she wants them to do, she gets so confused. And most of the people who don't do what she wants them to, she's got some sort of power over.
Or she tries to kill him.
Well, yes. But the ability to put them in a situation where she can try to kill them is a kind of power. She just doesn't realize that she has less of it than she thought.
Yeah, the whole point of that is he tried. I think the opening act is trying to get rid of 4 things at the same time.
Yeah. The interesting question is, would she have tried to get rid of Yelena if Yelena hadn't tried to quit? And I think yes, she absolutely would have.
Basically, because at the time she's under investigation, and they might question Yelena.
Yeah. So, you know, just because Yelena's been useful doesn't mean it's not in her best interest to get rid of her. The more so when Yelena does try to quit.
So, did she also send Bucky after them, or was Bucky doing his own thing when he captured
Bucky
him?
is doing his own thing. Bucky is investigating her because he doesn't trust her. And because he wants to get dirt on her that he can give to the impeachment committee. And he just happens to get, caught up in the whole thing. Congressman James Buchanan Barnes.
So, who was what was Bob's character's name?
Well, that'd be going into spoilers.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a more recent movie, so yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
the fact that there's only one MCU movie that's come out after this, and that, I haven't even seen that one yet because I just haven't had time. Means that I want to give away as little as possible about certain plot details.
The only thing you need to know is that the characters from this movie are going to be in Doomsday.
Yeah.
And in fact, they do. In fact, both this and the next movie actually have teases for Doomsday in them.
Yeah.
And yeah, the only other thing I can know is that Bob is played by Lewis Pullman, I think his name is.
Yes.
And I realize he's the son of Bill Pullman, who is best known as Lone Star from Spaceballs. And they're making a Spaceballs sequel with Bill Pullman coming back, and Lewis Pullman's going to play his son in the movie.
They were at the Oscars together. this
Yeah.
year. I'm sorry, I'm an inveterate Oscar watcher, have been for many, many years. Would like to say that we have another MCU Oscar winner as of this ceremony, because Michael B. Jordan won Best Actor for Sinners.
Yeah.
And also, in case you need further proof that the Academy doesn't like superhero movies, despite having the weakest visual effects slate I think I have ever seen, not only were no MCU movies on it, freaking Superman wasn't on it.
Well, and with that, with this being the shortest phase so far, it's also been the shortest review of the phases we've had. Unlike our 5-hour review of phase 3 or something, this is pretty short.
Yep.
So,
well, not a lot of movies, and one of them we're trying not to say too much about, except it's really fun. Watch it.
Yeah. So overall, and what was your opinion of phase 5?
Uneven.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it.
It has the 2 worst movies of the MCU so far, in my opinion. But it also has some really good movies, and the one I didn't watch.
Yeah, you mentioned the back. It's all about bringing back your past.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned the thing is also let's course correct the middle of this thing.
If I can just give one lesson going forward that I feel the MCU would like us all to remember, it's that no means no. Don't touch people who don't want to be touched, and you won't end up being sent to prison instead of the MCU. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I do hope eventually they will. I think King as a character is good. I hope eventually they might bring him back, or at least wrap up that storyline.
We'll find out.
But yeah. So what are your future plans for a while? Since you won't be here, for a little bit.
Oh, I need to track down 4 or 5 people, I think, at this point, and try to schedule 2-hour blocks to interview them for depth of field. I need to write tomorrow's piece, which I still haven't done, but I'm finishing up Friends Month and celebrating the living. Tomorrow is Lisa Kudrow, who is not alphabetically the last friend, but since I alternate men and women every week, she is alphabetically the last of the women. So she is this week. And then I've got something else coming up on the schedule that's a theme month, but I don't remember what it is. I mean, I've got Pride in June because I always have Pride in June. That might be my next. Yeah, that's my next theme. It's Pride. And just sort of an interesting array of people between now and then, including Rick Moranis.
What about you, Nick?
With my friend DL Jado, we're going to be starting, and another friend of ours, we're going to be starting a live stream series on Dead Island 2. Just kind of having fun with it. And our mutual friend is hoping Jado will want to do a game review of Dead Island 2, but we will see. Because Dead Island 2 is a fascinating case of a game taking 10 years to make, going through production hell the whole time, and somehow it came out good.
Speaking of 10-year games, I have recently learned that still on my computer, on my hard drive, is the some years ago, I recorded a Let's Play of Kingdom Hearts 3, and I still like a hard drive. I have not edited it yet. Still sitting there for 7 years later.
Mm.
So I got that. But anyway, but for the podcast, next Saturday, I'm interviewing the Roots Matter YouTuber. Seeing her thing, and then in 2 weeks I'm interviewing a bass guitarist and his musical career. So that's coming up on my channel. But hopefully, whenever Jillian comes back, for future plans, I want to do a breakdown of the different. Hopefully, maybe in the fall or whatever, when she's less busy, or in the summer, I don't know when we're gonna be less busy. I want to do a breakdown of what we did here with the Disney era movies, the Golden Era, the Bronze Era, the Dark Age, the Renaissance, and all other stuff.
Some of those should be more than one episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to do a breakdown of that. So we did.
I mean, I can take part in that because I did a whole Disney binge.
Yeah, I think 3 years ago we did the whole thing. But I want to do individuals.
Yeah,
Breakdowns.
I mean, Marvel was the same way. So,
but yeah, we're have to wait on that till we're all less stressed and less busy. But until that time, never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. We will see you when we see you. Bye.
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 Hey, thanks again for watching this movie. Hope you made it all the way through. During this dry period, hopefully, any help would be appreciated. Link in the description down below. If you want to help support the channel, PayPal, Venmo, Steam List, Throne List, Patreon, anything would be appreciated. But as always, just sharing this video, commenting, and the little thumb up or thumbs down helps too. Hopefully, we'll get some new content soon. But in the meantime, enjoy my Let's Plays. I am finally starting to record again and edit. I'm finally getting the hang of this editing. Hopefully, this is no I can't say the word. Look at the word. But enjoy. Alright, now I'm just rambling. Bye.